Chapter 1. Reincarnated as Sasuke. With a hand resting on the Kusanagi sword, I tread the path of release across the land of shinobi. Before the six paths fashion creation, I wielded fragrance and jade to sever bonds of enmity. I am Yi Feng, and upon my arrival in this extraordinary world of Naruto, I have transformed into the infamous Sasuke, a figure of fascination among netizens of Blue Star. I bear a system, yet gradually I have come to realize that this seemingly idle system does not adhere to the usual sign and routine, rather, it follows the path of destiny. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere playthings. I ultimately comprehend that this entity regards me as its pet. As long as I remain alive, it will not emerge to assist me. Desiring to enhance my strength, I must cultivate on my own. Wishing to conquer the shinobi world, I must strive independently. What is even more unfortunate is that this wretched contraption sealed away a month of my memories right as I made my debut in the first episode, all for the sake of game balance. It wasn't until the 27th episode, when I was on the brink of death, that my memories were returned to me. However, since the day my memories awakened, I have noticed that, due to my existence with these memories, this shinobi world seems to have subtly shifted because of my arrival. You say Sakura has feelings for me, yet Ino, Tintin, Karui, and even Hinata all weep and declare they will marry no one but Mew Hat on Earth is happening. In this world, Naruto, through an unexpected twist of fate, has become my dear brother. Surely he wouldn't go to blows with me over Hinata? Since I am irresistibly charming, I can only embrace all that comes my way. I shall accept the affections of every beauty in the shinobi realm who extends an olive branch. Starting with amnesia, then facing the mission in the land of waves, I spoke for the populace and tragically encountered the wrath of the six paths. Yet through the twists and turns of fate, I was granted the power of yang release by the sage of six paths. From humble beginnings to propping up a crumbling edifice, the tale of my unification of the entire shinobi realm in the Naruto universe begins with a serendipitous twist of fate. A gentle breeze caressed Yi Feng's face. Dappled sunlight danced upon him. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. This sensation is truly delightful. Yi Feng squinted, gazing up at the towering tree that blocked out the sun, murmuring to himself. The tree's branches flourished like a vast parasol, while the specks of light, reminiscent of stars, occasionally filtered through the lush foliage, shaking loose a constellation of lights upon the ground as the breeze swayed. "Sakura, are you here? I brought you a bento." A clear, somewhat bashful female voice reached Yi Feng's ears. The warm breeze beneath the tree seemed to harmonize perfectly with this youthful voice, compelling Yi Feng to turn his head in curiosity. In an instant, a vibrant, youthful smile appeared before him. It was an exceedingly adorable girl, with pink hair and a heart-shaped face. Though her forehead was slightly broad, it only enhanced her large, enchanting eyes. Her fair skin and delicate nose, adorned in a striking red outfit. "Oh my, Sakura, could it be that I've woken up in a daze? But why does this feel so real?" Yi Feng's eyes widened suddenly, his mouth agape in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the reality before him. A two-dimensional character had come to life, though his mind whirled with countless thoughts. At this moment, he simply wished for this beautiful dream to last a little longer, praying he wouldn't be jolted awake too soon. As Sasuke, your bento. Sakura, standing opposite Yi Feng, noticed his unwavering gaze fixed upon her, her fair, round face slightly flushed. She seemed too shy to meet his eyes, nodding gently, her voice soft and sweet. "Though I may not be particularly handsome, this dream is undeniably delightful. To have Sakura bring me lunch right at the start." Yi Feng couldn't help but grin foolishly at Sakura's bashful demeanor. But then, he suddenly realized something. Wait, Sasuke? Did Sakura just call me Sasuke? Have I really transmigrated into Sasuke? As Yi Feng followed this train of thought, unease began to creep in. For since he recognized this fact, he felt an uncanny difference in this dream, as it seemed extraordinarily vivid. He touched his left hand with his right, and it was warm. He pinched his left arm. Ouch, that truly hurt. Could it be that I have truly crossed over? Yifeng mumbled to himself. Though all the evidence pointed to the fact that he had indeed entered the world of Naruto and appeared to be Sasuke, a lingering disbelief remained within him. For the likelihood of such a fantastical occurrence was exceedingly slim. He pondered, his gaze gradually shifting to the bashful Sakura watching him intently. Do two-dimensional characters possess body heat? Yifeng questioned as he looked at Sakura beside him, almost as if seeking a deeper truth. He resolved to conduct one final test to ascertain if this Sakura also possessed warmth. If so, then the reality of his transmigration would be nearly undeniable. With that thought, Yifeng slowly approached Sakura, one hand gently reaching toward her slightly flushed cheek. Sasuke, Sakura, standing before Yifeng, seemed to redden even more. She slowly closed her eyes. This scene reminiscent of the sunset's glow, delicate and enchanting. This dream is far too vivid. Sakura is actually the shy. Yifeng chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. But just as his hand was about to touch Sakura, suddenly, a sharp, unbearable pain surged through his mind. In the next moment, a torrent of chaotic information and a myriad of complex emotions rushed into his consciousness like a raging flood. Yifeng clasped his head tightly, as if it were about to split, crouching down, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Sasuke! Sakura, hearing the anguished cry, opened her eyes wide, quickly crouching down to check on this sudden turn of events. But in that moment, she had never witnessed anything like it, and panic surged within her. Ding! The main quest of Naruto has commenced. Do you agree to embark on Sasuke's life? A standardized female voice resonated in Yifeng's mind. Though it was quite novel, his head felt as if it might explode, leaving no room to ponder or savor it. He instinctively shouted no in his mind, hoping to swiftly end this soul-rending agony. Ding! Denial ineffective. Please reselect. Yifeng was exasperated. Is this system truly so mischievous? Yes. I choose yes. Yifeng, in that moment, was beyond concerned with anything else. He estimated that if this continued, he would surely be driven to madness by the pain. Ding! Selection successful. Initiating Sasuke's life. 3.2.1. Loading complete. Have you ever yearned for light in the darkness? Have you ever sought answers in despair? Oh, foolish Obito. I hope you can open your eyes and see me. Discover the missing pieces within me. Therefore, please do not idolize how perfect I once was. That voice belongs to Itachi. Oh my. At this moment, Yifeng's focus sharpened on the voice emanating from the system. He nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Uchiha Itachi, Itachi-sama, forever a deity. An indescribable wave of emotions flooded into his heart. Pride, envy, dependency, confusion, hatred, regret, excitement. Yifeng realized that this was the result of the fusion of Sasuke's soul with his own, not only in body and spirit, but also intertwined with a multitude of complex and indescribable feelings. He was now unequivocally certain he had truly crossed over, and from this moment forth, he was that foolish Obito Sasuke. Ding! Main quest initiated. Will it be revenge or the pursuit of acknowledgement? Everything lies within your grasp. Task: enhance your strength and confront Uchiha Itachi. Reward: Manjiki Sharingan with a chance to obtain Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. A line of text, visible only to Yifeng at that moment, floated before his eyes, accompanied by the standardized system voice. Sasuke. At that moment, Sakura's exclamation jolted Yifeng from his reverie. She clutched his arm tightly, her eyes filled with urgency, awaiting his response. I'm fine. Yifeng gently patted Sakura's shoulder, signaling her not to worry about him. Since I have arrived, I shall embrace it. Having crossed over into the world of Naruto, I shall henceforth be Sasuke. He slowly stood, gazing up at the vast, cloudless sky, murmuring softly to himself, Inshun, I comprehend the weight of your burdens in this lifetime. I shall not disappoint you. With those words, Sasuke slowly turned, leading Sakura beside him as they walked toward the horizon. Their figures gradually receded, eventually vanishing from sight. At that moment, Sasuke's mind seemed to grow increasingly clear. He recalled that he had seemingly experienced a dream, most peculiar one. In this dream, he transformed into a being named Yi Feng, residing in a place known as Earth Huaxia, where conflict was absent and orphan children like himself did not suffer the ravages of loss. Children of his age lived carefree and untroubled. Now, however, he had awakened from this dream, reverting to Uchiha Sasuke and returning to Konohagakure, cruel world governed by the law of the jungle. It appeared that the remnants of that dream had imparted clarity upon him, revealing many truths, and inexplicably, an additional system had emerged, all following a logical progression. Chapter 2. The Anguish of Discovery. Night enveloped a secluded waterfall in Konohagakure. Though the hour was late, rendering the world shrouded in darkness, a slender figure could still be seen fiercely swinging his fists beneath the cascade, his voice echoing with a captivating intensity. He appeared to be in his early teens, clad in a simple black collared long-sleeve shirt paired with white shorts. Despite his slight build, he radiated an aura of formidable power with each punch and kick, his agility exuding an extraordinary vigor, giving him an almost ethereal presence. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Exhaling deeply, Sasuke abruptly leapt from beneath the waterfall to perch upon a large stone by the pool, where he reclined against the sky. His relentless training had focused on physical techniques. In this world, a ninja's comprehensive prowess was assessed not solely by ninjutsu, but also by physical skills, genjutsu, combat experience, chakra reserves, and the speed of hand seals. Physical techniques and ninjutsu constituted the foundational curriculum for most ninjas, one measured aptitude, the other diligence. Gazing at the towering waterfall cascading down with great force, Sasuke felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. The mist before his eyes transformed like a swirling canvas, morphing into armies one moment and tumultuous tides the next, expanding and contracting unpredictably, bestowing upon him an ineffable sense of beauty. I cannot. I shall practice ninjutsu tomorrow instead. Resting his head upon his arms, fatigue overwhelmed him, his eyelids fluttering in a drowsy dance. Yet just as he teetered on the brink of slumber, a sudden cool breeze swept across his cheek, the evaporation of sweat leaving a refreshing chill that coursed through his body. In the next instant, Sasuke's eyes flew open, and he shivered involuntarily. A mysterious wind whistled past, revealing two towering stone statues at the waterfall summit. The statues, facing one another, depicted a figure clad in armor and another in simple garb, both frozen in the act of forming hand seals, their gazes serene and unwavering. Sasuke's fists clenched slowly as he murmured, "My brother still bears the weight of being labeled a traitor to Konoha for my sake. Why do I have to slack off on my training?" Perhaps the sorrow in his heart eclipsed the pain. He hardly noticed the sharpness as his nails dug into his palms, blood quietly trickling from his hand. The statues represented Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The sight of Madara's likeness stirred thoughts of his brother Itachi, who had surreptitiously shouldered everything for him. What semblance of tranquility exists in this life? It is merely the result of others bearing the burdens of hardship, with his brother enduring suffering and scorn on his behalf. What justification did he have to hide away and be lazy? With this realization, Sasuke's gaze intensified with fervor and determination. In the next moment, he swiftly formed intricate hand seals, his chest swelling as he began to chant. From the vast stone beside the waterfall, his voice resonated with an unyielding spirit. Fire style. Great fireball technique. His voice echoed like a natural part of the night, the immense fireball emerging as a beacon in the darkness ahead. The vibrant reverberations filled the air, the sound lingering, an endless melody. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Time slipped by unnoticed as Sasuke unleashed one final fireball, only to come to a gentle halt, for his chakra had been utterly depleted, could cast no more jutsu for the moment. As dawn's light began to streak the horizon, he realized he had persevered through an entire night's training. Yet this night of hardship was not in vain, for Sasuke could distinctly feel the qualitative leap in both his physical and ninjutsu skills from his relentless practice. His body felt lighter, and even the speed of his hand seals seemed to have doubled since yesterday. Sensing the transformation within his body, Sasuke felt a surge of joy. He understood that genius is not an innate quality, but rather the result of a ninja's relentless dedication and training. In comparison to his brother's prodigious talents, he considered himself merely a laggard, hardly deserving of the title of genius. He was destined to shoulder all that his brother carried, which meant he must strive even harder. Ding! The daily training task has been exceeded. You have awakened one tomo of the Sharingan. Congratulations! Your perceptive abilities are about to be significantly enhanced. Upon hearing this familiar yet foreign system notification, Sasuke's mind momentarily blanked. He had an uncanny feeling that this voice was reminiscent of something he had encountered before, yet he could not pinpoint it, as if it were inherently linked to him. After pondering for a considerable time, Sasuke ultimately shook his head in resignation, unable to unravel the mystery, and decided to leave it be. After all, this entity, seemingly referred to as a system, exuded a benign aura. If so, why not accept it as a hidden mentor? As the Sharingan activated, Sasuke immediately sensed something amiss. He casually surveyed his surroundings with his newly awakened ocular power and suddenly caught a fleeting glimpse of a tall man draped in a gray cloak. His face obscured by a cat-faced red-patterned mask, vanishing into the tree branches. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Although one eye was red and the other white, a flicker of murderous intent danced in the depths of both. He did not pursue the shadowy figure, even though it had vanished in an instant, for he had nonetheless observed the mysterious man's cat mask in a mere fraction of a second. He recognized that mask, as his brother had once donned it. It was the insignia of the Konoha Umbu. Why would the Umbu be covertly surveilling me? Sasuke stood alone, murmuring to himself. Could it be that they fear the Uchiha clan's resurgence and potential rebellion? After a moment's pause, he shook his head. No, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, and I am merely a teenager. It cannot be so. Could it be? Could it be to use me as leverage against my brother? Clenching his fists, Sasuke's gaze sharpened instantly. The more he contemplated this line of thought, the more horrifying it became. Konoha was monitoring him, using it as a means to threaten his only remaining family member. His brother. With this realization, Sasuke's expression grew colder. His brother had already betrayed the entire Uchiha clan for Konoha, and they still would not let him be. He fixed his stare on the distant spot where the mysterious figure had vanished. Longing more than ever to grow stronger, to become powerful enough that his brother would no longer face any threats or constraints, strong enough that they could live the life they desired. Chapter 3. A fury for his parents. The following day, the sky was clear and cloudless, a gentle breeze caressing the air, the bright sunlight bathing the earth in a warm glow akin to fire. Sasuke walked languidly down the shaded path leading to the Ninja Academy, his expression devoid of emotion. Today marked the day of reevaluation and reallocation of classes at the academy, and his classmates surrounding him seemed brimming with excitement. Laughing and chatting animatedly, this only served to make Sasuke's stern demeanor appear even more out of place. Sasuke, this is the bento I made for you. Suddenly, Sakura dashed out from behind Sasuke, slightly bowing her head. Her face flushed as she extended both hands, offering him the bento. A flicker of warmth crossed Sasuke's icy features, and he responded in an unprecedentedly gentle tone. Thank you, Sakura. With that, he opened the bento box without hesitation and devoured the neatly arranged sushi rolls within. To be honest, he was indeed quite hungry. At that moment, a ponytailed girl with blonde hair suddenly scampered over to Sasuke's side, her petite steps quickening as she approached him, and before he could utter a word, she, like Sakura, thrust her own bento box into his arms, exclaiming, Sasuke, this is my bento. Unlike Sakura, she displayed no shyness or hesitation, confidently presenting her offering. Her youthful exuberance radiated as her large eyes curved into crescent moons, complementing her delicate chin, exuding an air of elegance. Upon witnessing this scene, Sakura finally erupted after a moment of stunned silence. Her arms stiffened at her sides, fists clenched tightly, her teeth gritted as she shouted at Ino. Why must you compete with me for everything? At that moment, it seemed as though flames flickered in her eyes. Humph, do you think only you can like Sasuke? I'll have you know I like him too. Ino shot back defiantly, her fair right hand resting casually on her chin as she waved dismissively at Sakura. Humph. Sasuke merely sighed in amusement. The surrounding classmates at the Ninja Academy were riveted, their attention drawn to the unfolding spectacle, and the atmosphere became oddly silent. It's Ino. She's the class beauty. If she could smile at me and make me a bento, I'd consider it worth it to copy her homework for an entire semester. From a distance, a bespectacled chubby boy gulped, his eyes wide with admiration. fixated on Ino, who was encircled by the crowd. I'm feeling bold today. I should wake him up, a slender classmate beside the chubby boy playfully teased. Hey, that pink-haired girl standing next to our class beauty also seems quite adorable. The chubby boy shook his head, still entranced, and replied, no way. I only like our class beauty, Ino. The slender classmate patted the chubby boy's shoulder and continued. Ah, poor little simp. Unlike you, I'm envious of that handsome guy who can calmly enjoy his meal between two class beauties. At that moment, a silent boy named Inoue, who had been standing beside them without uttering a word, seemed to be triggered by something and suddenly glared with wide eyes, venomously declaring, what right does he have for Ino to give him her bento? Before he could finish, Sasuke leisurely opened Ino's bento and began to eat heartily. As though Sakura's bento had not satisfied him. In truth, the recent days of relentless physical training had indeed increased his appetite, yet he had been so engrossed in his training that he had overlooked such trivial details. You bastard. Damn it. Upon witnessing Sasuke brazenly devouring Ino's bento in front of everyone, Inoue's inner defenses crumbled, and he shouted in a fit of rage, unable to contain himself. His outburst drew the attention of a significant portion of the crowd, leaving him feeling both furious and humiliated, as though he had experienced a social death today. Glaring at Sasuke, who was focused on his meal, Inoue seethed. He believed that all this misfortune was solely Sasuke's doing. Therefore, with even more resentment, he glared at Sasuke and, gritting his teeth, shouted at the onlookers, what are you jealous of him for? Don't you see the clan emblem on his back? He is from the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, some in the crowd wore perplexed expressions, while others remained bewildered. Observing this, Inoue chuckled sinisterly and then shouted to those still confused, perhaps some of you are unaware. I once overheard my father mention that the Uchiha clan were actually traitors to Konoha. They once sought to seize control through rebellion, and in the end, they all perished. So the one you envy is merely an orphan from the Uchiha clan, due to his lack of a mother. He has taken to scavenging other people's bento boxes. Ha ha ha. Whoosh, a fleeting streak of dark light vanished in an instant, before the crowd, still engulfed in laughter at Anbei's expense, could fully comprehend the situation. A wooden bento box abruptly appeared against Jing Shang's face. Bang! In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though a blue lightning bolt had swept past their eyes. As the bento box slid off Anbei's face, an emaciated figure suddenly materialized, gripping Jing Shang's neck with one hand. As the dust kicked up by the sudden movement settled, the figure emerged before everyone, none other than Sasuke, his face set in a frostbitten glare. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even Sakura and Ino, who were somewhat distanced from the eye of the storm, began to sense an unusual atmosphere and ceased their trivial squabbles. Dare you repeat what you just said? Sasuke growled through clenched teeth, his gaze brimming with murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on his prey, his tone chillingly cold. He could tolerate the defection of the Uchiha clan. After all, it was the truth, but to claim that his closest family was no more, that was intolerable. He could endure to remain in Konoha, but he would not stand for the insult to his parents, who had chosen to sacrifice themselves for the peace of the village. Jing Shang, with Sasuke's grip tightening around his neck, found his feet dangling 3 inches above the ground, desperately flailing his legs. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation instilled an unprecedented fear within him. Classmate, why stoop to his level? He merely speaks out of turn. Besides, if you kill him, the village will punish you. It's not worth it. Indeed, classmate, what's done is done. No amount of discussion will change anything. How about Jing Shang apologizes to you, and we let this matter rest? What do you say? The chubby boy and the slender one, who had previously stood beside Jing Shang, quickly intervened, attempting to mediate the situation. Upon realizing this was both an opportunity for Sasuke to save face and a chance for his own survival, Jing Shang hastily nodded, stammering. With Sasuke's grip still firmly around his neck, the slight nod sent a wave of burning pain radiating from his throat, accompanied by a dizzying weakness that made tears involuntarily stream from his eyes. He genuinely felt he was on the brink of death. Chapter 4. A shock to all. Bang. Sasuke's hand around Anbei's neck finally began to loosen. Jing Shang collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The brief intervention from the 2 bystanders helped him regain some semblance of composure, but as he gradually calmed down, he recalled the Konoha Umbu who had been covertly monitoring him for days. If the Umbu had begun surveillance, what was to stop higher-ranking, more skilled ninjas from watching him in secret? If his assumptions were correct, would he still be able to act against Jing Shang? A student of the Ninja Academy? Clearly. No. Even if he was in the right, that would not matter. Furthermore, while the honor of his parents held unparalleled value in his heart, among the Konoha ninjas, rules and orders always prevailed. With this thought, Sasuke chose not to wait for Jing Shang's apology and turned to walk away from the crowd. He did not require an apology from such a person. Even a moment longer in the presence of this petty individual was profoundly distasteful. Jing Shang, having finally regained his senses after falling to the ground, suddenly noticed that his classmates were now surrounding him, their gazes fixed upon him. Some wore smiles, others wore expressions of mockery, while some appeared sympathetic. Jing Shang felt utterly crushed. In that moment, he believed that rather than facing the shame of those disdainful glances, it would have been better to have been killed by Sasuke just moments ago. He clutched his hair, screaming internally. Suddenly, he lifted his head, teeth clenched, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Sasuke, who had yet to exit the throng. An unnameable fury surged within him, obliterating his rationality. I will kill him. I will kill the one who has humiliated me so. Kill. His hand slowly crept towards the ninja pouch at his waist. Whoosh. In the next instant, Jing Shang abruptly drew a shuriken from his pouch. Rising with determination as he aimed the sharp weapon at Sasuke's back. Everyone froze, their minds reeling. They had not anticipated Jing Shang's sudden, frenzied attempt to ambush Sasuke. Such treachery. Did they have a past grievance? The turn of events was so abrupt that no one had time to intervene. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. They watched in astonishment. Was Sasuke truly to meet his end in this manner? The assembled crowd collectively gasped, utterly stunned. Whoosh! Just as Jing Shang's shuriken was a mere half-arm's length from Sasuke, he spun around with a velocity akin to lightning, leaving several afterimages in his wake. But that was not the end. With the speed of a bolt, Sasuke executed a powerful kick that swept forth, the wind howling like an iron whip, and in an instant, sent the shuriken flying from Jing Shang's grasp. Thud, thud, thud. The shuriken soared from Jing Shang's hand, transforming into a streak of black light that embedded itself 3 inches into the trunk of a nearby tree. The blade sunk deep into the wood, and the handle vibrated as if still affected by the force of its launch, creating a haunting specter of its former power. Why? He was clearly facing away from me, yet how? Jing Shang's mind whirled with confusion. He could not fathom how Sasuke had instinctively turned to face his covert attack, and his impressive body technique suggested he was indeed a competent genin, executing his counter with such finesse and precision. Without hesitation, Sasuke would not grant this wretch any further opportunity, since this petty individual harbored murderous intent against him. Even if he could not eliminate him within Konoha, he must at least subdue him now. Ensuring that this scheming coward would not have the chance to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. Before Jing Shang could recover from his shock, Sasuke stepped forward, transforming his hands into fists, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a barrage of 3 punches directly at the wide-open Jing Shang. Thud. Jing Shang flew backward, his body curling into a shrimp-like position midair, spewing fragments of sushi and salmon as he went. In an instant, he became a projectile of vomit. This transformation turned the scene into a rather comical spectacle. Oh my, Jing Shang, you certainly had a hearty breakfast. Salmon and sushi, you say? Oh dear, my nose, it can't take this. The stench is overwhelming. I declare, you should consider a career as a poison ninja. There's potential there. Time seemed to resume its flow, as the air became thick with the odor of Jing Shang's regurgitation. The crowd split into groups, engaging in a cacophony of remarks, some mocking Jing Shang for his downfall, others displaying disgust, as the act of ambushing a classmate contradicted their aspirations of becoming honorable ninjas of Konoha. Yet more were seen dashing away, wiping tears from their eyes, for despite Jing Shang's earlier hearty meal, the contents now spilling forth from him were simply too eye-watering. Sasuke, my dear. At that moment, Sakura and Ino timely rushed to Sasuke's side, each embracing one of his arms, their eyes glistening with a few teardrops that twirled about. Sasuke glanced at the 2 girls, whose tear-streaked faces resembled blooming pear blossoms, and despite his habitual cold demeanor, he couldn't help but smile at them awkwardly. He then shook his head and said, "Thank you for the bento. I'm fine, so there's no need for you to worry." Sakura tightened her grip on Sasuke's arm suddenly, her delicate brows furrowing with concern as she urged, "Sasuke, let this matter end here. If you continue to retaliate against him, you will face the consequences of the Leaf's rules." In response, Ino nodded in agreement, her arms still wrapped around Sasuke's, adding, "Indeed. Sasuke. This person dared to ambush a fellow student at the Ninja Academy. He's not worth the price you might pay for retaliating against him." That's true, Sasuke replied. "He's truly repulsive now, and certainly not worth my further effort. Let's go. We need to report soon." With that, Sasuke turned away, leaving Inoue seething with envy and resentment as he watched him depart. As he observed the trio gradually disappearing from his view, Inoue suddenly felt a wave of confusion and helplessness, despite having launched a surprise attack. He had failed to harm a single hair on Sasuke, and instead, he had been swiftly defeated by Sasuke in a mere moment, leaving him feeling like a beaten dog. What kind of power does he possess now? Has he already become a lower-ranked ninja? Yet this person has not even graduated from the ninja academy like me. With this thought, Inoue felt an overwhelming sense of defeat rise within him. What is a genius? Before him stood Sasuke, a prodigy, the most talented individual he had ever encountered, whereas today he had merely played the role of a petty villain, a clown. Chapter 5. The Prince Sasuke walked along the shaded path, flanked by Sakura and Ino. Despite the envious, jealous, and hateful glances from his peers, he showed not a hint of pride or relaxation. He was uncertain whether the person who had been watching him at night had noticed his activation of the Sharingan. In truth, he was acutely aware of his situation. The stronger he became, the more vigilant and powerful ninjas the Leaf would send to monitor him. Thus, concealing his abilities was paramount for him in the Leaf. His earlier kick of the shuriken towards that large tree had not been a mere accident. He had anticipated that if the Leaf dispatched someone to watch him, that tree, struck by his shuriken, would serve as the ideal hiding spot. However, the outcome left Sasuke sorely disappointed. Nothing at all. Had the Leaf given up on surveilling him? Contemplating this, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. That was absolutely impossible. As long as his brother was out there working covertly for the Leaf, such a thing could never occur. Thus, with an expression of calmness, he slowly made his way toward the class he was to report to, amidst the admiring gazes of those around him. At a certain moment, amidst the grass near the tree that had been struck by the shuriken, a shadow whispered, "This Uchiha boy possesses such talent. No wonder the adults sent me to keep an eye on this junior. To have such strength comparable to a lower-ranked ninja at such a young age, I nearly got discovered." After a brief hesitation, the shadow murmured, "I must report this discovery promptly." With that, the shadow suddenly vanished in a flash, and as that figure disappeared, the shuriken lodged in the trunk of the tree also vanished without a trace. At this time, within the classroom of the Ninja Academy where Sasuke was situated, "Wow, that classmate in the blue round-collared shirt is so handsome," exclaimed a little girl with twin buns, her voice filled with excitement as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. "Cut it out. Didn't you see the two beauties sitting next to him? They're the class flowers," scoffed another girl nearby, pointing at Sakura and Ino beside Sasuke. "So what? The class divisions are about to change. Perhaps I will be in the same class as that handsome guy?" The girl with twin buns responded with determination, her right fist raised in excitement. Her companion smirked, teasingly commenting, "Then you better put in some effort. That guy defeated Inoue in a single blow, and I heard Inoue was ambushed when he lost." "Wait, a single blow? That handsome guy can't possibly be a ninja already, can he? No wonder he has two class flowers by his side. Never leaving him," the twin bun girl exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth in shock, then looking dejectedly at the dashing Sasuke in the distance, her face filled with disappointment. Sasuke listened to the animated chatter of the girls around him, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. Maintaining his composed and handsome demeanor, the gentle breeze brushed against his bangs, causing both Ino and Sakura to momentarily lose themselves in admiration. When the two girls regained their composure, their faces flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe cherries hanging beside Sasuke, a sight to behold. Why must there be such a handsome boy in the world? No matter what, I cannot passively give him up. Sakura and Ino, blushing furiously, gazed intently at the strikingly chiseled features of Sasuke, their hearts unable to contain their excitement. "Sakura-chan, I'm here." Just then, a boy with short yellow hair burst into the classroom, shouting, "It's him." Sasuke's expression tightened, turning increasingly serious. While other classmates might be unaware of Naruto's background, he had heard his father mention it before. In a sense, he and Naruto were similar, as they were both orphans. However, from another perspective, the reality was quite different. As the sole descendant of the fourth Hokage of the Leaf, Naruto was a key target for covert protection, which explained why, despite his reckless antics in the ninja village, he had not faced any repercussions from the Leaf. And what about him, Sasuke? He too was being followed, but merely monitored, not protected. Their origins dictated their fates. The only difference was that this foolish yellow-haired boy remained blissfully unaware of it. With this thought, Sasuke shook his head slightly and turned away, no longer gazing at the dumbfounded Naruto standing at the door. "Naruto, please refrain from shouting my name in front of so many people." As Sakura noticed everyone's attention shift from the abruptly appearing Naruto to herself, a wave of intense embarrassment washed over her. breaking her composure completely. She felt an overwhelming pressure that someone her age should not have to bear. Ino, witnessing this, covered her mouth, bursting into laughter, resembling a little chick in her amusement. "Sakura, stop laughing." Before anyone could react, Naruto had leaped onto Sasuke's desk in a flash. Grinning widely, he fixed his gaze on Sasuke, who remained unfazed, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with Naruto's agitated expression, causing the birthmarks on his cheeks to twitch in irritation. Those nearby were struck dumb. Did this little yellow-haired boy not know that Sasuke had just decisively defeated Inoue? Were they about to witness a repeat of Inoue's unfortunate fate? The onlookers exchanged worried glances. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino clenched their fists, aware that while Sasuke was undeniably handsome, his temper was notoriously foul. Should another naive individual challenge him today, Naruto might very well become the second Inoue. "What are you looking at?" Sasuke, with an expression of indifference, slowly lifted his head, his hands, which had been propping up his chin, gently falling to the table. He inquired of Naruto, who was crouched before him. Naruto, gritting his teeth and glaring with his azure eyes, retorted vehemently, "Anger. I'm merely observing who dares to sit beside Sakura." Upon hearing this, Sasuke chose not to respond further. Instead, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon this prince-like figure who regarded him as a rival. Though Sasuke aimed to conceal his prowess and avoid conflict, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Should Naruto dare to make a move at that moment, he would not hesitate to grant this boy a memory as sweet as that shared with Ino. Time seemed to freeze once more. Within the classroom, no one dared to utter a word, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling a sense of suffocating anxiety. Chapter 6. Irika's astonishment at that moment. Shikamaru rubbed his temples and slowly rose from his desk, realizing that he had unknowingly dozed off. "Ugh, it's all my father's fault for insisting on playing shogi yesterday," he muttered under his breath, lamenting the discomfort of having fallen asleep at his desk. Especially jarring was the headache that assaulted him upon waking, as if his skull were about to split open. When he finally lowered his hands from his forehead, the sight before him only deepened his confusion. "Am I still dreaming?" He furrowed his brow and vigorously shook his heavy head. It seemed that every classmate was staring in his direction, their mouths agape in astonishment, as if they might dislocate their jaws. "Huh, did I embarrass myself? Is there something on my face?" he internally questioned, but in the next instant, clarity dawned upon him. The students behind him were not gazing at him, but rather at the back row. The Nara clan, known for their intelligence since birth, had Shikamaru as the most distinguished representative of his generation. Thus, his reaction was anything but mild, due to the limited space between his desk and chair. Curiosity spurred him to turn around, propping his arms to pivot towards the back. In that moment, Naruto's face turned an alarming shade of green, a line of black sweat forming on his forehead. Mere moments ago, he had been fiercely locking eyes with Sasuke from a close distance, but suddenly, an unexpected force propelled him forward, causing his lips to collide with Sasuke's. It was a perfect match, as though he had aimed for it. Who on earth would be so malicious? We have no grudges. Why push me at this moment? Naruto's mind was in turmoil that he cared little about how his classmates would perceive him. After all, he had thick skin and a reputation that was far from pristine. However, he was deeply concerned about Sakura being present. She was his goddess. What if she despised him after witnessing this? But it was truly unintentional. Wait. Why does this moment feel somewhat romantic? The surrounding girls had already begun to indulge in their own fantasies. Meanwhile, the male classmates exchanged knowing glances, wearing expressions that suggested they understood the situation all too well. "Sakura, that was my idol's first kiss. What a travesty." "Ino. Oh, my poor Sasuke-chan." Boom. Just as everyone was silently concocting various scenarios in their minds, the figure of Sasuke beneath Naruto's lips suddenly exploded into a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a stout wooden log. At the entrance of the classroom stood a young man in a short-sleeved shirt, leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, offering the onlookers a strikingly handsome profile. Sasuke. Sakura and Ino stood frozen, hands pressed against their faces, nearly brought to tears with excitement. Their idol's first kiss was still intact. Indeed, he was a true idol. Not just anyone could take advantage of him. The girls present felt a surge of joy, while Naruto, upon hearing this, nearly spat blood in frustration. Was he the one taking advantage? He was the victim, For goodness sake, would release. Body replacement technique. At that moment, Irika-sensei appeared in a corner of the classroom. Utterly astonished by the events that had just transpired. Would release. Body replacement technique. That is a legitimate ninja technique requiring substantial chakra to execute. Could it be that Sasuke was not only a ninja, but also a remarkably skilled genin? How was this possible? He was of the same age as them. Had he been training since birth, starting ahead of the pack? Irika's astonishment was contagious, causing the entire classroom of students to erupt in disbelief. Why did Sasuke, a mere child of their age, seem so exceptionally accomplished? Was this what parents referred to as the child of others? They had toiled for 3 years in this ninja academy with dreams of becoming honorable ninjas. Even though the odds were slim, they had no expectation of success in a single year, planning instead to repeat a grade if necessary. After all, they were all striving to achieve their dream of becoming ninjas. Which was nothing to be ashamed of, but what was this? How could someone his age have risen to the ranks of a top-tier genin? Surely, he must have been training in the womb. Unlike the other students, Irika was fixated on the composed Sasuke. Although he had exclaimed would release earlier, his surprise was not due to Sasuke's ability to use it. Rather, he was astonished by Sasuke's instantaneous reaction. A typical student, or even an average ninja, would have had no time to react at such a close distance, yet Sasuke had executed the body replacement technique in that fleeting moment. This was beyond mere reflex speed. It was an innate vigilance characteristic of a superior ninja. He had sensed this quality in renowned figures like Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Minato. It was a hallmark of strength. Most importantly, this young student, still ungraduated from the academy, possessed an admirable sense of humility. Such qualities were indeed rare. This child was destined for greatness. After a series of astonishments, the classroom finally settled into relative calm. Irika-sensei announced that the graduation exam would be a transformation technique. Some students barely passed, leaping with excitement, while others hung their heads in dejection. Sasuke ultimately secured first place in the graduation exam, which came as no surprise, as he had effortlessly performed the body replacement technique beforehand. How could transforming be a challenge? Thus, no one was particularly taken aback. However, jaws dropped when Naruto, who had ranked last, found himself placed in the same class as Sakura, who ranked third, and Sasuke, the top scorer. What on earth was going on? Had the teacher lost his mind? The students were bewildered, yet no one was foolish enough to question Irika. Those who had passed did not wish to stir the pot, while those who had failed were too embarrassed to remain in the classroom. Meanwhile, Sasuke, overhearing the results, remained unfazed, knowing that Naruto harbored within him the world's most formidable beast, the nine-tailed fox, were it not for the seal that incessantly siphoned Naruto's chakra, resulting in an unstable supply of his energy. His prodigious talent would undoubtedly leave everyone astounded. Although Naruto had previously dared to provoke him by leaping onto the table, it is undeniable that his father made remarkable contributions to the village. He was a true hero. Sasuke held a profound respect for him. Thus, out of affection for that legacy, Sasuke could not harbor any animosity towards Naruto. He perceived this young, blonde lad as merely youthful and somewhat melodramatic, devoid of any malicious intent. Chapter 7. The collective social demise. As dawn broke, a gentle beam of sunlight filtered through the crevices of the dormitory curtains, softly illuminating Sasuke's handsome visage, with a slight flutter of his eyelids. He gradually opened his eyes, stretching languidly. He felt a surge of joy, for the heavy fatigue that had weighed him down in recent days had miraculously vanished this morning. Sensing the vibrant energy and vigor coursing through him, something he had not possessed the day before, Sasuke's lips curled into a subtle smile. He realized that his relentless training and physical techniques had once again enhanced his physical prowess. As for whether Konoha would dispatch higher-ranked ninjas to surveil him, rendering him incapable of detection, such thoughts were beyond his concern. From the moment his parents chose self-sacrifice for the greater good, and his brother quietly shouldered all burdens for his sake, Sasuke comprehended a profound truth. Dignity resides solely upon the edge of a blade. Truth exists only within the realm of ninjutsu. Although he understood that showcasing his strength would invite heightened scrutiny from Konoha, placing him in an increasingly precarious position, he recognized that one must either forge ahead or regress. Lacking strength would eternally condemn him to the status quo. His brother would remain ensnared in darkness because of him. I must grow stronger. This is the singular, unwavering tenet of my ninja way. Ding! If today you possess aspirations that soar, dare one mock Hashirama as unmanly. Due to your unwavering resolve as a ninja about to transcend to clarity, the system is poised to bestow upon you corresponding rewards. Please check promptly. Ding! Congratulations! Your body flicker technique has successfully upgraded to F rank, doubling your speed and distance of teleportation. Maintain your humility and diligence. Sasuke hastily tidied himself and rushed out the door towards the registration area of Team 7. The registration area was a modest compartment, one wall adorned with a small blackboard, clearly designated as the classroom for the newly formed trio of Team 7. Sasuke pushed the door open and strode in. Noticing Sakura, radiant with a smile, already seated at her desk, and Naruto, pouting with an unfriendly demeanor, standing nearby, Sasuke paused momentarily, surprised to find himself the last to arrive. Unbeknownst to him, Sakura had arrived early without breakfast, simply to wait for him, while Naruto, in a display of overzealousness, had been lurking outside her door before dawn, leading to their current predicament. Seeing Sakura gazing at him with a smile, Sasuke managed a somewhat stiff smile in return. Nodding slightly in a gesture of goodwill, his gaze drifted to Naruto, who was crossing his arms, pouting, and staring at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Noticing this, Sasuke glanced at Sakura and then back at Naruto. A faint smile crept across his face. At that moment, he found the melodramatic prince somewhat endearing. "Hey, why hasn't our teacher arrived yet?" Naruto exclaimed, his impatience evident as he fidgeted around the classroom. Sakura, however, remained unfazed. Resting her chin on her hand like a stone idol, her gaze fixated on the handsome Sasuke, occasionally breaking into soft giggles, utterly oblivious to the absence of their teacher, treating Naruto as though he were invisible. Sasuke glanced outside at the glaring afternoon sun, clearly indicating that it was well past midday. That he frowned slightly, remarking as the sound of doors closing in the hallway echoed into the room. "It's nearly noon. This is indeed rather unusual." Upon hearing this, Naruto suddenly seemed less antagonistic towards Sasuke. With a burst of excitement, he approached the podium, seized a chalk-covered eraser, and carefully wedged it into the doorframe. Turning back to the two with a mischievous grin, he declared, "Let's play a prank on him. Who says he can be late for so long?" Sakura, now roused from her daydream, voiced her concerns. "Is that really appropriate? You might leave a bad impression on the teacher." "Ah, it's fine. He's an adult. Surely he wouldn't hold a grudge against children." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, patting his chest confidently. Sasuke remained silent, his expression calm, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. What a farce. If anyone from the younger generation of Konoha could swagger with impunity, it would undoubtedly be this fellow. A trivial prank hardly mattered, especially when a seasoned J-nin would hardly be caught off guard by a mere eraser. Alas, Sakura was still too naive. After some time, the door to the classroom creaked open, and the pre-placed eraser fell, engulfing the room in a cloud of white dust. As the dust settled, the three beheld a tall figure clad in a ninja vest, with a shock of white hair. Yet it was not this striking appearance that drew their attention, but rather the small orange book he held in hand. Naruto was the first to break the silence. Haha, our teacher really loves to study, even while walking." He chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Sakura, meanwhile, was busily brushing off dust from her clothes, anxious to avoid leaving a poor impression on her handsome classmate. In her distraction, she initially overlooked the title of the book, but upon Naruto's comment, instinctively glanced and immediately flushed, her breath quickening. She shot a glare at Naruto, who was still laughing boisterously nearby, wishing she could strangle this melodramatic boy. As a normal young man, Sasuke also noticed the book in the white-haired teacher's grasp. He had intended to feign ignorance and slip by unnoticed, but upon hearing Naruto's exclamation, he nearly toppled off his chair in shock. Was this prince genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? Why bring up such a topic now? Sasuke's mind was in turmoil. Had he known such an embarrassing scene awaited them, he would have requested a sick leave. Does he truly think he's amusing? Is this prince genuinely naive or just pretending? After the social catastrophe Naruto had orchestrated today, how would they face their teacher again? Sasuke's inner turmoil reached a breaking point. He had never encountered anyone who could speak as recklessly as Naruto. He imagined that if a crack in the ground appeared, he would leap into it without hesitation, suspecting that this tall, handsome J-nin might very well request a transfer due to the embarrassment. Chapter 8. That stubbornness. The white-haired, handsome teacher did not share the trio's sense of awkwardness. He calmly closed the door and approached the podium. With a gentle smile, he tucked the orange book into his ninja pouch and introduced himself. I am Hitaki Kakashi. I will be your teacher from now on. So, their teacher's name is Kakashi. Naruto remained as carefree as ever. Scratching his head and grinning foolishly, Sakura, her cheeks flushed, nodded shyly at Kakashi. Hello, sensei, she uttered. Sasuke timely followed suit with a remark. After all, as long as the parties involved felt no embarrassment, it was those who were overly self-conscious in the room who would truly be awkward. Sakura, being a girl, chose to remain silent and merely nodded, displaying a semblance of reserve, which was inconsequential. However, Sasuke felt compelled to maintain an air of nonchalance. It was the last vestige of pride for a man. Kakashi observed this and nodded slightly, his only visible eye crinkling into a smile, before addressing the trio before him. Let us begin by introducing ourselves, so we may become better acquainted. Upon hearing this, Naruto realized it was his chance to impress Sakura. He eagerly volunteered, exclaiming, I'll go first. My name is Naruto, and I love eating ramen. My favorite is the one from the Ichiraku ramen shop, which Irika-sensei treats me to. My dream is to become the greatest Hokage in Konoha. After finishing, Naruto pranced a little towards Sakura, but upon noticing her complete disinterest in him, he immediately felt disheartened. Once the awkwardness had dissipated, Sakura resumed her secretive glances at Sasuke. After Naruto had spoken, she noticed that her Sasuke had no intention of continuing the conversation, so she hesitantly spoke up. I am Sakura Haruno, and I cherish beautiful things. Especially, at this juncture, she subtly nodded and cast a fleeting glance at the handsome Sasuke beside her. I understand. This girl finds joy in gazing at the dashing figure before her. Kakashi observed the bashful Sakura. A knowing smile hidden beneath his mask. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I have no particular hobbies or favorite things. If I must choose one, it would be training. My dream is to attain freedom and earn the recognition of a certain individual. As soon as these words left Sasuke's lips, an aura of determination enveloped him. He refrained from explicitly stating his desire for his brother's acknowledgement or his wish for Konoha to restore his brother's freedom, leading everyone to assume he spoke of Kakashi's approval. Unlike Naruto's optimistic and naive demeanor, Sasuke's eyes were filled with unyielding resolve, for in Konoha, he relied on no one. The only way to help his brother was through relentless effort and progress. More progress. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the jovial expression on his face vanished. For reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar kinship with Sasuke, a connection that was difficult to articulate. Hadn't he always despised this guy? Why was he feeling this way? With that thought, Naruto furrowed his brow. In contrast to Naruto, Sakura's adolescent mind was much more straightforward. She gazed at Sasuke with starry eyes, internally exclaiming, Wow, Mom was indeed right. Serious men are undeniably handsome. My Sasuke, my idol. Kakashi subtly tightened his fist, as he seemed to perceive something extraordinary in the young man before him. Passion, resilience, an indomitable spirit. Beyond these, he discerned a glimmer of strength in Sasuke's eyes. A determination to pursue the unattainable. This made Kakashi's pupils constrict suddenly. He had witnessed this very essence when his father took his own life before him, the man known as Konoha's White Fang. Until his last breath, reiterated his belief in sacrificing his mission to save his comrades. Unrepentant even when scorned by the masses, given a second chance, he would unhesitatingly choose the same path, to strive for what seemed impossible. Kakashi had never understood why his father clung to such an apparently absurd conviction until that moment when he recognized his father's beliefs through Sasuke. Brother, I miss you, Kakashi murmured softly, instinctively brushing his hand over his left eye. Concealed beneath black fabric, as he gazed at Sasuke, the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom lingered for some time before gradually dissipating. Kakashi composed himself, cleared his throat, and was the first to speak. I know that all three of you are exceptional. But I have never accepted mediocrity. After a brief pause, he continued, although you have successfully been assigned to my Team 7, there remains a test you must all pass. Stepping to the classroom door, he addressed them clearly. Tomorrow at dawn, gather at the training ground behind the dormitory. Those who do not pass the test will not be accepted. At this announcement, Naruto was the first to panic. Calling out to Kakashi at the door, Sensei, aren't we already members of Team 7? Does this mean if we fail the test, we'll have to return to the Ninja Academy? Kakashi paused momentarily, then tilted his head slightly. responding slowly, "I won't concern myself with the rest. If you do not pass my test, I will not accept you." With a knowing smile, he glanced back at Naruto, adding, "Of course. You can always appeal to other teachers. Who knows? If you're lucky, you might just become a transfer student." With that, Kakashi turned and exited the classroom, disappearing around the corner. Transfer student? Naruto stared blankly at the spot where Kakashi had vanished. Muttering to himself that he had never heard of such a thing as a transfer student before. Even in his dazed state, he grasped Kakashi's implication. If they failed the test tomorrow, they would have to return to the Ninja Academy for 3 more years. If that were to happen, it would be better to have never passed the exam at all. To return in such a disgraceful manner would undoubtedly make him the laughingstock of the next class. With this thought, Naruto clenched his teeth, vowing silently that he would give his all to pass this so-called test. Sakura, however, remained unfazed by the emotional turmoil. After all, she had graduated with the 3rd best score from the Ninja Academy. She believed that among the 3 of them, the one who should be most concerned was Naruto, who had inexplicably ended up here with the lowest score. Perhaps Kakashi had seen Naruto's graduation results and intentionally set this up to eliminate the underperformer. Regardless, this was none of her or her idol's concern. As for any deeper matters, she, a pure-hearted girl, dared not inquire or speak about them. In contrast to the simplistic musings of the others, Sasuke fell into a contemplative silence after Kakashi's departure. He sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Although it sounded like a mere test, the chasm between a Jonin and a Genin was vast, unlike Sakura and Naruto. He dared not take chances. If he were to fail due to carelessness, his lonely brother would endure 3 more years of suffering. He absolutely could not fail. If necessary, he would reveal his Sharingan. As he pondered, Sasuke's fist gradually clenched tightly. Chapter 9. An unconventional test. The following morning, as the first light of dawn began to break, Sasuke found himself waiting on the back playground of the dormitory. Quite distinct from the previous day when he had been the last to arrive. In fact, he had not slept a wink the entire night. After completing his daily training, he remained here in quiet anticipation. The playground was devoid of any other presence, with only Sasuke, a solitary ninja, seated in meditation. This was a practice often undertaken by his father, Fugaku, and unbeknownst to him, he had grown fond of it as well. He discovered that such meditation allowed him to calm his anxious thoughts, and in that fleeting moment of silence, he could gain clarity on many matters, much like a beacon of light in the darkness, guiding him through his solitary struggles. "Wow, Sasuke, you're here quite early today." Just then, Sakura ambled over from a distance, her eyelids barely open, wearing an expression that suggested she was still half asleep. Naturally, following closely behind her was her ever-loyal bodyguard, Naruto. Naruto appeared even more disheveled, eyes shut as if in a stupor, utterly oblivious to how he had managed to accompany Sakura in such a state. Clutching a pillow, he had yet to remove his nightcap, which bobbed comically with each of his steps. One moment, as he lifted a foot, he tripped over a step and collapsed, hugging his pillow as he succumbed to a childlike slumber. Hearing the commotion, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of frustration. Turning to observe the approaching duo, he found himself momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself, what on earth were these two doing? It was understandable that Sakura carried a lunchbox, as the test's duration was uncertain, and he had prepared one the night before. But what was up with Naruto? Had he sleepwalked here just to nap? Shaking his head, Sasuke noticed the dark circles under Naruto's cap and realized that the prince had likely suffered from a restless night of anxiety. However, upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. For among the 3 of them, he was the only one appearing as the most peculiar bottom dweller. "Ah, not bad. I thought you two would be late, which would have made things easier for me." Suddenly, Kakashi's figure appeared out of nowhere, standing a short distance away, his single visible eye squinting with a smile as he regarded the trio. The moment Naruto heard Kakashi's voice, he sprang upright from his pillow, startling Sakura in the process. "Sensei, what is today's test about?" Naruto, sporting an enormous black circle under his eyes, asked excitedly. Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, their eyes fixed on Kakashi, as Naruto's inquiry was also one they needed to understand. In response, Kakashi leisurely retrieved a bell tied with a red string from his waist, shaking it in his hand before addressing the bewildered trio. "Today's test is quite simple. As long as you can touch this bell in my hand, all 3 of you will pass." With that, he tied the bell around his waist. He paused for a moment, as if recalling something, and quickly added, "Oh, and if none of you manage to touch the bell, then all 3 of you will fail. There will be no supplementary tests." Upon hearing this, Both Sakura and Sasuke's expressions shifted dramatically. This was a clear indication that the test was not solely designed for Naruto, but was, in fact, a genuine life-and-death examination. As expected, I knew the Leaf Village would not allow me to develop without challenges. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, his demeanor becoming increasingly serious. At that moment, he surmised that this unique test for Team 7 was likely aimed at him. What was this nonsense about grabbing a bell? What did it mean to fail and return to the Ninja Academy to obediently continue studying? Such excuses, hadn't he already achieved the top score in graduation? Now, with this thought, Sasuke's determination solidified. As the saying goes, when not making a sound, one can still astonish the world. He still possessed the Sharingan and the recently awakened F-rank body flicker technique as his trump cards. With Naruto and Sakura's cooperation, even though Kakashi was a Jonin, they still had a chance to seize that bell. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, get ready, here I come. With that, Naruto dashed towards Kakashi, who stood a short distance away. Wait, you. Sasuke's face fell into a frown. This was a Jonin they were facing. Did he not think to discuss tactics with Sakura and me first? Sasuke was exasperated. As a child, he had once overheard his brother Itachi jokingly say, "In this world, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate." Back then, he had not yet experienced the harshness of reality and had pouted, dismissing it. He had been so focused on that moment when his brother had unexpectedly smiled and playfully raised his small fist to lightly punch Itachi. At that time, he had only been concerned with that scene and had felt something strange. Little did he know, now witnessing Naruto's antics, he suddenly understood. Itachi was indeed a genius of his time. Whoosh! Just as Naruto was about to reach Kakashi, the latter swiftly formed hand seals, chanting an intricate ninjutsu incantation. In an instant, numerous corporeal shadow clones appeared beside Naruto, numbering in the dozens. The shadow clone technique. Unlike the ordinary clone technique, the shadow clone was one of Konoha's secret arts. And because of this, the clones created were not mere illusions but tangible entities with their own thoughts, resembling real people. Boom! Dozens of identical Narutos surged towards Kakashi, creating a chaotic mass of bodies in the blink of an eye. Haha! I've got him! Naruto exclaimed excitedly. The multitude of identical clones then turned to wink at Sakura, who stood behind them. Sasuke rolled his eyes, thoroughly unimpressed by Naruto's showboating. If a Jonin could be ambushed so easily, then he would hardly be deemed a competent Jonin. Sasuke thought this, but before he could even warn Naruto, a puff of smoke erupted from the mass of clones. Moments later, from the cloud of smoke emerged a disheveled Naruto, holding a wooden log and standing there in a daze, looking utterly perplexed. You fool! Be careful! That's a body replacement technique. Sasuke fumed upon seeing Naruto's bewildered expression, exclaiming in frustration, how could this guy be so forgetful? Just days ago, he had demonstrated the body replacement technique in front of him, and now it was as if he had completely forgotten. This was utterly infuriating. Chapter 10. The Mighty Kakashi. Whoosh! Just as Naruto remained lost in his own world, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared in midair. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke and Sakura's faces paled, and they instinctively called out to warn Naruto. However, Kakashi's silhouette merely flickered in the air, and in the blink of an eye, a kunai was pressed against Naruto's neck, with Kakashi standing behind him, who had just been airborne moments before. Naruto's mouth gaped in shock, and he dared not move. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura were left in stunned silence. Awestruck by this astonishing display, truly impressive, is this the chasm that exists between a Jonin and a Genin? At this moment, Sasuke stood frozen in place, his fists clenched tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He felt he had overestimated his own strength, or perhaps underestimated the prowess of Kakashi. A Jonin. Could it be that using all his cards would truly bring him closer to Kakashi? Sasuke was now engulfed in doubt, questioning whether even with all his might, he would meet the same fate as Naruto, being subdued in a single blow. To everyone's astonishment, the restrained Naruto suddenly dissipated in a puff of white smoke. Kakashi's pupils constricted in shock. Ha! Kakashi-sensei, I've got you now. With a rustle of shifting earth, the next instant, Naruto appeared at Kakashi's feet. A tuft of green grass perched atop his head, the majority of his body buried beneath the ground, leaving only his arms visible as they tightly gripped Kakashi's legs. What a genius, Sasuke thought, almost bursting with pride for Naruto. The unexpected brilliance of Naruto, usually perceived as carefree and somewhat foolish, revealed a surprising tactical acumen. Sakura, witnessing this, felt a rush of joy and, disregarding everything else, impulsively dashed towards the temporarily incapacitated Kakashi. Fool! Sasuke nearly shouted in frustration at the sight. Naruto just gained a slight advantage. And you rush in recklessly. Have you forgotten past lessons? Do you think J-nin are that easy to handle? As Sasuke anticipated, Sakura's reckless charge provided Kakashi with an opening to in the very next moment. Kakashi swiftly subdued Sakura, threatening her life to compel Naruto to release him. Seeing the disappointment etched on Sakura's face, Naruto, in despair, finally relented and released his hold on Kakashi. Idiot, get away from him. Sasuke could no longer remain passive. With Sakura now under Kakashi's control, if Naruto lost his grip, Sasuke's chances of passing the test would plummet. The battlefield was ever-changing. Upon hearing Sasuke's shout, Naruto became alert, swiftly retreating several steps, creating distance between himself and Kakashi. With a smile, Kakashi glanced at Naruto, then in the blink of an eye, he leapt into the nearby thicket, taking the subdued Sakura with him, their figures vanishing instantly. Silence engulfed the arena, a profound silence. Sasuke stood at a distance, tense and vigilant, wary of Kakashi's potential ambush. Meanwhile, Naruto had shed his jovial demeanor, gripping a kunai before him, his cat-like whisker marks on his cheeks seeming to bristle with intensity. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, suddenly, a shuriken shot forth like a black comet towards Naruto's back. Watch out. Sasuke reacted swiftly, hurling his own shuriken to intercept the incoming projectile. The sharp clink of metal echoed as the two shuriken collided, embedding themselves deep into a tree nearby. That was close. Naruto tightened his grip on his kunai, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Behind him, Naruto's senses sharpened as he heard Sasuke's urgent warning. Despite the instability in his chakra, Naruto had inherited his father's keen battle instincts. He swiftly formed a hand seal, and at that moment, a tangible shadow clone materialized beside him, seizing the clone's hand. Naruto forcefully hurled it behind him. Preserve the commander, Sasuke cheered on the sidelines, repeatedly amazed by Naruto's tactical brilliance, reaffirming the old adage, like father, like son. The throne clone detonated in a burst of white smoke upon contact with Kakashi, and Naruto propelled himself back, only to be shocked to find Kakashi had vanished. Where had he gone? As Naruto scanned his surroundings anxiously, time seemed to freeze. Sasuke, realizing he was too late to warn Naruto, could only watch as the outcome was already sealed. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Kakashi had crouched behind him, with hands clasped, fingers pointed skyward. He bellowed, "Secret technique. 1,000 years of pain." In that instant, Naruto's face flushed crimson, his cheeks puffing out like a whale, eyes bulging wide as blood vessels threatened to burst. The next moment, Naruto shot into the sky like a rocket, trailing a plume of white smoke. In that fleeting instant, he was overwhelmed by a cacophony of sensations, 3 parts indescribable bitterness, 3 parts unforgettable pain, 3 parts memories that made him wish for death, and most perplexing of all, 1 part, a feeling of inexplicable exhilaration. Sasuke watched in astonishment as Naruto ascended higher and higher, eventually becoming a mere star in the sky before disappearing from view. He couldn't help but recall Naruto's words on the day they reported to class. No way. The teacher is an adult, so he wouldn't hold grudges against a child. Hold grudges? Sasuke mused. This time, you've miscalculated, Naruto. In Konoha, having offended a J-nin, do you really think you can escape? Chapter 11. The embarrassment of Kakashi after sending Naruto flying. Kakashi turned to Sasuke, his eyes narrowed in a smile, and gently said, "Are you ready? It's your turn." Sasuke's pupils constricted, retreating a few steps, appearing helpless and despondent, though only one of Kakashi's eyes was visible. Smiling amiably to Sasuke, that gaze felt as menacing as that of a ravenous wolf. In an instant, Kakashi vanished from sight, reappearing in a blur, wielding a kunai aimed directly at Sasuke. Sasuke remained rooted in place, terror-stricken and despondent. Observing this, Kakashi sighed inwardly, reflecting that despite Team 7's impressive rankings, Sasuke in first and Sakura in third, they were woefully inadequate. Naruto had decent instincts but was perpetually naive. Sakura, though strong, acted impulsively, charging headfirst into danger. And this so-called top student, Sasuke, was even more disappointing than he had anticipated. Kakashi had initially believed him to be the most astute, yet now he saw only a coward trembling in fear. Before Kakashi could see Sasuke, the latter suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke, revealing a kunai attached to a small log adorned with an explosive tag. Would release. Substitution jutsu. I've been deceived. Kakashi's heart sank. He quickly prepared to retreat. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that the explosive tag affixed to the small log erupted in a dazzling golden light, and the violent energy of the runes burst forth in an instant. "You sly old fox." Boom! The explosive tag detonated, and the very ground where Kakashi stood was instantly engulfed in flames. The blinding white light expanded outward in a circular shape, radiating outwards for 10 paces before gradually dissipating. In the distance, Sasuke, who had been utilizing wood release and shurikens to shift positions, found himself no longer able to afford any hesitation. The disparity in their strengths was too great. Clinging to a sense of fair competition would be futile. Surrendering would be the wiser choice. Moreover, Kakashi was a legitimate jonin. This explosive tag was hardly a threat to him. Suddenly, as if to affirm his thoughts, Sasuke spotted a figure nearby that appeared somewhat disheveled. The figure, covered in ash, was bent over, hands on knees, gasping for breath in a rather pitiful state. Upon seeing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that Kakashi had just employed one of the trump cards he had intended to use, the body flicker technique. Judging by the distance and speed at which he could move, it was undoubtedly far superior to his own F-rank body flicker. Truly, a testament to his prowess as a jonin. "Kakashi-sensei, please don't hold it against me for being ruthless." In his final moments, Kakashi had narrowly escaped disaster with the body flicker technique. Although he was a jonin, he was not an indestructible tank like a Kimichi Choji. He was still vulnerable. Had he taken that explosive tag head-on, he would have surely been gravely injured, if not killed. What kind of path does this Sasuke tread? Is it really necessary to risk life and limb for a mere test? Fire release. Great fireball technique. As Kakashi was internally cursing his luck, he suddenly heard a powerful shout nearby. The voice, though somewhat youthful, sent chills down his spine. Boom! A massive, searing fireball descended upon him like a storm, and Kakashi, standing on the grass, could only see a vast expanse of fiery clouds enveloping him, with the only other sensation being the acrid scent of burning foliage. Danger! A strong sense of crisis blared in his mind like an alarm. Kakashi's brow furrowed sharply. He had intended to rely solely on taijutsu to gauge the abilities of these young ninjas, but now his life was at stake, leaving him no choice but to resort to ninjutsu. Alas, so be it. Whether I act without martial virtue or bully the younger generation, my life takes precedence. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his hands, forming seals that blossomed like flowers, intricate yet graceful. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Boom! In an instant, a massive wall of earth, composed of gray bricks and black tiles, materialized between the colossal fireball and Kakashi himself. Hiss! Hiss! The terrifyingly hot fireball crashed into the earthen wall with great force, and the sound of flames melting the barrier echoed ominously. Crack! Crack! Under the searing heat, the earth wall began to show signs of cracking. The fissures spread wider and wider, eventually resembling a spider's web covering nearly the entire wall. Not good. Realizing the dire situation, Kakashi swiftly formed another set of seals. Boom! A wall of earth, several times thicker than the previous one, emerged in response. It began to visibly diminish the oncoming flames. Seeing this, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. He inhaled deeply. Despite the two earth walls providing some protection, the air remained unbearably hot. He couldn't help but wonder why this boy was so merciless in his attacks. Not only was he fierce, but his cunning nearly cost Kakashi, a jonin, dearly. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a sense of pride, for he had finally taken on a promising young disciple. In Sasuke, he saw the reflection of his younger self. Gifted and charismatic. In short, Kakashi found this boy increasingly agreeable, but he now faced a dilemma about how to gracefully exit this situation. His beloved student had reduced him to such a sorry state. Could he concede defeat and claim that Sasuke had passed the test? It would be quite embarrassing for him. After all, how could a jonin concede to a mere genin? That would truly be a loss of face. But if he refused to yield and continued to fight to win, would that mean the test would no longer count as passed? While Kakashi was caught in this internal conflict behind the earth wall, suddenly, a figure materialized in midair not far in front of him. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the figure. It was Sasuke. He had actually performed the F-rank body flicker technique. A mere genin, fresh from the Ninja Academy, had executed the F-rank body flicker technique. Kakashi's mind screamed in disbelief. He felt like a human recording machine, repeating the same thought over and over, for he had never encountered such an extraordinary ninja in all his years. Chapter 12. Bond's time seemed to freeze at that moment as Kakashi observed Sasuke gliding toward him through the air. Sasuke's right hand reached forward, fingers curled in a manner reminiscent of an eagle poised to snatch a rabbit. As he charged toward Kakashi with an overwhelming presence. Although Sasuke's displayed strength had already astonished Kakashi, the gulf between a Jonin and a Genin remained vast. Moreover, today, Sasuke faced the famed copy ninja from Konoha. Kakashi. Sigh. What a predicament. I couldn't resist this boy's talent. I must avoid letting our teacher-student relationship devolve into conflict. That would certainly complicate matters. I should wait for him to draw closer and then gently subdue him. Allowing him to save face, Kakashi quickly formulated his plan. But just as Sasuke approached him, a flash of red light suddenly pierced his vision. Boom! Kakashi's eyes blurred, and as the afterimages faded, he found himself staring at a smiling young man in a blue tracksuit and goggles. The young man's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower and as pure as a clear spring. He stood there, grinning foolishly at Kakashi. Is that you, Obito? At that moment, tears streamed down Kakashi's face. He raised his hand, reaching toward the apparition, his eyes filled with guilt and longing. 8 years had passed, and he never expected to see you again. My dear brother. Crack. Just as Kakashi's hand grazed the figure. The surrounding space shattered into fragments, like a mirror that had been violently broken. Kakashi stared blankly at his left hand, as if blaming himself for shattering this long-cherished dream, trembling uncontrollably. Time seemed to stand still, and the scenery around him ceased to sway. Everything felt as if it were resetting, only to plunge into an endless darkness. Dingling. Kakashi lost track of how long it had been. He seemed to have lost all sense of time. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting instant, or perhaps it felt like an eternity had passed. But none of that mattered to him anymore, for nothing was more sorrowful than a heart that had ceased to feel. Crack, crack. At that moment, the darkness surrounding Kakashi began to reassemble with the sound of delightful jingling bells. The fragments, seemingly shot in from nowhere, swiftly pieced together a new environment. Kakashi blinked, and in an instant, the scene returned to its original state. He raised his gaze, only to find Sasuke holding the bell that had previously hung from Kakashi's waist, wearing a smirk that was both amused and mocking. Damn, I miscalculated. I've just embarrassed myself. Kakashi swiftly turned his back, discreetly wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. At that moment, he was still unable to comprehend that he had fallen prey to the genjutsu cast by the boy before him. Realizing this, Kakashi was left in a state of shock. He had never anticipated that the talent of this insufferable brat would surpass his expectations by such a margin. Not only had he awakened the Sharingan at such a tender age without anyone noticing, but his ocular prowess was astonishingly remarkable. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the younger brother of that genius rogue ninja. What a family of anomalies. Teacher, does this mean I've passed? Sasuke, noticing Kakashi's stillness as he stood there, lost in thought, tentatively inquired with a light tone. Kakashi nodded in response, still facing away from Sasuke. However, after a moment's hesitation, he added, though you have bested me. Do not let it inflate your ego. I merely underestimated you and failed to evade your attack. Ah, well. Sasuke found himself momentarily speechless at Kakashi's words. After a pause, he shook his head at Kakashi's back. He understood that this was Kakashi-sensei, a Genin, allowing him some leniency in a critical moment. Otherwise, with only his recently awakened One-Tomo Sharingan, he would have had no chance against someone as formidable as Kakashi, who could easily hypnotize him. Even if Kakashi had stood still for a minute, it was doubtful he could have succeeded in hypnotizing him. He speculated that Kakashi must be feeling quite dejected at having been defeated, as, regardless of the circumstances, the outcome remained that he had won, an event that could significantly impact a ninja's pride. Kakashi, with his back to Sasuke, gazed up at the clear blue sky, momentarily lost in thought. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, this was not entirely an act of letting go on Kakashi's part. The reason he had been drawn into the illusion of the Sharingan was that deep within, he secretly wished for the illusion he saw to be the reality he longed for. This understanding had come to him during a casual conversation with Asuma, given that Kurenai was a master of genjutsu. Yet, despite everything, it was merely a dream. Sighing internally, Kakashi turned his gaze skyward, contemplating the inevitability of awakening from dreams. With that, he began to walk away, leaving behind a silhouette of profound melancholy for Sasuke. Sasuke watched as Kakashi's figure gradually faded into the distance, ultimately vanishing, but he chose not to follow. As Naruto, struck by a surprise attack of the infamous 1,000 Years of Death. Had flown off to who knows where, and he had no idea if he had even landed yet for Sakura. He suspected she was likely lost in a beautiful dream somewhere in a nearby tree hollow. Both of them would require Kakashi to personally track them down. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and the trio of Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura reunited later that afternoon. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm, golden hue across the landscape. A few rays of crimson sunlight languidly illuminated Naruto's face, which bore an expression of utter despondency. He rested his arms behind his head, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. Alas, it seems we must part ways after all, Sasuke mused to himself, stealing a glance at the despondent Naruto beside him. In truth, he held a deep admiration for Naruto's performance during the test. Despite being sealed with the nine tails within him, he had managed to hold his own against Nin with the scant remnants of chakra he possessed, an accomplishment not easily achieved. If he were to be sealed and stripped of most of his chakra, would he be able to exhibit the same excellence as Naruto had today? After a long moment of contemplation, Sasuke shook his head. Every ninja possesses their own hidden strengths, and, of course, unavoidable weaknesses. He had no need to belittle himself. All he needed to do was focus on improving his own abilities and remain true to himself. Chapter 13. Friends gurgle. Just as the three remained enveloped in silence, Sasuke and Sakura were abruptly startled by an unusual sound emanating from beside them. Sasuke turned to investigate, only to find Naruto clutching his stomach. His expression one of sheer absurdity, his gaze evasive. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, eat up. I know you didn't bring a lunch. You haven't eaten all day, and your body won't hold up," he said, retrieving a bento from his ninja pouch and patting Naruto on the shoulder before offering it to him. Naruto suddenly sprang to his feet, staring in astonishment at Sasuke, as if he couldn't believe his kindness. Sasuke smiled at Naruto and continued, "Honestly, your performance today truly astonished me. I didn't expect your strength to be this formidable." In that moment, Naruto felt as though a torrent of emotions surged through his mind. And he even noticed a slight sting at the tip of his nose. From the time he could remember, he had no idea how long it had been, perhaps years, since he had received acknowledgement from his peers in Konoha. In that instant, for reasons he could not fathom, he found Sasuke increasingly agreeable. Friend, he thought to himself. This person before him was now his only friend. With that realization, Naruto reverted to his usual playful demeanor. Scratching his head sheepishly as he accepted the bento from Sasuke, as they opened their lunch boxes, the two sat facing each other, laughing and chatting as they enjoyed their meal. Sakura, witnessing this scene, found herself momentarily stunned, as Sasuke seemed to have transformed into a different person. The aloof and handsome figure she knew appeared to be more approachable at that moment. With this thought in mind, Sakura pulled out her own bento and joined them, and the atmosphere among the three gradually grew warmer. Is this the outcome I had hoped for? Kakashi observed from a distance, nodding with satisfaction at the sight of the trio. In truth, his intention for this test was not merely to assess their abilities, but rather to encourage them to unite when facing formidable challenges ahead, rather than fighting alone, just as his father had said before his passing. A ninja who abandons their comrades is not a true ninja. This sentiment echoed Kakashi's own life regrets, reminiscent of Obito, who had sacrificed himself for the sake of his teammates. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Team 7. Startling the trio. As they focused their eyes, they realized it was none other than their teacher, Kakashi. Naruto and Sakura sighed deeply at the sight. "Hey, you overconfident guy. Don't think that just because you've passed Kakashi-sensei's test, you can rest on your laurels. I will strive to catch up to you," Naruto declared, rising to his feet, first pounding his fist against his chest before pointing at Sasuke with a beaming smile. "Sasuke, while I'm not around, take good care of yourself, and remember to eat on time," Sakura added, standing up as well, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With that, the two turned to leave. Sasuke stood rooted in place, feeling an unexpected emptiness in his heart, as if a piece of it had been hollowed out. He understood that after this test, Naruto and Sakura were destined to be eliminated by Kakashi, while he had miraculously remained. Yet, despite this, he still felt that it was profoundly unfair to the two of them. "I'll give you all three a well-deserved 3-day break. After that, we'll embark on your first D-rank mission." Kakashi's sudden shout startled the trio into silence. Naruto and Sakura, having walked a fair distance, paused in their tracks. "3. Naruto murmured, staring down at his three outstretched fingers. Sakura's body trembled slightly. and after a brief moment of shock, she turned around and called out to Kakashi's retreating figure, "Kakashi-sensei, will Naruto and I be included too?" Her hands formed a trumpet shape, and her gaze appeared somewhat constrained yet brimming with anticipation. "Enough of the idle chatter. Hurry back and rest. We shall gather here at dawn in 3 days." The voice echoed from the distant horizon, accompanied by a cascade of reverberations that seemed to emanate from far-off realms, yet felt astonishingly close. Upon hearing this voice, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura exchanged knowing glances, each breaking into a spontaneous smile. In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, received a request for an audience from Irika. A clear, melodious female voice rang out. Sarutobi stood before a large window, towering 3 men high, and slightly nodded to his secretary. "Let him in." "Certainly." After a prolonged moment, the door creaked open, and Irika stepped inside. Sarutobi, seated at his desk not far from the window, interlaced his fingers and wore a white round hat adorned with a large character for fire, signifying his identity as the third Hokage. "What brings you here?" Sarutobi's expression was calm, exuding wisdom. Irika pressed his lips together, hesitating momentarily before summoning the resolve to meet Sarutobi's gaze, stating, "I heard that Kakashi-sensei is to conduct a special test for Naruto and the others. But I believe this is quite inappropriate." Before Irika could elaborate, Sarutobi raised a hand and replied, "I understand you are concerned that Kakashi's prowess might inflict wounds upon the spirits of those 3 children?" Irika nodded in affirmation. "Ha ha. You were truly overthinking this. As he spoke, Sarutobi slid a document across the table to Irika, who sat opposite him. How is this possible?" Irika was taken aback as he opened the folder to reveal its contents. Astonishingly, it stated that Naruto had managed to hold his ground against Kakashi for over 10 rounds, while Sasuke, who graduated at the top of his class, had actually defeated Kakashi head-on during the test. "My heavens, have I become so old? Among the younger generation, there are still those capable of besting a Jonin with Chunin-level strength. This is utterly beyond reason." Irika felt a twinge of melancholy, suddenly questioning the worth of his decades of existence. Realizing that even in his current status as a Chunin, he might struggle to last a few rounds against Kakashi, let alone as a Genin. "Haha, I know you must find this hard to believe. But it is indeed the truth that if you have doubts, you can ask that rascal Naruto for confirmation." Sarutobi chuckled, and the thought of Naruto, the boy he had watched grow up, managing to withstand Kakashi for over 10 rounds brought a flicker of satisfaction to his otherwise weathered face. "Sasuke is truly exceptional." Irika did not respond to Sarutobi's words, appearing somewhat dazed as he lowered his head and murmured to himself. Sarutobi's demeanor shifted from gentle to serious. "Sasuke, the younger brother of that brilliant rogue ninja. This is an exceedingly unstable variable. His rate of progress is alarmingly unprecedented. It seems we must implement even stricter surveillance going forward." Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, aware that his actions might be deemed unethical. For while others may not know that Itachi is a double agent for Konoha, he and Danzo were fully cognizant of the truth that this truly the right course of action. In that moment, he recalled the tale of Hashirama Senju slaying Madara for the sake of Konoha. Although they had previously agreed to coexist peacefully, the villagers harbored significant arrogance and prejudice towards the Uchiha clan, which was deeply unjust and perhaps the primary reason for their eventual rebellion. Yet, in that time, Hashirama had acted decisively for the safety of Konoha, and although no one spoke of it openly, it left an indelible stain in the eyes of the world. Why should I not dedicate myself to Konoha with equal fervor? With this thought, Sarutobi turned his gaze towards the imposing Hokage rock, one of the statues depicting himself as the third Hokage. Chapter 14. The Elusive System Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the Fire Release Phoenix Fire technique. Please proceed to practice according to the provided visualization chart to avoid any unforeseen complications. Thank you. Sasuke groggily rose from his bed, a look of utter despair on his face as he struck his pillow in frustration. He was about to lose his mind over the sudden notification from this system. Glancing at the alarm clock beside his bed, he realized it was barely 2:30 a.m. This meant he had scarcely slept for 3 hours. Even if he were diligent, who doesn't he wake up grumpy? His father had once told him that a ninja's physical exertion exceeds that of ordinary people, and prolonged sleep deprivation of less than 8 hours significantly increases the risk of sudden death in youth. After a moment, despite his anger, Sasuke resigned himself to rise and practice the Phoenix Fire technique. That wasn't fear that drove him, but rather a dread of the phrase unforeseen complications that the system had mentioned. Though he felt an unmistakable threat in those words, he had no choice. He could not afford to relinquish an opportunity to learn a new jutsu simply for the sake of a peaceful slumber. Once again, he found himself in the familiar valley, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded down several dozen meters, crashing against the rocks at the water's edge with a rhythmic sound. The two towering statues still faced each other, and the night sky remained sparsely dotted with stars. Sasuke arrived in less than 20 minutes. Feeling a newfound familiarity with the place, he traversed the terrain as if returning home, and during this time, he had also uncovered some information about the valley. It was called the Valley of the End, a name that seemed peculiar at first, but it derived from the historic agreement between the first Hokage, Hashirama, and the initial leader of the Uchiha clan, Madara, to cease hostilities. It was said that in this very valley, Hashirama ultimately sustained grave injuries while defeating Madara. With this thought, Sasuke sighed. It seems the Uchiha clan was destined to be extinguished by Konoha, and one cannot blame the clan's higher-ups for their cries of rebellion against the village. If even their founding leader could be slain, how far could the clan's influence be from annihilation? A violent clash was inevitable. Only one faction could survive. However, at that time, his brother and father had chosen to sacrifice themselves to prevent Konoha's external enemies from exploiting their vulnerability. If it were him, would he make the same choice? No, I will resist until the end, even if it costs me everything. Even if I am shattered to pieces, what is self-sacrifice? In the end, are they not still wary of you? What is peaceful coexistence? In the end, are not the members of my clan treated like defeated slaves by Konoha? At this moment, Sasuke admired Madara for his audacity to fight against the unjust fate of his clan. Yet he also looked down upon Madara's actions, for he stood alone, failing to unite the strength of his kin. Was that not mere bravado? If it were him, he would undoubtedly lead his clan to retaliate against Konoha. External enemies? As a member of Konoha's defense force, we would fight valiantly for our village, but oppression and discrimination, we shall never acquiesce. Are the citizens of Konoha, under Hashirama, considered human, while the Uchiha clan is not? Even if it comes down to the last man standing, we shall die standing. We shall take a piece of flesh from Konoha, not be quietly boiled like frogs. Ding, congratulations. Your spirit of a ninja has successfully reached enlightenment. Your training speed has doubled, and your comprehension ability has improved. Wow, they absolutely adore you. What on earth? Sasuke stared blankly at the suddenly materializing floating words before him. Could it be that by uttering a few more grandiose statements, the system would bestow upon him some benefits? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, for the previous occasions when he activated his Sharingan and obtained the F-rank body flicker technique had also occurred under similar circumstances. With this thought in mind, Sasuke wasted no time and shouted skyward, "I am invincible. You may do as you please. The system is magnificent." However, there was no effect. After a long while, Sasuke, still disappointed, ceased his attempts. In a concealed thicket beside the waterfall at the Valley of the End, a shadow cloaked in black stared in astonishment at Sasuke, murmuring to himself, "What is going on? This kid is wide awake in the middle of the night. And now he's come here shouting about being invincible in some system. Could it be that his mind has gone awry?" As he spoke, the shadow cautiously retrieved a palm-sized notebook from his ninja pouch. Meticulously documenting Sasuke's actions from that evening, he intended to have a serious discussion with the third Hokage, for it was essential to address such peculiar behavior at a young age, especially mental afflictions. The Phoenix Fire technique differs from the Fireball technique. While both belong to the category of fire release, the former is distinguished by its ability to track targets for precision strikes, whereas the latter is a wide-area damage skill, requiring twice the casting time. In summary, the distinction lies in consumption and lethal capability, with no inherent superiority, reliant solely on the ninja's timing and execution. The 3 steps of forming hand seals, channeling chakra, and unleashing the Phoenix Fire technique may appear straightforward, yet for Sasuke, who was attempting it for the first time, complications abounded. Boom! Another trio of Phoenix Fire projectiles veered out of control, hurtling toward the nearby thicket. Had it not been for Sasuke's timely use of the water pool beside the waterfall to extinguish the flames, he would likely have been apprehended by the Konoha guard for arson the following day. The Phoenix Fire was exceedingly difficult to control. It was akin to a ball of cotton, ready to disperse at the slightest breath of wind. Formless, intangible, and erratic, if mastering the fireball technique could be likened to lifting a feather with ease. Then the Phoenix Fire demanded the caster to achieve the feat of lifting a heavy weight with the same grace. The two techniques were as different as night and day. Again, Sasuke was determined to conquer the Phoenix Fire technique. He recalled the countless days and nights spent training at the bridge near his home in pursuit of his father's approval, laboring tirelessly to master the fireball technique. Despite his efforts, he had barely managed to achieve it. Yet it paled in comparison to the results his brother had accomplished in just one day of practice. If he did not strive with all his might, what worth did he hold against his brother's innate genius? This thought led him to reflect on the shock that Naruto had delivered during the recent test. Imagine if Naruto's chakra had not been fed back to seal the Nine Tails. Would he still be able to accept the title of genius? Russell, who is there? Come out. Just then, a sudden rustling from the thicket by the water pool caught Sasuke's attention, and a figure abruptly leaped into view. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sasuke raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking, "It's you? What are you doing hiding here?" Chapter 15. I accompany you with a deep breath. Sasuke energetically rose from his bed, stretching his limbs, after sharing a bowl of Ichiraka ramen with Naruto that morning. They had parted ways, and upon returning to his dormitory, he had fallen into a deep sleep that lasted until well past 1 in the afternoon. Awakening, he felt the invigorating flow of chakra coursing through him, and his heart warmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Naruto," Sasuke murmured, for he owed his recent breakthrough in mastering the Phoenix Fire technique to Naruto's words. "I'll accompany you." It was that half-night of companionship that had pulled him from his low point, enabling his success. Thinking of Naruto, he recalled the delightful breakfast they had shared, Ichiraka ramen. He mused, no wonder Naruto had declared it his favorite dish. The flavor was undeniably exquisite, though the price was not so modest. Which explained why Naruto had added that he also enjoyed being treated by Irika-sensei. Reflecting on this, Sasuke glanced at his withered wallet resting on his bedside table, unable to suppress a low curse. But this guy can really eat. Naruto, with a grin plastered on his face, strolled along the shaded path, the afternoon sunlight filtering through the leaves like a radiant painting crafted by nature itself. The gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a refreshing coolness. Perhaps this was what Irika-sensei referred to as a leisurely afternoon. Naruto chuckled softly to himself. Today might just be the happiest day he had experienced in years, for not only did he have Sasuke, his newfound friend who recognized him, but he had also managed to take advantage of the situation. It seemed that Uncle Ichiraku's culinary skills had improved significantly, as he laughed at the memory of Sasuke insisting on paying for their meal, only for his wallet to become instantly drained. He couldn't help but chuckle. Heh, who could resist such a handsome guy? Handsomeness entails treating others. Sakura. Just as Naruto was teasingly speaking, he spotted a familiar figure in a red robe gracefully seated on a bench in the distance. It was Sakura, the girl he had long admired. Sitting upright, she resembled a radiant being who had stepped out of a tale, evoking a sense of reverence in Naruto. Indeed, Sakura had always been the goddess of his heart. However, his reputation in Konoha was far from stellar. This had led to Sakura's persistent, albeit unintentional, resistance to him. Nevertheless, Naruto believed that as long as he made an earnest effort to showcase his true self before Sakura, her perception of him would eventually change. He was not the disaster others claimed him to be. Not at all. As for winning Sakura's affection, at the moment, Naruto had little hope. The reason was simple. He could not compete with Sasuke's striking appearance. What a world of ninjas obsessed with looks. Wait, why don't I try transforming into Sasuke to gauge the waters? An idea suddenly sparked in Naruto's mind. He thought about the diligent efforts he had put forth to win Sakura over. Even if he had no accomplishments, surely his hard work counted for something. Now that winning her over seemed hopeless, especially since she was fond of his close friend, Naruto remained curious about whether Sakura's perception of him had shifted positively. After all, he truly was not the calamity others labeled him. He wished for Sakura to see him as Sasuke did, to acknowledge him. Sakura herself was uncertain about what had come over her. Ever since the beginning of spring this year, after meeting Sasuke, she felt as if she had transformed into a different person, often daydreaming and losing focus. When she finally snapped out of her reverie, she would discover that all her daydreams were filled with images of Sasuke. Recently, her mother seemed to have noticed her odd behavior and advised her to focus more on her ninja training, rather than indulging in fanciful thoughts. Meanwhile, her father had jokingly inquired which handsome boy had caught her eye, making her feel utterly embarrassed. Because of this, she had avoided returning home to face her parents and opted to stay in the ninja school dormitory instead. Sakura-chan, you're here? Just as Sakura was lost in thought on the bench beneath the shade of a tree, she suddenly heard Sasuke's voice coming from nearby. Sakura-chan, Sakura's delicate form trembled, her cheeks flushing a vibrant crimson, as if she had been adorned with a veil of rosy clouds, exuding an irresistible charm. Sasuke, you've come?" she stammered, her hands nervously twirling the strands of hair that cascaded over her forehead, her gaze seemingly unable to meet Sasuke's. Projecting an air of timid fragility, Sasuke approached the bench slowly, taking a seat beside Sakura, his arms casually draped over the backrest, embodying an effortless nonchalance. "There are matters I wish to discuss with you, and I implore you to answer me sincerely," he stated, turning his head to regard Sakura with a serious demeanor. His expression shifted from the earlier casualness to one of utmost gravity at that moment. Sakura, her face still flushed, lifted her gaze, her large, shimmering eyes resembling rippling autumn waters, gazing at him with a glimmer of uncertainty. She sensed that today's Sasuke bore a subtle difference from the one she had known. Yet she could not articulate what that change was. All she knew was that he imparted a feeling of acceptance towards her that had previously been absent. Could it be that Sasuke had finally recognized her sincerity? As this thought crossed her mind, her heart raced with excitement. Her father's words rang true. Efforts indeed yield results. Was Sasuke about to confess his feelings to her? Amidst her swirling thoughts, Sakura clasped her hands tightly, her cheeks feeling as if they were seared by an iron, reddening further. No need to elaborate, Sasuke-kun. I understand you." Sasuke, observing Sakura inching closer with her eyes closed, found himself momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean you understand me? I haven't even revealed my question yet. How could you possibly know?" Moreover, her sudden closeness, coupled with her flushed cheeks, left him perplexed. Irika-sensei was indeed correct. A girl's thoughts are inscrutable and impossible to decipher. As he inhaled the fragrant breeze enveloping him, his pupils dilated in realization. Could it be that Sakura was thinking, "Oh no, my stomach suddenly feels unwell. Sakura-chan, please wait here for me. I'll return shortly to ask you." In a moment of panic, Sasuke clutched his abdomen and made a hasty retreat. Sakura watched as a phantom resembling a wheel appeared beneath Sasuke's departing feet, pouting her lips in frustration, raising her delicate fist to lightly pound her thigh. Murmuring in playful indignation, "Humph, am I truly that intimidating?" Chapter 16. He is my brother. Startled, Naruto sprinted to a nearby corner. Gasping for breath, as he remained engulfed in his panic, Sasuke's voice unexpectedly reached his ears. "Hey, what trouble have you gotten into now that you're being chased?" Naruto looked up to find Sasuke observing him with an amused expression, seemingly reveling in his predicament. "Huh? How did he recognize me? Shouldn't I still look like Sasuke?" Noticing Naruto's curious expression, Sasuke pointed to his own cheek and then at Naruto, chuckling. Your whisker birthmark is showing. I wonder what you're thinking. Are you jealous of my looks and deliberately trying to tarnish my reputation?" "Brother," as he spoke, he couldn't help but shake with laughter. Whisker birthmark. Naruto quickly retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch, and through its reflective surface, he indeed saw Sasuke's face adorned with the unmistakable whisker birthmark. Oh no. Pfft. A puff of white smoke erupted, and Naruto promptly reverted to his original form. Thankfully, he had escaped just in time. Otherwise, if Sakura discovered his impersonation of Sasuke, her misunderstandings would only deepen. Naruto shuddered at the thought. Realizing he had nearly forgotten his unstable chakra as a weakness, Sasuke, now stroking his chin in contemplation, furrowed his brow and asked, "So, why did you choose to disguise yourself as me?" Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyelids twitched, an instinctive unease creeping over him. "Hey, how about that Ichiraka ramen? Would you like to join me for a feast tomorrow?" Naruto scratched his head, suddenly animated as he gestured excitedly towards Sasuke. Sasuke, sensing Naruto's desire to evade the topic, decided to let it go, thinking, since he wishes to avoid trouble, as a brother, I should grant him this favor. He nodded approvingly at Naruto and left with a smile. Why did I even think to disguise myself as Sasuke to test Sakura? What a foolish endeavor. Naruto wiped his face, his gaze drifting toward the bulging frog wallet at his waist as a sudden cool breeze swept through. Rustling the leaves overhead, Sakura, seated beneath the tree, had transitioned from the serene enjoyment of the afternoon to a state of anxious anticipation. Dark clouds had gathered in the sky, forming a vast net that slowly obscured the bright blue above, leaving only a sliver of light peeking through. Why hasn't Sasuke-kun returned yet? Have I scared him off with my eagerness? Or has he fallen ill and forgotten to come back? Sakura remained poised on the bench, her thoughts racing like the clouds above, impossible to stifle. With another gust of wind, She shivered, recognizing it as a portent of impending rain. Sighing in resignation, Sakura decided to rise and seek shelter from the storm. She felt a profound sense of disappointment, as if her heart had been twisted, leaving her with an unsettling ache. Just as she resolved to leave the bench, the crisp sound of wooden sandals echoed nearby. To her delight, a figure she had longed for emerged from a distance. Sasuke. In that moment, her eyes brimmed with tears of joy. It was as if she had experienced the highs and lows of a roller coaster ride. And she could not help but yearn to leap into the embrace of this familiar and handsome figure. Wishing to continue their earlier warmth, Sasuke, "Are you feeling better?" she called, tiptoeing toward him, her face flushed and her fingers nervously fidgeting. Revealing her bashfulness. "Feeling better? Do I look like someone who is ill?" Sasuke retorted, bemused, and Sasuke-kun, that title sounded far too childish. It hardly suited his cool and handsome demeanor. What was wrong with Sakura today? Shaking his head, Sasuke furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sakura, what's going on with you today? Your face is so red. Are you unwell? Should I take you to see a medical ninja?" As he spoke, Sasuke gently pressed the back of his hand against his face, then prepared to touch Sakura's face as well. He believed that she might have caught a chill due to the recent change in seasons, for how else could she appear so disoriented? Babbling incomprehensible nonsense upon seeing him. "No, it's fine. I'm ready, Sasuke-chan." Sakura, noticing Sasuke's pale fingertips slowly approaching her, softly closed her eyes, her voice trembling with anxiety. Sasuke awkwardly withdrew his hand, increasingly perplexed by Sakura's demeanor. If it weren't for the image of her still lingering in his mind, he might have doubted whether he had mistaken her for someone else. "What is wrong with you and Naruto today? It's truly frustrating. What on earth has happened?" Sakura, seemingly oblivious to Sasuke's words, opened her eyes and urgently replied, "Sasuke-chan, let's not mention that underachiever. The other students are all speaking ill of him, and their parents are warning them too. Enough." Sasuke's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Sakura. He forcefully pushed her away, not realizing how close she had been, and shouted, "Sakura, Naruto is also our companion in Team 7. He is our teammate. He is my brother." Stepping back a few paces from Sakura, he continued, "What others say? What others say? Have you truly taken the time to verify the truth? Everyone calls him a disaster. But what calamity has he ever brought upon Konoha?" He pointed towards the direction of the dormitory, roaring like an enraged beast. "Sakura, I hope you can take Naruto's feelings into account from now on, for he is our comrade." With that, Sasuke turned and strode decisively away from Sakura. As he reached the corner of the path, he suddenly paused, glancing back slightly. "I apologize, Sakura, that I lost control of my emotions just now. Thank you for the lunches over the past few days. Please refrain from calling me Sasuke-chan in the future. And remember, Naruto is my only brother now. He is not as despicable as others claim." With that, Sasuke disappeared around the corner, out of Sakura's sight. Chapter 18. Meeting the Employer. Crack. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, burst forth from the heavy leaden clouds above, illuminating the vast sky with its brilliance. The spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. With a patter, the first drops of rain began to fall, and the sky instantly transformed as if signaled, draping the entire landscape in a fine curtain of beads. This torrential downpour arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Merely a few minutes later, a ray of brilliant sunlight pierced through the dense clouds, resembling a resplendent holy sword, its pure radiance imparting a sense of rebirth. The unique fragrance of nature wafted through the air. Sakura stood dazed, her gaze hollow as she stared at the corner where Sasuke had vanished. She was drenched, not just from the rain but also from tears. Strands of delicate pink hair clung to her flushed cheeks, embodying the image of a pear blossom caught in the spring rain, tears mingling with her ethereal beauty. Did I truly err? At one moment, Sakura found herself trembling, her head bowed as she wept quietly, resembling a child who had done something wrong, helpless and pitiful. The next day, indeed, Uncle Irika's culinary skills seemed to have improved once more. Sasuke turned his head to glance back at Naruto, who was clutching his frog wallet with an expression of dismay. "Cheer up, Naruto," he teased. Hearing this, Naruto's lips twitched, and he sighed in exasperation. "Per frog, it's going to starve for half a month." Noticing Naruto's dejected demeanor, Sasuke chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Oh, don't be so downcast. Remember, Kakashi-sensei is taking us on a mission today. You needn't worry about your little frog going hungry. Stop dawdling. Let us go find Sakura and gather." Upon hearing Sakura's name, Naruto froze, wearing an odd, dazed expression, fidgeting awkwardly. "Huh? Didn't you vow to become the Hokage someday?" Why are you scared now that a mission is at hand? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, probing Dai. I'm not scared. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Sasuke, taller than Naruto by a head, playfully tousled Naruto's unruly yellow hair. Hey, Sasuke, this isn't over, Naruto exclaimed, irate at having his head ruffled. He recalled Irika-sensei mentioning that children who frequently have their heads patted might not grow tall. Is that true? Catch up. Sasuke swiftly executed the body flicker technique and dashed away. Thus, the two raced off in playful banter toward the playground behind the dormitory. Kakashi-sensei, where are we going? Aren't we supposed to be on a mission? Why are we still wandering the streets? On the bustling and vibrant street, shops of various sizes were lined up in an orderly fashion. Team 7 followed Kakashi at a leisurely pace, and eventually, Naruto could no longer contain his curiosity and asked what they all wanted to know. The lanky Kakashi had his hands in his pockets and replied casually, "You'll find out soon enough." Before falling silent again, "Welcome. Please come in." Esteemed guests thought a tall, elegant woman in a pink kimono approached them with a smile as Kakashi's group neared her. She was youthful and beautiful, her demeanor respectful, as she slightly bowed. The drum pattern on her kimono resembled a blooming cherry blossom, drawing attention effortlessly. Naruto, seizing the moment, stepped out from behind Kakashi, gazing at the striking woman before turning back to Kakashi. This lady is truly beautiful. Kakashi-sensei, the employer must be quite wealthy to come here. Kakashi merely nodded, acknowledging Naruto's observation. Internally, he thought, this kid isn't dumb after all. He has figured out that we are here to meet the employer. Unlike Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke remained closely tucked behind Kakashi, their heads bowed, cheeks flushed, eyes averted from wandering as the four entered the building. The beautiful woman couldn't help but glance back at their disappearing figures. Murmuring to herself, do boys develop this early nowadays? They're so young, yet come here to drink. With that, she shook her head in confusion, turning her expression from puzzlement to one of politeness and warmth. A wooden door slid open with a dull thud reminiscent of a train rumbling over tracks. Following this, Kakashi and his three companions stepped into an opulent compartment. The floor gleamed with polish, while a magnificent crystal chandelier sparkled like a cascade of luminous gems beneath the occasional rays of sunlight. Directly opposite the entrance of the compartment lay a backyard that resembled a paradise on earth. In its center stood a cherry blossom tree, thick enough for two people to embrace, standing serenely. When a gentle breeze blew, petals fluttered down like a swarm of butterflies, rendering the scene dreamlike. Beneath this tree lounged a bespectacled drunkard, slightly inebriated, leaning against the trunk as he hummed a melody, occasionally sipping from a cup of sake, utterly at ease. Indeed, he appeared to be a wealthy man. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as his right hand instinctively brushed against the frog wallet hanging at his waist. Kakashi stepped forward and addressed the intoxicated man. "Mr. Dazna, may we set off now?" At the sound, Dazna groggily opened his eyes and, with a displeased gesture of his left hand, pointed accusingly at the group before him, exclaiming, "I hired you to protect me, not for jest. I am the foremost bridge engineer of the land of waves." He took another swig of his drink, chuckling derisively. "Are these the ninjas you send to guard me? Let us not even mention the others. Just look at that shortest fool. Is he truly a ninja? You pushed him forward." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively stepped back behind Sasuke and Sakura. What did you say?" Upon realizing that Dazna was disparaging him, Naruto could no longer contain himself. Clenching his fists, he charged forward, ready to teach Dazna a lesson. Being belittled in front of his goddess and his only friend was intolerable. If he didn't assert himself today, he would surely be looked down upon by Sasuke and Sakura in the future. Chapter 19. A swift retort just as Naruto was about to confront Dazna. A long, powerful arm abruptly crossed in front of him. "He is our employer, Naruto. You must remain calm." Kakashi's voice rang in Naruto's ears, carrying an air of undeniable authority. This made Naruto's cheeks flush, not with anger, but with a sense of embarrassment, as he felt momentarily humiliated. "Naruto, let it go." Mr. Dazna appears to have had too much to drink. Why must we stoop to his level? Sakura had quietly moved behind Naruto and gently tugged at his sleeve. Sasuke had intended to step forward to dissuade Naruto, knowing that despite his usual carefree demeanor, Naruto had sensitive feelings, especially in front of Sakura. However, Sasuke was taken aback when Sakura, who typically harbored biases against Naruto, proactively intervened to halt his impulsive actions. Indeed, Sakura was right. After all, he was still our employer. Sasuke stepped forward and patted Naruto on the shoulder, conveying a brotherly understanding that moment. Naruto felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He pinched his thigh hard, questioning whether he was dreaming. Sakura had spoken to him first. Was this recognition? He glanced at Sakura, whose worried gaze met his, then looked at Sasuke, who had just approached, and a warmth surged within him. It had been years, perhaps a few, or even since the day he was born, that he had never felt such acknowledgement from two companions simultaneously. This was an indescribable joy, a bond felt deep within the heart. Sasuke, Sakura. From this moment on, Naruto was convinced he would never forget the two individuals who moved him so profoundly at this instant. This was friendship. This was camaraderie. At that moment, Naruto suddenly burst into laughter. The previous gloom and sense of grievance evaporating as he returned to his usual jovial self. The three of them stood together, exchanging glances, and the next moment, Sasuke and Sakura shared a knowing look before they too erupted into hearty laughter. As if Kakashi and Dasna were non-existent, embodying a carefree and spirited demeanor, Kakashi observed the three affectionate companions from a distance, a smile creeping onto his face as he nodded in approval. This was the seventh team he desired, a group of ninjas who could support one another. Of course, Kakashi, being astute, noticed the exchanged glances between Sasuke and Sakura and deduced that Sakura's change in attitude towards Naruto must be linked to this remarkable young man. With this thought, Kakashi felt an even greater admiration for Sasuke, who not only bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, but also possessed the kindness reminiscent of Obito. Was this not the gifted successor bestowed upon him by fate? Hey, can't you send someone who appears more reliable? Dasna's drunken voice abruptly interrupted Kakashi's contemplation. Kakashi, momentarily displeased by the interruption, furrowed his brows. Despite much of his face being obscured by his mask, the remnants of annoyance were palpable. With me as your jonin, what do you have to fear? He replied, his tone growing colder. Dasna tossed his head back, placing the sake jug on the ground, crossing his arms in derision. Humph, I care not for your ranks. I simply want you to guarantee my absolute safety. Beyond that, I am uninterested. You, Kakashi, already irked, was further exasperated by Dasna's insolence. This was merely a D-rank mission, had it not been for accompanying the seventh team on their trial. This insufferable man would never have enticed him to personally intervene. Yet this drunken fool had the audacity to take advantage of the situation. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Dasna. Seeing this, the trio rushed forward to block the furious Kakashi. Hey, teacher, don't act impulsively. He is our employer. You need to stay calm. Naruto exclaimed. Yes, Naruto is right. Kakashi-sensei, Mr. Dasna has had too much to drink. Please don't hold it against him. Sakura chimed in cheerfully. Just don't lose your temper, teacher, Sasuke added, somewhat awkwardly. Kakashi's face turned green with frustration, although Naruto and Sakura were advising him. Their expressions were filled with barely contained amusement, making him feel as if he had swallowed a fly. What a cruel twist of fate. He had anticipated that the very words he had just spoken to Naruto would now be turned back on him. Meanwhile, Sasuke, appearing as if he had lost his chance to speak, mimicked Might Guy's exaggerated thumbs-up gesture towards him. Kakashi remained perplexed about what he truly wished to convey. The atmosphere seemed to suspend momentarily, only to revert to its previous state, as everyone instinctively feigned nonchalance. As if nothing had transpired, it was already the second day since Team 7 embarked on their inaugural mission, and they were indeed fortunate. For the weather had been splendid, with clear skies gracing their journey. At this moment, the group traversed a narrow path flanked by lush thickets, which served as natural canopies against the sun's rays. Kakashi walked silently at the forefront of the formation, seemingly still ensnared by the earlier awkwardness. Positioned in the middle was their employer, Tazuna, who occupied the safest spot, free from the worry of being the first target of an ambush. Donning a wide-brimmed straw hat that obscured much of his face, he appeared devoid of his previous roguish demeanor, replaced instead by an expression of vigilance, as if his unease regarding Team 7 compelled him to remain on guard. Bringing up the rear of the group were, of course, the three members of Team 7. In stark contrast to Kakashi and Tazuna, who were leading the way, these three seemed akin to a blissful family of three. Reveling in their first excursion beyond the Hidden Leaf Village, they chatted and laughed as if embarking on a leisurely trip with Kakashi as their tour guide, completely at ease despite the inherent dangers of their mission. Naruto, brimming with excitement, walked backward, gesturing animatedly at various sights, prompting Sasuke and Sakura to keep glancing around in response to his enthusiastic directions. Suddenly, amidst their distraction with the picturesque surroundings, Naruto, in his backward stride, unwittingly stepped into a small puddle on the path, losing his balance and landing squarely on his backside before either Sasuke or Sakura could react. Chapter 20. Life and Death Crisis with a Splash. Naruto tumbled into the unexpectedly deep puddle, and in an instant, Sasuke and Sakura rushed to assist him. Observing Naruto emerge, drenched and dripping, with water trickling down his hair, Sasuke retrieved a towel from his ninja pouch and chuckled. "Are you all right? Here, let me help you dry off," Sakura chimed in. "You should really watch where you're going and stop walking backward." Unable to suppress her amusement, she burst into laughter at Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily pressed the towel against his face, opting for the classic out of sight, out of mind approach. Meanwhile, Sasuke turned to inspect the puddle that had caused Naruto's mishap, frowning in confusion. "It's strange. We've had nothing but sunny days, so why is there a puddle here?" He circled the puddle thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. Hearing Sasuke's murmurs, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, "No, it can't be that someone used this spot as a restroom." He then brought his forearm to his nose for a cautious sniff. Sakura's expression turned incredulous at the suggestion. Even if someone had to go, they wouldn't be foolish enough to do it on the main road. Kakashi, ever attentive, raised an eyebrow at the trio's exchange. "Is everything all right, Naruto?" he called from the front. "Why, yeah, I'm fine. Just slipped a bit," Naruto shouted back hastily, fearful that any delay might invite Kakashi's ridicule. Especially after recently teasing him about Tazuna. He understood that beneath Kakashi's seemingly affable exterior lay a penchant for holding grudges. A fact made evident during the infamous graduation test when Kakashi had playfully administered a rather painful technique, leaving Naruto sore for weeks. Reflecting on this, Naruto brushed off non-existent dust from his backside and wrung out his soaked shirt. A sudden idea flashing in his mind, he turned to Sasuke and asked, "Sasuke, could you use your fire techniques to dry my clothes? Wearing wet clothes is rather uncomfortable." Sasuke glanced at Naruto's eager face, rubbed his nose, then shook his head decisively. "No way. Why not?" Naruto protested, puzzled. Sasuke merely shrugged as he continued walking with the group, casually remarking, "I'm afraid I might accidentally incinerate you." Naruto exclaimed in shock. "What?" Just as Team 7 resumed their journey, a figure suddenly emerged from the very puddle that had caused Naruto's misstep. The figure, with long hair and a conical hat, had small, piercing eyes and a prominent hooked nose, exuding an aura of menace at first glance. In a fit of anger, he glared at the retreating figures of Sasuke and Naruto, cursing, "What a wretched child. Can't you watch where you're walking? How could you step into such a large puddle on the road? Just how much influence did you wield in the leaf to become a ninja?" As he vented his frustration, he angrily smeared the muddy water across his face. In truth, as a water ninja from the Mist Village, he should not have endured such humiliation, especially considering he was at least a chunin. Yet, with the recent streak of sunny weather, finding a puddle had been a stroke of bad luck, compounded by the misfortune of encountering Naruto. Rustling sounds from the nearby thickets suddenly pierced the silence as Team 7 regained their composure. Despite their lack of immediate danger thus far, they remained vigilant to their responsibilities as ninjas. With a swift motion, Naruto, ever impulsive, hurled a shuriken toward the source of the noise. The thud of the shuriken embedding itself into the tree trunk echoed ominously. "Haha, gotcha," Naruto exclaimed, dashing forward with excitement. However, disappointment washed over him as he discovered nothing in the thicket. "Maybe it was just a small animal passing by," Sakura suggested, glancing at Naruto's crestfallen expression. Sasuke stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. "It's all right. Not finding any enemies is a good thing. But we still can't let our guard down until we reach the land of waves." With encouragement from his teammates, Naruto felt considerably better, having initially thought he had caught an assassin only to realize it was a false alarm. "Let's move on." Just as Kakashi finished speaking, four figures suddenly sprang forth from the surroundings. Each figure was clad in a conical hat, adorned with ninja forehead protectors, their fierce gazes indicating their experience as seasoned fighters. As they materialized, they leaped into the air, quickly forming a tight encirclement around Kakashi, who was leading the group. As the four individuals flicked their wrists, in the blink of an eye, four glimmers of cold light shot forth from their voluminous sleeves. These were iron chains, gleaming like the spines of wild beasts, appearing from a distance as if pieced together in a most eerie and ominous manner. With a swift rustling sound, the four chains, resembling silver serpents, ensnared Kakashi, rendering him helplessly bound in place. A sharp command rang out, seemingly the rallying cry of the four, and in the next moment, they simultaneously twisted their wrists. The chains, adorned with barbs like gaping moss, plunged into Kakashi's restrained body. With a resounding explosion, a voice bellowed from the ninja opposing Kakashi, and in an instant, the once securely bound Kakashi erupted into a mist of blood. The ninja, orchestrating this ambush, witnessing the scene, wore a cruel smile, then turned his gaze towards Dasna and Naruto, who were not far away. The order was clear: swift and decisive action, with a mere flick of his right hand. The commanding figure signaled to the three behind him, who immediately sprang into motion. Darting towards Dasna's position, Sasuke's gaze sharpened. He acted with decisive ferocity, coordinating flawlessly with his companions, displaying the discipline of true professional ninja assassins. The forehead protectors adorning the three indicated their affiliation with the Hidden Mist Village. Was this truly a D-rank mission? However, there was no time for such thoughts now. This was a critical moment of life and death. For these assassins would undoubtedly eliminate them after dealing with Dasna. Resolute, Sasuke bent slightly, adopting a stance, his eyes fixed intently on the three assailants approaching him, as he swiftly drew a kunai from his hand. In Chapter 21, Resoluteness, seeing the three menacing assassins, armed with shurikens, charging towards Dasna, Sakura, still reeling from the earlier horror of Kakashi's demise, finally snapped into action. She took a bold step forward, brandishing a shuriken, placing herself protectively in front of Dasna. Although uncertain if she could truly withstand the fierce onslaught of the three, her instincts as a ninja compelled her to charge forward without a second thought. Disregarding her own safety, "Sakura!" Naruto exclaimed. Jolted from his shock as he witnessed Sakura's brave stand. In a flash, he formed hand seals, and suddenly, dozens of shadow clones manifested around him. With a flurry, the clones surged forward like reckless fish leaping into a fire, aiming directly at the three formidable figures. Despite the seeming substance of Naruto's clones and their willingness to face death, they were ultimately no match for the vast disparity in skill, for the attackers were seasoned chunin, far beyond the capabilities of a mere genin like Naruto. One by one, the shadow clones perished in puffs of smoke, their sacrifice barely delaying the inevitable. Not you again, the long-haired ninja with piercing black eyes, leading the charge, seethed with rage upon spotting Naruto daring to meddle in his plans. With a cold glare, he flicked his wrist, and in an instant, three gleaming kunai shot forth, unexpectedly aimed not at Naruto, but towards Sakura. Damn it! Naruto's eyes widened in fury. He had not anticipated their cunning strategy to target Sakura at such a critical moment. Without a second thought, he leaped forward, reaching out to grasp the two kunai hurtling towards him. As he caught them, the overwhelming force of their trajectory caused blood to flow from his hands. Yet he refused to let go, propelled by the sheer momentum out of the underbrush. Sakura, gripping her shuriken, stood frozen, not from a lack of desire to assist Naruto, but because her physical abilities lagged far behind her thoughts. It was as if she were rooted to the spot, helplessly watching the third kunai speed towards her. What to do? Was she truly to meet her end this way? Just then, a figure materialized before her, hands forming seals, its mouth clamping down on the last kunai aimed at her. It was Sasuke. He had not stood idly by while Naruto and Sakura faced danger. Rather, he had already realized that for them to have any chance of escape, he must unleash his most powerful jutsu, without delay. Without it, they would surely be overwhelmed by the four chunin attacking them. With that thought, he completed the hand seals and, in an instant, appeared in front of Sakura, catching the kunai in his mouth. The chunin overseeing the fray smirked cruelly at this display, contemplating how a mere genin could possess such extraordinary reflexes, undoubtedly a prodigy from the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet he wondered how the third Hokage would react upon learning of this boy's demise. Sasuke, however, ignored the taunts from afar. In the next moment, he abruptly halted his hand seals, his chest swelling with determination as he shouted towards the approaching trio. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a roar, a massive, searing fireball, akin to a crimson iron disc, expanded before the eyes of the three attackers, its intense heat distorting the surrounding air, a truly terrifying sight. Yet, to Sasuke's astonishment, the three, after a brief retreat, stood their ground defiantly against the oncoming inferno. In an instant, a figure emerged behind them, the lead chunin. In unison, the four of them began weaving hand signs, their chakra flaring wildly around them. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, four colossal water pillars surged forth like cascading waterfalls, converging into a massive water dragon extending dozens of meters long. The water dragon coiled menacingly in midair before unleashing a deafening roar, charging directly at the approaching fireball. The moment the fireball met the water dragon, it began to exhibit signs of fading. In the next instant, the formidable water dragon opened its jaws wide, swallowing the fireball entirely. It was as if the water dragon had come to life. Not good, Sasuke gasped in horror. He had not anticipated that his fire release would be utterly suppressed by the combined water release of the four adversaries. Moreover, they possessed the ability to execute a combined technique, indicating their considerable skill. It seemed that not everyone would emerge from this ordeal unscathed. Brother, I'm sorry. Forgive me for not being able to share your burden any longer. In a moment of hesitation, he yelled to Sakura, "Get Naruto and run. Now." "But what about you?" Sakura's voice trembled, already tinged with tears. "That don't worry about me. If you don't leave now, none of us will escape." As Sasuke spoke, he activated his Sharingan, determined to fight with all his might. This time, it was not for any other reason but for his two unique friends. Only for that night's promise of "I will stay with you. I will not leave." Before his words could fade, Naruto suddenly leaped out from the bushes, his hands bloodied, and the faint outline of his palms revealed the gruesome sight of flesh torn apart. A sight most unsettling. "I will not leave. You are the first to acknowledge me as Naruto's friend. You are my only brother now. How could I abandon you?" Naruto declared, turning to the side to address Sakura. "Sakura, you should go. We will hold off those four in front for you." With that, Naruto formed hand seals, and in an instant, over a dozen shadow clones sprang forth, standing side by side with Sasuke. Their eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Chapter 22. The Truth Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. Boom! Just as Naruto and Sasuke were engulfed in anxiety, a thunderous shout suddenly reverberated through the arena. That bellow seemed to spring forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, filling the hearts of Team 7 with renewed hope. The four adversaries, caught off guard, were struck by this unexpected move. Furthermore, due to their earlier intention to execute a combined technique, they were positioned closely together, rendering them vulnerable as the earth flow wall erupted from beneath, flipping them like kites severed from their strings, momentarily losing control of their bodies. A golden opportunity. Sasuke felt a surge of joy within. Gazing at the four suspended in midair like targets, his expression hardened, and in an instant, he swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique," with his voice and actions in perfect harmony. For fireballs, each resembling a human head, hurtled through the air, carrying a terrifying heat, racing toward the four who awaited their fate. Boom! The moment the blazing fireballs made contact with the four suspended figures, they erupted with a deafening explosion. "Ah! Ah!" The chilling cries echoed in the deathly silence, piercing the air with anguish that sent shivers down the spine. What torment and agony were they enduring? Yet, no one present felt sympathy for them. For their cruelty was evident, and merely moments ago, they had sought to eliminate everyone present. "Well done, Sasuke." In the blink of an eye, as Naruto processed the scene, he erupted in excited praise for Sasuke. How powerful!" Sakura swallowed, standing behind Sasuke, gazing at his striking silhouette, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe wash over her. "Can I truly be worthy of him?" Sakura murmured to herself, typically quick to engage in banter with Ino and confident in her standing among her peers. She found herself shaken by the scene before her. Suddenly, a flickering shadow appeared in the arena. Upon closer inspection, it was Kakashi, who had been previously reduced to a mist of blood. Seeing Kakashi reappear, Naruto, with a displeased expression, stepped forward, pouting as he sarcastically remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, we thought you had been turned into a blood mist." He crossed his arms, clearly feeling aggrieved by Kakashi's earlier passive observation. Kakashi, unfazed by Naruto's jibe, maintained a smile and approached the three members of Team 7, patting Sasuke and Naruto on the shoulders, and, with satisfaction, declared, "Excellent. I am very pleased with your performance. Not abandoning your comrades is a quality that a qualified ninja must possess." Sasuke's expression darkened. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, he instantly comprehended that this was merely a test of Team 7's mettle. Naruto, however, felt the cloud of despair lift from his face. Kakashi-sensei acknowledged him. Someone finally recognized him. He suddenly realized that since befriending Sasuke, it seemed as though his fortune had turned, with more people beginning to change their perception of him. With that thought, Naruto glanced sideways. His eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Sasuke. "Sasuke, why does this person have such a strange look in his eyes?" It had already been 3 days since Team 7 had been ambushed. And aboard a small boat, the three members sat opposite Kakashi and their employer, Tazuna, while a nervous-looking boatman manned the rear. The surrounding mist was thick, obscuring visibility to less than 10 meters, creating an eerie and tranquil atmosphere. So boring. Naruto rested his hands behind his head, leaning against the boat, exuding an air of utter ennui. Sasuke and Sakura, noticing Naruto's gaze directed toward them, nodded solemnly that in truth. Both Sasuke and Sakura shared Naruto's sentiments. After all, they had journeyed through picturesque landscapes, only to find themselves enveloped in an oppressive fog that stifled their spirits. Chill. Keep it down. This area is not safe. I do not wish to attract trouble because of you. The boatman suddenly admonished Naruto in a low voice. Naruto, upon hearing this, felt no anger. He merely playfully stuck his tongue out at the boatman's back and fell silent. Tazuna-san, I believe it is time for you to speak with us. The 4th Nin ambushing you is not something that can simply be dismissed as a D-rank mission. If you are unwilling to be forthright with us, we have every right to terminate our protection of you for our own safety. Kakashi inquired casually, leaning on the side of the boat, his tone deceptively calm, yet his single visible eye radiated an air of unyielding authority. Daisai. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Tazuna's face flushed, and after a prolonged silence, as if he had made a resolute decision, he smacked his thigh, took a deep breath, and lamented, "If I am not mistaken, the ones who attempted to assassinate me are professional killers sent by the Kato Corporation." Kato, the tycoon Kato. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, but Kato is not as clean as you may have heard from others. He is a devil. Tazuna clenched his fists angrily. This man presents himself as a philanthropist. Yet behind the scenes, he engages in the vile trade of human trafficking. 2 years ago, he must have caught wind of something, for he set his sights on our land of waves. In just 1 year. 1 year, Kato managed to seize control of all our nation's transport and manufacturing industries. Countless businesses have collapsed, and many citizens have become his cheap labor. At the end of last year, patriots banded together to organize a movement, hoping to build a bridge to open trade ports and provide a future for the lower-class citizens of our country. As the lead engineer for this bridge, I naturally became Kato's assassination target. Sigh. Upon hearing Tazuna's words, Naruto, who had initially intended to mock, fell silent, reflecting deeply. If the village of Konoha were to endure such a brutal invasion, would he remain indifferent? If the villagers were enslaved, would he merely follow the tide? Clearly not. And not only that, he may even be more extreme than Dazna's compatriots. Chapter 23, The Jonin. Then why did you falsely report a D-rank mission? Kakashi broke the silence that hung heavily in the air, his right fingers rhythmically tapping against the ship's railing, his expression grave and his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the opposing Dazna. Ever since our nation fell under the economic monopoly of Kato, we have truly been unable to allocate more funds. So, sigh. Facing Kakashi's sharp eyes, Dazna felt no fear. Instead, his face suddenly flushed with extreme embarrassment. His fingers nervously clutching one another, his expression appearing quite awkward. Kakashi-sensei, I believe their country has suffered enough, so let us just let this matter rest. At this moment, Naruto spoke up, his face a mask of pleading as he turned to the non-committal Kakashi. He understood all too well the feeling of a nation in ruins and a family lost, the anguish of solitude without kin. Thus, upon hearing Dazna's lament, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. Noticing his dear friend seemed to be reminded of some painful past, and then suddenly looked to Kakashi with a beseeching expression. How could Sasuke not step forward to support his brother? Sigh. Naruto, our Konoha village is renowned for its embodiment of justice. How could Kakashi-sensei turn a blind eye to such circumstances? Sasuke patted Naruto on the shoulder, then turned to Sakura beside him, affirming, "Right, Sakura?" Sakura replied, Kakashi rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling as though he had been unwittingly elevated to a pedestal by Sasuke and Naruto's harmonious duet. However, there was indeed a point in what Sasuke said. He thought, if the third Hokage were to learn of this, he would surely extend a hand in sympathy towards the small nation, wouldn't he? Just then, the boat emerged from the mist, and everyone's vision cleared. We've arrived, Mr. Dazna. You must take care. I can only escort you this far. The boatman docked at a deserted little pier, casting a complex glance at Dazna. Dazna smiled at the boatman and replied, "Thank you, rest assured. I will do my utmost to accomplish the task assigned by the organization." With that, he followed behind Team 7 as they disembarked the small vessel. It seemed that with Dazna's departure, the boatman no longer cared for concealment. manually rowing the boat, but instead started the motor. Creating a splash as he sped away, Kakashi gazed at the receding boat, silently contemplating. From the outset it was a Chunin. Surely the next arrivals would be Jonin. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. Accepting this arduous task, for there was no need for fear. The storm would come sooner or later. It was merely a matter of timing. Upon returning to the picturesque land amidst the woods, Naruto no longer retained his previous jovial demeanor. From the moment Dasna revealed the situation, he knew that the perilous trials had only just begun. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the thicket reached their ears. Naruto, ever alert, swiftly turned, his wrist flicking as a dark shadow shot forth from his hand, a gleaming, sharp kunai. Unlike last time, this time Naruto did not recklessly charge into the underbrush alone. Instead, he cautiously approached with his companions. On high alert. It's just a rabbit. When Naruto drew near the thicket and discerned the situation, his face instantly turned crimson with embarrassment. He had overreacted. Sakura timely patted the dejected Naruto to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Kakashi stared intently at the trembling rabbit huddled on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he analyzed. Wait, I've seen this type of rabbit in my clan before. It only appears in winter, usually coming out during the chilly nights. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances, looking up at the serious Sasuke. Perhaps it just happened to wander by. Otherwise, this is too strange. Kakashi interjected. Not strange at all. This is a rabbit used by a ninja to perform the body substitution technique. What? Sakura, Naruto, and Dasna's faces collectively blanched at Kakashi's words. What could this mean? Although Kakashi and Sasuke hadn't stated it outright, even the three of them, despite their naivety, could grasp that it implied a ninja they had previously overlooked was now lurking nearby, and Naruto's kunai was not an overreaction but a serious warning. Ha ha ha, truly the copy ninja of Konoha, Kakashi. Seeing is indeed believing. Laughter erupted suddenly from the surroundings, and soon they felt as if the speaker was right beside them, yet upon closer inspection, the voice seemed to emanate from far away. The laughter echoed all around, as if it were omnipresent. Kakashi and Team 7's expressions hardened. They understood that this time, the one playing tricks was far from benign, and compared to the previous Fortunen, he was undoubtedly many times stronger. This individual must be a Jonin. A Jonin. That is the pinnacle of ninja ranks, unless a Kage intervenes, even if besieged by several Jonin of the same rank. One could easily escape. Moreover, Kakashi had to protect Team 7 and the defenseless Dasna. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black whirlwind surged forth, like a propeller carrying a chilling aura of death, barreling straight toward Team 7. Get down! Kakashi shouted, his reflexes quickening. With chakra surging, he darted forth like a bolt of lightning, knocking Team 7 and Dasna to the ground in an instant. Bang! The deadly whirlwind whizzed past them, embedding itself into a tree trunk thick enough for two people to embrace. As the group regained their composure amidst the chaos, they beheld a tall figure with a face ashen as death, standing with its back to them, suddenly materializing atop a gleaming, enormous blade. The weapon resembled a knife yet was broad like a ruler. Towering over two people, its edge sharp and gleaming, clearly not an ordinary object. Could this fellow be? Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze fixated on the imposing silhouette atop the treetop. No longer hiding? Then allow me to experience your prowess. At this moment, Naruto clenched his left hand into a palm and his right into a fist, eagerly preparing to charge at the figure in the tree. However, he was abruptly seized by Sasuke, who held on to Naruto's clothing tightly. Naruto, don't be reckless. This person is not someone we can handle. Sasuke gripped Naruto's collar firmly, displaying a wary demeanor as if ready to spring into action at any moment. Despite having previously defeated Kakashi, a Jonin, during the Academy's entrance exam, Sasuke understood all too well the terror of a Jonin. Had Kakashi not been lenient with their Team 7 trio, they could have been subdued in an instant. Revealing the true strength of a Jonin, Naruto had never witnessed such a display of trepidation from Sasuke, not even on that fateful day when they faced Kakashi. In that moment, even his naivety could not obscure the grim reality that the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Instantly, he ceased his impulsive behavior and, alongside Sasuke and Sakura, assumed a defensive stance, placing the defenseless Dasna behind him for protection. Through countless battles, Sakura had shed her former recklessness, now standing resolutely alongside her companions, ready to execute precise teamwork at a moment's notice. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. At that instant, the air itself seemed to freeze. In Chapter 24, the atmosphere grew palpably tense as the names of Buzumamochi echoed through the air. A profound stillness fell upon the scene, with Team 7, Kakashi, and the protected Dazna rendered mute, their gazes fixated on the towering figure standing aloof atop the treetops, turned away from them at a certain moment. This imposing figure finally broke his silence, indirectly shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Sasuke, truly, you are the elite shinobi of Konoha. I never expected those overconfident fools to be dispatched so easily by you. Impressive. The mocking undertone in his voice heightened everyone's wariness, leaving them to ponder the intentions of this formidable individual. While Team 7 and Dazna remained in a state of confusion, Kakashi's voice cut through the tension, solemnly inquiring, "The headtaker's great sword? Are you Zabuza Momochi from the village hidden in the rain?" A hearty laugh erupted from the tall man, who turned to Kakashi and applauded. "Not bad. I never anticipated that someone like me, a seemingly nameless wretch, could be recognized by you on the spot. It appears I am not as inconsequential as I seem." As he spoke, Zabuza nodded in affirmation. Half of his face was shrouded in layers of white bandages, his small, dark eyes contrasting starkly with the surrounding white, giving him a terrifying presence augmented by his three-slit eyes, a mark of ferocity. Kakashi maintained his vigilance, cautiously asking, "Zabuza, although you are a fugitive wanted by the 5 great nations, we share no animosity. What brings you here today?" Laughter erupted once more from Zabuza, his menacing demeanor sending shivers down the spines of Team 7 and Dazna. "I dare not presume to instruct you, esteemed Konoha shinobi. How could a mere fugitive like me compare to one of your stature?" Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly, as he swiftly drew a gleaming kunai from his waist, stating, "Then what does your sudden obstruction of our path signify?" Zabuza shook his head with a sigh, replying, "As I mentioned, I am but a desperate man living in perpetual flight, a plight someone like you, enjoying the privileges of Konoha, would never comprehend. Thus, my words may be futile. However, today, I truly require something from you. Otherwise, I may find myself starving next month." Kakashi tilted his body slightly, inquiring, "Speak freely. Since fate has brought us together today, I will assist as best I can." Zabuza nodded, his smile sinister. "Given your sincerity, I shall not ask for much. I want the head of that old man hiding behind you. I assure you, I will not harm any of you Konoha shinobi." "Is this request too much to ask?" "No. You know full well that he is our employer. If he is killed during the mission, Konoha will undoubtedly punish us," Kakashi replied resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. "Konoha? Your umbu are pervasive throughout the shinobi world, monopolizing resources left and right. What? Now you wish to deprive even us insignificant figures of our means to survive. Right and wrong are beyond my concern. I merely wish to accomplish my mission." Kakashi refrained from further dialogue, the intensity of his tone hinting at an underlying unease that even Sasuke could detect. With a sudden leap, Zabuza descended from the tree, glaring at Kakashi with bloodshot eyes, bellowing, "You wish to fulfill Konoha's mission? Morality aside, how laughable. You seek to complete a task, while Konoha clandestinely vies for resources from smaller nations, while I simply wish to provide for those who follow me. Is that so wrong? Is it?" With a thunderous roar, Zabuza erupted into fury. He gestured with his right hand, and the previously embedded great sword shot back into his grasp, as if possessed by a will of its own. Without hesitation, Zabuza brandished the sword overhead with both hands, leaping forward, unleashing a powerful strike aimed directly at Kakashi. The blade was enveloped in a terrifying chakra, and Kakashi, as A.J. Nin, instantly recognized the threat. This was no mere physical attack, but a high-level water technique. In that split second, Kakashi assessed the dire situation. He could not evade, for doing so would spell doom for Team 7 and Dazna behind him. Earth release, earth wall. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi reacted swiftly. His hands moved in a blur, weaving seals, and suddenly, numerous afterimages appeared between his hands. In an instant, he completed the final seal and slammed his right hand into the ground. Thud! The earth trembled, and before Kakashi, a massive earth wall emerged, solid and formidable, standing 2 or 3 people high and wide enough to serve as a shield against Zabuza's oncoming assault. Boom! The earth shook with a deafening roar as the great sword collided with Kakashi's summoned earth wall. The wall shattered under the force, cleaved in two, sending Zabuza hurtling backward from the recoil. Leaves from the surrounding trees swirled in the air, settling on the ground between Kakashi and Zabuza. As the two adversaries distanced themselves from one another, Kakashi's hands trembled uncontrollably. "We are both Nin," and our physical abilities are comparable in this situation. Do you truly wish to continue this fight? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's brow. Barely perceptible, Zabuza stood a short distance away, panting heavily. Though he appeared disheveled, he replied with a grin, "Fight. Why not? For you, this is merely a task of varying significance for Konoha. But how could you possibly understand our plight? If we do not fight, we will go hungry." As his words echoed, Zabuza clenched his right fist, driving his nails into his palm until it bled profusely, crimson rivulets cascading down his forearm. Yet he displayed no signs of fear or pain. As if impervious to suffering, without hesitation, he lifted the great sword from the ground and smeared the dripping blood across its blade. With a resounding clang, the blade sang as if awakened from slumber. The previously inflicted damage from striking the earth wall visibly began to mend before their very eyes, restoring itself at an astonishing pace. In an instant, the notch on the decapitating blade restored its original appearance. Yet Zabuza had no intention of wielding it again. Instead, he slung the blade across his back and shouted at Kakashi across the way, "Come, since our taijutsu is evenly matched, let us engage in a proper contest of ninjutsu." Chapter 25, Kakashi's Sharingan. Silence. An eerie, oppressive silence. Zabuza was clearly unwilling to concede. Observing this, Kakashi chuckled softly, slowly raising the shuriken in his hand, frowning as he replied, "All right, since you are not prepared to relent, let us engage in a serious exchange." "Haha." Tika also laughed maniacally, appearing almost deranged. "Very well. This time, we shall determine our superiority and seal our fates." With that, Zabuza abruptly joined his hands in a prayer pose at his chest. And intricate, esoteric hand seals began to flow continuously from his hands. The speed at which he formed these seals was astonishing, so much so that even Sasuke, attempting to replicate them with his Sharingan, could not discern the process. A pained scream escaped Sasuke's lips, his body shuddering as he stumbled backward, barely managing to find a foothold with Naruto and Sakura behind him to steady himself. "Sasuke, what is happening to you?" Naruto asked anxiously, his tone laced with concern. "Naruto, look at Sasuke's hand." Just as Naruto was about to inquire about Sasuke's injuries, Sakura's exclamation prompted him to turn his gaze in her direction. To his astonishment, he noticed blood seeping through the gaps of Sasuke's right hand, which was covering his eyes. "Sasuke, what happened? What are we going to do? Kakashi-sensei is still battling that rogue ninja, and we cannot leave to find medical ninjas from the land of waves," Naruto exclaimed, panic rising. Everything seemed to shatter the previously balanced silence with the sudden crisis surrounding Sasuke. Yet, at that moment, they heard Sasuke, leaning heavily against them, painfully covering his bleeding eyes, respond with difficulty, "Naruto. Sakura, there's no need to panic. I'm fine. It was just a momentary mistake, a miscalculation that resulted in a backlash. You don't need to worry about me." Though he spoke those words, Sasuke's heart raced with anxiety. While he urged Naruto and Sakura to remain calm, he inwardly questioned the system in distress. "System, do you know if my eye, injured due to copying, can recover?" As he voiced this, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He could not fathom how he would react if the omnipotent system informed him that he would forever lose his Sharingan and become blind. "Ding, rest assured, young master. This is merely a normal phenomenon caused by the Sharingan's low level. Please do not be concerned." Upon hearing this, Sasuke finally exhaled slowly, his urgency subsiding as he calmly inquired, "System, how long will it take for me to recover?" After a brief pause, the system transmitted its thoughts back to Sasuke's mind. "Ding. Based on your current condition, it will take approximately 3 days. Please be mindful of your rest during this period to avoid unforeseen circumstances." 3 days. Sasuke wiped the blood from around his eyes, muttering to himself. With Kakashi already engaged in battle with Zabuza and his Sharingan needing 3 days to recover, what was he to do? Just then, Zabuza's thunderous voice pierced through the air, declaring, "Water style. Water dragon jutsu." Boom! As the words left his mouth, a massive water dragon, dozens of meters long, suddenly materialized before Zabuza. The dragon's eyes bulged, its long fins thrashing wildly. It circled in the air before unleashing a piercing roar that echoed through the heavens. "Go!" Zabuza commanded, and the water dragon, having formed in midair, seemed to come alive at his call. It shook its colossal form and surged forward like a raging tide, bearing down on Kakashi with terrifying force. Kakashi, however, remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated Zabuza's display of such a formidable technique. He brushed his forehead with his right hand, revealing the Sharingan he had never shown to anyone before. The eye glowed a vivid crimson, its three tomo resembling black crescent moons, appearing both sinister and striking. Whoosh! Upon revealing his Sharingan, Kakashi seemed to enter a heightened state, swiftly forming intricate hand seals, his speed vastly superior to Zabuza's. In an instant, he completed the seals, and, mirroring Zabuza's earlier action, shouted, "Water style! Water dragon jutsu!" A deafening roar followed, as a water dragon, identical to the massive one Zabuza had summoned, spiraled into the sky before charging directly towards the oncoming dragon. This is impossible. Zabuza was well aware of Kakashi's Sharingan and its uncanny ability to copy techniques. However, he never anticipated that Kakashi could respond with such speed after Zabuza had already completed his water dragon technique. This was something he could never have fathomed. Kakashi-sensei is truly incredible. It seems we need not worry about failing the mission. Naruto's exuberant spirit flared again, leaping in excitement at Kakashi's apparent advantage. Sakura, however, was not focused on the fierce battle unfolding. Instead, she turned to Sasuke beside her, asking with concern, "Sasuke, are you all right? Now that the battle is shifting in our favor, perhaps we should seek out medical ninjas from the land of waves to check your injuries." And then, no need. Sasuke firmly rejected Sakura's concern. Although he recognized her intentions were well-meaning, he could not quite bring himself to appreciate her approach. Perhaps it was due to the hints of selfishness she had displayed over time. Yet he understood that her selfishness had often stemmed from his own circumstances. In truth, this was the most conflicting aspect for Sasuke. They say to help reason, not kin, but having witnessed Naruto's tragic childhood, he realized that during his own moment of desperation, the only ones willing to help him were his own family. And now, his older brother Itachi had chosen to infiltrate a small organization for the sake of Konoha. Thus, in strict terms, the only family he had left were Naruto and Sakura. Chapter 26, The Inner Struggle. The clash of the two dragons instantly stirred a tempest of tumultuous waves. Although Kakashi utilized his Sharingan to seize the initiative, his maximum limit merely allowed for a stalemate with his opponent. How could this be possible? A dense mist enveloped the sky, resembling a sheer curtain of rain, suspended in the air between Kakashi and Zabuza, cascading down with tremendous force. At this moment, Zabuza had yet to recover from the shock of witnessing Kakashi perform hand seals at an astonishing speed, far surpassing his own. He muttered the same phrase repeatedly, as if unable to grasp the reality of what had just transpired. It was not entirely Zabuza's fault for lacking the courage to confront defeat. As an elite jonin of the Hidden Mist Village, he found it hard to accept that the very elite jonin of the village hidden in the leaves, whom he had long despised, could display a ninja talent several times greater than his own. After all, he and Kakashi were supposed to be of the same rank. Zabuza, are you certain we should continue? I must inform you that I possess the Sharingan. You cannot defeat me, even if we are both jonin. Kakashi panted heavily, his tone domineering, yet his disheveled appearance suggested he had been at a disadvantage in the recent clash with Zabuza. Zabuza, a formidable warrior from the Hidden Mist, felt an unusual sensation arise within him upon witnessing Kakashi's sudden display of irritation and his current disheveled state. What was that fleeting spark of inspiration just now? Zabuza murmured to himself repeatedly. In a moment of clarity, his eyes widened in realization, and he looked up at Kakashi, laughing heartily. I understand now. Kakashi, if my guess is correct, you are now nearing your limit, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. However, having been trained by Danzo in the Umbu for several years, he was an elite jonin who had undergone counter-surveillance training. He would not reveal his true condition in a moment of panic. Maintaining a facade of calm, Kakashi raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "Then by all means, give it a try." Is that a provocation? Do you think I, Zabuza, am the type to be easily swayed? You are mistaken. Since you challenge me to try, I shall not shy away from it. With that, Zabuza swiftly performed a series of hand seals, chanting, "Water style, grand waterfall technique." With a resounding crash, a massive waterfall suddenly materialized before Zabuza. Towering dozens of feet high, the sound of the waterfall was thunderous, filling the air with mist, magnificent like the Milky Way, and imposing like a celestial canopy. As the waterfall formed, Zabuza's hands moved in rapid succession to perform another series of seals, boldly taunting Kakashi across the cascade. "Kakashi, aren't you quite the braggart? You wanted me to test my skills, didn't you? Come. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. Show me your own version of the grand waterfall technique. No sooner had he spoken than he completed the hand seals, in an instant. The breathtaking spectacle suspended in midair seemed to be imbued with a life of its own, rushing toward Kakashi with an overwhelming force. The tumultuous waves crashed, echoing like thunder. As Kakashi beheld the colossal torrent surging toward him, cold sweat trickled down his brow. In truth, Zabuza's guess was spot on. His chakra reserves were indeed nearly depleted. Kakashi's feigned bravado had proven ineffective against Zabuza's relentless water-style attack, and he could not escape using his ninjutsu, as his back was against his comrades of Team 7 and their benefactor. Tazuna, aware of the futility, he clenched his teeth and opted not to recklessly replicate Zabuza's grand waterfall technique. Instead, he rapidly performed his signature Earth-style technique, Earth Wall technique, with a thunderous roar. A robust earthen wall, thick with the scent of soil, erupted in response to Kakashi's swift hand seals, standing firm before him and his companions. He wouldn't truly be as he claimed, out of chakra. Would he? Tazuna asked, trembling that as an ordinary man, witnessing such a clash of Jonin-level ninjutsu was a first for him. Hey, why are you being such a bother? If it weren't for your willingness to risk everything for the people of the Land of Waves, we wouldn't be fighting tooth and nail against that grim-faced fellow. Yet now, while we remain silent, you seem to be the one who is afraid. Perhaps I should just call Kakashi-sensei to retreat, and you can stay here to deal with that grim-faced man? Naruto crossed his arms defiantly, his expression one of indignation, even causing the whisker-like birthmarks on his cheeks to twitch in annoyance. Tazuna hesitated, glancing at Naruto and then casting a furtive look at the serious-faced Sasuke and the anxious Sakura beside him. Ultimately, he refrained from countering Naruto's words, merely clicking his tongue and offering an awkward yet polite smile. Haha, that's the spirit. My grandfather, the third Hokage, always taught me that a man must have courage. Doesn't your uncle have a grandfather? Seeing Tazuna relent, Naruto triumphantly declared, completely oblivious to how his words might sound like mockery toward Tazuna. If you can talk like that, you should write a book. At that moment, Sakura finally turned to ease the awkward tension between Naruto and Tazuna, saying, Enough, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei has yet to truly defeat Zabuza. As ninja, we cannot afford to let our guard down. You're right, you beautiful lady. Hee. Naruto replied boisterously. Sakura sighed, having dealt with the awkwardness created by Naruto, then turned to look at Sasuke, who stood at the forefront. His brow furrowed in concentration and asked with concern, Sasuke, has your eye injury not improved yet? Although Sasuke heard Sakura's voice of concern behind him, he merely shook his head lightly, his gaze fixed intently on the fierce battle unfolding between Zabuza and Kakashi. Replying calmly, I just need a moment to rest, Sakura. Thank you for your concern during this time. Just as Sasuke was about to turn to express his gratitude to Sakura, he suddenly shouted toward the distant battlefield, where the fierce fight raged. Fall back. Chapter 27. Awakening of Memory. Just as Shikamaru's father, Shikaku, often told him, sometimes the outcome on the chessboard of reality does not lie on the board itself, but manifests in an incomprehensible manner within a reality that a player cannot fathom. The psychological battle between Kakashi and Zabuza exemplified this profound truth, seemingly inscrutable yet eternally valid. At this moment, the outcome was evident. Kakashi was decidedly at a disadvantage in his mental duel with Zabuza. Boom! The waterfall, resembling a colossal dragon, cascaded down with an overwhelming force, crashing down upon Kakashi's earlier summoned earth wall. Whoosh! Finally, it held firm. Kakashi sighed in relief at the sight of the sturdy wall standing resolutely before him. But then he suddenly seemed to realize something, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he turned and shouted, Retreat! Kakashi had summoned the earth wall with less than 20% of his chakra. Yet he had not anticipated that, as his chakra waned, the wall he summoned would only be half its usual strength, in a clash between the abundantly charged Zabuza and the nearly depleted Kakashi. The full-scale Great Waterfall technique met the incomplete earth flow wall, and thus the outcome was instantly determined. The ferocious and magnificent waterfall crashed upon the earth flow wall, effortlessly circumventing it. The relentless torrent surged forth like a pair of scissors, splitting into two streams that converged once more, rushing directly towards Kakashi and the members of Team 7, along with the four accompanying Dasna, as Sasuke beheld the two terrifying torrents advancing towards him. He immediately sensed the impending danger and shouted for Naruto and Sakura to retreat. Yet, How could human speed rival that of the oncoming deluge? Naruto's chakra was unstable, and he possessed only a single shadow clone technique. Sakura, a mere apprentice medical ninja, was hardly equipped for such peril, and Dasna was simply an ordinary man. There was no time for hesitation. Even if it meant risking future blindness, I cannot allow myself to perish in ignorance today. With this thought in mind, Sasuke disregarded all else, drawing upon his chakra with fervor from his dantian, his hands quickly forming seals. Suddenly, he felt his cheeks swell as he softly chanted, "Fire style." Great fireball technique. With a resounding explosion, a scorching fireball erupted, blazing like the midday sun, eclipsing all else. This fireball was the most potent and perfect manifestation of the great fireball technique that Sasuke had ever unleashed. Why was it so powerful? Simply put, it was fueled by the sheer will to survive. The colossal fireball collided with the two scythe-like torrents, the sound of vaporizing water echoing throughout the battlefield. Soon enveloping the area in an impenetrable mist, the spectators found themselves shrouded in a fog, unable to perceive the looming danger. The heat gradually dissipated, and though Sasuke, like the others, was engulfed in the billowing mist, he was the closest among them to the two torrents. The sounds of rushing water became clearer, the warmth fading away, and Sasuke, whose battle instinct was already sharp, couldn't help but realize he had fallen into a dire predicament. Was he truly to meet his end? Yet, he had no desire to die, at least not at this moment. He was not afraid of death, for there were still tasks left unfinished in this world for Sasuke. But, brother, forgive me, perhaps this is fate? I shall take my leave first, and I hope you will not sacrifice yourself for that, Toby, for this world is not worth such devotion. Tears of blood slowly trickled from the corners of Sasuke's eyes. A sense of inexplicable tragedy enveloping his heart, that moment. Though he resigned himself to fate and closed his eyes, his crimson gaze unexpectedly transformed into a new Sharingan, composed of 3 interlocking tomo. Simultaneously, a surge of powerful chakra flooded from his dantian, throughout his body. 3 tomo Sharingan. Activate. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully upgraded your Sharingan to the 3 tomo level through sheer willpower. To ensure your mindset can successfully navigate the balance period. The system initially sealed your memories from your previous life shortly after your arrival. Ding. Now that the 3 tomo has manifested, the die has been cast. May I ask, Master, do you wish to restore your memories from before your arrival? With his eyes tightly shut, Sasuke suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. As this realization grew clearer in his mind, he gradually found himself unable to hear the tumultuous sounds of rushing water from the outside world. Entering a state of profound tranquility. At this moment, the system transmitted a message that astounded Sasuke. Previous life memories. System, to be honest, ever since I discovered your existence, I have been unclear about what you truly are. If I awaken my memories, will that help me understand your existence? Ding. Yes, Master. If you successfully restore the memories sealed by the system, you shall become the most knowledgeable person about me in this world. Activate. No longer hesitating, Sasuke thought. Since I am on the brink of drowning, why not unravel all the unknown mysteries? Let me embrace the role of a fool. Ding. Processing memory information. Loading. Ding. Extraction and integration complete. You are about to enter awakening mode. 3. 2.1. As the system's final countdown resonated, Sasuke's mind was suddenly inundated with a flood of memories, forcefully crammed into his consciousness. He felt as though his head would split apart, his body becoming uncontrollably rigid. System, stop. Please stop. I can't take it. He screamed in agony. Though Sasuke no longer feared death, he begged for the cessation of this memory influx, revealing the sheer torment it inflicted. Contrary to his expectations, the system, which had always complied with him, did not intervene this time, instead uttering incomprehensible phrases. Ding. The word is vast. Please endure. It will pass soon. Though Sasuke could not comprehend the meaning of the system's words, he found himself unable to endure any longer. The moment he heard the system's indifferent reminder, he could no longer support himself and succumbed into unconsciousness. Outside of his mind, Naruto cried out, Sasuke. Sasuke, where are you? How can we survive without you? Sakura exclaimed, Sasuke, please don't scare me. Dasna shouted, don't leave me. I'm afraid. The cries of the 3 echoed with urgency and despair, laced with sorrow and melancholy. However, when the mist that obscured their vision was finally swept away by the merciless torrent, even the loudest cries would prove to be futile. Chapter 28. Naruto goes berserk. As the mist formed by the water vapor dissipated, the group's vision returned to normal. Help me. Please. Someone save me. Dasna cried in panic, his frantic shouts underscoring the fragility of an ordinary person in the face of such devastating ninja techniques, that in stark contrast, as Naruto and Sakura regained their sight and spotted Sasuke lying motionless on the ground. They froze in shock. Tears cascaded down Sakura's cheeks like cherry blossoms, and she yearned to scream, to rush over and embrace Sasuke in his final moments, the boy she had loved since her earliest memories. Yet, for reasons unknown, her legs lost their strength, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke, who lay on the ground, unmoving yet bearing an expression of anguish. In that instant, his mind, like Sakura's, descended into a void. Why? Naruto collapsed to his knees, his hands clawing at his hair, which shimmered like stars beneath the blazing sun. Blood trickled from the gaps between his fingers, a result of his desperate grasping. Did it hurt? Excruciatingly so, but that pain paled in comparison to the anguish surging within Naruto's heart. Why? Why must every person close to me meet such a fate? Why must the heavens so ruthlessly take away my only friend? Naruto howled into the sky, his voice a mournful wail. Suddenly, his pupils seemed to transform into slitted shapes, and his canine teeth grew at a bewildering speed. Visible to the naked eye, a thin veil of orange chakra energy slowly materialized around him. And Naruto's previously innocent gaze appeared to be gradually losing its clarity. The technique of the Great Waterfall was split into two currents by Kakashi's fragmented earthen wall, ruthlessly surging towards Naruto. Sakura and Tazuna. The waves were tumultuous, and the momentum was overwhelming. That moment, it became evident that the Naruto standing at the forefront had inexplicably morphed into a mysterious beast with two tails. This beast was entirely blood-red, its gaze fierce, fangs bared, crouching low with its head raised, seemingly brewing something horrifying within its maw. The chakra emanating from it bore an astonishing power, and upon closer inspection, it appeared that its aura was subtly surpassing that of the approaching torrents. With a decisive motion, the transformed two-tailed beast Naruto faced the incoming currents without hesitation. With a swift whip of its head, it unleashed a terrifying blow, directly aimed at the oncoming forces. The moment the two converging torrents touched that horrific strike, they instantly transformed into vast clouds of vapor, vanishing into thin air. The fearsome blow, akin to a laser cannon, did not falter in the face of the formidable water technique. It tore through the torrents and surged forward, heading straight for Zabuza, who was already dumbfounded by this spectacle. This was indeed the transformation into a tailed beast. Could it be that this boy is the legendary Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure, the son of the fourth Hokage? Zabuza's eyes widened, his jaw slack, muttering in disbelief. Yet, the tailed beast bomb shot at him by Naruto left him no time for contemplation. With a resounding thud, the tailed beast bomb collided with Zabuza, engulfing him in a brilliant burst of chakra. The speed and ferocity of the attack were so overwhelming that Zabuza hesitated for merely a moment, unable to even emit a scream. Boom! After another explosion, Zabuza reappeared in view, but he was no longer the same. His body was battered and bruised, his eyes tightly shut, and after plummeting from the air, he collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any further movement, leaving his fate uncertain. Kakashi, witnessing this, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was crouched on a tree branch not far away, not out of unwillingness to assist, but because he had previously exhausted all his chakra, had it not been for his rigorous training in the Umbu. Cultivating a keen battle instinct, he might have already been obliterated by Naruto's earlier rampage. Now, although Kakashi had regained some chakra, he gazed at Naruto, whose eyes were blood-red and frenzied, feeling a profound sense of unease. Although I've recovered some chakra, it is but a mere drop in the ocean. Not only is it impossible to confront the tailed beast Naruto, but even approaching to rescue Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna seems daunting. What should I do? Just as Kakashi was anxiously murmuring to himself, beads of cold sweat forming, he suddenly recalled something. Smacking his forehead, he exclaimed, "Of course! How could I forget? That mysterious jade pendant with seal patterns that Jiraiya-sensei gifted me before his journey." With that thought, Kakashi wasted no time, but he swiftly drew from his ninja pouch. An verdant jade pendant materialized in his hand. Grasping the pendant, Kakashi leapt down, soaring like a hawk, directly towards the rampaging tailed beast Naruto. Although Naruto had lost his sanity, his battle instincts remained remarkably intact. As Kakashi approached within a dozen meters, Naruto's gaze sharpened, as if sensing something, and abruptly lifted his head to glare at Kakashi. Kakashi froze, uncertain whether Naruto in this frenzied state would even recognize him. Just as he was caught in confusion, contemplating whether to advance or retreat strategically, Naruto, in his tailed beast form, suddenly swiped a massive claw towards him without any mercy. Yikes! This was Kakashi's first exclamation of shock in years. Witnessing Naruto's powerful swipe, he disregarded any sense of embarrassment. With a deft push of his toes, he darted away like a flash of lightning. Retreating to the safety of the trees, Naruto's claw missed its target, his eyes filled with increasing turbulence, his form swaying slightly as he clutched his head in agony, a third tail ominously beginning to emerge. "This is not good," Kakashi exclaimed in alarm, realizing he could no longer afford to hesitate. He resolved to risk it all, using the jade pendant imbued with the power to seal tailed beasts as a shuriken. Directing it towards the rampaging Naruto, with a flick of his wrist, the pendant shot forth like a meteor, hurtling towards the frenzied Naruto. Though Kakashi was adept at throwing shuriken and kunai, this was a unique circumstance. He had only this single opportunity. If Naruto were to suddenly rampage again and swat the pendant away, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna, who were devoid of any combat ability, would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. And with his chakra nearly depleted, escaping the grasp of a three-tailed Naruto would be exceedingly difficult. Chapter 29. The unfairness of fate. The jade pendant, infused with sealing power, was hurled by Kakashi towards the rampaging Naruto. Just as the pendant soared at incredible speed, spinning towards him, Naruto suddenly lifted his head, his fierce eyes glaring menacingly at the incoming jade pendant. It's over. Kakashi's heart sank as he realized Naruto had seen through his plan. Though he was reluctant to perish at the hands of his first student, he felt helpless. Perhaps this was fate, much like Naruto's parents, Minato and Kushina, who owed nothing to Konohagakure, yet ultimately sacrificed their lives for its safety. Kakashi himself was no exception. Truth be told, he owed his life to his own teacher. Perhaps this was a way to repay that enormous debt of gratitude. My teacher. Kakashi sighed deeply. However, just as he resigned himself to his fate, the rampaging Naruto seemed to have inadvertently caught sight of Sasuke lying motionless on the ground nearby. In that instant, clarity returned to his eyes, and he quickly extended his left hand, pressing it forcefully against the ground. Diverting the powerful swipe aimed at the jade pendant, roars of anguish erupted from Naruto, resonating with an unmistakable sense of helplessness, pain, and frenzy. Yet Kakashi had no time for sorrow. This moment was his best opportunity. With a whoosh, the pendant streaked through the air and vanished into Naruto's crimson body, seemingly melting away. That moment, the tailed beast Naruto's form visibly froze for a moment, akin to a robot whose power had been abruptly severed. Standing still in a dazed eye in that instant, Kakashi materialized before Naruto. He raised his right hand to support his left, which was fully outstretched with fingers spread wide, palm facing Naruto. His astonishment, a silver sigil resembling an intricate character materialized within his palm. Seal. As Kakashi assumed his stance, he simultaneously recited an incantation. In an instant, the beastly transformation of Naruto resembled a deflated balloon, the crimson hue of his body receding like a retreating tide at a visible pace. With a thud, Naruto swiftly reverted to his previous state. Though he appeared anything but normal, his body was marred by numerous ghastly wounds, and his once azure eyes, as innocent as the starry sea, were now tightly shut, his brows knitted together, suggesting an insurmountable emotional turmoil akin to that of the heavens themselves. He lay there quietly, resembling a stone statue upon the ground. Alas, the plight of this unfortunate child, truly beset by a cruel fate. With that, Kakashi approached Naruto, assisting him into a seated position, and then turned to Sakura, urging, "Sakura, come here and lend a hand." It seemed as though Sakura had not heard Kakashi's words. She remained ensconced in her own world, murmuring softly to herself, appearing almost deranged, alternating between tears and laughter, as if she had transcended the realm of shinobi the moment she beheld Sasuke lying on the ground. Was this a descent into madness? Kakashi pondered quietly. In that moment, he recalled a rogue ninja named Orochimaru, who, despite later becoming a traitor to Konoha, had once informed Kakashi that individuals confronted with jealousy and sorrow often unwittingly enter an enigmatic self-protective mechanism, akin to madness. Could Sakura be experiencing such a phenomenon now? Kakashi shook his head, glancing at the already unconscious Dasna, and reassured himself of the man's safety before slowly making his way to Sasuke, who lay nearby, seemingly devoid of life. Why did Kakashi approach Sasuke last? It is not that he cared less for Sasuke. On the contrary, he held a particular fondness for him among Team 7. Gazing down at the motionless form of Sasuke, Kakashi dared not imagine the state of despair he would succumb to upon confirming Sasuke's demise, fearing he too might spiral into the madness exhibited by Naruto and Sakura. In truth, Sasuke longed for the youthful version of himself, with his striking looks and unparalleled talent, coupled with his somewhat aloof demeanor. Moreover, he reminisced about the person whose memory had been buried deep within his heart for all these years. The one who, in his dying moments, had fought desperately to protect him and Rin, that fragile figure who, despite being on the brink of death, clutched his own Sharingan and smiled, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, you are the most responsible Jonin I have ever known in Konoha. I owe you a birthday gift for the past, and today I shall repay it with this eye. Please take good care of Rin for me." A sudden crack, his thoughts shattered like glass. And Kakashi jolted back to reality, his throat constricted, yet he resolved to crouch beside Sasuke. His hand hovered over Sasuke's heart but soon withdrew. Kakashi tilted his head back, slowly closed his eyes, and fought to suppress the tears that threatened to spill. Dead, there was no heartbeat. Why must fate be so cruel? First Obito, now Sasuke. Tears cascaded down his cheeks like a waterfall. Kakashi stood there, rendered speechless, much like Naruto's earlier rage and Sakura's madness. Simultaneously, Sasuke's consciousness stirred within an abyss of confusion. Struggling to move his body, as if each motion in this unfamiliar space demanded immense effort. "System, are you there? System?" Sasuke tentatively inquired. At this moment, he had regained all his past life's memories, while not forgetting the memories of this world. Having grown up as this world's Sasuke, in other words, he was now Sasuke, imbued with his emotions and desires for vengeance, along with some memories from his previous life that Sasuke did not possess. Ding. "Hello, my lord. Have you regained your memories? How's the experience?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke was incensed, retorting, "How dare you say that? It's only been a few days since my reincarnation, and you've already forced me to endure the feeling of wishing for death twice. And what do you mean by the world is vast? Just bear with it. Who do you think I am, pretending to care about my experience? Let me tell you, it was absolutely devoid of enjoyment." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Sasuke plopped down in this chaotic space, surrendering to despair. "Ding. My lord, please do not be upset. The system merely sought to prevent any discomfort from your sudden reincarnation by sealing a portion of your memories temporarily, thus maintaining the game's balance and enhancing your experience. Enough. That's enough. Since the past is behind us, I need not delve deeper, but as compensation, we must establish some ground rules. Ding. Please proceed, my lord." Sasuke smirked. "First, the system must not act without my explicit permission in any matter." "Understood. Second, I am quite curious whether this Naruto world I have entered resembles the anime I watched before my reincarnation. Can you clarify that for me?" "Analyzing. Please wait. Loading." Ding. The system has deduced that this Naruto world largely aligns with the anime you viewed in your previous life. Sasuke pondered deeply for a moment, before cautiously querying the system. "When you say largely, are you referring to the main plot points, such as the journey to the Land of Waves, the upcoming Chunin exams, the Valley of the End battle, Pain's invasion of Konoha, the 5 Kage summit, among others?" The system hesitated for a while before responding. "Yes, that is approximately correct, but certain plot details may alter due to your presence. Additionally, some events that align with the anime might not transpire as you remember, as they are intertwined with complex causality." "Indeed, you make a valid point. After all, the Uchiha clan's temperament in the Naruto world is rather volatile. While I now portray a more cunning version of Sasuke, thus, this will inevitably disrupt the narrative flow of this world." "Correct, my lord. However, this may not necessarily be a bad thing, as your brother Itachi has infiltrated the Akatsuki for your sake in Konoha. Even while the outside world remains oblivious to the truth, with the system by your side and the ability to foresee a portion of the future, you can certainly devise a plan to rescue your unfortunate brother from the Akatsuki ahead of time. Furthermore, with Prince Naruto and Princess Sakura, I can maneuver freely." "Indeed, my lord. What is your third question?" I didn't expect you to suddenly become so responsive today," Sasuke remarked with satisfaction, contemplating before stating, "I wish to become stronger than the Sage of Six Paths in the future. No, I want the power to utterly surpass the Sage of Six Paths. System, can you fulfill this request?" Sasuke's tone held a hint of skepticism, given that in the anime, the sage was regarded as the pinnacle of strength and revered as the god of shinobi. Ding. Invincibility may arrive late, but it will never be absent. with me by your side, my lord, your gaming experience will be unparalleled. That's reassuring. Well, since you've so readily agreed to my wish for invincibility in the shinobi realm, I shall begrudgingly forgive your earlier grandiose promises, system. May I inquire if you have any further questions, my lord? Suddenly, Sasuke noticed something amiss and inquired, I say, you seem a bit different today. Why have you suddenly become so talkative? Ding, my lord, I find it quite impossible to remain silent. What do you mean? Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual tone in the system's words. Buzz, because your consciousness has wandered outside the system. Your teacher Kakashi is destined to bury you. What did you just say? Outside the realm of consciousness, Kakashi forcefully thrust a wooden plaque into the ground, which bore the inscription, Grave of Student Sasuke, from teacher Kakashi, having prepared a tombstone for Sasuke. Kakashi, with a sorrowful expression, removed the ninja headband he had worn for 7 or 8 years and gently placed it in Sasuke's hand. Rest in peace, Sasuke. Perhaps this war-torn world of ninjas is not where you belong. And perhaps it is divine providence calling you to a more peaceful and harmonious realm. Do not worry. Your teacher will always remember you. For you are one who, like Obito, sacrificed yourself for your comrades. You both deserve the utmost respect. As for Naruto and Sakura, rest assured, I will take good care of them. Saying this, Kakashi brushed his right hand across the ninja pouch at his waist, and a sealing scroll materialized in a puff of smoke. He unfurled the scroll, bit his thumb, and then pressed his palm firmly upon it. With a pop, one of the seals on the scroll suddenly flashed with white light, and then, astonishingly, a small shovel appeared in Kakashi's hand. With the scroll laid aside, Kakashi began to shovel earth over Sasuke's body, layer upon layer. After a considerable time, only Sasuke's head remained exposed above the ground, although one final scoop would suffice to bury Sasuke completely. Kakashi found himself unable to bring himself to do it. Suddenly, he sighed deeply and turned to Sakura, saying, Sakura, you are the only one from Team 7 still conscious. Come and say your final farewell to Sasuke. Though he has departed, we must continue to live bravely. As he spoke, Kakashi's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Naruto, who lay nearby, eyes closed and body covered in wounds. He shook his head helplessly upon hearing Kakashi's words. Sakura's frail form trembled slightly, but in an instant, she returned to her previous dazed state. Alas, Sakura, how dearly you must have cherished Sasuke. It is a pity that if Naruto were still conscious, he would surely wish to see Sasuke one last time. Yet he now lies in a deep coma, and you, awake, refuse to confront the reality. How truly unfortunate. With that, Kakashi once again raised the shovel in his hand and began to heap more earth upon Sasuke's face. Thud, thud, thud. Kakashi-sensei, stop immediately. You are not Gaara. Do not bury him. Your beloved classmate Sasuke is still alive. Kakashi had already prepared to raise a third scoop of dirt when he unexpectedly heard Sasuke's voice. Surely, I must be imagining things due to my overwhelming longing for Sasuke. Alas, rest in peace, Sasuke. Do not worry. I will take good care of Sakura and Naruto for you. With that, another scoop of dirt was heaped upon the grave. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, you cannot be plotting to harm me. I can take care of my own wife. So please let me go. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. This time he was certain he had not misheard. It was indeed Sasuke's voice. But how could this be? He had personally confirmed that Sasuke's heart had ceased to beat. Yet, before long, Kakashi was nearly left speechless by the scene that unfolded before him. He witnessed the earth he had just piled upon Sasuke's head begin to emit faint flickers of flame. Chapter 31. The rebirth of Sasuke, flames erupting from the grave. Kakashi stared incredulously at the mound of dirt before him, which was now spouting sparks, and sighed inwardly. Alas, Sasuke, I understand your unwillingness to accept death. But dust to dust, you must rest well. I promise I will take good care of Sakura and Naruto. As he spoke, Kakashi's right hand unintentionally glanced at Sakura, who remained motionless with vacant eyes, shaking his head in resignation. However, before Kakashi could continue in his sorrowful reverie, a tremendous explosion rang out. A towering pillar of fire erupted from the ground, shooting skyward, having honed his combat instincts to a natural reflex. Kakashi sensed the extraordinary power emanating from the grave, and instinctively, the tips of his toes pushed off the ground, allowing him to evade the chakra-laden flames without sustaining any harm. I, Sasuke, have finally emerged. Finally emerged, Kakashi, gazing at Sasuke's disheveled hair, caked with mud and dirt, and his tattered clothing, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by the astonishing sight. What in the world? Has he returned from the dead? SAS, Sasuke, have you truly resurrected? Kakashi inquired tentatively. Although he held the esteemed rank of a Jonin in Konoha, he had personally confirmed that Sasuke had no heartbeat. Thus, he found it hard to accept the reality of Sasuke being alive. Sasuke turned around, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and smiled as he replied, Kakashi-sensei, do you truly believe that a deceased Sasuke would stand here conversing with you? Sasuke, you are indeed alive. This is simply wonderful. Kakashi's voice trembled, and his body involuntarily quivered, clearly still apprehensive about the presence of Sasuke before him. All right. Teacher, I heard everything you said, but I should personally take care of Sakura. After all, even if I agree, I doubt Sarada would consent. Sasuke approached Kakashi and patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him of his well-being. He was genuinely alive, not a product of Edo Tensei, feeling the chakra emanating from Sasuke's hand. Kakashi sighed in relief. He was uncertain whether a deceased person could move, but he had never before witnessed a dead person emitting chakra fluctuations. Wait, who is Sarada? Kakashi inquired with a hint of confusion. No wonder he had once been part of Konoha Zumbu. He had grasped the crux of the matter so quickly with just a casual mention. Clearing his throat, Sasuke smiled sheepishly and replied, well, she is your grand student. You'll understand the specifics later. I cannot explain it clearly right now, as it is rather complicated. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. Although he appeared to agree with Sasuke's somewhat vague explanation, he inwardly suspected that Sasuke might have suffered a head injury during the previous battle, rendering him potentially in a state of intermittent delirium, much like Sakura. Having successfully deflected Kakashi's probing, Sasuke then turned his attention to Naruto, who lay unconscious against a nearby tree, observing Naruto's battered form. His skin appeared as if it had been scorched, leaving him in a pitiful state. Sasuke turned back to Kakashi, perplexed, and asked, Kakashi-sensei, what happened to Naruto? And what about Zabuza? Sasuke still remembered the circumstances preceding his unconsciousness. Kakashi had clearly run out of chakra, unable to perform even a complete Doton technique, while Naruto and Sakura were incapable of countering Zabuza's water techniques. Yet now, everyone was present, while Zabuza was nowhere to be found, leaving Sasuke utterly baffled. Sighing, Kakashi replied, Naruto transformed into his tailed beast form. He saved all of us, but as a result, he has ended up like this. Naruto actually transformed into a tailed beast and went berserk. Indeed, my presence has altered the original trajectory of the anime. That it seems that Sasuke observed Naruto lost in contemplation, while Kakashi continued to elucidate. Within Naruto's being lies a fearsome tailed beast. And the transformation into the tailed beast is the state in which Naruto loses his sanity and goes on a rampage. That I share this with you today, hoping you will not spread it further. Sasuke turned to Kakashi, his gaze resolute as he nodded slightly. With the awakening of his past life memories, he comprehended these matters. He understood the rationale, and thus, he had no intention of disseminating information regarding the tailed beast. Furrowing his brow, Sasuke abruptly inquired, wait, Kakashi-sensei, how exactly did Naruto lose control? The question arose, for Sasuke distinctly recalled that prior to his unconsciousness, he had not witnessed any signs of Naruto's rampage. He lost control because he saw you lying motionless on the ground. Believing you to be dead, Kakashi analyzed, his brow furrowed. I see. So this brother truly can handle matters. When things go awry, he acts decisively. Sasuke moved to Naruto's side and hoisted him onto his back. He knew that although Naruto appeared battered, his Uzumaki lineage endowed him with remarkable vitality. Thus, Sasuke was not overly concerned for Naruto's life. Rather, the pressing matter was to swiftly regroup in the Land of Waves. With Naruto slumped unconscious on his back, Sasuke then approached Sakura. Noticing her vacant stare and seemingly dazed demeanor, he couldn't help but frown and softly ask, Sakura, are you all right? Yet, no sign of recovery emerged. Sasuke turned to Kakashi, his tone tinged with urgency. Kakashi-sensei, what has happened to Sakura? After all, she was his beloved, and Sasuke could not afford to be indifferent. Kakashi sighed and replied, I suspect Sakura may be experiencing a similar state as Naruto. Having seen you gravely injured and believing you to be dead, which inflicted a profound emotional blow, leading her to enter a state of self-protection. You know about the state of self-protection, teacher? Sasuke was somewhat taken aback, as he had first encountered this term in a psychology class in his past life. that it was once explained to me by a rogue ninja named Orochimaru, though he chose to become a traitor to Konoha. It cannot be denied that he possessed exceptional talent in academia. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement. The Orochimaru Kakashi referred to bore a resemblance to the character in the anime, a lover of science, yet ultimately a traitor due to his obsessive nature. However, Sasuke found himself troubled, for understanding the cause of her condition was one thing, but how to awaken the dazed Sakura was another. Surely, he could not allow Sakura to remain in this stupor for eternity. Destined to be his foolish wife. Chapter 32. Awakening Sakura Kakashi-sensei. Is there truly no remedy for Sakura's condition? Must we simply wait for her to emerge from her mental turmoil? Sasuke inquired, his brow knitted in concern. In theory, yes. However, I am uncertain if any other developments may arise that I believe it would be best to wait until we return to Konoha to address this matter, Kakashi suggested. Sasuke understood Kakashi's implication. But would there truly be someone in Konoha capable of providing a viable solution? Not necessarily. As the adage goes, emotional afflictions must be treated with emotional remedies. To untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. The reason Sakura found herself in this state was largely due to her witnessing his apparent demise. Unable to accept the reality, she had trapped her consciousness within a fantasy. Thus, Sasuke believed that the only way to restore Sakura's sanity might rest with him. Sakura, look up at me. I am Sasuke. I am not dead. Sasuke grasped her shoulders, shaking her vigorously, hoping that this crude method would rouse Sakura from her stupor. Yet, a normal person would have awakened long ago under such circumstances. While Sakura remained as unyielding as a statue, showing no signs of regaining consciousness, this is futile. Her awareness is sealed within a world of her own imagination, rendering her impervious to external stimuli. Unless one can penetrate her inner world, there may be a glimmer of hope, but Kakashi advised, penetrate the inner world. Is that even feasible? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke seemed to have an epiphany. His mind suddenly alight with possibilities. Could it be? You wish to use the Sharingan? Kakashi appeared to grasp the notion as well. However, before he could confirm further, Sasuke's eyes abruptly turned crimson, the intense gaze directly permeating towards Sakura's spirit. Sakura, wake up. I am Sasuke. I am not dead. In a state of confusion, Sakura wandered aimlessly through a realm of chaos, her eyes glazed over. She did not know where she was, nor did she comprehend her destination. Yet, in her mind, this world devoid of Sasuke rendered her indifferent to her surroundings. Sasuke, the boy she had fallen for from the very first glance, had always been the driving force behind her efforts to better herself. She had tirelessly strived to become more exceptional in the hope of one day venturing into the depths of his heart. She feared neither the passage of time nor the multitude of challenges. For she believed that as long as she was willing to invest her heartfelt sincerity, the day would inevitably come when she and Sasuke would blossom together. However, all of this was shattered in an instant. She had seen him battered, devoid of any chakra, and lifeless. She witnessed the collapse of her hopes and heard the shattering of her heart. She understood that from that moment forward, no amount of effort would allow her to reach the boy who made her heart race. Thus, regardless of what lay ahead, she would no longer care. Sakura, open your eyes and look. I am right beside you. I am not dead. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the darkness, a voice that Sakura longed to hear. Sasuke, is that you? A phantasmal figure materialized before her. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke, yet it was ethereal and translucent. Tears welled in her eyes as she slowly lifted her delicate arms, longing to caress his cheek, something she had never dared to do before. But now, she believed that what she was witnessing was merely an illusion, and that Sasuke had perished before her eyes. She had seen it with her own. Sakura, I am not an illusion. Listen to me. I, Sasuke, am alive. Do not remain lost in your delusions. Come with me out of this realm of consciousness. The spectral form of Sasuke flickered, his brow furrowed in urgency. It matters not whether it is real or an illusion. Since you are here, why must I venture to a place devoid of you? Sakura tenderly stroked the phantom's cheek, a look of contentment gracing her features. Though she knew it to be a mere figment, it mattered little. What was significant was that she had done what she had never dared to do while Sasuke was alive. The phantom bore an exasperated expression. Pleading, Sakura, do you not wish to embrace me openly in reality? What is the point of indulging in this fantasy? His tone was somewhat strained, for he had not anticipated Sakura's deep, unwavering affection for him. It is unnecessary. Even a mere shadow of you is better than nothing. Shaking her head, Sakura fell silent. So stubborn. The ethereal Sasuke, now a manifestation of his consciousness, gazed at the lovesick girl before him. A string of his heart gently tugged. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming desire to embrace the woman who adored him so fervently. Very well, since you are unwilling to believe in the truth I have spoken, I shall allow you to discover it for yourself. With that, the spectral figure drifted slowly away from Sakura's emerald eyes, retreating into the distance. No, Sasuke, do not leave me. Do not be deceived by the seemingly casual dialogue exchanged between Sakura and Sasuke earlier, as if she were a saint who has seen through all the vanities of the world. Yet at this moment, when the ethereal figure of Sasuke appeared to drift away from her, she could no longer restrain herself, impulsively pursuing the direction in which he was fading. The distance seemed to be merely a single step, but Sakura felt as though she were exerting every ounce of her strength, desperately unable to halt the retreating specter before her. Nevertheless, she harbored no thoughts of surrender, resolutely enduring the overwhelming drowsiness that enveloped her head, and pressed on with unwavering determination. Suddenly, a blinding light began to expand before her eyes. Initially a mere pinprick, but gradually transforming into a doorway of considerable height. In an instant, the phantom of Sasuke ceased its movement, turning to beckon Sakura with a playful smile, saying, "Sakura, I, Sasuke, promise you that if you are willing to leap into this luminous abyss of hope with me now, I shall guarantee that I will take you as my wife in the future." As his words echoed, Sasuke's apparition slowly vanished into the radiant opening. Wife, a symbol of the luminous abyss. Was that the portal through which he disappeared? Without a moment's hesitation, Sakura followed the fading figure of Sasuke and stepped into the dazzling entrance. She paid no heed to the abyss or the portal. What truly resonated with her were the two simple words, wife, which encapsulated the fantasies that had filled her youthful dreams. The scenery around her rapidly dissipated, the darkness shattering like a mirror from the instant she stepped through the threshold. A beam of blinding sunlight once again illuminated Sakura's face. Am I back? But without Sasuke's presence, what could she possibly cherish? As she pondered, Sakura unexpectedly heard a voice that should not have reached her ears. Sakura, welcome back. Chapter 33. Sasuke, you seem to have changed. Sakura slowly opened her eyes, initially suspecting she was merely hallucinating, yet the first sight that met her gaze was Sasuke, smiling down at her. She was momentarily entranced, as she realized she had never seen such a smile on Sasuke's face since their acquaintance. He resembled an impenetrable iceberg, exuding an aura of sanctity that felt utterly unattainable, and yet, at this moment, he was offering her a smile she had never witnessed before. Oh my, am I dreaming? Sakura pinched her cheeks in disbelief. Standing opposite her, Sasuke, who had delved into the depths of her soul, understood precisely what thoughts occupied Sakura's mind. Without hesitation, he embraced her tenderly and whispered softly into her ear, "Sakura, I am not dead. Moreover, I promise that if you dared to step beyond the confines of your consciousness, I would indeed marry you." Hee. Feeling the rhythmic beating of Sasuke's heart as he held her, Sakura's cheeks flushed with warmth. And she finally accepted the reality that Sasuke was alive. The sudden arrival of happiness left her momentarily bewildered. What? Sakura, do you not wish to marry me when you grow up? Before Sakura could respond, Sasuke feigned disappointment, exclaiming, "Oh, very well. If you do not fancy me, then I shall attempt to court Ino next door. After all, Ino is not so bad." "No. Who said I do not wish to? You cannot pursue Ino." "Humph." Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Sakura raised her small fist in protest, striking at him with determined fervor. The sight before them nearly caused Kakashi to drop his jaw in astonishment. What was happening? Kakashi felt as though the world had shifted. Sasuke seemed less stubborn and willful than before, while Sakura, once a demure girl, now appeared surprisingly tempestuous. Hee. All right. Whatever you say. Sasuke began to speak in a charming manner. "Sasuke, you seem to have transformed into a different person," Sakura murmured, gazing at him with deep affection. "Do you prefer the taciturn version of me, or the lively and cheerful one you see now?" Sasuke inquired, genuinely curious in his understanding. The Sasuke of the anime was not inherently a brooding and obstinate youth. Rather, he had borne too much weight, leading him to become that way. Now, embodying a version of himself with the aid of his unique system, he felt no need to remain burdened by past sorrows. After all, if the outcome was ultimately in his favor, why not relish the present? Sakura tilted her head slightly, her cheeks aglow, and replied, "As long as it is you, I will cherish any version of you." "Ha! Well said," Sasuke exclaimed with satisfaction, for Sakura's response was the perfect answer in his heart. After all, what man would not revel in the knowledge that his beloved adored him? Seeing this, Kakashi could no longer remain silent and coughed loudly to remind them. Sasuke, let us first escort Naruto to the land of waves for healing, and then you can take your time with Sakura. Does that not sound reasonable? Sasuke nodded, feeling a bit sheepish. With only 3 conscious individuals present, it felt somewhat inconsiderate to shower Kakashi with affection in such a manner, once again securing the unconscious Naruto on his back. Sasuke took Sakura's hand, following Kakashi as they prepared to depart for the land of waves. That moment, Sasuke seemed to recall something and suddenly asked, Kakashi-sensei, what about Zabuza? Why have I not seen his corpse? This question weighed heavily on Sasuke, for in the anime's past, Zabuza had not been entirely killed in the first attack. Instead, he had been rescued by Haku after sustaining fatal injuries. While Sasuke had a fondness for Haku's character, he felt it necessary to address certain matters. Given their current enmity, as Kakashi prepared to set off with Sakura, he hoisted the unconscious Tazuna onto his back and replied, I hadn't noticed that either. After all, Naruto unleashed a full-force tailed beast bomb in his two-tailed state. Without any preparation, Zabuza might have been obliterated or gravely injured and carried off by nearby wild beasts. Upon hearing this, Sasuke chose not to press further. After all, in the anime, Zabuza had not suffered a lethal blow from the tailed beast bomb. While Zabuza was a formidable J-nin, even a shadow-level ninja would struggle to withstand such an attack unscathed. As for Zabuza's fate, Sasuke felt indifferent. He believed that even if Zabuza were still alive, he would likely refrain from seeking trouble with Team 7, considering they had successfully escorted Tazuna back to the land of waves. Thus fulfilling their mission, there was no need for Zabuza to risk his life over a mere few hundred ryo. Thus, the 3 awake and 2 unconscious individuals journeyed onward to the land of waves. Within a thatched cottage, Zabuza suddenly sat up, furious, clutching his chest. Damn it! Why has a Jinchuriki suddenly appeared among Kakashi's team? Is Konoha mad? How dare they send their Jinchuriki out on missions? The shame of a failed mission was an indelible mark upon a ninja's honor, a standard for ensuring their future livelihood, particularly for a wandering rogue ninja like Zabuza. Without assignments, hunger awaited him. You should drink this medicine properly. The mission has failed, and it is done. What more can we do? Bido removed the mask from her face, revealing an exquisite beauty. She usually proclaimed herself to be a male ninja, never easily unmasking in public. Yet, it was because of the man before her. She was acutely aware that Zaibujan was exceedingly formidable, and thus feared that her beauty might attract calamity upon him. Zaibujan glanced at Bido, and his previously tumultuous emotion subsided instantly. He then deftly accepted the bowl of medicine handed to him. Thank you, Bido. Some say that the only way to calm a man's heart is to provide him with a woman he loves. Perhaps this is what is represented by the couple before us. Bido chuckled softly and shook her head. She did not wish for the man who loved her deeply to bear such a heavy psychological burden. However, this only intensified Zaibujan's feelings of guilt. I am sorry, Bido. With your beauty, you could have a far better life, yet you waste it on a useless person like me, leading a life of turmoil. Sometimes, I truly despise my own inadequacy in providing you with a better existence. Before he could finish his thought, Bido gently pressed her delicate hand against his lips. Chapter 34. Never underestimate the power of a glutton. I do not desire the better life you speak of. All I wish for is for us to live our lives in peace. From the moment Zaibujan fought desperately to rescue himself from the chaos of the battlefield, Bido knew she could no longer part from this man before her. She did not aspire to a better life, for to those of their ninja class, a better life was often earned through great sacrifice. Bido, Zaibujan, have drifted through life, compelled to commit many heinous acts in order to survive in this chaotic world. Yet, I do not know what virtuous deeds I performed in my past life to deserve a wife as virtuous as you. Just as Zaibujan prepared to continue, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he pointed toward a hawk perched on a fence outside. With a swift motion, a water arrow flew forth and struck the hawk that clutched a scroll in its beak. Zaibujan propped himself up, climbed out of bed, and examined it. You were so confident before, yet now you prove utterly useless, Zaibujan, if you wish to survive in this line of work. Eliminate Kakashi and his comrades from Konoha. Rest assured, if you succeed, I will pay you double, but if you fail, then do not ever show your face before me again. Thud, the paper slipped from his hand and fell to the ground as Zaibujan staggered back. Leaning against the post of the wooden house to steady himself, Zaibujan, are you all right? Bido rushed over, supporting the swaying Zaibujan. He remained silent, shaking his head vacantly, lost in thought. Baido knelt down, her delicate fingers picking up the fallen paper and unfolding it. After a long moment, she suddenly grasped Zaibujan's shoulders and urged, Zaibujan, we cannot heed his words. Besides, you are already injured. We cannot throw our lives away for him. With a swallow, Zaibujan's gaze returned to calmness as he looked at Baido. Baido, it is not that I refuse to listen to you, but do we truly possess the luxury of choice? I understand you wish to suggest that we find a secluded place to hide and live a life like ordinary people. However, look at the war-torn ninja world. Where is there a sanctuary left? I know you mean for me to withdraw from the power struggles of the great figures of this world, to avoid being used as a pawn and dying in obscurity. But if I do not sell my soul, how can we survive in this chaotic era? A flurry of questions left Baido momentarily speechless. She suddenly realized that her previous advice to Zaibujan had been rather naive. Indeed, wherever there are people, there will be incessant conflicts. This is not determined by one person or a group, but by an era dictated by the rules set forth by the elite of various nations. Beyond them, everyone else possesses only the choice to be pawns, with no right to resist. Time and fate. It is not that people do not wish to rebel, it is simply that they lack the power to do so. Zaibujan, perhaps I was truly wrong in the past. I am sorry. Baido lowered her head, her face etched with guilt. Zaibujan pulled Baido into his embrace, letting out a deep sigh. Baido, there is no fault in you. The only wrong lies with this world. For people like us to survive, we sometimes must play roles we do not wish to embody. Perhaps this is our fate. Have you made your decision regarding this matter? Baido slightly lifted her beautiful eyes to gaze at Zaibujan. That we have no choice. Very well, I will assist you. Within a humble dwelling in the land of waves. Where am I? Am I dead? Sasuke, see how much of a brother I am. I came down to accompany you so quickly. Are you not going to treat me to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen? Oh, Uncle Ichiraku seems to still be alive. Naruto groggily opened his bleary eyes, mumbling complaints to Sasuke before him. That Sasuke's lips curled in annoyance as he retorted, Hey, Naruto, I kindly carried you here, and the moment you wake up, you curse me to death. Brothers, huh? Does your conscience not ache? Huh? Naruto suddenly sprang up from the bed first. He was stunned to see Sasuke, but when his peripheral vision caught sight of Sakura nestled beside Sasuke and Kakashi standing at the foot of the bed with a cold demeanor, he exclaimed, Sasuke, you're not dead? Naruto touched Sasuke's face, then his own. Huh? I'm not dead either. This is fantastic. Observing Naruto's instantaneous transformation into an overly dramatic youth, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation. He thought, is this guy's heart too big? At that moment, Kakashi, standing at the foot of the bed, stated, It seems Naruto is fine. Let's prepare well tonight and set off for Konoha tomorrow morning to hand over the mission. Upon mentioning the mission handover, Naruto suddenly seemed to recall something, turning his head and urgently asking, Kakashi-sensei, what do you think our mission's final rating will be? Naruto's intent was quite clear. He believed that the ninjas they encountered in the Land of Waves were no ordinary opponents. And the true rating would undoubtedly be high. A higher rating would mean they could receive greater compensation, which directly correlated with how many bowls of Ichiraku ramen Naruto could boast about. Sasuke quickly discerned Naruto's thoughts, internally remarking, It seems the prince isn't as foolish as he appears. I hadn't even thought of that point so quickly. Yet he immediately pinpointed the crux of the issue. Truly, every glutton is a potential asset. As for that, Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's hard to say. After all, even if we tell the third Hokage the truth, he might not believe us. As he spoke, Kakashi subtly glanced at Naruto, whose mouth had already formed a wide grin. This is unfair. Why should we exert ourselves only to receive nothing but ramen in return? Frustrated, Naruto threw off his blanket and slapped Sasuke's shoulder, declaring, Sasuke, rest assured. If the third Hokage dares to shortchange us, when I return to Konoha, I won't go anywhere else but the Hokage's office to cause a ruckus. I refuse to believe we can't reclaim the Ichiraku ramen we deserve. As he spoke, Naruto shook his little fist in indignation, embodying the spirit of a proletarian leader. Goodness, he has already converted his salary into ramen in his mind. Oh dear, Naruto, please don't drag me into this. I am a person devoid of desires, indifferent even if I were to consume just a few bowls of Ichiraku ramen. However, you, Naruto, are in quite a predicament. Sasuke, with a hint of deep meaning, began to subtly stoke the flames. Confident that Naruto would typically be oblivious, but now, with ramen at stake, Naruto would surely grasp the implications. Kakashi, behind Naruto, discreetly gave Sasuke a thumbs up, and soon, the two cunning old foxes shared a knowing smile. Chapter 35. A return visit from Zabuza. The following morning, Kakashi led Team 7 in preparation to report back to Kanagakur, adhering to the plan established the previous day, this time as a gesture of gratitude. Dasna, upon learning that Team 7 was departing the Land of Waves, insisted on seeing them off in person. The 5 of them set off as they had on their journey to the Land of Waves, albeit now with a much lighter atmosphere. Everyone, I sincerely appreciate your understanding of my predicament. I, Dasna, wish to thank you all once more. If one day the port connecting the Land of Waves to the outside world is successfully built, I shall certainly invite you all to feast here, he proclaimed. Feast? Sasuke inexplicably recalled memories from his past life, but quickly shook his head, dismissing any unwholesome thoughts. There is no need for such formality. We were merely fulfilling our duties, Kakashi replied, devoid of excessive sentiment. Yes, I wish you all a safe journey, Dasna responded. Upon hearing this, Sasuke could no longer hold back his irritation, feeling as though the old man had ulterior motives behind his words. Hey, if you can talk, why not write a book? Stop dragging this out. Dasna was left bewildered, unsure of how he had offended the handsome youth before him. Yet, as the young man said nothing further, he did not dare to press for an explanation, and could only force a smile as he turned to leave. Just then, a very familiar voice echoed from a distance. Friend, are you so eager to leave without a word to your old companion? As the voice faded, Zabuza's figure slowly emerged from the dense fog.itsu. Dasna exclaimed, slipping and landing on the ground in shock. Zabuza cast a disdainful glance at the terrified Dasna, his eyes filled with mockery. Dasna, I am not here to cause you trouble today. You have 30 seconds to remove yourself from my sight, or you may find yourself permanently stranded here. With that, Zabuza suspended a pocket watch on the back of his hand. I'm leaving. In that moment, perhaps driven by the instinct for survival, Dasna shed his previous clumsiness, scrambling to his feet and vanishing from view in mere moments. Zabuza is still alive. This thought crossed the minds of the 3 members of Team 7 and Kakashi simultaneously. Is that masked figure truly Haku? Sasuke pondered silently. In truth, rather than being concerned about seeing Zabuza again, he was more curious about what lay beneath the mask, what Haku looked like, and whether they were male or female. Zabuza, what is the meaning of this? Surely you do not intend to send us off. Kakashi squinted, speaking first. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I have come to bid you farewell. Kakashi, you truly deserve your reputation as a jonin of Konoha. You are quite astute. Zabuza laughed heartily. Kakashi responded, Zabuza, you are merely motivated by profit. We harbor no personal grievances against you. Why, then, do you persist in your pursuit of us? Because your perspective is limited. Zabuza gestured to his fingertips. Limited in what way? Kakashi frowned. Your vision is narrow. You must understand that since we are motivated solely by monetary gain, why would you not consider that someone has paid me to eliminate you? What? Kakashi's eyebrows shot up in anger. That is absurd. This is Team 7's first mission, and it's my first time in the Land of Waves. Who would hire you to kill us? Zabuza shook his head, smirking. How naive you are. Do you truly believe those of us in this line of work would disclose information about our employer? To put it another way, even if we wish to inform you, do you think we possess the qualifications to know who the employer truly is? Kakashi fell silent. Sasuke, however, was lost in thought. He sensed a tinge of dissatisfaction in Zabuza's tone and detected the underlying hints in his words. Kakashi had stated that this was his first time in the Land of Waves, which indicated they could not have possibly provoked any enemies from this land. Was it possible that the one who hired the assassination of Dasna was behind this? Unlikely. Why would an ordinary person seek trouble with a ninja? Furthermore, they were ninjas from Konoha. Who could it be? How naive you are. Sasuke recalled Zabuza's earlier taunt directed at Kakashi. On the surface, it seemed to mock Kakashi. Yet upon deeper reflection, it appeared to also mock Zabuza himself. Infused with a sense of helplessness, is there truly no room for reconciliation between us? Kakashi resolved to make one final attempt to negotiate. But Zabuza merely shook his head gently, replying, there is no alternative. We have no choice in this matter. Then there is nothing more to discuss, Kakashi declared. With that, he suddenly formed a complex series of hand seals. And before anyone could fully comprehend the changes occurring, Kakashi constrained his left hand with his right wrist, and a sphere of lightning materialized in his right palm. crackling with a fierce energy akin to a dazzling star. Emitting sharp crackling sounds, this was Kakashi's signature jutsu, Raikiri. This time, having learned from previous battles, Kakashi refrained from engaging Zabuza in prolonged conflict with the Sharingan, opting instead to unleash his famed technique, Raikiri, aiming for a decisive strike to end the encounter swiftly. The lightning crackled in his hand, and as he assumed a stance, he bent his knees slightly, preparing to unleash the full might of the lightning sphere. In an instant, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, shouting, "Lightning release!" Raikiri, truly, as an S-rank jutsu, its power was astounding. No, after this, I must find a way to acquire this Raikiri for myself, Sasuke thought as he gazed at Kakashi's impressive display of Raikiri. Captivated by the dazzling effects, what boy has dreamed of wielding the power of thunder in their youth? Faced with the onslaught of energy, Zabuza furrowed his brow, while he hailed from the hidden mist village. Renowned for its mastery of water release techniques, Kakashi was now attacking him with an S-rank lightning release jutsu, leaving Zabuza no room for hesitation. Thunder indeed counters water. Should he carelessly employ water release, he would be swiftly eliminated by Kakashi. What to do? There was no time to ponder. Without hesitation, he drew the large executioner's blade strapped to his back, positioning it defiantly across his chest. This strike must be blocked. Afterward, he would find a way to deal with the aftermath of Raikiri. If he could not block it, then he would have no choice but to sacrifice himself along with the blade. Chapter 36. The Proclamation of Heavenly Punishment. With a resounding crash, a cacophony of metal clashing erupted between Kakashi and Zabuza's hands, followed by an explosion of brilliant light. Lightning arced wildly, crackling with energy, and the executioner's blade was enveloped in steam, resembling boiling water. In the blink of an eye, the decapitating blade was severed into two pieces with a resounding crack. The hastily constructed defense was nothing short of tragic. In an instant, without merely severing an arm, Zabuza was severely injured by Kakashi's Raikiri. The arm gripping the decapitating blade was scorched black by the serpentine arcs of lightning, releasing wafts of a tantalizing scent reminiscent of roasted meat. The two were ultimately separated by the recoil, both stumbling backward. Kakashi, with a swift motion of his right foot, abruptly halted his rapid retreat, shaking off the overwhelming force of lightning that still crackled across his palm. He gazed at the disheveled Zabuza not far away and remarked in a grave tone, "You seem unfazed, truly worthy of being an elite jonin from the hidden mist. Yet, alas, you were once a noble man, reduced to a life of crime. How tragically you have squandered your bright future. What a pity, how lamentable, how sorrowful." Kakashi sighed deeply. This was not mere lamentation. Rather, it was a sigh shared between elite jonin. Acknowledging the stark contrast in their circumstances, a testament to heroes lamenting one another at this moment, Zabuza's plight was undeniably grim. His arms were charred, blood flowing down the intricate patterns on his skin. He gasped for air, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Suddenly, he mustered a weak smile and said, we are indeed alike. No wonder you are an elite jonin of Konoha. Your combat awareness and skill are commendable. However, do not forget, I am also an elite jonin, and I will not be so easily defeated by you." Cough, cough. Before Zabuza could finish his sentence, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, draining the color from his face and causing his form to sway unsteadily. Kakashi sighed inwardly, his lips moving beneath his mask, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, he resolved to make one more attempt, looking at Zabuza and slowly articulating, "Zabuza, we bear no deep-seated grudge against one another. Are you truly willing to pursue this to the bitter end?" This statement bore two meanings. The first was a clear acknowledgement of Kakashi's formidable backing. After all, Kakashi represented the mighty Konoha. Even if Zabuza were to expend all his resources to kill Kakashi today, one must ponder whether Konoha would allow a provocateur like Zabuza to escape unscathed. The second meaning was Kakashi's benevolent reminder to Zabuza, hoping he might reconsider and withdraw, infused with a sense of pity. Zabuza, with his decapitating blade now reduced to half, plunged it into the ground and hastily bandaged the continuously bleeding wounds on his arms before once more facing Kakashi and slowly replying, "You will never understand. You will never grasp the feelings of a ninja like us, just as the wealthy among the ordinary, who claim to empathize with the poor, will never truly comprehend the hardships of poverty. You seldom face choices in your endeavors, while we are perpetually caught in the treacherous dance between life and death. Enough. No matter how much I explain, you will never comprehend. Prepare to strike." With that, Zabuza once again raised the decapitating blade he had embedded in the earth. With a surge of strength, his arm swelled, and blood gushed forth, miraculously restoring the severed blade at an astonishing pace until it was as good as new. Kakashi sighed softly, his hand seal shifting once more, and soon a blinding and volatile mass of lightning reappeared in his grasp. Sasuke fell into contemplation. Upon hearing Zabuza's words, he found himself sympathizing with this wandering ninja. The wealthy may profess to understand the plight of the impoverished, yet they will never truly know the struggles of the underprivileged. Could such words truly come from a bloodthirsty villain compared to a remorseless killer? Sasuke was now more inclined to view Zabuza as a person driven by circumstance, reluctantly turned to a life of banditry. Konoha, among the great nations, might be deemed benevolent, yet its prosperity was built upon countless unspeakable deeds committed by the Yambu. A stark contradiction. What appears compassionate is often the most ruthless. What seems devoid of obligation is, in fact, the most principled. Perhaps the fault does not lie with any individual or faction, but rather with this era. In that moment, an inexplicable surge of ambition surged within Sasuke, akin to a tempest rising in his heart. He yearned to unify the chaotic ninja world. He aspired to restore peace to this realm. A harmonious era of tranquility. Suddenly, the skies above Team 7 darkened ominously. Moments ago, the sun had shone brightly, yet now dark clouds swirled menacingly. Boom, boom, the rumbling thunder echoed amidst the dense leaden clouds, and then a bolt of lightning, as thick as an infant's arm, shot forth from the storm. Crack. Before Team 7 could react, that formidable bolt of lightning struck Sasuke with a deafening crack. Sasuke's body quivered, utterly defenseless, and his eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Sasuke! Sasuke! Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in shocked awe in that fleeting moment. They could hardly comprehend what had transpired, until they beheld Sasuke collapsed on the ground. Don't move. The lightning coursing through Sasuke is from the heavens. You lack lightning chakra and cannot withstand it. Kakashi, a distinguished elite jonin of Konoha and a renowned lightning user, understood the terrifying power of natural lightning. After admonishing Naruto and Sakura, he began to ponder, why on earth had Sasuke been struck by lightning? Could it truly be mere coincidence? Kakashi found himself grappling with the implications of Zabuza's words. The lightning had struck at an oddly fortuitous moment, targeting Sasuke, who stood closest to Kakashi. Strangely enough, it coincided with the peak of Kakashi's Raikiri. This could not help but provoke a significant reaction among Team 7. Observing Kakashi's apparent distraction, Zabuza thought to seize the opportunity to strike. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand, fingers pointed at his chest, and with his left hand uplifted towards the sky, bellowed, ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. As Zabuza's thunderous voice echoed, a thick, gauzy mist began to rise, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of obscurity. Before Kakashi could recover from the shock of Sasuke being struck by lightning, he found himself unable to see even a hand's breadth in front of him. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled past Kakashi's left ear, and without a moment's thought, driven by instinct, he propelled himself backward, becoming a streak of light as he fled. Stomp, stomp, a sudden sound, akin to a kunai striking the earth and vibrating rapidly, emanated from a short distance where Kakashi had landed, causing him to furrow his brow in apprehension. Simultaneously, his right hand deftly swept to his waist, and a gleaming, razor-sharp shuriken materialized in his grasp. Kakashi gripped the shuriken tightly, his demeanor transformed into one of vigilant alertness, prepared for any imminent threats lurking in the shadows. He found himself completely ensnared in Zabuza's mist jutsu, rendering his surroundings obscured and his auditory perception tragically limited. Relying solely on the combat instincts honed under Danzo's tutelage, he instinctively sought to buy time, hoping to devise a solution that would serve both his interests and those of his adversary. Before he could delve further into his thoughts, a fierce whistling sound surged towards him from behind, leaving him no opportunity for contemplation. Reacting swiftly, Kakashi lowered his stance and instinctively positioned the shuriken against his forearm, resolutely prepared to block the oncoming attack. With a resounding clash, the sharp sound of metal meeting metal reverberated through the thick fog. Caught off guard, Kakashi found himself forced to retreat under the force of Zabuza's concealed powerful strike, a lethal swing of his blade that threatened to unbalance him entirely, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Blood quickly soaked the sleeve of his arm, yet the one truly wounded was not Zabuza, but rather Kakashi, who had previously dealt a devastating blow to his foe in that moment. Zabuza's mocking voice drifted through the mist. Kakashi, hesitate no longer. What secrets remain between us? Reveal your Sharingan once more. Otherwise, we both know what the final outcome shall be. What holds you back? Despite the enticing lilt in Zabuza's tone, Kakashi was acutely aware that he could not unveil his Sharingan here. The lessons learned from their previous encounter remained vivid in his mind. High-ranking shinobi were not easily vanquished, and his Sharingan could only be activated a limited number of times before he became a mere prey, stripped of all combat capability. Thus, he could not rely on his Sharingan to pierce through the mist conjured by Zabuza. Even though his arm was gravely injured, placing him in a disadvantageous position, faced with the oppressive fog, he found himself bereft of options. Mere passive defense would only lead to his inevitable demise. Yet, what could he do? Another whistle of Zabuza's blade sliced through the air towards him, and Kakashi tightened his grip on the shuriken, refusing to falter as he advanced boldly to meet the threat. A flurry of close-quarters combat ensued, yet this time Zabuza failed to gain the upper hand. However, Kakashi found himself inexplicably drained of energy, panting heavily, yet he had no choice but to maintain his focus. Acutely aware of the dangers that could strike at any moment. In a moment of determination, Kakashi's gaze hardened, as if he had resolved to act decisively within this precarious situation. Concurrently, his left hand began to inch toward his ninja pouch, seemingly intent on retrieving something significant. Meanwhile, Sasuke's consciousness gradually began to stir. However, before he could fully awaken, a raspy voice pierced the air, grating on his ears. Who are you? As his bleary eyes opened wider, Sasuke beheld a figure draped in white robes, a mocking expression etched upon the face of an elder who floated before him, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Upon recognizing the elder, Sasuke was struck by shock, exclaiming, "The Rinnegan and the Sharingan. You are the Sage of Six Paths." Sasuke's astonishment was warranted, for the man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the Sage of Six Paths from the anime of his past life, possessing a pair of Rinnegan eyes and a Sharingan with 9 tomo upon his forehead, accompanied by the presence of the Six Paths black orbs trailing behind him, clad in the familiar attire of the sage. Am I dreaming again? Sasuke murmured softly, then recalled the existence of his system, prompting him to mentally call out, System, I've encountered the Sage of Six Paths. What does this mean? Is he here to grant me the power of the Six Paths, helping me ascend to greatness ahead of time? Tentatively, Sasuke inquired, his tone laced with excitement, believing it plausible that he, as a unique being traversing dimensions, could receive clandestine assistance from the sage. However, just as he reveled in the possibilities of a bright future, the system interjected, Buzz, young master, do not rejoice too soon. The individual before you, while resembling the Sage of Six Paths, is not who you think he is. Moreover, he appears to have ulterior motives to eliminate you. Please, exercise caution. What? You mean to say he is not the Sage of Six Paths, and he wishes to remove me? In Chapter 38, Yin and Yang of the Six Paths, upon noticing Sasuke's momentary silence in response, the deceitful figure of the sage taunted, What are you pondering, young one? This inquiry startled Sasuke, who quickly forced a smile and replied, And no, I was merely awestruck by the presence of the sage, feeling rather insignificant in comparison. Hence my momentary distraction. How unexpected. You possess quite the silver tongue, do you not? I find myself somewhat reluctant to eliminate you. Yet if, the false Sage of Six Paths trailed off, fixating on Sasuke with an ominous intensity, clearly indicating there was more to come. This was an overt threat, yet Sasuke felt utterly powerless, compelled to respond with a facade of politeness, his voice trembling slightly as he pleaded, Sage, please, speak your mind. I implore you to spare my life. While verbally acquiescing, internally, Sasuke urgently called out to the system, come to my aid. I cannot hold on much longer. Buzz, young master, remain calm. You are not in immediate danger. Just as Sasuke was about to respond, the false sage interjected again. Your name is Sasuke, is it not? I sense a profound energy within you, one that does not belong to this realm, that if you could relinquish that energy to me, perhaps, in a moment of goodwill, I might consider sparing your life. What do you say? A profound energy that did not belong to this realm. Sasuke quickly deduced that the figure was likely referring to the system he possessed. Yet, even if he wished to save his life by offering his golden opportunity, he had no idea how to proceed. Thus, he inquired internally, System, what precisely is the background of this false Sage of Six Paths? In the face of adversity, Sasuke understood that even in his urgency, clarity was paramount to formulating a solution at that moment. The system responded, Buzz, According to my analysis, this individual is likely one of the 3 corpses that the Sage of Six Paths defeated prior to his ascension. Which ninja academy did they belong to? Taking a deep breath, Sasuke pressed on. What do you mean by corpses and not masters? I need to know who this person is. Buzz. It's corpse as in the dead, not master as in teacher that I cannot elaborate further on that. Just tell me who this person is, Sasuke, now in a state of panic, felt beads of sweat trickling down his brow. The 3 corpses refer to the malevolent thoughts severed by the complete Sage of Six Paths at the moment of his ascension. Divided into the upper, middle, and lower 3 corpses. The upper 3 corpses govern a person's malevolent thoughts, known to the world as greed. The middle 3 corpses control a person's malevolent emotions, referred to as anger. And the lower 3 corpses manipulate a person's malevolent desires, termed ignorance. The individual before the young master is indeed a manifestation of these 3 corpses. However, the appearance of such a situation only arises when one has failed to sever the corpses. So the young master need not worry, for where there is a yin corpse, a yang corpse must surely appear nearby. Thus, this false Sage of Six Paths standing before him may, in fact, be considered a part of the true Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke pondered deeply. Are you suggesting that the Sage of Six Paths failed in his attempt to sever the 3 corpses during his ascension? Is that why this counterfeit sage now exists? Indeed, young master, the system affirmed. And at that moment, Sasuke finally began to grasp the entire situation. Yet, he soon found himself troubled again. The system had clearly stated that a young Sage of Six Paths would undoubtedly appear near the Yin Sage. But where was this young Sage? Or perhaps the young Sage was lurking in the shadows, observing this scene unfold. If that were the case, what could the young Sage possibly be waiting for? Sasuke fell into deep contemplation. The severed Yin corpses were manifestations of malevolent thoughts. Thus the corresponding yang should be the embodiment of the sage's benevolent thoughts. He should intervene to prevent this false sage from harming me. Yet what could he possibly be waiting for? As he mused, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes. It was previously when I declared my intention to usher in a prosperous era for the ninja world that I was struck down by divine lightning and brought here. Could it be? Could it be that the benevolent Sage of Six Paths is evaluating my resolve from the sidelines? The more Sasuke thought about it, the more convinced he became. However, time was limited, and he could only contemplate so much. Very well, if I must perish, then so be it. I have no path of retreat left. I shall gamble everything. Listen here, old Baitan. I must warn you, do not overstep your boundaries. Are you not merely a false Sage of Six Paths, born from malevolent corpses? Do you think I fear you? I assure you, I will never bow to such malevolent forces. If one day I gain the strength, I will undoubtedly strike you down to prevent you from wreaking havoc upon the ninja world. As Sasuke voiced these words, he felt a sense of discomfort, as though his words were mismatched. Yet, in order to convey his message to the lurking young Sage of Six Paths, he abandoned all pretense of dignity. Very well. You have guts. But do you think that if you do not voluntarily surrender, I will not take action myself? As his words fell, the Yin Sage of Six Paths waved his right hand, and a chilling black chakra chain surged forth, hurtling towards Sasuke. This is it, this time. I may have truly gambled wrong. I have brought this upon myself. Just as despair washed over Sasuke, a purple shield suddenly materialized before him, blocking the oncoming black chakra chain. Immediately, a resonant voice echoed throughout the space. Do you truly wish to commit evil in my presence? Knowing I am here. As the voice faded, Sasuke witnessed a figure appearing beside him, clad in the professional garb of the Sage of Six Paths, with 6 orbs of Tao floating closely behind him. Fixing his gaze, Sasuke finally discerned the differences between the Yin and Yang Sages of Six Paths. It turned out the distinction lay in their Rinnegan. The Yang Sage's Rinnegan resembled that from the previous anime, while the Yin Sage's Rinnegan appeared somewhat dim and murky in comparison. Once again, it is you. We are but 2 halves of a whole. You are me, and I am you. Do you truly intend to obstruct my path for eternity? Before the Yang Sage could respond, the Yin Sage spoke first, his tone filled with fury. That I cannot tolerate your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Although I am currently unable to eliminate you, you shall not commit evil under my watch. The Yang Sage spoke with conviction and a resolute cadence. Have you forgotten how I gained my independent consciousness? Do you not desire to achieve enlightenment? The Yin Sage's voice was hoarse as he shouted. If you intend to achieve your own ascension by harming the innocent, then I would rather remain unascended for all eternity. You are so obstinate. You are a hypocrite. The 2 nearly identical Sages of Six Paths engaged in a fierce argument. While Sasuke stood by, utterly bewildered. Chapter 39. Young man, the future of the ninja world belongs to you. Are you truly the authentic sage of six paths? Sasuke hesitantly inquired, rubbing his hands together. The yin and yang sages of six paths were evidently at odds, and continuing their quarrel was not a viable solution. So the yang sage took the initiative to break the awkward silence that I am not entirely myself. And of course, he is not entirely me either. The yang sage gestured toward the yin sage and then turned to Sasuke, nodding. Indeed, indeed. Your every action has not disappointed me, my child, that I dare say. The future of the ninja world will undoubtedly be saved by you. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's spirits lifted. He had not misjudged. This young sage had indeed been secretly observing him to test his resolve. Though secretly elated, Sasuke feigned humility as he replied, Not at all. Sage, your words are far too generous. I simply cannot bear to witness the current state of the ninja world, where a mere bit of resources wreaks havoc across the globe. Thus, in a moment of indignation, I merely expressed what I instinctively felt. While appearing exceedingly humble and respectful, his words were laced with self-importance. Yet, the young sage seemed particularly appreciative of Sasuke's lofty declarations, patting him on the back. My child, this yang release shall henceforth belong to you. As for the yin release, do not expect that old fellow over there to willingly grant it to you. Nevertheless, do not lose heart. Within the yang release, I have pointed out another method for you to acquire the yin release. When the time comes, you may pursue it yourself. Yin and yang release. At that moment, Sasuke felt as though his heart might leap from his chest in exhilaration. Goodness! In the original anime, the yin and yang releases were held by both Sasuke and Naruto, meaning that neither Naruto nor Sasuke possessed the raw power of the Sage of Six Paths. Ultimately, they could only seal Kagaya together with great difficulty. Yet here he was, acquiring the power of yin and yang all on his own in this novice village, indicating that he, Sasuke, would become the second Sage of Six Paths, perhaps even surpassing it and becoming the first to transcend the Sage. While Sasuke was lost in ecstatic thoughts, the Yang Sage suddenly leaped into action, directly engaging the Yin Sage in a fierce struggle not far away. Indeed, Sasuke was not mistaken. The two evenly matched sages were grappling with one another like ruffians within this realm of consciousness. You throw a punch, I deliver a kick. You launch a flying knee, I counter with a chokehold. You grasp the Rinnegan, I seize your. This scene resembled an unrestricted brawl, leaving Sasuke, who stood off to the side, utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, it appeared that the young sage had gained the upper hand for a moment. With a swift arm lock, he momentarily subdued the Yin Sage. Just then, a purple light shot forth from the young sage's Rinnegan, enveloping Sasuke before he could react. In an instant, Sasuke's form began to fade, and he heard the young sage's hearty laughter ringing in his ears. Sasuke, work hard. The future of the ninja world will ultimately belong to you. Rest assured, I will. Sasuke intended to utter encouraging words as he looked at the young sage's contorted visage. But before he could articulate his thoughts, the scene before him began to warp like a tumbling washing machine. Becoming increasingly distorted, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Darkness enveloped his vision, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged through him like a tide, pulling his consciousness back into the endless abyss. Sakura sat despondently before Sasuke's charred corpse, speechless, yet tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. It is often said that when one reaches the depths of sorrow, they will be unable to cry out, a state known as choking back tears. In this moment, Sakura truly experienced the weight of such a sensation, realizing just how unbearable it was. As Sakura and Naruto grappled with the unbearable reality of Sasuke's demise, a shadow suddenly flickered and vanished. Before Naruto could discern the identity of the intruder, he noticed that Sakura, previously by his side, had already dashed away in tears, having pursued the figure into the distance. Unlike Kakashi, who was ensnared within Zabuza's mist technique, Naruto was left bewildered by Sakura's sudden sprint, only to be struck by the realization that Sasuke's lifeless body had inexplicably disappeared. At that moment, even Naruto, typically slow to react, comprehended that someone had audaciously stolen Sasuke's corpse before them. In a flash, Naruto surged forward, overtaking Sakura, and relentlessly pursued the indistinct figure ahead. Sasuke had suffered enough, as his soul friend. Naruto could not allow Sasuke to be denied a proper burial, even in death. The more he contemplated, the more frenzied he became. With a swift hand sign, he summoned dozens of tangible shadow clones. Erupting from a puff of white smoke, one clone grasped the arm of another, and soon, numerous Narutos formed a chain, propelling themselves toward the enigmatic figure ahead. In a fleeting moment, one of the clones managed to reach the back of the mysterious individual. Although it exploded upon contact, the figure was momentarily hindered, encircled by the throng of Narutos and their clones. "Release Sasuke," they growled in unison, their azure eyes alight with unwavering determination, conveying a clear message. Unless Sasuke's body was returned, Naruto would not allow the mysterious figure to escape the encirclement. At that juncture, Sakura arrived, and upon seeing Sasuke cradled in the stranger's grasp, she cast aside all caution and charged recklessly toward the encircled figure. The mysterious individual remained unfazed, raising her fingers in front of her mask and murmuring, "Ice release, crystal ice mirror." In an instant, 8 translucent ice walls erupted around them, reflecting the images of Naruto and Sakura trapped within. The masked figure then glided into the ice walls, vanishing with Sasuke in tow. "Sasuke," Sakura wailed in despair, crashing against the unforgiving ice barrier, yet unlike the stranger, she did not meld into it. This resembles the bloodline limit that Irika-sensei once spoke of. The multitude of Narutos furrowed their brows, murmuring in unison. Naruto had heard tales of the formidable bloodline limits from Irika, including the renowned wood release of the first Hokage. Irika had warned him that upon encountering a bloodline limit user, one must seek an escape immediately. Naruto never anticipated that his first mission outside the village would lead him to a ninja wielding such abilities. "What should I do?" Kakashi-sensei remains trapped in that eerie mist. "I cannot concede defeat. I am destined to become Hokage. I am Sasuke's only true friend. I will not be vanquished by this minor setback." With that, Naruto formed the familiar hand signs once again. Chapter 40. The relentless return of Sasuke. Having encountered a bloodline limit user, as Irika had sternly cautioned, Naruto found himself with no viable escape route. Yet, he refused to surrender hope for survival, even if not for himself. He must fight for Sasuke. Even if not for Sasuke, he would exhaust every effort to ensure Sakura's safety. This was the last display of defiance from a man, and the final act he could perform for Sasuke. With a swift change of hand signs, Naruto summoned forth dozens of solid clones, each wielding kunai, their gazes resolute as they charged toward the 8 ice walls. Under Naruto's command, they began to hack at the ice barrier with fervor. The sound of hard objects clashing resonated within the confines of the icy enclosure. Ignoring Sakura, who was consumed by despair, Naruto relentlessly attacked the impenetrable ice wall. Suddenly, the ice walls shimmered like a screen, revealing the figure of the masked individual. "How persistent you are. However, I must warn you, if you remain compliant, I shall not harm either of you. Should you continue to resist, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Observing her ice technique being dismantled by Naruto's relentless clones, the masked woman sighed in resignation. Displeased by violence, she had never intended to harm the members of Team 7. Her only desire was to leverage them as hostages should Zabuza lose to Kakashi. Yet, Naruto's actions forced her hand, as she realized that if she did not act soon, her ice technique would inevitably shatter. Seeing that Naruto showed no signs of ceasing his assault, ice spikes suddenly erupted from the walls, shooting towards Sakura like bullets. This maneuver was calculated. An attack on Naruto would prompt his clones to shield him, wasting her energy. However, targeting Sakura would catch Naruto off guard, as she sensed his protective instincts toward her. Whoosh! The ice spikes flew toward the statue-like Sakura, and upon noticing, Naruto's expression shifted to horror. In a moment of urgency, he lacked the time to summon back his hundreds of clones to shield himself, instead expending the last remnants of his chakra to teleport in front of Sakura. Whoosh! The ice spikes pierced through Naruto's back as he staggered, blood erupting from his mouth, before collapsing to the ground, enduring the agony. Despite his grievous injuries, Naruto had no intention of retracting his clones, for one ice wall had developed a vertical crack, on the verge of collapsing. The masked woman sighed inwardly. At this juncture, she could only strike Naruto unconscious, lest her plan unravel. Whoosh! More ice spikes shot toward the incapacitated Naruto, who could barely muster the strength to rise. The slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Naruto, at the sound of the piercing wind. Sakura finally snapped back to reality. Gazing at the gravely injured Naruto and then at the looming ice spikes overhead, she gasped and without hesitation stood tall, arms wide open in front of him. No! In an instant, Naruto summoned an unexpected surge of strength, despite being unable to rise from the ground. Gritting his teeth, he charged once more to shield Sakura. Sasuke, I promised I would protect Sakura, and I have not broken my word. The scene was profoundly heroic. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes, while Naruto resignedly closed his own, as if seeking liberation. Indeed, in recent days, he had experienced a tumultuous journey unlike any in his lifetime. He was exhausted, yet felt no regrets. After all, he had given his all, risking his life to fulfill his promise, thus honoring Sasuke. Just then, whoosh, a shadow zipped by, and before Sakura could utter a word, Naruto heard a familiar teasing voice behind him. Hiss. Naruto, why do I always make the same mistakes as Kakashi-sensei? My dear Sakura can take care of herself, so there's no need for you two to worry about her. Ouch. Ah, it really hurts. Sasuke, you're alive. With an exuberant bear hug, Naruto joyfully embraced Sasuke from behind, while Sakura, with tears glistening in her eyes, rested her head on Sasuke's shoulder, weeping softly. Sasuke held Naruto with one arm, while embracing Sakura with the other. Given that both Sasuke and Sakura towered over Naruto at this moment, the scene was oddly reminiscent of a heartwarming family reunion. Sigh. Have I made a mistake? With a heavy heart, I gazed at the touching scene amidst the ice, and I could no longer bring myself to act harshly. Let it be. I shall consider it a good deed, hoping that fate will look kindly upon me and allow Zabuza to escape this calamity. Sasuke, are you trying to scare both me and Sakura to death? Why do you keep dying every few days? Are you addicted to it? Naruto playfully punched Sasuke's chest, his tone laced with annoyance. Sasuke, feeling quite helpless, thought to himself, who can control the Six Paths Sage when he requests a chat over tea? However, he refrained from sharing this with Naruto and Sakura, instead awkwardly smiling and saying, by the way, Naruto, Sakura, have you ever heard that the Sage of Six Paths once said something profound? Observing Sasuke's enigmatic smile, Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, then simultaneously shook their heads in unison at this moment. Sasuke wore a mysterious grin, as if sharing a great secret, and whispered, the Sage of Six Paths once proclaimed, there are 3 realms of handsomeness. The somewhat handsome is envied, the moderately handsome is cut down, and the extremely handsome is struck by lightning. So you understand, right? With that, Sasuke continually hinted at the two with his gaze. Naruto. He desperately wanted to counter Sasuke, even if it meant engaging in a verbal spar, but upon gazing at Sasuke's strikingly handsome face, one that even made Naruto, a boy, feel both jealousy and admiration, he found himself momentarily at a loss for any compelling retort. Sakura, Chapter 41, Becoming a Eunuch, what nonsense about becoming an immortal, with the power of young release. Sasuke's wounds rapidly healed at a visibly accelerated rate. In this embrace, he suddenly recalled the system's previous explanation regarding the origins of Ein's Six Paths and seemed to grasp a crucial point. Furrowing his brow as he inwardly questioned the system. System, you mentioned that the Sage of Six Paths severed his 3 corpses in a failed attempt to attain immortality. Does that not imply that if he had succeeded, he would have become truly heartless, desireless, and devoid of righteousness? This speculation was not unfounded, for while holding Sakura's soft form, he unconsciously pondered the fact that the 3 corpses control desires. Zizizi. Indeed, my lord. If you wish to achieve immortality through the severing of the 3 corpses, you must first cultivate a state of no thoughts, no desires, and no demands. A wave of discomfort surged through Sasuke's body. How could he be devoid of thoughts? Before his reincarnation, he had encountered a quote from Dumas. Hope and waiting encompass all of humanity's wisdom. Indeed, if one lives without any aspiration, what difference is there from being dead? Moreover, the requirement of becoming desireless to attain immortality was something Sasuke could not tolerate. He still had Sakura and aspired to bring Sarada into this world. What was this nonsense about being devoid of desires? Would he leave Sakura alone, burdened with the weight of his choices? How was this any different from needing to cut off one's own to practice the evil repelling sword technique? This was nothing short of absurd. System, do you have any other methods for achieving immortality? In my previous life, I read novels that spoke of the myriad paths to enlightenment. It seems unnecessary for one to become a eunuch to achieve immortality, right? Sasuke had contemplated this before speaking. If the system stated that only by becoming a eunuch and severing the 3 corpses could one attain immortality, and that no other options existed, then Sasuke would simply give up. After all, abstaining from desires was impossible. He still had Sakura. Even if he resigned to fate, he would never compromise his own happiness. Zizizi, Severing the three corpses is merely one of the fastest methods to attain immortality, but it carries significant risks and costs, such as killing loved ones or vowing to remain unmarried for a lifetime. Among others. My lord, now that you possess Yang Release, you may follow the guidance of the Yang Six Paths to seek Yin Release and prepare for your path to enlightenment. Phew. Upon hearing the system's words, Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Otherwise, I might have become the first slacker traversing the world with a system. Boom. A tremendous sound abruptly pulled Sasuke from his thoughts, before the members of Team 7 could comprehend what was happening. They noticed the previously overlooked Haku dashing towards the direction of the explosion. Has Kakashi-sensei engaged Zabuza in combat again? Sasuke murmured at that moment. Naruto approached Sasuke, his demeanor relaxed. Don't worry, it's really nothing. Before you fell unconscious, I saw with my own eyes how the teacher struck Zabuza down with a single lightning technique. Naruto's words referred to events following Kakashi's preparation for Raikiri. Yet Sasuke had already been drawn into the consciousness space created by the Yin Six Paths. Meanwhile, Sakura was in a state of emotional withdrawal. Oblivious to the ongoing battle, we should still be cautious and proceed to take a look, Sasuke suggested. The others were unaware of Haku's true nature. But as a time traveler, Sasuke understood that Haku was not as brutal and bloodthirsty as Zabuza appeared. But that masked man, it's all right. After all, Kakashi-sensei can easily defeat Zabuza. Why should we fear her? Besides, we are three now, Naruto cheerfully encouraged. Ultimately, Sakura, persuaded by Sasuke's insistence, followed him and Naruto to the battle scene. Kakashi held a shuriken in his right hand, maintaining a defensive posture amidst the thick mist, while his left hand, which should have been free, subtly approached his ninja pouch, as if preparing to retrieve something, exuding an air of mystery. Suddenly, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, a gust of wind surged towards him. Kakashi swiftly turned, but this time, he did not rely on the shuriken pressed against his arm as a defensive weapon. Instead, he used his own body, leaping forward with outstretched arms to intercept Zabuza's deadly strike with his executioner's blade. Zabuza's pupils constricted, sensing that there might be something he was unaware of, yet the executioner's blade was already swung with all its might, and as the saying goes, an arrow released cannot be taken back. Thus, Zabuza had no choice but to advance, striving to land a decisive blow on Kakashi. Boom! A wall of earth, barely a meter high, erupted unexpectedly, causing Zabuza to startle. However, before he could react further, he saw Kakashi discard his shuriken with his right hand and, raising both arms, wielded the 1-meter-wide earthen wall like a shield, charging towards Zabuza, who was in a superior position. Again, a loud crash echoed. The full force of Zabuza's executioner's blade was not something the earthen wall could withstand. And in that fleeting moment, Kakashi's elevated earthen wall was split in two by Zabuza's attack, and the blade continued its relentless trajectory, aiming directly for Kakashi's chest. As the executioner's blade was poised to strike Kakashi, Zabuza felt a surge of dark delight. However, before he could relish his triumph, he was taken aback as Kakashi, confronted with such a life-threatening situation, did not retreat, but instead advanced. He spread his arms wide, bracing himself to withstand the blow from the executioner's blade, and then, seizing the moment, he locked his grip onto Zabuza's left arm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of explosive tags ignited with a sudden crackle between the two. In that moment, Zabuza finally comprehended Kakashi's intent and shouted in alarm. Not good. There was no time to ponder further. Kakashi's resolve to endure Zabuza's strike was commendable. Yet Zabuza was also a warrior who had clawed his way out from the depths of death. Without a flicker of hesitation, he swung his blade and severed his own left arm. Then with a nimble push against Kakashi's shoulder, soared away like a wild goose. Another thunderous explosion reverberated through the skies. This time, the shockwave from the blast dispersed the concealment technique, and with Zabuza's left arm lost, he could no longer perform any ninjutsu, including the fog technique that posed the greatest threat to Kakashi. Thus, Kakashi finally broke free from his perilous predicament. Chapter 42, Raikiri vs. Butterfly Dance. How did Kakashi-sensei sustain such grievous injuries? The members of Team 7, having followed White to the battlefield, were taken aback when Naruto noticed the deep, bone-visible gash across Kakashi's chest. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. This was the result of Naruto's excessive hopes for Kakashi. He had thought Kakashi would effortlessly defeat Zabuza with a single Raikiri. Yet the reality was a clear stalemate, with both sides suffering grievously. In contrast, Sakura, who had previously been withdrawn, maintained a more objective perspective, merely concerned about the potential cost Kakashi might pay to defeat Zabuza. Without believing Kakashi would lose. Indeed, battles between elite shinobi often hinged on the finest of margins. Sasuke observed the distressing state of both combatants and couldn't help but sigh. Unlike Naruto and Sakura, who believed Kakashi would emerge unscathed, Sasuke recognized the reality of their mutual injuries as evidence of the unpredictable variables introduced by his own involvement, leading him to conclude that it was premature to draw any final judgments. Zabuza, stand down. We are not worth sacrificing ourselves for others. White, witnessing Zabuza's tragic state from a distance, urged him with a heavy heart. She did not wish for Zabuza to lose his life today for the sake of those in power. If it became untenable, they could retreat into obscurity, as there was no need to gamble their lives for mere spoken promises. Yet, Zabuza, wielding his sword with his remaining hand, bellowed, "Do not come any closer." White halted her advance towards Zabuza, seemingly grasping his meaning. If this day were to mark the end, perhaps liberation was not such a terrible fate after all. She ceased her entreaties, murmuring softly. Uncertain of the true implications of her thoughts, Zabuza turned to Kakashi, raising his executioner's blade, and solemnly declared, "Kakashi, to take your life today is not my desire, but I am left with no choice. Survival of the fittest. Shall we settle this with one final confrontation?" His voice was bold and tragic, devoid of jest. In this vast world, one could easily retreat from society. There was no deep-seated enmity between them. Why fight to the death for the whims of others? Kakashi voiced the questions that lingered in the minds of all present. Indeed, many were puzzled by the stubborn man's motivations for engaging in such a desperate struggle against Kakashi. The world is filled with strife. There exists no sanctuary, though no animosity exists between us. We are mere pawns in the power struggles of the elite. Why feign camaraderie? Strike. Do not hesitate. For those like us, perhaps death is a form of everlasting liberation. Living in this world is exhausting. Kakashi chose not to respond further. As Zabuza's words faded, he formed hand seals, and in an instant, a familiar, blinding arc of lightning re-emerged in the palm of his right hand. Pulsating like a tempestuous star, eager to be unleashed, opposite him, Zabuza also sprang into action, lifting the executioner's blade high, though he wielded it with but one arm. The infusion of chakra rendered it as formidable as when he had two hands. With a fierce cry, Zabuza charged forward, leaping into the air, raising the executioner's blade to its zenith, its white light intensifying as he swung it down with all his might, the chakra's potency surging exponentially. This was a new technique that Zabuza had developed through his mastery of the sword, known as Kubikarabocho. Though each sword possessed its unique strengths, Zabuza believed the inherited techniques of Kubikarabocho surpassed those of the executioner's blade. Thus, he had created a technique worthy of its legacy, named Butterfly Dance. Doton. Dori Heki, Kakashi shouted, and a towering wall of earth erupted, not the diminished version from before, but a true high-level earth technique. The butterfly dance unleashed by the executioner's blade was no feeble attack. Despite Zabuza now wielding only one arm, the ferocity of his strike was unparalleled. Execution, butterfly dance, the two techniques collided with an unstoppable momentum. With a thunderous crash, the executioner's blade met only slight resistance before continuing its descent. Raikiri, at that moment, from the swirling clouds of dust, emerged a figure enveloped in crackling lightning, akin to a defiant bolt of lightning. Kakashi, wielding the very power of thunder. The instant the spectators saw Kakashi break through the earthen barrier. And as his Raikiri met Zabuza's butterfly dance, time seemed to freeze for the members of Team 7 in white. They understood that the decisive moment had arrived. Hiss, bang, the thunderous roar of the lightning reverberated throughout the arena. The Raikiri, imbued with the force of 1,000 mountains, cleaved the executioner's blade cleanly in two. As the blade slipped from Zabuza's grasp, he resignedly closed his eyes, while White's heart was tumultuous, unable to find tranquility. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and a chain of ice, dozens of meters long, shot forth to securely bind Zabuza's waist. In the blink of an eye, she altered her hand seals and appeared before Zabuza, as if the stars had shifted. Raikiri. Kakashi, having severed the executioner's blade, pressed forward without losing momentum, the might of thunder in his grasp, heading straight for the resigned Zabuza Dada. A visceral sensation met Kakashi's hand. Yet he was startled by a woman's piercing scream that echoed in his ears. The voice was mournful, yet seemed to carry a sense of release, evoking tears and sorrow. Kakashi abruptly looked up, only to find not Zabuza but a mysterious woman wearing a mask before him. Crack! The chakra surrounding White began to dissipate rapidly, and the ice chain shattered into countless shards, striking the mask and causing cracks to multiply. In that moment, with a resounding crack, the mask upon the pale face shattered into a myriad of fragments in an instant. Kakashi stood transfixed, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful woman who stood before him. She was an embodiment of purity and grace, akin to a lotus blooming from the water, standing tall and immaculate. Her pallid complexion bore a trace of blood at the corner of her lips. Yet her visage radiated a smile, reminiscent of relief. "Lin, I am so sorry. I truly did not mean to." Kakashi trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 43. Further awakening of the power of yang released. In that moment, Kakashi felt as if he had been transported back to that fateful night years ago. That night, the little girl had stood before him, just like the enchanting woman now, sacrificing herself to shield others from Raikiri. Each expression, each smile, and that sense of relief, so hauntingly familiar, as if separated by an era yet vividly present. Lin. Kakashi abruptly retracted Raikiri from his grasp and, in a frenzy, sprinted a short distance away that he fell to his knees, calling out that same name with a voice filled with anguish, intertwined with endless regret and desolation. Reminiscent of a child who had erred, prompting one to ponder what grave mistake Kakashi had committed to evoke such profound remorse. "Obito, I am so sorry. I failed to protect her. I did not fulfill your dying wish." Kakashi's voice choked, clearly in excruciating pain. What is happening to Kakashi-sensei? Did we not win? Why does he look so tormented? Naruto and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances at Sasuke. Their curiosity piqued. They were eager to hear one another's thoughts on the matter. Sasuke, perceiving their expressions, understood that Naruto and Sakura approached this situation with an air of intrigue that he chose not to divulge Kakashi's story involving Obito and Lin, recognizing it as a matter of personal privacy. As a time traveler playing his role, he believed he had no right to know such things, let alone disclose them. In truth, Sasuke had begun to sense the importance of avoiding alterations to the established narrative of the anime. Otherwise, the variables would only multiply, much like the predicament faced by the Sage of Six Paths. He contemplated that had he not appeared with a system, the sage might not have become the divided figure he was now. Perhaps this was the butterfly effect. It is best for us to remain silent observers, he finally replied simply to Naruto and Sakura after much contemplation. Why are you so foolish? Zabuza dashed toward Haku, embracing her tightly, overcome with tears. Do not grieve, do not sorrow for me. Death is inevitable. What truly matters is the reason behind it. Cough. For you, I am willing. Haku's voice faltered, her breath growing weaker, her eyes, clouded by excessive blood loss, struggled to discern the figure of Zabuza before her. With the last remnants of her strength, she yearned to touch the face of the man she had cherished, reminiscent of that snowy day when he rescued her from the clutches of human traffickers and gently inquired if she was hungry. She was once a woman of simple desires, dreaming of a mundane life with the man she adored. Alas, that wish had transformed into a luxury on this day, despite their relentless efforts to attain it. They found themselves drifting ever further apart. Her delicate hands ultimately fell limply from the air, having failed to reach the one she longed to touch, much like their futile efforts to grasp an ordinary life, ultimately leading to a tragic miscalculation. She departed, liberated at last. No. Zabuza clung fiercely to the lifeless form of his beloved, howling at the heavens in madness. He was engulfed in confusion. Why did he strive so desperately to live, yet fail miserably? Why, just as he had found a purpose worth fighting for, did fate cruelly strip it away? If all of this was retribution for his past misdeeds, then let the consequences befall him alone. Why must those dear to him suffer such a fate? Tears of blood streamed slowly from Zabuza's eyes, not a side effect of Amaterasu, but a harbinger of impending doom. As blood seeped from his ears, nostrils, and mouth, Zabuza cradled Haku, who smiled faintly, as his eyes gradually closed, devoid of the sorrow that once occupied his expression, replaced by an unanticipated serenity that had etched itself upon his face. Their dreams were finally poised to manifest in a tranquil corner of existence. Having witnessed the anime, Sasuke comprehended the source of these entanglements. He observed the unfolding events with an increasingly heavy heart. Why did Kakashi suffer so? Must one only find peace in death to attain the mundane life that Zabuza and Haku longed for? Where lay the root of all these questions? The era. Sasuke's heart cried out. In that moment, he seemed to grasp more clearly the mission he was destined to fulfill and the path he was to tread. Although he knew his actions might provoke the united forces of the 5 great nations, for the sake of ending this chaotic era and the future of Sarada, he could not falter. He would not tolerate the thought of such tragedies befalling those he held dear. This was his mission. This was his path to transcendence. Suddenly, a beam of golden light pierced through the dense clouds above, illuminating the scene with a divine radiance, akin to a celestial staircase reaching into the heavens, descending directly upon Sasuke. Congratulations, young master. You have successfully further activated Yang Release. The voice of the system resonated within Sasuke, filling him with both excitement and bewilderment. System, what further activation of Yang Release entails? You may now forcibly combine various mastered techniques without concern for the established principles of chakra affinities. Does this mean I have been granted the opportunity to stitch together an infinite array of techniques? If I diligently gather advanced secret arts, I could potentially become a divine figure in creation, far surpassing even the legendary Tobirama. The mere thought of acquiring such a skill made Sasuke's heart race with exhilaration. In a sudden flash of inspiration, he glanced at the beheaded sword lying beside Zabuza. He approached it, lifting the severed weapon from the ground, examining the blade, which resembled a mere iron ruler rather than a sword. A mysterious smile graced Sasuke's lips. He bit his finger, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon it, and in an instant, the sword restored itself to its former glory. A fine blade. With that, Sasuke slung the sword across his back and walked toward Kakashi, who still knelt on the ground. Chapter 44. Decapitation, Butterfly Dance, Flame-Devouring Wave Slash. Kakashi-sensei, let the past drift away with the wind. Sasuke had unknowingly approached Kakashi's side and spoke softly. A gentle breeze tousled Kakashi's silver hair as he slowly tilted his head to gaze at the sky, solemnly responding, "Thank you, Sasuke." Although Kakashi said little, Sasuke could discern a hint of relief in Kakashi's gaze. After a brief pause, Kakashi rose to his feet and added, "Let us bury Zabuza and that woman together. It would be a kind deed." Sasuke nodded in agreement, understanding Kakashi's sentiments that in truth, Zabuza and Kakashi belonged to 2 entirely different worlds. Yet, due to certain circumstances, it was destined that only one of them could survive. Thus, the mission in the Land of Waves concluded in a manner unforeseen by Team 7 on the boat returning to Konoha. Sasuke quietly slid beside Kakashi, engaging him in a playful manner, pulling him this way and that, initiating his mode of relentless teasing. Eventually, Kakashi could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Sasuke, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you seem like a completely different person after our journey to the Land of Waves? Did that bolt of lightning fry your brain?" Kakashi crossed his arms and cast a skeptical glance at Sasuke. As expected of a Jonin, his intuition was quite sharp. Sasuke scratched his head, feigning embarrassment as he replied, Kakashi-sensei, since you are our teacher in Team 7, and we have just faced a life-and-death crisis together, don't you think it would be fitting for you to teach me some powerful jutsu? It would serve to strengthen our teacher-student bond, wouldn't it?" As he spoke, Sasuke instinctively rubbed his hands together. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression turned wary. "What mischief are you concocting in that mind of yours? I want to learn Raikiri," Sasuke declared. Realizing that Kakashi had guessed his intentions, he decided to drop the pretense and lay his cards on the table. "No way," Kakashi firmly rejected, without a moment's hesitation. "Why not?" Sasuke protested, raising his voice. "Your chakra is insufficient at the moment. Besides, you've only just been promoted to Genin. There's no need to rush. Take 2 years to solidify your foundation." He continued, "Teacher, let us not dwell on this waterway." That evening marked the return of Team 7 to Konoha. Sasuke stealthily slipped out of his dormitory and made his way to the back playground of the Ninja Academy. The night breeze left him momentarily dazed, yet as he unsheathed the executioner's blade from his back, a fiery passion surged within him, dispelling any discomfort he felt. Although Kakashi had ultimately declined to teach him Raikiri, Sasuke felt neither disappointment nor urgency. Now endowed with the Yang Release bestowed upon him by the Sage of 6 Paths, he yearned to master all high-level jutsu, yet he recognized the futility of fixating solely on one tree. System, you mentioned that I could use Yang Release to connect various jutsu. How should I now employ Yang Release? This was Sasuke's first proactive attempt to utilize Yang Release, but he was unsure how to harness the power bestowed upon him. Thus, he sought assistance from his system once more. Buzz. The system provided Sasuke with a set of hand seals to activate Yang Release, enabling him to create freely, before Sasuke could express his excitement. A torrent of memories regarding the hand seals surged into his mind. Moments later, Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light gleaming within. He swiftly raised the executioner's blade, awkwardly forming the hand seals with one hand. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from his fingertips. Upon witnessing the successful completion of his first attempt at the Yang Release hand seals, Sasuke was overjoyed. Without delay, he carefully guided the golden light onto the executioner's blade, which immediately resonated with a powerful clang. With a shift in hand seals, Sasuke conjured a palm-sized fireball, swiping it across the executioner's blade, which instantly ignited in a fierce blaze. This flame was not the ordinary red. It was a deep crimson interspersed with glimmers of gold, radiating an intense heat that caused beads of sweat to form on Sasuke's forehead. It felt as if getting any closer would result in being incinerated by the peculiar flames. Has this flame undergone a qualitative change due to the enhancement of my Yang Release? Sasuke pondered, excitement barely contained on his face. Indeed, young master, the system affirmed. Not only do the flames from your fire release transform into a stronger variant under the influence of Yang Release, but your executioner's blade also possesses enhanced power at this moment. In that case, could I become the Shaoyin of this world? Sasuke mused, increasingly exhilarated. He suddenly hoisted the executioner's blade high above his head, closing his eyes slowly. For some reason, at that moment, the image of Zabuza's powerful strike from the land of waves surged into his mind. The decapitating flutter, the sheer momentum of that blow was breathtaking, leading Sasuke to contemplate that had Zabuza not been left with only one arm, it was uncertain whether Kakashi could have withstood such a strike. He continued to visualize Zabuza's attack. Sasuke began to simulate and deduce the movement. After some time, he abruptly opened his eyes, his posture lowering slightly. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped into the air. The executioner's blade was once again raised above his head, flames roaring around it, illuminating the night sky, making Sasuke appear as a divine warrior brandishing a mighty sword. Suddenly, he swung the executioner's blade downwards while shouting, "Decapitation, fluttering butterfly, flame-splitting wave slash," with a thunderous roar. The blade, accompanied by a golden-red arc of light, descended towards the ground below. The flames surged like malevolent spirits, consuming the surrounding grass, while the firestorm swept away mounds of sand and gravel. Although Sasuke was merely a genin at that moment, the power of his strike rivaled that of Zabuza's legendary decapitating flutter. Chapter 45. Who set me up? Just this one strike from Sasuke left the playground in utter disarray, resembling a battlefield ravaged by the ninja world war. "Ha! That was incredible," Sasuke exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling the thrill of his newfound power, it appeared that he needed to promptly implement his plan for jutsu acquisition. The so-called jutsu acquisition plan was a spur-of-the-moment idea Sasuke devised. He aimed to approach renowned factions within Konoha in hopes of indirectly utilizing Yang Release to comprehend their jutsu. However, as he plotted in silence, the rustling of leaves nearby alerted him. Someone was approaching. Realizing the commotion he had caused, Sasuke understood that such a ruckus would inevitably attract the attention of the Konoha guard. I pondered. Sasuke's figure flickered, and without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a shadow amidst the depths of the night, gradually vanishing behind the curtain of darkness. Have you noticed any suspicious individuals? Report, Captain. None. And you? The other team members shook their heads in unison. This elicited a flicker of doubt on Irika's face, who was leading the team. It was his first time being promoted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, transitioning from the previous ninja school to his current role as captain of the Konoha Guard, which could be considered a reward for Irika. After all, Irika was a commendable chunin, yet he had previously chosen to forego a promotion to alleviate Hiruzen's concerns about Naruto being bullied at school, opting instead to serve as an ordinary elementary teacher at the ninja school where Naruto attended. Now that Naruto had successfully graduated, Irika had heard that Naruto was under the covert protection of elite jonin like Kakashi, allowing him to leave the school with peace of mind. However, on his very first day in this new position, he encountered such an incident. If he failed to uncover the truth, and provide an explanation to Hiruzen. It would indeed be quite embarrassing. Gazing at the gaping chasm beneath him, resembling the furrows of a plowed field. Smooth yet tumultuous, he observed the charred edges that looked as if they had been scorched by fire, exuding an unmistakably vivid reality. Even the air carried the scent of burnt foliage. Such an overwhelming display of ninjutsu. Who could have unleashed such a strike? Moreover, who could bypass the vigilant guards of Konoha to orchestrate such a display? There were no casualties or losses of property. Was this individual employing such a method to either warn or provoke us? The Konoha ninjas? Iruka rapidly analyzed the situation, yet found himself at a loss for answers. Was this the work of ninjas from other major nations? But that seemed rather ungrateful. What could their motive be? Perhaps it was the rogue ninjas from the Rain Village? Yet even that seemed implausible. Furthermore, even if they succeeded, how could they escape the vast pursuit of the Hokage's village? The more Iruka contemplated, the more perplexed he became. At this moment, he even entertained the notion that it might be an inside job, motivated by jealousy over his sudden promotion. Just then, an idea struck him, and his eyes gleamed with realization. He swiftly turned towards the nearby thicket and exclaimed, "Hey, don't run. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Stand your ground." With that, Iruka sprang into action, darting forward. The guards around him exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Iruka's implication that the culprits might be from within Konoha. But why would that be? The following morning, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, landing directly upon Sasuke's backside, and he rose from his bed, invigorated by the glaring rays. It appeared that Konoha had not traced the incident back to him. Sasuke chuckled to himself, reflecting on how he had essentially detonated an atomic bomb in someone else's backyard by wreaking havoc on their training grounds. It was undeniably a rather unscrupulous act. However, Sasuke was unfazed, for without his previous experiment with the technique of the Flying Thunder God, he found himself lacking in ideas on how to become stronger. As the saying goes, if thoughts do not materialize, they remain mere fantasies. To turn them into reality, one must combine theory with practice. Walking through the bustling streets of Konoha, observing the throngs of passers-by and the rows of shops, Sasuke found himself at a loss as to what to do next. In truth, during the phase when his memories had not yet awakened, he had been consumed with training and had not contemplated his future direction. He had solely focused on becoming stronger. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation among pedestrians. "Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, the back training ground of the Konoha Ninja School was mysteriously destroyed. Wow. Over half of it. That must have taken a Chunin to accomplish, right? No one really knows." Upon hearing this, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had indeed evaded Konoha's scrutiny, but had left no trace behind. Just then, he caught snippets of another discussion. "But I've heard some intriguing rumors." One individual leaned in conspiratorially. "What rumors? You aren't just making things up, are you? Be careful, or the Konoha guard might apprehend you." Another person stepped back, displaying caution. "Why would you say that? Don't you know that rumors often contain fragments of the truth?" "Umph. Ignorant. All right then, do share what you've heard." "Heh, I've heard that the one leading the investigation is none other than Iruka, who just transferred from the ninja school. Think about it. No casualties, just the laborious destruction of a training ground. Was it merely for fun?" One person began to steer the conversation. "Are you suggesting?" The other responded, suddenly enlightened. "Ha, the eyes of the people are sharp, and I presume you've gleaned some insight from my words. Haven't you? You re-implying that this incident was orchestrated by someone from within Konoha, and it's very likely that it was a member of the Konoha Guard, possibly to set a trap for the newly appointed Iruka? Haha, what else could it be? Oh, I see. It seems that both workplaces and bureaucracies are equally corrupt." Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 46. The new generation's first talent in Konoha. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk as he grasped Iruka's ulterior motives the moment he overheard the discussions. There were no colleagues scheming against him. This was clearly the commotion caused by his experiment with the decapitating butterfly flame and the devouring wave technique. Iruka was simply unable to trace it back to him, hence spreading rumors to control public perception and obfuscate the truth. TSK, it seems Iruka-sensei is not as naive as he appeared at the ninja school. Sasuke couldn't help but click his tongue in amusement. Feeling a mix of humor and a thrill of having evaded detection for his misdeeds, Sasuke remained lost in his thoughts. A familiar voice broke through the noise. "Sasuke, so this is where you are. I was wondering why I couldn't find you in your dorm." It was Naruto, who always seemed a bit over the top. While Sasuke wasn't particularly adept at reading people, today he sensed something slightly off about Naruto. Though he couldn't pinpoint what it was, a nagging feeling arose within him. Was Naruto secretly plotting something behind his back? Sasuke furrowed his brows, but soon shook his head to dismiss his overthinking. Perhaps he had played the role of the schemer too often, and it was now backfiring. At that moment, Naruto sidled up to Sasuke, eager to share news. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei asked me to inform you and Sakura that the Chunin exam is approaching, and we should start preparing. Oh, the Chunin exam is finally upon us, Sasuke murmured, realizing that the next major plot point from the original anime was about to unfold. After a brief pause, he turned to Naruto and asked, "So, did you notify Sakura before me?" To utter such words carries no implications of guarding against the neighbor, Old Wong. It is merely due to the proximity of Naruto and Sakura's dormitory compared to that of Sasuke. With a mischievous grin, Naruto eagerly draped his arm over Sasuke's shoulder and exclaimed, "I've already informed you, and we even agreed to celebrate at Ichiraku Ramen together. I asked Sakura to wait for us over there while I came to fetch you. Isn't that considerate of me?" As he spoke, Naruto playfully nudged Sasuke with his shoulder. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, pondering how this guy suddenly seemed to possess a hint of shrewdness, and replied with a chuckle, "Heh, you are rather bold. You seek credit for every little thing. Pray tell, what do you mean by being considerate?" Naruto sheepishly scratched his head with a grin, saying, "As expected of the #1 genius of Konoha as described by Kakashi-sensei. The little stratagem I learned from books was seen through by you in an instant." Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Then, mirroring Naruto's earlier gesture, he wrapped his arm around his shoulder, exclaiming, "Haha, you're not so bad either, applying what you've learned." With that, the two of them ambled towards the Ichiraku Ramen shop, appearing from a distance like a pair of rascals. Ichiraku Ramen, a place beloved by Naruto in both his former life in the anime and in this world of Naruto, had always been his favorite haunt at this moment. Just as Sasuke and Naruto approached the entrance of the ramen shop, they spotted Sakura energetically waving at them, reminiscent of a cheerleader. "Sakura, you must be exhausted from waiting." Sasuke initiated his warm-hearted approach, reaching out to gently tousle the bangs by Sakura's cheek that no, not at all. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her fingers, appearing flustered and helpless. This sight made Sasuke feel a pang of thirst, and without further ado, he pulled both Naruto and Sakura into the ramen shop. After all, he had noticed that Naruto's complexion had taken on an unusual hue. Such open displays of affection were indeed a bit inappropriate. "Hey, have you heard about the #1 genius of our young generation in Konoha?" "The #1 genius? Are you referring to that branch member of the Hyuga clan? I believe his name was Neji, right?" The three members of Team 7 had just settled into a spot when Sasuke inadvertently caught wind of a conversation behind him regarding Neji. That it was rather surprising to hear Neji's name mentioned in such a place. It seemed his reputation among the populace was quite considerable. Before Sasuke could ponder further, the chatter resumed, accompanied by the sounds of slurping noodles. Although Sasuke had his back turned to them, he could infer that the group had halted their discussion because their bowls of noodles had just arrived. Ichiraku's craftsmanship seems to be improving. Hey, continue. What's going on with Neji? He is my son's idol, so do share more details. I plan to tell my son about it when I get home." The #1 genius of Konoha I mentioned isn't Neji. It's someone named Sasuke. Let me tell you, he is far more impressive than Neji. That Neji you speak of is already a thing of the past. At this moment, Sasuke was savoring the delicious Ichiraku ramen. But upon overhearing the discussion behind him, he nearly choked on his noodles. What on earth? What's happening? I've been so low-key. Who on earth is trying to stir up trouble for me? I don't have any enemies in Konoha. Do I? Wait. Could it be Danzo secretly plotting against me to elevate me only to bring me down? At this instant, Sasuke genuinely began to empathize with Iruka's plight. Indeed, those who seek to undermine others often find themselves similarly undone. Impossible, no matter how one looks at it. Neji has been nurtured by the esteemed Hyuga clan. While I have never heard of this Sasuke rising to prominence, that guy must have resorted to some underhanded means to fabricate his fame. Does he not fear Neji's fans coming after him? You clearly don't understand. He is no ordinary charlatan buying fake followers. This Sasuke has achieved fame for his collaboration with our esteemed Jonin Kakashi in defeating the rogue ninja Zabuza in the Land of Waves. His exploits are on the verge of being published as an audiobook. At this revelation, Sasuke nearly choked again, a noodle even slipping from his nose, trailing down with his runny nose. Damn it, Sakura, don't look. Who am I? Where am I? No, I am not myself, Sasuke silently screamed, overwhelmed by the mortification that enveloped him, wishing he could simply vanish into a hole. Chapter 47. Those who seek to undermine others often find themselves undone. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Seeing Sasuke's unusual displays of disarray, Sakura's face donned an expression of concern, her voice tinged with worry. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, not daring to lift his head as he replied. I'm fine, just give me a moment to collect myself. Experiencing social embarrassment may be an inevitable part of everyone's growth, yet life must go on. After a while, as Sasuke lowered his head and regained his composure, he suddenly realized something was amiss. The events in the Land of Waves were not as grand as they had been made out to be. In truth, during that mission, he had scarcely been alive, merely coasting along. How could it have garnered such public intrigue? Moreover, Kakashi-sensei had mentioned keeping the incident with Zabuza confidential. Why was it now? As this realization dawned upon him, Sasuke abruptly lifted his gaze toward Naruto, who was engrossed in devouring his ramen with his head down, incredulously asking, Naruto, have you been secretly spreading rumors, claiming that I am Konoha's #1 genius, and that I teamed up with Kakashi-sensei to battle Zabuza? Sasuke was so incensed he could barely articulate his words. Meanwhile, Naruto, unfazed, took a sip of broth, contentedly setting down his bowl as he smugly declared, Hee, how does it feel to be a star? I was planning to surprise you with this, but I didn't expect you to be so sharp and figure it out yourself. Don't worry, I will continue to craft new tales for you, ensuring your popularity in Konoha only rises from here on out. Hee, and with you in this state, you should be thanking me. As Naruto spoke with an air of triumph, he subtly began to fidget with his bowl of ramen, hinting to Sasuke, thank you for warming the seasons. Sasuke's body trembled with indignation, yet despite Naruto's somewhat unscrupulous behavior, he was still just a child, and his intentions were ultimately self-serving. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke slowly replied, well, you've done well, but let's leave it at that. Naruto, you've truly gone a bit too far this time. Girls tend to mature emotionally faster than boys, and while Sasuke was a reincarnated soul, he remained oblivious to certain nuances that Sakura, though she had remained silent, had gradually begun to piece together from the snippets of conversation. Sakura, what's wrong with me? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Clearly, he still did not comprehend what he had done wrong, nor why Sasuke and Sakura's expressions had suddenly darkened. Sakura understood that Sasuke, mindful of the brotherly bond with Naruto, would not voice his thoughts directly. Therefore, she took the initiative to say, Naruto, your actions will not yield any positive benefits for Sasuke. Rather, they will bring him a great deal of trouble. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Observing the serious expression on Sakura's face, even Naruto, despite his usual naivety, felt a pang of guilt, realizing he might have indeed erred. He lowered his head and muttered, I am sorry, Sasuke, it was my foolishness that caused you trouble. Watching Naruto bow his head, though his expression was hidden, Sasuke could sense the emotional turmoil in his voice, prompting a sense of sympathy within him. He reassured, Naruto, it's all right. What's done is done. You are my brother. I bear you no ill will. Just remember, for any significant actions in the future, it would be wise to consult with Sakura and me, as our Team 7 is a collective, after all. With a smile, Sasuke's face regained its usual warmth. Sasuke, Naruto lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddened. However, just as he was about to speak, a loud voice erupted from the entrance of the Ichiraku ramen shop, shouting, is the so-called #1 genius of Konoha, Sasuke, here? If so, come out. Sasuke was momentarily stunned, thinking he might have misheard. Yet, upon seeing Naruto and Sakura's astonished faces across from him, he realized he had indeed heard correctly. Someone was out there berating him. Sasuke thought to himself, who the hell is this? I haven't wronged you in any way. Why the outburst so early in the morning? Did you just cross over from Konoha's infamous swan? The more he pondered, the angrier he grew. When he stood up, ready to retort, he noticed a figure at the shop's entrance. A boy clad in a green tracksuit with a watermelon hairstyle and thick eyebrows. Hands on his hips, scrutinizing the interior, as if searching for Sasuke. Lee? Sasuke nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, yet reflecting on it, he wondered how he had managed to incur the wrath of someone he had never even met in this world. While Sasuke was lost in confusion, Naruto, unable to contain himself, marched to the entrance and pointed an accusing finger at Lee, exclaiming, "Hey, you thick-browed weirdo, watch your words. Are you jealous that Sasuke is Konoha's number one?" "Jealous? I'm here to challenge him." "What do you mean he is far superior to Neji? I bet he wouldn't last 3 moves against me." Rock Lee, as Sasuke stood hidden among the crowd. Hearing this declaration darkened his expression. He finally understood why Lee was causing him trouble. It was for Neji's sake. It seemed this world's Lee had a close relationship with Neji. He reasoned that moment. Sakura approached and tugged at Naruto's arm, advising, "Naruto, don't stir up trouble. That if you're full, let us just head to school. That I heard there might be new missions awaiting us." Sakura's words were clearly an attempt to help Naruto save face. However, just as Naruto was about to turn and call for Sasuke, who was still hidden in the crowd, Lee suddenly extended his hands towards Sakura, exclaiming with excitement, "Hello, I am Rock Lee from Team 3. You're really beautiful. Can we go out?" As he spoke, Lee's cheeks flushed uncontrollably, resembling someone tipsy from alcohol. What the hell? Sasuke, who had been trying to avoid conflict, suddenly lost his composure upon hearing Lee's words. "Damn, he's trying to steal my girl." Although Sasuke had admired the passionate Lee from the anime before his reincarnation, personal matters were different. Claiming his girl in front of him was unacceptable. Even if it were the sage of the 6 paths stepping forward, Sasuke firmly declared, "She already has a boyfriend. You should give up on this futile pursuit." "Who are you?" Lee furrowed his brows slightly. Observing the strikingly handsome youth approaching him with a serious demeanor, a large sword strapped to his back, creating an oddly disproportionate appearance. "Who am I? Aren't you the one who has been shouting for me?" "Why ask who I am now?" Sasuke walked to Sakura's side, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, his unwavering gaze fixed on Lee, asserting his claim. Lee nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before suddenly looking up at Sasuke in astonishment, exclaiming, You say you are Sasuke?" "Indeed, without a doubt," Sasuke replied in a deep voice, his presence unwavering. "So you dare to admit it? I've never been threatened like this before. I've never encountered someone as audacious as you." Sasuke, refusing to back down, was determined not to let Naruto take the fall. Lee, with his bandaged arm raised slowly, pointed directly at Naruto and bellowed, "For the girl I admire, and to preserve the honor of Konoha's number 1 genius, I challenge you." His voice boomed, drawing the attention of passers-by and diners, filling the small shop with onlookers. Sasuke had intended to act discreetly, avoiding conflict with others from Konoha to alter the course of certain storylines. However, upon hearing Lee's words, he suddenly thought of his goal, to collect high-level ninjutsu. If Lee could perform the 8 gates, wouldn't that align perfectly with his intentions? A sly smile crept onto his lips as he replied, "All right, I accept your challenge. When and where shall we compete? And mind you, don't go back to consult Neji. I don't have the time to wait for you. Let's settle this right here. Or we can duel immediately." Now that he had solidified his objective, Sasuke was resolute in his approach. He aimed to compel Lee to publicly declare the details of their match, marking the first step in establishing his reputation in Konoha and sowing the seeds of animosity. "You are far too arrogant." "Very well. Since you insist, let us have our match at the back playground of the Ninja Academy. But if you lose, you must confess to everyone here that the rumors of Konoha's number 1 genius being spread by a petty person like you are indeed true." Before Lee could finish, Naruto nearly sprang to his feet, but Sasuke swiftly restrained him from behind. That Lee's statement was unequivocal. If Sasuke lost in front of the crowd, he would be forever branded a disgrace in Konoha. "All right, let us head to the school's back playground right now, and everyone present can serve as witnesses to see if I, Konoha's number 1 genius, am indeed the petty rumor-monger." Having spoken, Sasuke grasped the anxious Sakura's hand and, without a backward glance at the guilt-ridden Naruto, strode out of the ramen shop towards the rear playground, the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. Though temporarily mended by Konoha's personnel this morning in response to the destruction caused by Sasuke the previous night, still bore the remnants of the gaping chasm that traversed half the field upon closer inspection. The 3 members of Team 7 were already awaiting his arrival, and shortly thereafter, Lee appeared, accompanied by a throng of onlookers eager to witness the unfolding drama. It was evident that these spectators were regulars, as they instinctively positioned themselves at a respectful distance, allowing ample space for Sasuke and Lee to engage in their duel. "Sasuke, please be cautious. I fear that the opponent may not be as easily dealt with," Sakura urged, her grip tightening on his arm, her face etched with concern. Sasuke chuckled softly, patting her delicate hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. The fellow with the bushy eyebrows wishes to compete for your affections. As your future partner, how could I possibly allow that? Trust me, everything will be fine. Have faith in your future man. Sasuke seized the opportunity for some flirtation, for happiness is something one must strive for. And he was no longer the tormented Sasuke of the original tale. Sakura blushed and retreated into the crowd of spectators. Meanwhile, Naruto approached, his expression a mixture of shame and remorse that I'm sorry. Sasuke, I truly never anticipated that I would cause you such trouble. Sasuke raised a hand to halt Naruto's impending apology and, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, replied, Naruto, you are not at fault and I have come to understand your good intentions. Therefore, I retract my previous statement. From this day forth, you shall continue to ardently proclaim that I am the greatest genius. Huh? Naruto looked bewildered, uncertain whether Sasuke's remark was a genuine compliment or a playful jab. After a moment of stunned silence, he waved his hands dismissively and sheepishly retreated. That guy. Sasuke sighed, choosing not to press Naruto further. If he were to triumph over Lee, the multitude of spectators would naturally elevate his reputation without Naruto needing to exert any additional effort in promoting him. With this thought, Sasuke turned his attention to Lee, who had been patiently awaiting him across the field, and spoke with a steely resolve. Use all your strength. Make your move. All right. With that, Lee wasted no time in launching himself forward like a flash of verdant light. Directly assaulting Sasuke, unperturbed by Lee's rapid disappearance, Sasuke remained calm. Though Lee excelled in taijutsu, Sasuke was no slouch himself. In a bid to accurately track Lee's astonishing movements, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Bang, 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 in an instant. The two collided, fists and feet meeting with a resounding impact, their chakra energies radiating in all directions. Though barely 3 seconds had passed, they had exchanged blows no less than 100 times. The spectators could hardly discern more than 2 blurred figures darting across the limited space, and those who arrived late were left bewildered, completely unaware of what was transpiring. Chapter 49. Sasuke vs. Rock Lee. With a thunderous crash, Lee executed a powerful left kick, striking the massive blade that Sasuke had positioned across his chest. That a tremendous shockwave reverberated through both combatants, sending them hurtling backward. It was evident that Lee was no mere boast. It seems I must resort to that technique, Lee thought, stabilizing himself at a distance while casting a serious gaze at the poised Sasuke, who wielded the hefty blade with ease. It appeared that Lee had finally resolved to summon his inner strength, channeling chakra throughout his body. Sasuke observed Lee, silently acknowledging his prowess as a hard-working genius chosen by Gai-sensei. Despite activating his Sharingan, which had somewhat slowed Lee's speed in his perception, Sasuke found himself unable to keep up. Just then, Lee suddenly crossed his arms before his chest and began to chant. 8 gates. First gate. Open. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Third gate. Life gate. Open. Fourth gate. Wound gate. Open. Ya. As Lee's voice resonated, a thin layer of crimson chakra enveloped him, clinging to his form like gossamer, while his skin adopted an eerie ochre hue. And the blackness of his eyes gradually faded, transforming into an otherworldly state akin to that of the Hyuga clan. I can finally discern the shape of the human form. But what on earth is that? Look at his eyes. They're white. Is he from the Hyuga clan? Murmured the crowd, confusion etched on their faces. Some even speculated that Lee was a clandestine offspring of the Hyuga family. But Sasuke understood that the coveted 8 gates had finally manifested. With a whoosh, Lee, having unleashed the 4th gate, vanished without a word, leaving only afterimages in his wake. So fast, Sasuke gasped, realizing that despite activating his Sharingan, he could merely glimpse Lee's fleeting shadows. What did this signify? It meant that, with each gate Lee opened, he surpassed Sasuke's ability to track his movements. This is bad. Without time for contemplation, Sasuke's battle instincts kicked in, aware that he was struggling to keep up with Lee's speed. He immediately shifted to a predictive mode. Before Lee's remnants even appeared before him, Sasuke swung his blade at the air ahead. With a resounding boom, Lee's form materialized before him in the next moment. But before the spectators could react, he vanished once more. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of thuds erupted, reverberating through the air like a drumbeat. However, Sakura, an outstanding graduate of the Ninja Academy, recognized that these were no mere drum sounds, but the dull impacts of Sasuke being struck. Sasuke, she cried out, her heart racing as she prepared to rush into the fray. Fortunately, Naruto quickly intervened, grasping her arm to prevent her from charging forward. Sakura, don't act impulsively. Remember, Sasuke hasn't even used his fire style yet. You would be of no help, and we must trust that Sasuke will prevail, Naruto urged, though he was unsure why he felt compelled to speak so wisely. Deep down, he instinctively believed that Sasuke would emerge victorious. After all, could a mere ninja defeat someone who had survived lightning strikes? Bang! Bang! Despite his best efforts to utilize his Sharingan to predict Lee's movements while desperately defending against the deluge of strikes, Sasuke found himself being battered relentlessly by Lee's astonishing speed, resembling a marionette barely able to stand. This is untenable. I must find a way to extricate myself from this battle. With this thought, Sasuke suddenly shifted from wielding the decapitating sword with one hand to gripping it with both hands at the same time. He let out a powerful shout and began to spin rapidly like a top, launching into a frenzied, indiscriminate assault centered around himself. Whoosh! The blade whistled through the air as Sasuke spun faster and faster, while Lee's strikes grew increasingly sparse in the face of Sasuke's relentless onslaught. After a considerable time, under Sasuke's disdainful efforts, Lee finally came to a halt, his figure appearing as though it had never moved, returning to his original stance. Breathing heavily, Sasuke, sensing that Lee had ceased his relentless attacks, also came to a stop. However, the moment he did, the world around him began to spin, and a wave of nausea washed over him, lingering unpleasantly. Sasuke, let us just admit defeat. There is no need to take this so seriously. Seeing Sasuke's disheveled state, Sakura couldn't help but plead from a distance, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet, upon hearing her, Sasuke simply waved his hand dismissively without turning back, a faint smile playing on his lips as he provocatively addressed Lee. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't gone all out yet, have you? Lee, expressionless, regarded the footprints marking Sasuke's body, then shook his head and replied solemnly, I acknowledge your strength, but you cannot defeat me. Therefore, you should concede now to avoid serious injury later. Sasuke understood that Lee, having seen his prowess in taijutsu, sought to find a compromise for both sides, as they were both experts in the art. After all, why should practitioners of the same craft make things difficult for one another? However, Sasuke had not yet mastered all the intricacies of the 8 gates that Lee currently possessed, and he would not easily relent. You haven't given it your all, and neither have I. Since we've both come this far, how can we not fight to our fullest? All right. Lee, also a determined individual, noticed the unwavering resolve on Sasuke's face and chose not to speak further. Instead, he crossed his arms once more over his chest and quietly chanted, 8 gates. 5th gate, the door of limit. Open. Boom. A tremendous force erupted, surging forth like an invisible tide from Lee's being, soaring skyward. Following this, the azure flames of chakra surrounding Lee pulsated with renewed vibrancy, appearing even more resplendent in the wake of his declaration. Haha. Observing this, Sasuke smirked wickedly and mirrored Lee's earlier stance, crossing his arms over his chest as well. Chapter 50. New Secret Technique. Seamless Assault. Could it be, at this moment, Lee could have seized the opportunity to strike, while Sasuke posed dramatically, for there were no prior stipulations against doing so. However, he was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Sasuke's mimicking of his earlier 8-gate stance. Before Lee could voice his query, Sasuke provided the answer through his actions. 8 gates. 1st gate, the gate of opening. Open. 2nd gate, the gate of rest. Open. 3rd gate, the gate of life. Open. 4th gate, the gate of pain. Open. Suddenly, a thin layer of red chakra mist enveloped Sasuke, clinging to him like gossamer. Simultaneously, his skin took on an eerie, earthy hue, while the darkness within his eyes gradually dissipated, transforming into an uncanny state reminiscent of the Byakugan. It was strikingly similar to the state Lee had achieved upon opening the 4th gate. You can also use the 8 gates? Lee stammered, his voice trembling. Sasuke, meanwhile, was enveloped in azure chakra, reveling in the explosive rush coursing through him. He excitedly clenched his fists, retorting, surely you understand that the 8 gates is a high-level ninjutsu derived from the body's various chakra points. If you can learn it, why can't I deduce it from the chakra pathways? Although Sasuke's reasoning was entirely fabricated, lacking the influence of yang release, he would never have been able to grasp the first 4 gates so swiftly. Nevertheless, Lee had no grounds to doubt Sasuke's words, as even his skepticism couldn't produce immediate evidence. Even if you can open 4 gates, you still cannot surpass me with the 5th gate. With that declaration, Lee transformed into a blur, dashing towards Sasuke with the speed of thunder, ready to engage. Whoosh! This time, Sasuke vanished from sight almost identically to how Lee had when he opened the fourth gate. Thus, the spectators witnessed a bizarre yet wondrous scene, as the area became filled with the afterimages of both Lee and Sasuke. On the ground and in the air, it resembled a painting in progress, constantly refreshing the two warriors' silhouettes, greatly enhancing the onlooker's experience. However, it also allowed Sakura and Naruto to finally grasp the situation. Sasuke had been evading while Lee pursued. The scene bore less resemblance to a battle and more to a game of chase. "Sasuke, did you open the fourth gate just to play a game of tag with me?" Lee's voice echoed from behind Sasuke, each syllable resonating clearly despite the distance, indicating that he was closing in. "This is bad. What should I do?" Sasuke felt a rising sense of dread. Although he had opened the fourth gate, he found himself utterly at a loss against Lee, a ninja specializing in speed and taijutsu. Should he use decapitation, butterfly dance, or flame wave slash? Sasuke feared that a single strike might incapacitate Lee, and besides, that was his trump card for survival, one he did not wish to reveal before the gathered crowd. Fire release, grand fireball technique. The charge time was too lengthy. If he attempted that, he would likely be crushed by the rampaging Lee, who had already opened the fifth gate, before he could even finish forming the hand seals. Sasuke had initially planned to stall for time while his yang release copied the technique. Yet now, Lee was gaining ground with alarming speed. It seemed he had no choice but to employ the Phoenix Fire technique as a distraction. With that thought, Sasuke swiftly formed 3 simple Phoenix Fire techniques with one hand and hurled them towards the pursuing Lee. The Phoenix Fire, accompanied by kunai, shot through the air like 3 streaks of meteor light. However, Lee, sensing an opportunity, swiftly dodged the 3 fiery projectiles with ease, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly heard a booming voice from above. "Leaf Great Whirlwind." In an instant, before Sasuke could react, Lee delivered a powerful kick, akin to a raging dragon, sweeping directly into Sasuke's chest. Caught off guard, Sasuke was sent flying, spitting blood like a ruptured sack as he soared through the air, only managing to halt his momentum upon colliding with a large tree nearby, which was thick enough for 3 people to embrace. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura gasped in shock. This time, even Naruto wavered, contemplating whether he and Sakura should join forces to interrupt the match. Yet, as he pondered this, he saw that despite the heavy blow, Sasuke showed no signs of stopping. With a swift push off the ground, he vanished once more. Sasuke had no other recourse but to endure. Although his Phoenix Fire technique hadn't struck Lee, it had successfully delayed him for a second. However, since the time taken to release the Phoenix Fire was longer, the balance had shifted against him. As he fled, Sasuke rapidly analyzed the reasons for his failure in his mind. If only he could reduce the time it took to unleash the Phoenix Fire, he would undoubtedly be able to stall until his yang release successfully copied the technique. After all, facing the 5th gate, he felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity with Lee's current prowess. He knew this was due to his yang release not yet being fully realized, and he needed to buy time. Suddenly, an idea struck him like a flash of inspiration. Suddenly exclaiming, "Eureka!" he hastily summoned the system in his mind, saying, "System, I require your assistance in constructing a technique utilizing yang release that can seamlessly integrate with the 4 gates to execute the Phoenix Fire instantaneously. The faster, the better. ZZZZ. Your description lacks sufficient detail. The system is temporarily unable to replicate. Damn it." Sasuke muttered under his breath, slapping his forehead before continuing, "It's just like the A move. I want to unleash the Phoenix Fire while using the movements of the 4 gates to cancel the casting delay. ZZZZ. Loading. Congratulations, young master. Replication successful." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's spirits soared, and inexplicably, a series of hand seals for executing the A move appeared in his mind, since the ninjutsu created through the fusion of yang release required no prior learning. He promptly began forming the somewhat obscure and awkward hand seals he envisioned. Noticing Sasuke in the distance fiddling with some ninjutsu hand seals, Lee's heart leaped with joy, secretly vowing to seize the opportunity to defeat the fleeing Sasuke. In a fleeting moment, Lee's eyes brightened as he thought, "Here it comes." His figure once again flickered, effortlessly dodging the Phoenix Fire aimed at him, and then he unleashed a powerful Leaf Great Whirlwind towards Sasuke. However, merely a quarter of a second later, Lee found himself bewildered in midair. What? This is actually Sasuke's shadow. How is this possible with him just opening the 4 gates? Chapter 51. Drawing the sword against any foe is my ninja way. Lee's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping as he muttered in disbelief. Yet, gritting his teeth, he charged once more towards Sasuke's figure in the distance. He could not believe that Sasuke, having opened the 4 gates, could evade his attack while he had opened the 5th gate. With the 8 gates released, each one representing a world of its own, Lee had not been bestowed with a unique power like Sasuke. He had climbed his way up step by step, thus he understood the stark contrast between the 4th and 5th gates, an almost insurmountable chasm. With a furious shout, Lee once again charged towards Sasuke's figure not far away. Leaf Great Whirlwind. In an instant, Lee reached Sasuke, but before Sasuke's stationary figure could react, he flickered once more, skillfully dodging 3 incoming Phoenix fires, and delivered a powerful sweeping kick in a flash. Yet as Lee's Leaf Great Whirlwind passed through Sasuke's second shadow without any hindrance, Lee found himself once again witnessing the bizarre sight of a mere shadow. But how? How is this possible? Lee's understanding had become somewhat chaotic. He even felt as if Sasuke had opened the 5th gate, while he was the one merely at the 4th gate. Just as confusion enveloped Lee's mind, he heard the encouraging voice of Teacher Guy. Lee, you are a hard-working genius. Remember, never give up, no matter the circumstances. Losing is not frightening. What is frightening is not daring to face it directly. That is the true terror. Lee did not ponder why Teacher Guy's encouraging voice suddenly reached his ears, nor did he question whether he had just experienced an auditory hallucination. Instead, upon hearing those words, a fire ignited within his heart, making it impossible for him to remain calm. So what if there is a difference between the 4th and 5th gates? I am not afraid of you. As his words fell, the azure chakra blazing around Lee intensified by threefold once more. This time, he rekindled his ultimate fighting spirit and charged wildly towards Sasuke's remaining shadow. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 19. With each of Sasuke's shadows being obliterated by Lee's tempestuous strikes. Panting heavily, Lee was astonished to discover that he was perpetually separated from the real Sasuke by just a small distance, an utterly strange phenomenon. Sasuke observed Lee's 2 consecutive Leaf Great Whirlwinds miss their target. Standing dumbfounded in place, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, if this drags on, perhaps achieving harmony and calling it a draw would be quite agreeable. But just as Sasuke believed that Lee would announce the match as a draw, Lee's aura inexplicably strengthened by yet another threefold. Sasuke dared not delay, swiftly repositioning himself to evade Lee's frenzied 3-hit combo with precision, even without any line of sight. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. And after successfully dodging 5 strikes, Sasuke seemed to become increasingly familiar with the A move he had created using Yang Release. Let us toy with those lost in confusion. Sasuke unconsciously muttered this inexplicable phrase. Then the spectacle began. In the modest arena, whether on the ground or in mid-air, Sasuke's shadows appeared frequently, resembling ink splatters, only to be ruthlessly shattered by Lee moments later. The shadows appeared incredibly tangible due to their brief existence, making it impossible to discern whether the real Sasuke was present or merely a fleeting shadow left in his wake. Curiously, each shadow assumed a throwing motion akin to that of hurling shuriken, either facing Lee who was in pursuit or glancing forward as if adjusting his footing. This series of scenes strung together resembled frames of a moving picture, strange yet exquisite. Finally, both Lee and Sasuke came to a halt. Lee bending over, bracing himself as he gasped for breath, saying, Sasuke, what kind of shadow technique is this? How can you maintain it throughout the battle? Sasuke's bizarre A move made Lee think of a shadow technique. However, while the shadow technique bore resemblance to Sasuke's A move, it could not continuously connect seamlessly. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a bug? At the same level, unless one could secure an instant kill, who could hit this slippery Sasuke? Sasuke lowered his head slightly, musing that he had not considered that a shadow technique could indeed be fused into the A move, making his newly created ninjutsu even more versatile. What a delightful thought. With that in mind, Sasuke shook his head and looked at Lee, saying, what I am using is not a shadow technique. It is merely a combination of ordinary taijutsu and jinjutsu. Of course, if you were to open the 6th gate, perhaps this technique would become ineffective. As he spoke, Sasuke fixed his gaze intently on Lee's expression, yet upon observing, he realized that Lee showed no inclination to take any further action. Sasuke then understood that this version of Lee in this world, like in the original narrative, was limited to only opening the 5th gate at this stage. Though somewhat disappointed, Sasuke had now attained the 5th gate. Thus, he extended his hand towards Lee, suggesting, since I cannot defeat you and you cannot catch me. Let us conclude today's match as a draw. What do you think? With an air of elegance, Sasuke extended his hand, recalling the words of Master Ma, who once stated that the martial world should value harmony and refrain from internal strife. Observing Sasuke's courteous demeanor, Lee, who had initially contemplated testing his strength against Sasuke, promptly dismissed that thought, returning with a hint of disappointment. Sasuke, you may indeed possess the qualifications to be considered the foremost genius of Konoha today. However, there are always those beyond our my teacher once advised me that youthful exuberance can be perilous. One must remain grounded and diligently cultivate one's skills, for that is the ultimate will of a ninja. I mean no offense. I merely hope you grasp the importance of temperance, for it may lead you to a longer journey ahead. Upon witnessing Lee's earnest expression, Sasuke suddenly felt a shift in his perception. Although Lee's previous attempts to vie for Sakura's affection had irked him, this moment of sincerity made Lee appear more agreeable. Thus, with a chuckle, Sasuke replied, "Every ninja's path is unique. That it is precisely for this reason that we engage in training and refinement. Otherwise, we could simply compare our ranks or exam scores. What purpose would practice serve?" Lee, caught between thoughts, hesitated, prompting Sasuke to further declare, "In the face of adversity, one must draw their sword. That is my ninja way." As the narrative unfolded, Lee pondered deeply, recognizing that striving for self-improvement through competition with others could indeed be a form of the ninja path. At that moment, Sasuke turned to the onlookers and proclaimed, "From this day forth, I, Sasuke, welcome challenges from any young prodigy within any faction. However, let it be known that this is not a matter of life and death, but rather an opportunity to enhance our combat awareness and strengthen our convictions as ninjas. I kindly request that you refrain from exaggerating my words to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Konoha had always advocated for peaceful development. When had it ever encouraged such private contests? At that juncture, Sasuke felt a familiar yet foreign memory stirring within him, and he could not suppress a faint smile at the realization that this sensation stemmed from the fifth gate of the 8 gates. This was indeed a significant revelation. Having grasped the essence of the first 5 gates, making for a splendid day, his newfound strength allowed Sasuke to view the scenery of Konoha with renewed appreciation. Just then, Sakura and Naruto hurried over, with Sakura anxiously inquiring, "Sasuke, are you all right? Do you have any hidden injuries? Let me see." Without hesitation, she began to lift Sasuke's shirt to examine his back for any unseen wounds. Yet, Sasuke was acutely aware of his condition. Since awakening a portion of his yang release, such minor injuries were hardly consequential. After all, in a previous life, Naruto had used this very power to save Guy's life. Naruto, with a face full of shame, murmured, "I'm sorry, Sasuke, that I shouldn't have acted impulsively and caused you such trouble." Little did he know that Naruto's unintentional actions had led Sasuke to the first 5 gates of the 8 gates and the path of A. Sasuke chuckled softly, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. "In this world, there are no absolute rights or wrongs. Sometimes, what seems wrong may evolve into right, and vice versa. Iss matters based on the heart of the individual involved. Your intentions have always remained true, so why burden yourself with guilt?" Sasuke, uncertain of how to encourage Naruto to avoid retreating into himself over this matter, resorted to vague words that left Naruto in a state of semi-understanding. Eliciting applause instead, "Sasuke, I will not concede defeat so easily." Just as Sasuke was conversing with Sakura and Naruto, Lee's voice resonated from behind him. Sasuke turned, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, grateful to Lee for unwittingly providing him the chance to acquire the first 5 gates of the 8 gates. Thus, he inquired, "That's splendid, but aren't you supposed to be focused on your own path of diligent training?" This statement was not merely a jest. The methods of silent, steady cultivation differed greatly from his own audacious yet effective approach. "What matters is not the path of a ninja, but my desire to grow stronger. I must exert myself continuously. Effort is paramount, and whether through self-discipline or challenges with others, they are merely means to my end." Well said. At that moment, Sasuke was startled by a thunderous laugh from behind, causing him to jump in surprise due to the sheer volume. He turned to see a middle-aged man sporting Lee's signature watermelon hairstyle and clad in a matching green tracksuit. Approaching him with purpose. Is that Guy? Sasuke's lips curled into a smirk as he recognized that Guy had been observing from the shadows all along. Luckily, Sasuke had refrained from revealing his flame release technique. Otherwise, Guy might have opened all 8 gates and charged at him in a fit of enthusiasm. Lee, effort is the essence, and everything else is merely a means. I am truly gratified that you have come to this realization. Guy exclaimed, giving Lee a thumbs up. Following this, he turned his attention to Sasuke, stating, "You are impressive, having swiftly grasped the essence of the first 4 gates during your bout with Lee. Who is your teacher? Have you secretly trained in the 8 gates before?" Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Sasuke felt flustered. Had he trained? According to the original story, it seemed that only Guy and his father had mastered the 8 gates in Konoha. How was it that he now possessed this knowledge? However, upon reflection, a sly smile crept across Sasuke's face as he thought, "Kakashi-sensei, I need your help here. I'll redirect the blame. After all, you and Guy have a good rapport. Just bear with it." Thus, Sasuke replied, "My teacher is Kakashi. We are both in Team 7, and Kakashi-sensei discreetly guided me on the 8 gates. I recall him telling me that the extent of my learning would depend on my own talent. As he too had only learned from someone else and did not master it completely. Could it be that the person Kakashi-sensei learned from is you?" Sasuke feigned admiration, putting on quite the act. "You taught him?" Guy gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Oh, Kakashi, have you begun pilfering my techniques too?" I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps we shall meet again later. I need to take Lee to see your teacher." "Kakashi, after all, it's a matter of reciprocity. Kakashi's Raikiri is quite impressive, isn't it, Sasuke? You should inform that sly old fox Kakashi in advance. I will soon be visiting him with Lee." With that, Might Guy placed a hand on Lee's shoulder. And before Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura could bid a polite farewell, both Guy and Lee vanished into the shadows. "Did I say something amiss?" Sasuke's cheeks twitched as he turned to Naruto and Sakura beside him. "Oh, no, it's nothing. After all, it was Kakashi-sensei who taught you the 8 gates." Naruto suddenly reverted to his usual boisterous self. "However, I have a feeling that Guy-sensei seemed quite angry. Could there be trouble?" Sakura expressed her concern. Looking at Sasuke. "Actually," Sasuke hesitated, paused, then continued. "Actually, I was deceiving Guy-sensei. Kakashi-sensei has never taught me the 8 gates at all." Naruto. Sakura. Chapter 53. I have no interest in money. "Sasuke, you are incredibly bold. You dare to deceive a Jonin?" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. "Jonin?" Sasuke mused inwardly. For his future, he wouldn't hesitate to deceive even the 3rd Hokage. Nevertheless, there are lines he would never cross, even for immense benefits. Oh, what should I do now? "Perhaps, Sasuke, you should proactively confess to Kakashi-sensei." "Confess?" Without a moment's thought, Sasuke shook his head vigorously. Letting things simmer down seems best. After all, nothing could be worse than a good beating, and for his future, Sasuke would accept it. This incident further clarified for Sasuke the significance of strength. Reflecting on when Lee challenged him, one of the reasons he stated was because of Sakura. In this era, lacking strength means one might not even be able to protect their own wife. What reason does he have to conceal the truth from Kakashi-sensei? The dormitory of Team 3. This might be the only collective dormitory for ninjas in Konoha. If Sasuke heard about this, he might think that Team 3's living conditions are rather austere. Why can't they allow a bit of privacy for the ninjas in their class? What if there are girls in the class? However, if Sasuke were to see the lavish, resort-style decoration of Team 3, akin to a 5-star hotel, and notice Tintin sitting by the coffee table brewing tea at that moment, he would sincerely approach her and say, "Miss, I truly do not wish to exert myself any longer." At that moment, it was a delightful afternoon. Sitting by the coffee table, Tintin fluttered her big, adorable eyes, pouring tea while calling out, "Lee, did you buy the belly band I asked you to get today?" Ever since returning from the back playground, Lee had remained silent, lying on a nearby tatami mat, lost in thought about his not-so-simple battle with Sasuke. Upon hearing Tintin's words, his body trembled, and he hurriedly pretended to snore. In his heart, this sister assigned to his class was perfect in every way, wealthy, generous, and beautiful. Yet her personality was a tad too carefree. As a man aspiring to inherit Guy-sensei's ninja way, how could he possibly venture into a women's clothing store to buy a belly band for Tintin? If anyone found out, would he even survive that embarrassment? However, Lee's attempt to feign ignorance was too late, as Tintin called out, "Hey, stop pretending. I saw you flinch just now. Are you up to some mischief behind my back?" Lee sprang up abruptly. "Big sister, such words are not to be spoken. If others hear that, it could lead to misunderstandings." "All right, All right, Tintin laughed heartily. Waving her hand, I was merely trying to find a topic to get you up. By the way, you seem a bit off today. Has something happened? As she spoke, her large eyes fixed intently on Li's expression. Li swallowed, casting a glance at Tintin, who was looking at him with a teasing smile, and felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Ultimately, he decided to share everything about his encounter with Sasuke, knowing he could never deceive this sister before him. What? That Sasuke is spreading rumors that he can easily defeat Neji. The true genius. Li briefly recounted the events leading up to his match with Sasuke, and Tintin erupted. The key point is you lost to him. You usually train so hard, right? Where's your 8 gates? You can't be useless, can you? Tintin's disappointment morphed into anger, as she seemed ready to throw a punch to personally teach Li a lesson. Yet, to her surprise, Li sighed and said, the thing is, Sasuke can also use the 8 gates. And what's more, he can open up to the 4th gate. As he spoke, Li became animated. Truth be told, he still couldn't comprehend how his 5th gate was bested by Sasuke's 4th, although they fought to a standstill. Li felt that failing to secure victory against the 4th gate meant he had lost. He can also use the 8 gates and can reach the 4th. Tintin exclaimed, incredulous. However, upon seeing Li's expression, which seemed sincere, she furrowed her brow, pondered for a moment, then slammed her hand on the coffee table, pouting in anger. For gates or not, that grudge must be avenged. Otherwise, when Neji returns from his mission, how can we face him as his teammates? Li raised his eyelids, gazing at Tintin's fierce demeanor, and thought to himself, and you say you don't have feelings for Neji. Yet, he stammered, but we can't defeat him. Right? Even if he can only open 4 gates, his speed surpasses mine when I open 5, making it impossible for me to even land a hit with my Lotus technique. How can we fight him? Li's words carried no ulterior motive. He was merely stating the truth. If they were to confront Sasuke, he hoped not to be dragged into it, as he did not wish to lose again. Tintin frowned slightly, gently tapping the coffee table with her fingers. After a while, she slowly spoke. I've got it. Li leaned in, puzzled. Big sister, have you thought of a plan? He was quite curious. If he couldn't figure it out, could she possibly be considering asking a teacher to teach Sasuke a lesson? If that were the case, that would seem rather unfair. Humph, according to your description, isn't he quite fast? But what's the use of speed? When it comes to a match, it's all about strength and strategy. I'm going to find Shikamaru. I'm sure his shadow imitation jutsu won't disappoint. Li pondered for a moment but soon voiced his concern. Though Shikamaru's shadow imitation jutsu is powerful, it seems that with Sasuke's speed, he wouldn't be able to catch him, right? To be honest, I feel Shikamaru's strength is still inferior to mine. This was the truth. In terms of raw strength, Shikamaru indeed fell short compared to Leat that moment. Tintin lightly tapped Li's forehead with her teacup. Exasperated, you fool. If you can't control him with shadows, then you deceive him. If you can't deceive him, then you launch a sneak attack? You always think too rigidly. Sasuke isn't anything special. As long as we let Shikamaru initiate a sneak attack to control him, won't Sasuke be destined to lose? However, such a seemingly juvenile idea made Li wonder whether Shikamaru would agree to it. Ha ha ha. I knew you were stubborn, yet you refused to believe it. Every day, you proudly lift your chin and declare, though I have no love for money and am disinterested in it. It cannot be denied that, in most cases, wealth truly allows one to act as one pleases. Little Li. Chapter 54, It's not impossible, but it requires funds. The Nara Chess Club, an establishment invested in and built by the Nara family, serves not only to attract business and supplement the family's expenses, but also to provide a space for the family's younger generation to hone their chess skills at this very moment. Shikamaru languidly sat in a private room of the Nara Chess Club, resting his chin on one hand while the other absent-mindedly fiddled with the pieces in the chess box, exuding an air of utter boredom. He muttered to himself, you want to let the horse run but refuse to let it graze. My father has thought of every good thing under the sun and dreamed every daydream imaginable. Yet why do all the burdens of reality fall squarely upon my shoulders? Why, I am but a mere child, barely a few hundred months old. Just then, the door to the private room was slowly pushed open. And before Shikamaru could clearly discern who had entered, the voice of Tintin rang out. Well said. In this world, what good fortune exists that allows one to realize their dreams simply by dreaming? If such a thing were true, wouldn't we all in the shinobi world gather together and dream collectively? In an instant, when Shikamaru recognized that it was Tintin who had entered, his enthusiasm remained notably lacking. Though Tintin was undeniably beautiful, to Shikamaru, women were far too troublesome. Avoiding contact whenever possible seemed the wisest course. Thus, out of courtesy, Shikamaru inquired, "Miss Tintin, is there a reason you've come to see me?" Let me clarify first. Although I am indeed short on funds, I absolutely refuse to play chess with a rotten chess box, as that would tarnish the chess spirit I have painstakingly cultivated. As he spoke, Shikamaru held his head high, not even glancing at Tintin standing by the door. "You." This verges on personal insult, Tintin thought, but recalling that she hadn't come to argue with this oddball today. She took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the irritation bubbling within her, eventually speaking, "Rest assured, I have no interest in such a dreadfully tedious pastime as chess. Then what do you want with me?" Shikamaru's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of wariness. After all, a young man must be vigilant when out in the world. Observing Shikamaru's demeanor, Tintin smirked inwardly, thinking that with her charms, there would certainly be a multitude of suitors lining up from one end of the village to the other. "Look at you, acting as if I'm not worthy of you." Despite her inner monologue harshly criticizing Shikamaru, Tintin maintained a calm facade and continued, "I'm here to help you realize your wish. After all, I heard that you recently had a falling out with Uncle Riku over wanting to purchase a long-lost chess manual. If you agree to one request of mine, I could help you fulfill your wish immediately." With her arms crossed, Tintin exuded confidence. However, much to her surprise, Shikamaru mirrored her stance, crossing his arms and responding with a wary tone. "You should abandon that notion. I would never sell myself for money." "Tintin, what are you thinking?" Were it not for being on Shikamaru's turf, she would have been tempted to take action immediately. "What I meant was, help me with a fight. Don't worry. Just the appearance fee alone would be enough to cover the commission for the chess manual. What do you think?" The mention of the chess manual caused Shikamaru to hesitate momentarily, debating whether to agree. At that moment, Tintin sensed that Shikamaru was merely a step away from acquiescing, so she further enticed, "Shikamaru, you really need to think this through. Life is but a fleeting few decades, and some things, once missed, can never be reclaimed. Don't assume you'll always have the chance to retrieve what you once cherished. It's like the toys you loved as a child, though you held them dear then. Your adult self may regard them with disdain. Time takes away things we cannot see. Shikamaru, you must truly ponder this." Naturally astute, Shikamaru fell into deep contemplation upon hearing her words, remaining silent for quite some time. Indeed, time lost is never regained. The clouds drift aimlessly through the ages. The vicissitudes of life mirror the ever-shifting dynamics on the chessboard, constantly morphing. As Tintin had said, stretching the timeline of life. Who can guarantee that I will encounter something as captivating as that chess manual again? Perhaps. What if I don't? It's merely a fight. It's not as if I would be violating any of Konoha's regulations. Tio put it civilly. It would be a mutual sparring session. Though Konoha does not advocate for martial conflict, no one looks down upon it. With this in mind, after a lengthy pause, Shikamaru slammed his hand on the table, as if urging himself to make a decision, and shouted, "Let us do it." "Excellent. Such audacity is fitting for the foremost young talent of the Nara clan." Tintin applauded. However, before she could continue, Shikamaru shifted his tone, directing it back at her. "Before we discuss who the foremost talent is, I can agree to help you with the fight, but," Tintin frowned, thinking, "is he about to play tricks on me again?" Yet Shikamaru suddenly spoke with a tone of righteous indignation. "But it requires extra payment." Tintin, in Sasuke's dorm room, 8 gates released formation. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Fourth gate, wound gate, open. Konoha, great whirlwind. With a loud bang, Sasuke inadvertently performed a sweeping kick that sent a sizable table flying across his room. "What the heck?" Startled, Sasuke quickly took advantage of his rampaging state after opening the fourth gate, using the tip of his foot to propel himself into the air, catching the table as it soared several meters high and landing gracefully. With a burst of energy in his legs, he vanished from sight in an instant, only to reappear back in his room moments later. Phew, that scared me. Thankfully no one was downstairs. Otherwise, I would have definitely caused a high-altitude projectile situation. Setting the table down, Sasuke observed the faint layer of bluish chakra vapor enveloping his body after opening the fourth gate, and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the 8 gates released formation. He had previously assumed this was some kind of special effect, but experiencing it firsthand made him realize that this delicate blue vapor was actually the sweat evaporated from chakra. Indeed, it was azure sweat. If I had this ability, I could run deliveries back in time and earn a fortune. While Sasuke entertained this whimsical thought, a girl's voice suddenly called out from outside. Sasuke, get out here. Aren't you bold? I'm coming for you. You better not play dead. Who could that be? Sasuke scratched his head. Finding the voice unfamiliar, he then straightened his clothes and headed toward the door. Chapter 55. Has Tintin encountered a scoundrel? Are you the self-proclaimed genius who can easily defeat Niji? Every day, as she gazed at the handsome young man approaching her with a slow, deliberate stride, the harsh words that had almost escaped her lips were instantly tempered, morphing into an ordinary inquiry. Yet, her haughty expression, combined with the questioning tone, gave the impression that she was teasing Sasuke. This prompted Shikamaru, who stood nearby, to raise an eyebrow in curiosity and cast a peculiar glance at Tian. Silently pondering whether this foolish girl had indeed taken a liking to the lad before her, he mused that she ought to show some restraint. Otherwise, if she offended this formidable sister, she would certainly face repercussions in the future. After all, Sasuke was a man endowed with the Sharingan and the power of yang release, and his keen vision allowed him to notice Tian from a distance, her eyes almost speaking in their expressiveness. He felt a flutter in his heart and swallowed nervously as he approached her, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Is it really you, Miss Tian? Have you truly come to find me? He stammered, inadvertently slipping into a charmingly awkward mode of conversation. Tian's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, yet she remained resolute, never forgetting the purpose of her visit. With a playful pout, she retorted, "Humph, don't try to cozy up to me. While I am aware of how you came to know me, you cannot escape the responsibility of your previous remarks today." Upon hearing this, Shikamaru's mind began to race with speculation. Could it be that there were hidden layers to this situation that he was unaware of? Was he here to mediate a family dispute? He stroked his chin thoughtfully, stealing a glance at Tian, then casually shifting his gaze to the smiling Sasuke, not far away. That he mused, this guy doesn't look like an honest fellow at first glance. Has Tian encountered a scoundrel? No way. From my years of social experience, it's evident that men who can live off others are rarely simple. As the saying goes, a good judge finds it hard to resolve family matters. It seems I must be cautious in my approach when the time comes. He chuckled inwardly. How could Sasuke resist the opportunity to tease an adorable girl? You're mistaken. I haven't done anything to you. So what responsibility do I bear? Sasuke protested, witnessing this unexpected levity from him. She recalled their previous encounter, during which he had exuded a stubborn demeanor. How had he transformed into this version of himself? We are here to challenge you today. Did you not boast after defeating Lee that you welcomed challenges from all your peers? Upon hearing Tian's words, Sasuke realized, and only then did he notice Shikamaru had been standing beside her for quite some time. What a splendid opportunity! Sasuke felt a rush of excitement. He had long coveted the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, but due to their esteemed status, he had lacked the reason and courage to challenge Shikamaru directly. Yet here it was, presented to him on a silver platter. Tian was, after all, the type of support ninja whose offensive capabilities were rather limited. Aside from her wealth and beauty, she seemingly lacked any extraordinary combat prowess. Furthermore, since Shikamaru and Tian were not in the same class, it was clear that Tian had employed her resources to confront him. How about it? When shall we commence? Where will we compete? Sasuke hurriedly inquired, fearful of losing this golden opportunity. Right here. You and him. Tian declared, pointing her small hand at Shikamaru, her voice crisp and lively. All right. Begin, Sasuke, intending to unleash a minor fireball technique to gauge Shikamaru's response, prepared to form the necessary hand seals. However, just as he raised his hand, he suddenly discovered that his body had inexplicably become immobile. This is the shadow imitation technique. But you didn't say begin. How can you ambush me like this? That's against the rules, Sasuke exclaimed. Looking down to see a straight, peculiar shadow had appeared beneath him, linking his body to Shikamaru's in a discreet manner. Hey, dummy. In reality, will your opponent announce begin? This is a competition, not a classroom exam. Tian replied, her tone filled with playful triumph. You little trickster, Sasuke smirked. It was his first time encountering someone in this world of ninjas who was even more cunning than himself. Just concede. Otherwise, Shikamaru will unleash the shadow strangulation technique. Tian teased, hands behind her back, her demeanor both playful and mischievous. Sasuke furrowed his brow, thinking, no, I still have time. I must find a way to escape this shadow imitation technique and stall like I did against Lee. Such thoughts were indeed beautiful, But reality was far more brutal. He was currently under the control of Shikamaru's cunning strategy, and as is well known, fragile assassins were always the most vulnerable to hard control. He had ninjutsu at his disposal yet could not utilize it. What was he to do? Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that your movements are severely restricted. You may utilize Yang release to gain a slight boost in luck. Would you like to proceed? Luck? Sasuke found himself puzzled, wondering what the system was up to. Rather than some ethereal luck, he would prefer a tangible solution. If only he could use Yang release to forcibly break free from the shadow imitation's constraints. However, given his predicament, he had little choice but to take a gamble. Thus, he replied, "Activate." As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden rush of dark wind swept through the air, and Sasuke's spirits soared as he noticed the shadow connecting him to Shikamaru gradually fading under the obscuring clouds. In merely 3 seconds, the shadow vanished entirely, but this brief moment was all it took. That a second later, sunlight once again illuminated the ground, only for Shikamaru to discover that Sasuke had already vanished from the spot where he was supposed to be. Oh no! Tion, watching from a distance, gasped in alarm. But it was too late. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing winds filled the air as Sasuke felt the temperature around him rise ominously. Shikamaru sensed impending danger. Without hesitation, he drew a beautifully illustrated sealing scroll from his ninja pouch and hurled it toward Sasuke. Chapter 56. Sasuke versus Shikamaru. The scroll danced in the wind like a flag, and in midair, it suddenly burst into a cloud of white smoke with a loud pop, transforming into a barrage of kunai and various hidden weapons, raining down upon the fireball technique unleashed by Sasuke. The hastily deployed attack from Shikamaru was none other than Tion's renowned ninjutsu, the hidden weapons barrage, in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. It was likely that only Tion possessed such substantial financial resources to execute an assault of this magnitude. Damn it, Sasuke cursed under his breath. He was well aware that Shikamaru was not capable of such a large-scale hidden weapon attack. In an instant, he realized this was Tion's financial backing at play. Tion, if there is something you want to throw at me, just let it come. I truly don't want to keep trying. At times, the act of selection can indeed outweigh the merit of effort. Sasuke mused that whoever might wed Tintin in the future would likely circumvent 2 decades of arduous paths. A deluge of concealed weapons, akin to a torrential downpour, descended upon the treetop where Sasuke sought refuge, enveloping him with an overwhelming intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke's figure flickered, and he promptly activated the substitution technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the briefest of moments after invoking the substitution technique, a multitude of projectiles embedded themselves into the wooden post conjured by the technique, leaving it sprawled like a hedgehog at the very spot where Sasuke had stood. Sasuke could not help but click his tongue, reflecting inwardly, Tintin's move is rather ruthless. Yet, despite such thoughts, his hands remained unyielding in their swift actions. With a swift change of hand signs, a surge of scorching chakra began to pour into Sasuke's chest with astonishing fervor. Completing the initial set of hand signs, he swiftly transitioned to another, simultaneously proclaiming, "Fire style, grand fireball technique." With a resounding boom, a colossal fireball, radiating the heat of the blazing sun, erupted from Sasuke's mouth, its power relentless as it surged towards Shikamaru in a wild torrent. Upon witnessing the impending inferno, Shikamaru's pupils constricted, his hands forming seals that blossomed like a lotus, swiftly conjuring a shadowy figure beneath his feet, which culminated in an egg-shaped shield, encasing him securely. This was indeed one of the Nara clan's life-saving techniques, shadow manipulation. Boom! The searing grand fireball mercilessly engulfed the shadow technique released by Shikamaru, yet to Sasuke's astonishment, the enigmatic shadow seemed to devour the fireball, much like a black hole, swallowing it whole mere seconds later. This, truly, the young talent of the Nara clan is formidable. Sasuke silently praised him. In his previous life, aside from the shadow imitation technique and his exceptional intellect, Shikamaru had failed to leave a profound impression on the current Sasuke. However, today he witnessed something remarkable. He had not anticipated that someone could so effortlessly extinguish his grand fireball technique. Was this the power of the 6 paths? It appeared that Shikamaru was not as easy to handle as he had initially assumed. Having nearly replicated the Yang release, it was time to put an end to this meaningless farce. With that thought, Sasuke abruptly crossed his arms before his chest, lowered his head, and slightly sank his form, simultaneously exclaiming, 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Fourth gate, wound gate, open. Yeah. Boom. A cerulean chakra enveloped Sasuke's form like a delicate veil, and with a swift motion, he vanished from his previous location. As Shikamaru felt the oppressive heat dissipate and his shadow technique gradually consumed. He let out a sigh of relief and withdrew the protective effect. However, as he revealed himself, the blinding sunlight pierced his eyes, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow before him. Before Shikamaru could comprehend the situation, he suddenly heard Sasuke's voice calling out, "Konoha, great whirlwind." Whoosh! Sasuke's figure materialized in the right rear of Shikamaru, delivering a powerful kick, accompanied by the sound of wind rushing, aimed squarely at Shikamaru's posterior. Taken by surprise, Shikamaru was unceremoniously sent tumbling head over heels. "You." It turns out Lee wasn't lying. "You really can open the 4 gates," Tintin exclaimed from a distance, her delicate hands covering her mouth, her wide eyes sparkling with astonishment, her pretty face reflecting her disbelief. Clearly, despite her earlier agreement with Lee, she had not fully believed his claims. Sasuke dissipated the cerulean chakra enveloping him and turned to Tintin with a cheerful smile, saying, "Hee, I shall claim this sealing scroll of yours. Consider it our wagered." He then bent down to pick up the sealing scroll that Shikamaru had hastily tossed aside during a moment of crisis, suspecting it had been a clandestine preparation from Tintin for Shikamaru. Pausing momentarily, he continued with a grin, "Of course, if the beautiful Tintin feels dissatisfied, you are welcome to challenge me again at any time. I shall not decline." With a chuckle, he tucked the sealing scroll into his ninja pouch. "Humph, it's merely a sealing scroll. Take it if you wish, but do not get too smug. I will come to find you again until you acknowledge your defeat." Tintin pouted. Miss, would you consider me? I truly do not wish to exert myself any longer." Sasuke could not help but blurt out, "You." Humph. With a huff, Tintin turned and stormed away, leaving Shikamaru, who was still feigning unconsciousness, behind. Sasuke chuckled softly and strolled over to Shikamaru, patting him on the back. "Hey, stop pretending. Tintin has already left." No sooner had Sasuke's words fallen than Shikamaru sprang up from the ground, as if resurrected, exclaiming with relief, "Finally completed the task. Earning a bit of money in this day and age is truly not easy." Observing the complex expression on Shikamaru's face, Sasuke understood. He was just a laid-back worker. Yet, Shikamaru had accurately defined his stance, willing to coast along, but never to exert himself. Chapter 57. Tintin, I do not wish to strive. Hey, Shikamaru, as the heir of the Nara clan, you surely do not find yourself attracted to Tintin's modest wealth, do you? Sasuke casually seated himself beside Shikamaru. Speaking as if they were old friends, he was genuinely curious about what could compel someone like Shikamaru, who despised trouble, to submit to Tintin's financial prowess. Was he, like Sasuke, harboring thoughts of no longer wanting to strive? With this in mind, Sasuke cast a side glance at Shikamaru, his gaze somewhat peculiar. Seemingly sensing Sasuke's odd scrutiny, Shikamaru felt a flicker of annoyance and thought to himself, given his tone, could he possibly see me as a rival? After all, it seems that every year in Konoha, there are youths who wish to abandon their efforts. Analyzing this, alongside Sasuke's strange gaze, Shikamaru turned to him with a sheepish smile. Brother, do not misunderstand that my relationship with Tintin is purely professional. She provides the funds, and I provide the labor. There are absolutely no feelings beyond monetary exchange. Sasuke inhaled sharply, thinking, why does Shikamaru's statement sound so peculiar? Moreover, he pondered the questions he had posed to him, clearly understanding the reasons behind his daily commitment to challenge himself. Yet, Shikamaru's response was vague and utterly perplexing. Shaking his head, Sasuke chose not to pursue the conversation further. He merely patted Shikamaru on the shoulder, reminding him to take better care of his health in the future. After all, prior to his journey through time, Sasuke had heard through the news that wealthy women often indulged in extravagant lifestyles. Since Shikamaru had chosen this path, neglecting his well-being could lead to dire consequences. For this matter, Sasuke did not harbor much disdain. After all, earning money is not shameful. The two exchanged subtle glances. Unaware that they misjudged each other's intentions, Shikamaru believed that Sasuke's flowery words were merely a fade, likely due to his infatuation with Sasuke's youthful appearance. Meanwhile, Sasuke thought Shikamaru's previous evasiveness stemmed from his status as the heir of the Nara clan, making it inconvenient for him to speak plainly, though his insinuations were evident. Thus, This pair of hidden talents departed from each other, each harboring their own thoughts. The night sky was profound, with stars scattered like dust. When Sasuke awoke from his meditative posture, he opened his eyes to find the moonlight gracing the earth. Having recently acquired the first 5 gates of the 8 gates and the shadow mimicry technique bestowed by the duck King Shikamaru, Sasuke felt his mastery of the yang release bestowed by the Sage of 6 Paths ascend to new heights. In moments of joy, he found himself yearning for the thrill of combat once more. Raising his hand, he brushed against his ninja pouch, and the sealing scroll gifted to him by Shikamaru materialized in his palm. Treating the scroll with the utmost reverence, he laid it upon the table and carefully unfurled it. After biting his thumb, a drop of blood flowed forth, and without hesitation, he pressed his palm firmly against the scroll. With a resounding pop, a sealing mark emerged from beneath his hand, followed by a burst of white smoke. Revealing his beheading sword as if by miracle, how splendid! Sasuke couldn't contain his excitement. This item was akin to a spatial ring, alleviating his worries about forgetting essential belongings, thereby significantly mitigating his forgetfulness. He secured the beheading sword once more upon his back and returned the sealing scroll to his ninja pouch. Sasuke stepped outside, soon arriving at the back playground of the Ninja Academy. It was deep into the night, and the area remained deserted. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to practice his sword techniques when his instinctively activated Sharingan suddenly detected a subtle flow of chakra. The source of this chakra was concealed within a nearby thicket, evidently monitoring him from the shadows. Who? Show yourself. Sasuke was well aware of who might be observing him, most likely Danzo, who had shown a keen interest in his activities. Initially, Sasuke hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his strength and teach a lesson to this persistent stalker. However, he soon recalled that he had believed Danzo had ceased his surveillance after joining Team 7. It appeared that Danzo had merely dispatched a stronger Umbu ninja to keep tabs on him. Had it not been for Sasuke's recent advancement in yang release, he might not have detected this hidden observer at all. No, this ninja must be eliminated tonight. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Who knows if this ninja has witnessed his recent use of the flame release, Destruction Wave Slash? As Danzo had yet to make any significant moves against him, Sasuke deduced that whether or not this ninja had seen his technique, the information had likely not reached Danzo's ears. Thus, he resolved that it was better to err on the side of caution. This Umbu ninja must die tonight. The thicket remained eerily silent, as if to suggest that the presence Sasuke had sensed was merely an illusion. Yet, Sasuke scoffed coldly. Without any warning, his figure flickered and soared into the air, with a flick of his wrist. 3 shuriken shot forth like meteors, hurtling towards the hiding place of the ninja. Although Sasuke's attack was unexpected, any ninja dispatched by Danzo from the Umbu would undoubtedly be formidable, just as the shuriken were about to pierce the thicket. A figure clad in a mask and wearing a ninja vest suddenly emerged from among the foliage. Indeed, it was an Umbu of Konoha. While others might struggle to identify this ninja, Sasuke, as a traveler from another world, recognized the cat-faced mask and the familiar attire all too well. Seeing the ninja attempting to flee, Sasuke would not allow such an escape before his eyes as the ninja reached an open area illuminated by scattered moonlight. Sasuke promptly formed a single hand sign. With a swift change of gesture, a massive hand of shadow shot forth from his own shadow, racing towards the fleeing ninja beneath the moonlight. Chapter 58. The weeds have not been uprooted. The ninja, realizing his cover was blown, had no choice but to make a desperate bid for escape. However, upon reaching a moonlit clearing, he suddenly found himself unable to move, just as panic set in. Sasuke's figure materialized beside him, and with a cold smile, he remarked, "Who said your luck would hold out? We are both mere workers in this world, and I had no intention to eradicate you entirely. Yet, to prevent you from revealing any secrets that Danzo should not know, I have no choice but to send you to hell ahead of time, where you can await your reunion with that old man." With that, Sasuke altered his hand signs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more Phoenix Fire Jutsu erupted forth, streaking toward the ninja like falling stars, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. The ninja trembled violently, unable to utter a word due to Sasuke's unique shadow mimicry technique. Yet he seemed to struggle to convey some final words. However, Sasuke granted him no opportunity. This was not a time for mercy. Decisions must be made swiftly. Otherwise, if this ninja managed to escape and cause trouble, it would ultimately be Sasuke who suffered. With a muffled thud, the ninja collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Aware of the importance of ensuring the kill, Sasuke, despite the absence of any chakra flow from the ninja under his Sharingan's gaze, formed a hand sign and unleashed a small fireball technique, instantly incinerating the ninja into nothingness. Having completed this, Sasuke hurriedly left the scene. Heading towards his dormitory for his secret training, he decided to forego it. After all, he had just eliminated a Konoha ninja, albeit one sent by Danzo. Should any traces of this incident come to light, he would find himself in grave danger. Thus, Sasuke resolved to remain in seclusion at home for the next few days, seeking to avoid any unnecessary attention. Phew, that was close. Is this really the same kid I once knew? Fortunately, my cautious nature has spared me from jeopardizing Lord Danzo's affairs. Nearly half an hour after Sasuke's departure, a disheveled figure, drenched in sweat and appearing quite flustered, stumbled forth from the thicket where Sasuke had earlier encountered that ninja. Though the surroundings were deserted, the individual muttered in a voice still tinged with panic. It seems Lord Danzo must have returned from the land of the caged birds by now. I must hasten to inform him of Sasuke's situation. With that, the person retrieved a cat-faced mask from their ninja pouch and donned it once more, blending seamlessly into the enveloping darkness of the night. In a secluded underground chamber, Yamashiro Kaze stood before Lord Danzo, who, with hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a deep and measured tone, betraying no hint of emotion, be it joy or anger, before my departure. I entrusted you with the task of covertly monitoring Itachi's younger brother, did I not? Indeed, my lord, Yamashiro Kaze replied with a respectful nod. Could it be that the boy has further awakened his Sharingan? At this thought, a flicker of excitement crept into Danzo's otherwise composed demeanor, as he subtly caressed the bandages wrapped around his right forearm. My lord, it appears that Sasuke's awakening of the Sharingan may be merely the beginning. Yamashiro Kaze's brow furrowed, his expression growing increasingly complex. Though, pray, elaborate. Danzo turned to face him, intrigued by the revelation that a few days ago, upon Sasuke's return from a mission in the Land of Waves, I diligently followed your orders to keep watch over him. However, that very night, I witnessed him wielding a decapitating blade with a technique that rivaled A-rank ninjutsu. The sheer force of his strike obliterated half of the training ground. But that is not all. I was astonished to see him infuse the decapitating blade with fire release. Such an occurrence is indeed remarkable, Danzo interjected, stepping forward, his hands trembling slightly behind his back, betraying an inner restlessness. Yamashiro nodded gravely, continuing, moreover, tonight I again observed Sasuke at the training ground, and this time he detected my presence the moment I arrived. Fortunately, I had preemptively controlled a ninja to divert his attention that I had assumed that my strength would suffice to evade him. But to my astonishment, Sasuke effortlessly dispatched the puppet ninja using the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Yamashiro swallowed hard, not from fear of Sasuke's prowess, but rather from the sheer peculiarity of the boy's abilities. He wielded multiple advanced ninjutsu without being hindered by the inherent limitations of their elemental properties, something Yamashiro had never encountered in his own training. The shadow imitation technique. Could there be some clandestine connection between the Nara clan and the remnants of the Uchiha? Danzo pondered, only to shake his head in disbelief. That cannot be. Even if there were a connection, Shikaku would never condone such a technique leaking from the Nara clan. Yes, he walked restlessly within the confines of the cramped underground room. Yamashiro ventured a suggestion. My lord, should we not capture Sasuke covertly for further study? He is far too enigmatic, and there is undoubtedly something of great significance about him. Danzo hesitated momentarily before responding. We must tread carefully. We cannot afford to alarm him. He is now a genin under Kakashi's command, and allowing him to vanish from Konoha without cause would raise too many suspicions, particularly for certain self-righteous individuals who would be unsettled by such actions. Yamashiro nodded, refraining from further comment. He surmised that the self-righteous individual to whom Danzo referred was none other than the third Hokage, and thus, in the realm of such high-stakes political maneuvering, it would be prudent for someone of his modest clan to remain discreet and uninvolved. Chapter 59. Indeed, shit release proves mightier than verbal release. It has now been 13 days since Sasuke has remained in seclusion. During this time, though Naruto and Sakura have knocked on his door, Sasuke has chosen to remain silent, feigning that no one is home. He understands that responding to Sakura and Naruto would inevitably lead to outings during this tense period, so for his own safety, he resolves to stay indoors. Of course, during these days, Sasuke has not idled away his time. Without the distraction of mobile devices in this world of shinobi, he has diligently practiced his yang release and honed his various hand seals, including the shadow imitation technique he recently learned from Shikamu. After half a month of relentless training, Bolstered by his understanding of yang release, he has become quite proficient in the shadow imitation technique. Although he possesses a system, he is aware that it is not omnipotent. It merely provides a general direction for his cultivation. True strength must come from his own efforts, for this is a world where power reigns supreme. And without it, survival in the face of a potential fourth shinobi world war is far from guaranteed. At a certain moment during the day, Sasuke roused from his meditative state, descending from his bed to approach the long-closed rear window. Gazing out at the sunlit scenery, he murmured to himself, "It has almost been half a month. Perhaps it is time to emerge. After all, the news of my encounter with that Umbu ninja has already spread throughout Konoha. And I cannot simply hide away forever to evade responsibility." Just as he contemplated this, a series of knocks echoed at his door, followed by Naruto's voice calling, "Sasuke, are you home?" "Sasuke?" Naruto shook his head and turned to leave. Having knocked on Sasuke's door countless times over the past 2 weeks without receiving a response, he was perplexed as to where Sasuke could be, especially since he had been so eager to hang out with him as a good friend. Just as Naruto was about to round the corner of the hallway, Sasuke's door swung open, and before Naruto could fully turn around, he felt Sasuke's arm drape over his shoulder as he cheerfully declared, "Missed me, didn't you? Come on, let's go find Sakura, and then grab some ramen at Ichiraku." Sasuke's words were not merely intended to divert Naruto's attention. Rather, they were also influenced by his previous spar with Rock Lee, during which he had not indulged himself at the Ichiraku ramen. With the Chunin exams looming, this was likely the last moment of leisure for everyone before the rigorous trials ahead. As Naruto stood there in a state of bewilderment, he found himself unwittingly pulled along by Sasuke towards the bustling street leading to Ichiraku. Suddenly taking note of the throng of people bustling about, Naruto could no longer contain himself and seized an opportunity to interrupt Sasuke's playful banter, exclaiming, "Sasuke, where on earth have you been? You vanished for half a month without so much as a word to Sakura or me. Do you have any idea how worried we were? I thought you had gone off to challenge Lee again." Growing increasingly agitated, Naruto had initially intended to inquire about Sasuke's recent escapades, but in his frustration, he let slip a reproach instead. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who resembled a petulant spouse, and couldn't help but chuckle. All right. The truth is, I haven't gone anywhere these past 2 weeks. That I've been honing my skills in my room. I was aware that both you and Sakura came looking for me, but with the Chunin exams approaching. Have you really not trained at all during this time? Sasuke deftly turned the tables, asserting the moral high ground. As they had both become competent genin by now, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he suddenly realized that there was a rumor circulating that Sasuke was the current top prodigy of Konoha, and perhaps it wasn't as far-fetched as he had once thought. After all, Sasuke had recently triumphed over both Rock Lee and Shikamaru, who had sought him out for a challenge. Initially, Naruto attributed Sasuke's successes to sheer talent, but after hearing Sasuke's words, he began to feel that it seemed the so-called genius was working harder than he, an ordinary person, ever did. If even a prodigy was putting in such effort, what was the point of trying for someone like him? Unconsciously, Naruto blurted out this thought in Sasuke's presence. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nearly fell over in shock. He even entertained the notion that Naruto had somehow adopted a defeatist attitude. When had Naruto ever developed such a mindset? This certainly wasn't right. Was his own presence altering the course of events? Sasuke pondered, "No, I must extinguish this notion of surrender in Naruto. He is the host of the Nine Tails and the future 7th Hokage whom I intend to support wholeheartedly. He cannot afford to become complacent at such a young age." As he contemplated this, Sasuke glanced at Naruto and began, "Naruto, listen to me. The truth is, it seems I may have eaten some expired instant noodles yesterday that upset my stomach. Hold on a moment. Let me sort this out, and then we can talk." Just as Sasuke was about to launch into his own verbal diversion, he noticed a sudden change in Naruto's expression, which darkened, while Sasuke was still puzzled. Naruto hastily dropped a remark and dashed toward a nearby tavern. What a nuisance. It seems that the art of escape is far superior to mere words, knowing full well that he had eaten expired noodles. What kind of courage did that take? Sasuke silently scoffed to himself. Observing the bustling street filled with an array of stalls, he felt his spirits lift. If he were unable to return to his own world in the future, perhaps living a carefree life with Sakura in this world of shinobi would not be so unacceptable after all. Moreover, if he were to gain the ability in the future, he wouldn't mind adding a fishing pond to welcome the likes of Ino into his harem. However, given his current interference with the flow of events in the Naruto universe, would Ino still appear? And what of Madara? Obito, Kagaya? Would they truly manifest in sequential order amidst the distorted narrative? As Sasuke continued to ponder the potential events that lay ahead, he suddenly caught sight of a group of children shoving a red-eyed boy, who seemed to be reluctant, as they led him into a nearby alley, where he soon vanished from view. Konohamaru, long time no see. What has happened to him? Chapter 60. You can call me Big Brother. Konohamaru, it's no fun to play us like this. Yamanaka Ino's brother, Yamanaka Kenta, said with a mischievous grin, his intent unmistakable. That's right. You promised to treat us to fish balls. It's been days since you last had us waiting. Following Kenta's lead, the other children began to stoke the flames of indignation. Konohamaru, being the oldest among them, was not accustomed to such pressure. Startled, he stammered, I truly forgot. Could you all give me a few more days? I'm sure my grandfather will relent and give me next month's allowance early if I plead with him. Before he could finish his plea, Kenta swiftly kicked him in the rear, exclaiming, Who are you calling your little brothers? Mind your words. And how many times have you made the same excuse? Do you really think we're fools? Although Konohamaru was the eldest, he was still rather small for his age, and the unexpected kick brought tears to his eyes. Wow, brothers, I promise I'll treat each of you to lollipops and fish balls next time. Please don't hit me. Despite his reluctance, Konohamaru found himself compelled to yield under the unusual circumstances. Well, considering you did treat us once before, I might believe your words. However, this grave offense cannot simply be overlooked. How about this? To ensure fairness, each of us will kick you once, and then we shall consider the matter settled. Of course, I've already kicked you, so you just need to endure the kicks from my friends behind me. And we'll call it a day. As Kenta spoke with an air of authority, Konohamaru pleaded, No. Just as he braced for the kicks, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air, before the children could react. A shuriken embedded itself in the wall nearby, quivering ominously. The shuriken had sunk half an inch into the wall, yet it continued to vibrate, producing a low hum. The children, startled by the sound, instinctively covered their heads and scrambled away, fearing that another shuriken might strike them. Yet, amidst the chaos, one child furrowed his brow and shouted defiantly into the air, Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. Yamanaka Kenta. Just as Kenta's voice faded, another flash of black whizzed through the air like a shooting star. Before Kenta could react, it sliced through the forehead protector that symbolized his status as a Konoha ninja, sending it clattering to the ground. In the secluded village of Shanchong, Jingjin beheld his own forehead protector unexpectedly plummet to the ground. A momentary realization striking him that it was a warning from the figure lurking in the shadows, a reminder that his life could be extinguished at any moment, cautioning him against his overbearing arrogance. Instantly, the typically domineering Jingjin was taken aback, his complexion paling in fear. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to flee the scene with his companions, a chilling voice echoed from above. Seemingly from the upper right of his head, You truly are unaware of the peril you court. You dare to brazenly drag the grandson of the third lord into this alley to bully him. I am curious, what grants you such audacity? It was only then that Jingjin and the group of children snapped out of their panic, turning their gazes toward the source of the voice. They beheld a strikingly handsome youth, wielding a beheading sword, who stood nonchalantly atop a nearby tree, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed the unfolding scene. Initially, Sasuke had assumed that his grand entrance would intimidate the rowdy bullies below. Yet to his surprise, Jingjin, upon noticing the Konoha symbol emblazoned on Sasuke's forehead, sneered, Humph, I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be merely a Konoha ninja. With that, Jingjin retrieved his fallen forehead protector from the ground, brushing off the dirt as he taunted, Hey, you lowly Jinin, do you even know who I am? Sasuke's lips curled in irritation, thinking, Damn, this little brat is insufferably arrogant. If it weren't for my composure, I would have already taught him a lesson. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from acting out, reminding himself that he was there to protect his little brother, Naruto. Aren't you from the Yamashita clan? While Sasuke deduced Jingjin's lineage from his name, he was unaware of the child standing within the clan, whether he was a prominent figure like Ino or a mere offshoot akin to Neji. Regardless, the Yamashita clan was one of the three prominent clans, and Sasuke, as the son of a fallen clan leader, had little influence left in Konoha at that moment. Jingjin boasted, It's good that you know. Since you recognize my heritage, do not overestimate your own worth by meddling in our affairs. Otherwise, I will inform my father, Yamashita Santion, who is an elite jonin of Konoha. Someone of your stature may never even encounter him. The saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Jingjin had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and with such upbringing came an air of authority and audacity that was beyond the average person. After all, his father was akin to a district chief in the ninja world. Damn, I will be a Konoha executive in the future. What are you posturing about, you little brat? Witnessing Jingjin's infuriating demeanor, Sasuke nearly lost his restraint several times, tempted to deliver a lesson. However, he chose silence. Instead, swiftly leaping to the side of the bewildered Konohamaru, asking, "Are you all right?" Konohamaru, still in a daze, shook his head and, after a moment's pause, suddenly realized he did not know the identity of the ninja who had come to his aid. He timidly inquired, "Who are you, big brother?" Sasuke was uncertain whether his appearance had altered the fact that Konohamaru was Naruto's little brother. However, as Naruto's ally, he could not ignore the bullying of his brother's companion. With a slight nod, he spoke gently. "I am your big brother, Naruto's older brother, Sasuke. You can call me big brother from now on. I in this area. I will protect you." Big brother. Konohamaru's throat bobbed as he felt that Sasuke standing before him was incredibly cool. "Hey, you over there, lowly Jinin. I must inform you that while others may not recognize the clan emblem on my back, I certainly do. Do you truly wish to involve yourself in our matters?" Before Sasuke could respond further, Jingjin interjected with another round of mockery. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, forcing himself to suppress the anger bubbling within, then turned to Jingjin and coldly remarked, "If your esteemed Jonin father is so impressive, did he not teach you how to behave?" Having never been threatened in such a manner, Jingjin scoffed dismissively. "My father certainly did not teach me how to behave, but he did inform me that not everyone in Konoha is worthy of being called a person." "Oh, did your father specify what kind of individuals can be deemed people in Konoha?" Sasuke's gaze turned icy. Those with background and strength can be considered so. Others are merely livestock raised by the strong." Jingjin's words momentarily stunned Sasuke. Truth be told, while his assertions were harsh, they bore a semblance of truth. However, was it truly right for such a young child to be exposed to such darkness? Contemplating this, Sasuke shifted his gaze back to Konohamaru, asking with a hint of confusion, "Konohamaru, can you explain what is happening here?" I didn't ask Grandpa for my allowance for next month, so," Konohamaru stammered, occasionally stealing glances at the threatening Jingjin. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. "I did not ask for irrelevant details. I meant to say, you are the grandson of the third Hokage, and from what you mentioned, you seem to be older than them. Why then do you allow them to bully you without cause?" Sasuke was growing impatient. He could not comprehend why this world-esque Konohamaru would be bullied by a child from the Yamashita clan. Konohamaru hesitated, his lips pressed together as if struggling to voice his thoughts. "If you don't speak, I will leave." Sasuke feigned a threat. Were it not for Naruto, he would never involve himself in such trivial matters. Moreover, the current Konohamaru seemed to be making no effort to save himself, leaving no one else able to assist him. "Big brother, I have told Grandpa about this several times, but he said we are the leaders of Konoha and must consider the feelings of the other clans. We must endure. This is what a Hokage's grandson should do." With that, Konohamaru began to cry, feeling wronged. Was it truly the third Hokage who demanded this of Konohamaru? It was utterly absurd. What kind of nonsense was this about what a Hokage's grandson should do? While Sasuke internally criticized the third's methods, he turned to Konohamaru and asked, "Do you think your grandfather is right?" Upon hearing Sasuke's question, a conflicted expression washed over Konohamaru's face. After a long pause, fearing that Sasuke might abandon him as he had threatened, he stammered, "Big brother, while Grandpa's words are correct, I still feel he is wrong." Konohamaru's first statement came out as a mere whisper, but the latter was nearly a shout, revealing the rebellious fury that had long simmered within him despite his outwardly fragile appearance. "Good," Sasuke exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. "A true man should be this way. One must act in accordance with their conscience. Otherwise, feeling restrained and oppressed, what kind of man are you?" Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Konohamaru's eyes instantly brightened, and a rare glimmer of brilliance erupted within his gaze. Seizing the moment, Sasuke pressed on, asking, "Since you claim to disagree with your grandfather's views, as someone who follows me, you cannot merely speak without action. How about this? You go up and give each of them a kick, and then have them treat you to fishballs once a month. If they refuse, you continue to strike until they all agree. What do you say?" Sasuke chuckled as he observed the pallor of Konohamaru's face, which had turned an alarming shade of ashen. "But, boss, They will come back to beat me after you leave. What am I to do then? He had anticipated that Sasuke would offer some assistance, especially since Sasuke had previously promised to protect him. However, to his surprise, Sasuke calmly replied with a chuckle, "If they hit you, then you hit back. But, boss, there are too many of them. I can't handle it. If you can't handle them, then fight with all your might. If they outnumber you, grab a weapon. As a man, you cannot back down." "Do you understand why your grandfather spoke such humiliating words to you?" Sasuke suddenly inquired with a chilling intensity. This left Konohamaru somewhat startled, trembling as he asked, "Why? Because your grandfather looks down on you. As the grandson of the Hokage of Konoha, how can you allow yourself to be bullied to the point of seeking help from the Hokage? Do you think your grandfather would have any respect for you? Such cowardice. In this era of great conflict, what significant achievements can a person like you hope to attain?" Sasuke admonished Konohamaru vehemently. Having exhausted his options to assist Konohamaru, Sasuke resorted to this straightforward and harsh method to provoke him. If all else failed, he could discreetly inform Naruto to intervene, which would serve as a means of refusal. However, this would merely be a temporary solution, leaving Konohamaru still a weakling at heart. "That boss? I will fight them." With that, Konohamaru pushed himself off the ground, grimacing as he rubbed his rear, which was already covered in footprints. Seeing this, Yamashiro Jin looked at Sasuke with a mocking smile and said, "Heh, do you, a mere genin, truly dare to aid Konohamaru? Don't forget, even his grandfather is on our side." "What a natural-born troublemaker," Sasuke sighed inwardly. Turning away, he said calmly, "It is he who must fight for his own dignity, not me. You need to understand this." With that, Sasuke pointed to Konohamaru, who was eager to act but hesitated. "Huh? Excellent. Konohamaru, we will stand right here and let you strike. Come at us. I assure you, we will not retaliate when you charge." Chapter 62. Do not harm Kuin Kuin. Konohamaru swallowed hard, then unconsciously glanced back at Sasuke, his eyes seemingly pleading for assistance. Upon seeing Konohamaru's expression, Sasuke quickly understood his unspoken request. However, Sasuke chose not to utter a word. Turning away with his hands clasped behind his back, feigning ignorance to Konohamaru's desperate gaze, silently, Sasuke formed the hand sign for the shadow clone technique with his left hand concealed behind him. After weeks of training, he had mastered the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique under the enhancement of Yang release. As Sasuke silently executed the hand sign, an eerie shadow began to extend from beneath his feet towards the smug Yamashiro Jin not far away. Upon contact with Yamashiro Jin, the shadow branched out like a tree, slowly ensnaring the feet of the children behind him. Konohamaru glanced at the unsuspecting Yamashiro Jin, then discreetly looked back at Sasuke, who feigned indifference. "Boss, I." Sasuke raised a hand to silence him, stating, "Do not say another word. That if you do not dare to act today, do not claim in the future that you are following me and Naruto. Do you understand? When we went to the Land of Waves, your leader Naruto confronted AJ Nin without flinching, and he is merely a low-ranking genin. Do you truly think you are fit to follow us?" With that, Sasuke turned away, saying no more, confronting AJ Nin head-on. "Am I really suited to follow my leader and Sasuke?" Konohamaru pondered. Observing Konohamaru's hesitation, Yamashiro Jin could hardly contain himself, bursting into laughter with his companions. "Konohamaru, right, you truly are a man of insight, without strength, yet refusing to yield. Is your boss expecting you to let us beat you for nothing? Be honest, and I will overlook today's incident. But if you dare to cross us again, we shall not hold back." Yamashiro Jin's taunts were merciless. Be honest. Be honest. Why should I allow you to bully me?" The words of Yamashiro Jin ignited a fuse within Konohamaru, propelling him into a furious charge with his eyes shut tight. Yamashiro Jin and his gang could not help but laugh, thinking, "This foolish boy doesn't really believe we won't gang up on him when he reaches us, does he?" But in an instant, shock registered on the faces of Yamashiro Jin and his followers, for they realized they could not move their bodies at all. A dull thud echoed as a fist connected with a body. This caused Konohamaru, who had charged forward with his eyes closed, to open his eyes in confusion. When he saw Yamashiro Jin before him, looking defiant and disheveled, he was astonished to discover that his full-force strike had landed squarely on Yamashiro Jin's chest. "Why didn't you dodge?" Konohamaru was so bewildered that he blurted out his thoughts. In truth, this was also the question on the minds of Yamashiro Jin's companions. However, none dared to voice it. Moments later, visibly displeased, Yamashiro Jin did not respond to Konohamaru's inquiry. Instead, he turned his gaze to the smirking Sasuke in the distance, and shouted, You despicable genin! How dare you strike us from the shadows? Aren't you afraid I'll inform my father and have him deal with you? Just a reminder, my father is Yamashiro Sanda, an elite reconnaissance Jonin of Konoha. Someone like you will never be able to provoke him. Although Yashiro Jin's small body was immobilized, the airs of authority he had carried since childhood remained untouched by Sasuke's shadow imitation technique. Hearing Yamashiro Jin's words, Sasuke chuckled, as if he had heard the greatest joke, and replied, Your father is so impressive, yet he has taught you nothing about catching thieves by their loot? In the mountainous town of Yamaguchi, the atmosphere grew tense as the townsfolk fell into a stunned silence. However, with a spark of ingenuity, one individual quickly devised a plan. We may not be as old as you, so how could we possibly comprehend the forbidden techniques you employ? The only ones present here are you and that Konoha Maru, along with us, who bear a grudge against you. Are you not Konoha Maru yourself? Resorting to petty insults already? Sasuke coldly interjected, Humph, speak as you wish, but if it comes to it, you can always seek out your district chief father afterward and inquire whether that so-called elite Jonin has ever heard of any jutsu that can be unleashed without hand signs. I will remain right here, unwavering. Yet if you are unwilling to retreat, then you cannot blame anyone else. Konoha Maru, why do you hesitate? Are you waiting for them to strike themselves? With that, Sasuke cast a serious glance at the bewildered Konoha Maru, then gestured toward the group of individuals from Yamaguchi who were rendered immobile. Konoha Maru, wiping away his tears, turned and began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon the roughly 10 individuals before him. The cacophony of cries filled the air, yet Konoha Maru seemed to grow increasingly frenetic, bordering on uncontrollable. Observing this, Sasuke deemed it sufficient and swiftly released the spell that had bound the group for nearly 5 minutes. At that moment, as Yamaguchi regained control of his body, he caught sight of Konoha Maru delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at his backside. Naturally, he was unwilling to be humiliated in front of so many witnesses. And in that instant, he sidestepped and leaped to the right. However, the kick altered its trajectory and hurtled toward Yamaguchi's companion, the diminutive Ino. Oh no, not Ino. Sasuke, having been vigilant to prevent any unforeseen accidents, acted without hesitation, utilizing a shadow clone technique to ensnare the now frenzied Konoha Maru. As the 63rd chapter unfolds, a shadowy line extending from Sasuke's feet captured Konoha Maru midair, stunned by the bizarre sight before him. Yamaguchi took the hint and fled, abandoning his loyal underlings without a second thought. With Yamaguchi's departure, Sasuke altered his hand seals once more, liberating Konoha Maru to act again. Yet, before Konoha Maru could turn to express his gratitude, a voice echoed from around the corner. You wait right there. I'm going to tell my father, and when I do, you'll be on your knees begging for forgiveness. Yamaguchi attempted to boast, believing the distance between himself and Sasuke was secure. However, just then, another shuriken, propelled by Sasuke's wrist flick, embedded itself into the wall beside him. The kunai trembled in the wall, sending waves of fear coursing through Yamaguchi's heart. If the previous distance had been manageable, this nearly 100-meter range proved formidable. Was this mere genin truly capable of such feats? I need to get out of here, my father always said. When faced with someone stronger, concede and call for help. With that thought, Yamaguchi took off like a shot, disappearing from sight. Sasuke shook his head in bemusement. He truly despised such children, yet felt powerless to intervene. After all, even the grandson of the third Hokage had been humbled. And here he was, an unrooted and destitute young master, unable to do anything about it. Konoha Maru, witnessing the chaotic retreat of the townsfolk, felt tears welling up in his eyes. He turned to Sasuke, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Wah, big brother, thank you. From now on, you shall always be my esteemed elder brother. With that, the small Konoha Maru threw himself into Sasuke's embrace, sobbing loudly. Sasuke sighed, realizing the mission had finally reached a conclusion. He had contemplated abandoning Konoha Maru when he was hesitant, but now it seemed all worthwhile. After all, he had helped to mend the weakness of a promising young talent, pushing Konoha Maru away gently. Sasuke wiped the tears from his face and declared, Remember, dignity lies only at the edge of the sword. Truth resides within the realm of chakra. You shall no longer be the timid Konoha Maru. If anyone dares to bully you, find a way to retaliate, but do not provoke others without cause. If they conspire against you, seek out your brother Naruto. He can handle anyone in the 6th grade of the ninja school. And if they bring in any chunin or jonin, come to me. Should I discover any jonin daring to bully my kin, I will personally pay them a visit under the cover of night. Okay, I shall remember, big brother, Konohamaru replied, his eyes still glistening with tears, but now filled with determination that he felt an overwhelming admiration for Sasuke's strength. Secretly, he vowed to become a powerful and formidable ninja. Just like his elder brother, though Konohamaru interpreted Sasuke's words as encouragement, Sasuke himself had no intention of acting on such threats. If any jonin dared to use their status to bully others, he would indeed take it upon himself to confront them at dusk. After all, it had been nearly half a month since he had unleashed his full power, and the urge to do so was becoming unbearable. Suddenly, Sasuke had an idea and seized Konohamaru's hand, exclaiming, "Let us go find your brother Naruto." With that, Sasuke and Konohamaru hurried toward the ramen shop with great enthusiasm. Upon arriving at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Sasuke spotted Naruto and Sakura anxiously waiting outside. His heart warmed at the sight. Approaching Naruto, he playfully patted his shoulder and teased, "Isn't it because I saw you, this little follower, getting beaten up? I came to help." Which is why I'm late. Naruto's face flushed with indignation, his cat-like birthmark bristling in anger as he leaned toward Konohamaru, demanding, "Konohamaru, who had the audacity to bully you? I just graduated from the Ninja Academy not 3 months ago. And already someone dares to challenge my reputation?" Naruto expected Konohamaru to respond in tears as he had in the past, revealing the identity of his tormentor, allowing Naruto to confront them. Yet, to his surprise, Konohamaru looked up at him with unwavering determination and declared, "Big brother, I've already handled it, and guess what? I did it all on my own. There were over 10 of them. Am I brave or what, big brother?" Mokoromaru proudly proclaimed with exaggerated seriousness. As he spoke, he mischievously winked at Sasuke, who stood behind Naruto, signaling him not to expose his grandiose claims. Sasuke, however, merely smiled and gave a thumbs up to the proudly beaming Mokoromaru. After all, such behavior from Mokoromaru was indeed commendable. As the saying goes, the spirit of ambitious individuals should not be underestimated. While humility is a virtue, excessive modesty borders on self-deprecation. Moreover, who among the truly capable does not possess a few eccentricities or peculiar hobbies? Just like Jiraiya's penchant for visiting bars, or Kakashi-sensei's fondness for his little notebook, let us indulge in some ramen. Time is of the essence, and I find myself rather hungry, noticing that everyone had sufficiently released their emotions. Sasuke took Sakura by the arm and prepared to step into the ramen shop at that moment. However, Mokoromaru, holding Naruto's hand, suddenly turned to Sasuke and asked, "Big brother, why can you hold this beautiful sister's hand, while the boss only dares to hold mine? I recall my grandfather once telling me that boys shouldn't hold girls' hands, or they might get hit." Upon hearing this, Sakura's cheeks turned slightly red, while Sasuke smiled subtly and confidently replied, "Because I am handsome." Chapter 64. Big brother, why are you so anxious when I'm just being honest? Inside Ichiraku Ramen. Hey, have you heard? The current #1 genius of Konoha, Sasuke, has already defeated the Nara family's top talent. Shikamaru, I have indeed heard. However, it was my son who told me. He has now taken Sasuke as his new idol and is constantly pestering me to buy him Sasuke merchandise, as Sasuke was showing off his noodles. Two familiar voices of gossip suddenly reached his ears that he glanced back discreetly and saw the two individuals who had previously discussed him and Niji before Lee's challenge, now coincidentally seated directly across from him. At that moment, Mokoromaru suddenly said with a proud smile, "Big brother, you are truly amazing. I want to become a ninja like you in the future." Hearing this, Sasuke chuckled softly, not wishing to boast about himself. As he felt a bit shy about it, Naruto furrowed his brows in confusion. "Big brother?" Mokoromaru explained, "The boss says you are my boss, and the boss's boss is called Big Brother. Hence Sasuke is Big Brother. Sasuke, I consider you a brother, yet you secretly take advantage of me." Cough, cough. Eat your noodles, eat your noodles. Naruto, with his cat-like birthmark, felt a surge of frustration, but Sasuke's thick skin allowed them to brush it off amidst the banter. Mokoromaru watched as Sasuke added some side dishes from his bowl to Sakura's, gently touched her cheek, and playfully tapped her delicate hand. Curiously, Mokoromaru tilted his head and asked Sasuke, "Big brother, how can I become as handsome as you?" Sasuke smirked, instantly grasping the underlying meaning of the boy's words, and replied with a grin, "If you can become as strong as me in the future, then you will also attract beautiful girls like your Sakura sister." Strong? I want to become strong. Upon hearing this, Mokuramaru's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination and tea that moment. Naruto leaned in, first offering Mokuramaru a fishball, then, as if successfully bribing him, cheerfully stated, "That's right, Mokuramaru, you must strive to be both strong and handsome like your big brother. You will surely win the affection of beautiful girls like your Sakura's sister." Sakura's face flushed at the discussions, and at that moment, she felt it was the happiest she had been since meeting Sasuke. Though he had changed and become somewhat different from before, she inexplicably favored this new Sasuke. Humorous, charming, and undeniably attractive. Truly the epitome of her ideal boyfriend. Sasuke felt a sense of pride, thinking, "Naruto, you old rascal. Weren't you just claiming that I was taking advantage of you? Yet now, aren't you acknowledging me as your big brother for the sake of your own reputation?" Just then, as Mokuramaru savored the fishball Naruto had placed in his bowl, he seemed to have an epiphany. He glanced at Naruto, then at Sasuke, before shaking his head and declaring to Naruto, "No, I don't want to be like Big Brother. I want to be like Big Brother." Upon hearing this, Naruto's face darkened with embarrassment, and he retorted somewhat indignantly, "Hey, you little rascal, have you forgotten your big brother after meeting Big Brother? Spit out my fishball." "Oh, Big Brother, why are you getting anxious when I'm just speaking the truth?" Mokuramaru looked at the flustered Naruto with an innocent expression, leaving one to wonder if he was merely acting or if his youth played a part in his demeanor. Regardless, this elicited laughter from Sasuke, who thought to himself, Mokuramaru has finally become more perceptive. He even knows how to diss his big brother. Just as Sasuke and his companions were enjoying their laughter, an abrupt and discordant voice echoed from outside the shop. Reminiscent of that previous day, "Who has bullied my son? Come out, or I will personally drag you in. Don't blame me for being unreasonable." Instantly, everyone in the shop, as if choreographed, turned their heads in unison, including Sasuke's group. Big brother, it's the father of Yamashiro Keita, the J-nin. What should we do? Big brother, you mustn't go out. There are too many people here. A J-nin. He wouldn't dare cause a scene inside. Mokuramaru, facing the shop's entrance, was the first to spot Yamashiro Keita with his father, Yamashiro Mitsu, standing outside and shouting with an extremely arrogant demeanor. Sasuke, however, remained entirely unfazed. Hearing Mokuramaru's words, he felt a sense of relief, thinking, "This kid is not bad. He can even devise strategies." Naruto paused, glancing at Mokuramaru, then at Sasuke, and with a serious expression said, "Sasuke, if it gets out of hand, stay here and don't go out. I'll look for the third Hokage or have Kakashi-sensei intervene." Sakura also hugged Sasuke's arm, shaking her head with worry. "It's fine. It's just some bullying trash of a J-nin, not worth my concern." Waving his hand dismissively, Sasuke patted Sakura's hand reassuringly, then boldly stepped toward the entrance. "No, we must follow. We cannot allow Sasuke to suffer alone." Naruto and Sakura exchanged a glance, and then proceeded to pull along Konohamaru, who trailed behind them, despite Konohamaru being the grandson of the third Hokage. And although Naruto perceived him as somewhat cowardly, his lineage was undeniably formidable. "Is it him?" Yamashiro Santon's expression was grave, exuding an intense aura of authority as he directed a piercing gaze at Sasuke before inquiring of Yamashiro Keijin. Initially, Keijin glanced at Sasuke, then, for reasons unknown, recalled the shuriken that had flown into the wall from 100 meters away, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. However, after casting a furtive glance at Yamashiro Santon, he swallowed hard and feigned calmness as he replied, It is him. Bullying the weak, despicable and shameless. Haha." Yamashiro Santon regarded Yamashiro Keijin, then shifted his focus back to Sasuke, saying, "Do you have anything further to say?" Chapter 65. How could a child ever lie? Before Sasuke could respond, Naruto and Sakura dashed out of the ramen shop, dragging Konohamaru behind them. Simultaneously, the commotion caused by Yamashiro Santon instantly captured the attention of most onlookers. Whether they were patrons inside the ramen shop or passers-by on the street, all halting in their tracks to witness the unfolding drama. Some who were particularly close to Uncle Ichiraku went so far as to bring out small stools from the shop, seating themselves to enjoy their snacks while watching the spectacle unfold. Sasuke, observing the situation, couldn't help but smirked. He turned to Yamashiro Santon and calmly remarked, "I had little to say before, but now I wish to pose a few questions to this Kanagakur Jonin in front of such an audience." Sasuke had no intention of meekly following Yamashiro Santon. It wasn't out of fear of the Jonin, but rather a sudden epiphany of a more satisfying method of revenge, since you are being somewhat forthright. Go ahead and ask your question, but only one, as I lack the time to squander on someone who bullies the weak. Upon hearing Yamashiro Santan's words, the crowd began to murmur. Could it be that this individual is indeed bullying the weak? Is this Jonin here to defend his son? It certainly seemed so. Didn't that boy just admit he had nothing to say? Huh. That boy looks rather familiar. He seems to be the renowned prodigy of Konohagakure. Sasuke, how did he come to be the one bullying the weak? Confounding. Sasuke's identity was quickly unearthed by the more perceptive onlookers, and the surrounding crowd erupted into chatter, most of which criticized Sasuke for being foolish, as he was about to jeopardize his promising future by bullying the weak. Yet Sasuke appeared oblivious to the conspiratorial whispers around him, turning once more to Yamashiro Santan, declaring, I ask you, you claim I am bullying the weak. Do you possess any evidence? When and where did I mistreat your son? For what reason, and by what means did I do so? As you are so certain in confronting me, you must have prepared adequately. Correct? If you have evidence, now is the time to present it before this crowd, or else you are unjustly accusing me, and I shall report you to the third Hokage. Yamashiro Santan had been in a hurry when he came, having only heard his son hastily return home claiming he had been bullied and demanding retribution. Without hesitation, Yamashiro Santan had used his sensory abilities to locate this place. Thus he was unaware of the events that transpired. Hearing Sasuke's query, Yamashiro Santan turned to Yashiro Kajin and commanded, Kajin, in front of everyone, explain how this boy has bullied you, so that he may understand. At the sound of this, Kajin trembled involuntarily, but upon realizing that all eyes were suddenly upon him, he gritted his teeth and began to stammer. It was just a moment ago in a nearby alley. For some inexplicable reason, this big brother here restrained me and kicked me several times before letting me go. As for evidence, you can see this as proof. With that, Yamashiro Kajin slightly turned to reveal the dust-mottled marks on his trousers, remnants of having been kicked multiple times, though it was unclear if they were actual footprints. It was evident that he had been kicked and subsequently dusted off. Upon seeing his son covered in dirt, Yamashiro Santan could no longer contain his fury and bellowed, What else do you have to say? Sasuke, however, chose to disregard Yamashiro Santan's impotent rage, asserting, Your son is lying to deceive everyone. Can't you see that? Or are you deliberately overlooking it? What reasons would I have to assault someone I have never met? Indeed, Sasuke was, after all, a renowned figure among the younger generation of Konohagakure. Why would he strike a child he didn't even know? Could it be that these two were sent by the Yamashiro clan to slander Sasuke? After all, it was not uncommon for envious individuals to emerge when someone else gained fame. It's quite possible. The crowd buzzed with renewed speculation, their imaginations running wild. Yamashiro Santan, upon hearing this, darkened his expression and angrily retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly know why you would strike my son? Moreover, he is but a child. How could he possibly lie? Yamashiro Santan's outburst caused the crowd to once again turn their gazes towards Sasuke. Indeed, how could a child, innocent and naive, ever lie? Yet upon hearing this, Sasuke could not help but laugh, choosing not to counter, but instead turning to Konohamaru behind him, asking, Konohamaru, earlier you mentioned that you too had been bullied today. Is it not this rather shameless uncle before us? As he spoke, Sasuke winked at Konohamaru and gestured toward Yamashiro Santan. Konohamaru glanced at Sasuke, then at Yamashiro Kajin, who was glaring at him from a short distance away. Gritting his teeth, he understood Sasuke's intent and unleashed all his pent-up anger regarding his own bullying onto Yamashiro Santan. With a fierce expression, Konohamaru shouted at Yamashiro Santan, Yes, it was that old bastard. He cornered me in an alley not far from here, kicked me without a word, and then demanded that I treat him to fish balls and lollipops. Otherwise, he threatened to beat me up every time he saw me in the future. Lollipops, fish balls. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of Konohamaru's words. At this moment, the crowd erupted into disbelief. Is he really assaulting a child just to extort lollipops and fish balls? Is this true? Haha. You might not know this, but he is a jonin that I've heard that wealthy individuals in Konohagakure often have peculiar quirks, much like how your husband enjoys candles and whips. Go away. Yet there is some truth to that, for how could a child, innocent and naive, ever lie? Upon hearing the audience's murmurs, Yamashiro Santan began to feel flustered, realizing he was not alone in this situation. He stood as a representative of the Yamashiro clan's honor. Thus, With a somewhat panicked tone, he glared at Sasuke and shouted, "He is lying. As a Jonin of the Yamashiro clan, what reason would I have to strike him? Besides, I have never even met him." Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Yamanaka Sanden's impotent fury once more. "Stop washing it away. I do not know your son. I too am a proud prodigy of the new generation of Konoha. And I have neither reason nor acquaintance with your child. Yet you assert with such conviction that I have bullied him. Furthermore, how could such innocent children possibly lie? Wouldn't you agree? Such an esteemed Jonin." Chapter 66. I truly wish to cleave through the chaos with a decisive strike. You. In an instant, Yamanaka Sanden was rendered speechless by Sasuke's retort. He felt as though he had lifted a stone, intending to hurl it at Sasuke's face, only for it to fall back upon his own foot, igniting an indescribable frustration within him. Observing his father's visage turn a shade of green with anger, Yamanaka Ataka swiftly grasped the reason behind his father's ire. To be precise, Yamanaka Sanden's animosity towards Sasuke at that moment surpassed his anger, for Ataka understood that their representation extended beyond themselves. It encompassed the honor of the Yamanaka clan. Although Ataka had learned the art of insincere pretense from his father since childhood, his youth, coupled with the urgency of the situation, led to a momentary lapse in judgment, prompting him to exclaim, "You speak nonsense, Konohamaru. The footprints on the ground were not made by my father, but by me. Do not malign my father out of spite. If you are unconvinced, let us settle this privately. I assure you, I am not afraid of you." As these words left his mouth, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. Even Yamanaka Sanden looked down in astonishment at his typically astute son. He was not surprised that his son had engaged in a brawl, as he privately supported children fighting. Rather, he was astounded that his son dared to confront the grandson of the third Hokage behind his back. This revelation utterly shattered his understanding of fatherhood. What is happening? Have you not heard the words of that Jonin's son? This is merely a childish quarrel. There is no question of the strong preying on the weak. Humph. The onlookers, all adults. Upon hearing Yamanaka Ataka's words, swiftly engaged in fervent discussions, piecing together the truth. They were both incensed and bewildered. Their anger stemmed from the realization that they had been played for fools by Sasuke and Yamanaka Sanden, akin to mere spectators in a farcical performance. Their confusion arose from the disillusionment of their belief that innocent children would never tell lies. Yet now, before them stood two seemingly innocent children, willing to deceive for their own purposes, behaving just as adults might. This revelation transformed their previous understanding into a new fallacy, leaving many fragile-hearted spectators struggling to accept the reality. Yamanaka Sanden, witnessing the sudden cacophony of commentary, recognized that whether he was in the wrong or not, he needed to hasten to speak, to shift from a defensive to an offensive stance, diverting the crowd's attention elsewhere. Thus, he feigned anger and shouted at Sasuke, I care not for the grievances between the two children, but my son insists you were bullying him. Tell me, were you present at the scene, and did you not interfere?" This accusation was a fabrication conjured in Yamanaka Sanden's mind to redirect the crowd's focus. Yet, to his surprise, Sasuke calmly affirmed, "Indeed, I was present at the scene." Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Sanden was overjoyed and immediately pressed. "You are truly despicable. Why would an adult involve himself in a child's fight?" The moment those words escaped him, the crowd's attention shifted entirely. After all, when an adult intervenes in a children's quarrel, the nature of the situation changes entirely. However, Sasuke remained unperturbed, replying, "While I did witness them fighting, I did not intervene. Otherwise, you could ask your son how I favored either side." As he spoke, Sasuke shrugged innocently. Yamanaka Sanden felt a surge of triumph. Since Sasuke had indeed been present, no matter how he argued, he could not escape suspicion. After all, if a child were fighting and a lower-ranked ninja stood by, visibly entertained, would he not be expected to witness their techniques? He turned to his son and inquired, "Ataka, please explain how this boy influenced the fight. Did he use ninjutsu, or did he shamelessly intervene physically to control you?" Yamanaka Sanden's words were unmistakable. He aimed to suggest that either Sasuke had threatened Ataka with ninjutsu or had physically restrained him, rendering him a mere punching bag. Either way, both scenarios could easily cast Sasuke as the villain in the eyes of the crowd. Yet, Yamanaka Ataka surprised everyone with his next words, which seemed utterly illogical. "I do not know how he controlled me. But at that moment, I could not move. Moreover, I am certain he was the one who acted." As these words left his lips, The crowd's gaze shifted back to Sasuke, fueled by Yamanaka-san's derisive laughter. Although Ataka's statement appeared vague, it was understandable given his young age and lack of experience that in such a moment, it was natural for him to struggle to identify the ninjutsu Sasuke had employed. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Sasuke smiled slightly, calmly fixing his gaze on Ataka and asking, "Little friend, you ought to speak with a clear conscience if you claim I used ninjutsu to influence the fight. Please, recall and demonstrate what hand seals I employed." As he spoke, Sasuke discreetly channeled a trace of his yang release energy, subtly intertwining it with the activation of his Sharingan. Upon seeing Sasuke's crimson eyes, Yamanaka Ataka felt an inexplicable jolt within him. A wave of indescribable dread washed over him, causing him to stumble back several paces. Yamanaka-san, as a perceptive jonin, quickly noticed his son's peculiar behavior. Observing Ataka's sudden fright and retreat, he swiftly stepped forward to steady him and glared at Sasuke, seething with rage. If you have contracted a case of red-eye fever, do not come out here to frighten children. Look at how you have terrified this child. Are you even human? Yamanaka, I have tolerated you for long enough. I advise you to cease your baseless personal attacks and prompt your son to answer my inquiry. Otherwise, I shall report your slander to the third Hokage, and the crowd here can attest to my claims. Sasuke could no longer contain himself. How dare you, in front of my future bride, belittle my Sharingan as a mere ailment? Were it not for the constraints of the situation, I would swiftly dispatch you with my blade. Chapter 67. If you do not wish to accept the truth, I can still entertain your challenge. Yamanaka-san was once again left speechless by the retort. He glanced at the surrounding crowd, fully aware that his primary task now was to compel his son to denounce Sasuke. Any other grievances could be addressed later through covert means, given his standing in Konoha. As he caught a glimpse of his father's gaze, Yamashita Kisuke, though still engulfed in the fear instilled by Sasuke's Sharingan, forced himself to maintain composure. Trembling, he stammered, "I did not witness him forming hand seals, yet I am certain he employed some extraordinary forbidden technique, for my body was undeniably under his control at that moment. Otherwise, considering our physiques, how could I, clearly taller than Konohamaru, possibly be defeated by him?" Kisuke refrained from disclosing the fact that he was accompanied by more than a dozen subordinates, as this matter was not one he could speak of with pride. Should the truth come to light, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Yamashita clan, and the gravity of the situation would shift dramatically. Yamashita Kisuke believed his words were impeccably crafted, and given his status as a child, he anticipated agreement from the crowd and his father. However, to his bewilderment, upon uttering these words, the expressions of those around him ranged from peculiar to disappointed, leaving him utterly confounded. Sighing heavily, Yamashita-san closed his eyes, unwilling to look at his son any longer. Among the onlookers, some knowledgeable individuals began to voice their thoughts. Is this child inherently deceitful? Does he take us for fools? What nonsense is he spouting? Humph. My son attends the Ninja Academy, and he has told me that ninjas can only perform corresponding techniques after forming hand seals. And look at what this little brat just said. He is merely a child. Could it be that? Child, have you forgotten how he just spun a web of lies around us? Furthermore, there is no technique that can be executed without forming hand seals. Yet this kid insists that the other party did not engage directly. Were it not for his age, we might have actually fallen for his ruse. What an irksome little brat. The crowd exchanged glances, swiftly branding Yamashita Kisuke as a congenital troublemaker. This all stemmed from his earlier unequivocal accusations against Sasuke, which stripped him of the innocent naivety typically afforded to children. In truth, they had indeed misjudged the situation. Sasuke had indeed formed hand seals, albeit with a single hand while standing with the other behind his back. Yet, they were either unaware or unwilling to believe that Sasuke could accomplish such a feat. Let us not even discuss Sasuke's talents. He was undeniably a genuine genin. How formidable could he truly be? Moreover, this one-handed seal formation was something even the esteemed Jonin Yamashita-san could not achieve. I did not lie. This time, I truly did not lie. Dear brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, please believe me this once. Wah. Though Yamashita Kisuke felt genuinely wronged and cried, no one in the crowd was willing to come forward and speak a kind word on his behalf. As they had before, Sasuke, observing the pitiable Yamashita Kisuke, felt a sense of satisfaction that he recognized that Yamashita Kisuke was indeed being wronged this time. Yet he could not muster any sympathy for a child who wore two faces before others. He considered it a case of reaping what one sows. Hearing his son weep and tug at his pant leg, yearning for a word of support, Yamashita Santion felt an overwhelming disappointment in his heart. With a swift motion, he shook off his son's grasp and barked, "Stop crying. Do you not think you have already brought enough shame to the Yamashita clan?" The sudden force sent Yamashita Keisuke tumbling to the ground. And this time he did not weep but sat there, staring blankly ahead, seemingly lost in thought. Growing up under his father's tutelage, he had strived to transform himself into the mature, accomplished genius his father envisioned, molding himself into a persona he despised. Yet today, he abruptly realized that he was, after all, merely a child. After years of feigned dominance and bullying, what had he truly gained other than instilling fear in the other children? With this realization, he felt a burgeoning sense of rebellion. He yearned to be himself. He no longer wished to embody the ideal his parents had envisioned. As he observed Yamashita Keisuke sitting dejectedly on the ground, lost in confusion, Sasuke felt an inexplicable aversion toward Yamashita Santion. Unable to contain himself, he turned to the agitated Yamashita Santion and scoffed. "The very type of person I detest most is one who, unable to achieve for themselves, insists upon their child doing so, merely to satisfy their own vanity. If you have the audacity to force him, why not challenge yourself to do the same?" Sasuke spared no disdain for such a person. Prompting nods of agreement and hushed whispers from the surrounding crowd, Santion observed public opinion gradually shifting in favor of Sasuke. His anger flared, causing his teeth to chatter. He turned, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You insolent brat, you have insulted the Yamashita clan time and again. My clan hereby challenges you, the first prodigy of this generation. Do you dare to accept?" His words, nearly shouted, vibrated through the crowd, causing a chorus of murmurs. "Ah, look how shameless this man is, aware of his own shortcomings. Yet he waves the banner of the Yamashita clan. You dare challenge me? A Jonin challenging a Genin? Fine. If you as a Jonin are willing to forego your dignity and bully the weak in front of so many, I shall accept your challenge." Although Sasuke's words seemed to reject Yamashita Santion's furious challenge, it was not fear that motivated him, but rather a desire to conceal his true capabilities from the multitude. After all, just half a month prior, he had eliminated a surveillance device sent by Danzo. Revealing too much now would easily draw Danzo's attention. What a shameless individual, always flaunting his association with the Yamashita clan. Does he presume all clan members share this character? Kid, keep your voice down. Do you wish for death? The Yamashita clan is one of the 3 great clans of Konoha. We are not in a position to critique. Oh, I see. Grandfather, however, the arrogance of the Yamashita clan is truly astonishing. Chapter 68. Awaiting the exceptional young lady of the Yamashita clan. You little brat, do not spout nonsense. I never said I was challenging you. It is our clan's first prodigy, Ino, who challenges you. Do you dare accept? With the crowd casting fearful glances while also whispering amongst themselves, Yamashita Santion was nearing madness. Ino, Sasuke's mind drifted to certain memories from his past life. Well, if it's Ino, then it's settled. I accept. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly recalled something and added, "Wait. What? Are you backing out?" Yamashita Santion, gritting his teeth, replied, "No, I just suddenly thought that since this is a challenge fueled by personal grievances, we cannot omit any stakes, can we?" Sasuke stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. "Stakes, you say? Humph. How about this? If you win, I and my son will personally apologize to you. Should you lose, you will kneel from here to the entrance of the Yamashita clan and apologize to me. How does that sound?" Sasuke smirked, exclaiming, "Have you no shame? Are you truly addicted to treating others with such disregard? Why not propose that if you lose, you eat feces all the way to my dormitory and then call me father?" "You? What do you mean by you? Is that all you can say back and forth? I must inform you that should I lose, you may do as you please. However, if you are the one to be defeated, you must apologize to both me and Meat Sai, and you shall also treat every individual present today to a bowl of deluxe ramen. Do you dare to wager?" Sasuke's thoughts were undoubtedly malevolent, as winning not only meant personal triumph, but also the opportunity to engender a sense of involvement among the onlookers, thereby enhancing his prestige within Konoha and achieving his aim of consolidating challengers' jutsu. Although Yamanaka Sandan was nearly driven to the brink of fury by Sasuke's words, he found Sasuke's terms, in comparison to his own, somewhat acceptable. As a shinobi skilled in intelligence gathering, He had conducted an investigation into Sasuke's combat style after the latter's victory over Rock Lee. He was banking on the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique, believing that no matter how formidable Sasuke's taijutsu and ninjutsu were, he would be rendered helpless against it. Contemplating this, Yamanaka Sanden let out a cold snort. "Youngster, do not regret your decision." As soon as the words left his lips, he abruptly retrieved a palm-sized jade talisman from his ninja pouch, grimacing as he gazed at it, yet ultimately steeling himself to crush it. With a resounding bang, the talisman instantly transformed into a fist-sized illusion of a bird, and seeing this, Yamanaka Sanden wasted no time, approaching the spectral avian and murmuring something. Subsequently, the bird-like apparition gradually vanished into the ethereal void. So, it's Sasuke, the newly anointed prodigy of Konoha. Is it? Today, my Yamanaka clan shall ensure your disgrace. Sasuke, seemingly impervious to Yamanaka Sanden's threats, merely touched the tip of his nose, a smug smirk adorning his face as he retorted. Whether I am disgraced or not remains to be seen, but one thing is certain. You have already lost your reputation. You, the familiar pronoun, you seem to please Yamanaka Sanden, as he resorted to this monotonous yet familiar term whenever he found himself at a loss for words. Sasuke, unfazed by the flustered Yamanaka Sanden, strolled aside to find a comfortable spot to sit, patiently awaiting the arrival of the exquisite Yamanaka Ino. "Uncle Sanden, what compelled you to shatter the butterfly talisman given by the Akimichi clan?" After approximately half an hour, Ino rushed over, her youthful voice melodious and enchanting, causing several young onlookers to swallow hard and gaze in awe at her beauty. Yet, a hint of urgency tinged her tone, indicating that the talisman Yamanaka Sanden had shattered was no ordinary communication artifact. Accompanying her was a rugged-looking middle-aged man, Yamanaka Hachi, the current leader of the Yamanaka clan. As the father and daughter approached Yamanaka Sanden, Hachi scrutinized the surroundings warily, whispering, "Sanden, is it appropriate to speak here?" The Yamanaka clan, influenced by their ancestral mind transfer technique, had most members engaged in intelligence work within Konoha. As the clan leader, Hachi's vigilance was paramount. Upon receiving Yamanaka Sanden's message through the talisman, he had rushed to the scene without a moment's hesitation, fearing a significant threat had befallen Sanden. However, upon arrival, he was greeted merely by a throng of spectators, which left him perplexed, leading him to speculate that an enemy might be concealed among the crowd. Yamanaka Sanden shook his head, then turned to Ino, saying, "Ino, you must avenge me and your brother, innocent." Witnessing her uncle's sudden display of emotion, Ino felt a twinge of confusion. Noticing the disdainful glances from the crowd, she quickly deduced the situation, prompting her to inquire, "Uncle, I have warned you time and again that Innocent's arrogant demeanor would lead to trouble. If you wish for the Yamanaka clan to bully the innocent without reason, my father and I will not only oppose you, but will also inform the clan elders to confine you and reflect on your mistakes." Although the dozens of onlookers dared not voice their opinions due to the Yamanaka clan's formidable status, many found themselves harboring a newfound respect for the clan, especially among the younger males. No, it was Innocent who was bullied. The assailant is a genin, and Innocent was rendered immobile by some unknown means, resulting in his unwarranted defeat. This is not his fault, big brother. Ino's niece, to avoid shaming the Yamanaka clan. I took the initiative to challenge that young man on Innocent's behalf. You must teach him a lesson. If I lose, it is not only my personal disgrace, but also a blow to our family's honor. Ino and Hachi exchanged glances, both falling into a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, Hachi sighed and slowly addressed Ino. "Ino, for the sake of our clan's dignity, you should acquiesce to your uncle this time. But remember, do not resort to excessive force. Simply reclaim our honor." With that, Hachi closed his eyes and raised his chin, gesturing dismissively at Ino, unwilling to confront the reality of the situation. Hearing her father's words, Ino wrestled with her emotions internally for a moment, but eventually began to walk gracefully toward the direction indicated by Yamanaka Sanden. Approaching Sasuke, who sat cross-legged, Chapter 69. I, Sasuke, am not a toy for you two to fight over. Ino slowly made her way toward the direction pointed out by Yamanaka Sanden. After just a few steps, she spotted a young man seated amidst the crowd, his back resting against a large sword. Motionless and appearing quite out of place among the throng, Ino bit her lip, her expression a mixture of complexity, although she disapproved of her uncle and cousin's overbearing behavior. She felt compelled to act against her own inclinations for the sake of the Yamanaka clan's reputation. Sighing inwardly, she resolved to subtly use the mind transfer technique to signal him, believing that such a gesture would provide a graceful exit for both parties. Unbeknownst to her, the seemingly out-of-place individual was the very one she had harbored feelings for all along. Observing the conflict etched on Ino's face, the young man in the crowd felt his expression shift to one of deep complexity. They yearned for the strength of a hero to assist this enchanting maiden in her predicament. Hoping to earn her favor, just as Ino was about to approach Sasuke to initiate her mind transfer technique, he suddenly spoke. "Ino, you've arrived? I've been waiting for you for quite some time." This voice sounds oddly familiar. Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, Ino was momentarily taken aback. However, as Sasuke stood with his back turned to her, the large sword on his back obscured the clan emblem, preventing her from recognizing him at once. Sasuke then rose to his feet, adjusted his bangs, and slowly turned to face Ino, who wore a look of astonishment and surprise. "Ino, it's been a few months since we last met. By the way, the bento you and Sakura made for me back at the ninja school was truly exquisite. I wonder if I'll still be able to enjoy the bento you specially prepare for me in the future." Miss Ino, with a charming smile that radiated warmth like the gentle breeze of March and the vibrant summer of June, Sasuke captivated Ino, rendering her utterly mesmerized. Is Sasuke confessing to me? Could it be that I'm misinterpreting his words? Sasuke has always been indifferent towards others. No, he just mentioned wanting to eat the bento I made for him. And he even called me Miss Ino. After a flurry of conflicting emotions, Ino, who had been gazing at Sasuke with rapt attention, slightly nodded and, her cheeks flushed, softly replied, "Sasuke, if you wish, I can." As she spoke, her face grew even redder, akin to someone who had indulged in too much drink. In truth, Sasuke's allure to girls had surpassed even the renowned charm of the Sakura brew from Konoha. After all, what girl does not harbor feelings of youthful infatuation? A boy who is exceptionally talented, handsome, and knows how to tug at the heartstrings. Such a figure is the very embodiment of every girl's dream. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Sasuke could almost hear the sound of shattered mirrors echoing in the hearts of the boys gathered around, their expressions twisted in anguish, as if they had just suffered heartbreak. This sight prompted Sasuke to shake his head in resignation, contemplating, rather than wallowing in the pain of unrequited desire, "Allow me to extinguish the last flicker of hope for you. Dear friends, I, Sasuke, shall graciously accept this exquisite lady from the Yamanaka clan." At this thought, just as Sasuke was about to launch his next advance, he suddenly felt a gentle tug on his left arm. Turning around, he discovered Sakura, pouting with her cherry-like lips, gazing at him with a look of grievance. "Sasuke, do you not love me anymore?" she said, her tearful emerald eyes pleading as she gently shook his arm, exuding an air of vulnerability. Sasuke understood Sakura's sentiment that in fact, this aligned with the original anime narrative. Every girl desires to keep her toys to herself, even from her childhood best friends. However, Sasuke had no intention of becoming a coveted prize in the rivalry between Sakura and Ino. He was a man with immense potential in the shinobi world. How could he allow himself to be swayed by his own harem? I'm not a mere plaything for you to fight over. As for you two, I want you both." Sasuke cast a furtive glance at the two girls, his right fist slowly clenching behind him, as if resolving to take a stand. Ino watched Sasuke, momentarily frozen in place. Her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Sakura. A pang of melancholy surged within her. She wished to bless them, but could not shake her feelings of resentment. Why was it that Sakura, who had always been willing to share everything with her, from bentos to toys, would suddenly turn against her for Sasuke? With a hint of dejection, Ino glanced at the pair before her, her expression somewhat awkward as she said, "I'm sorry, perhaps my timing is off." Her voice trailed off, her head lowering as if she did not want to confront the scene between Sakura and Sasuke. Indeed, Sasuke remained oblivious to the turmoil within Ino's heart, which inadvertently reflected her true feelings. Yet, that was inconsequential now. Good things seldom come without effort, and one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. But Sasuke refused to be deterred, having traversed into this world. And with his future ambitions to bring peace to the shinobi realm, what was wrong with having multiple wives? As for the character aside from the original story, he could only apologize in his heart. Certain matters were non-negotiable, especially concerning Ino. Ino kept her head down, avoiding the affectionate scene between Sasuke and Sakura. She longed to leave, but found herself rooted to the spot, unable to move. Just then, a hand suddenly grasped her right hand, and Sasuke's voice resonated softly. No, Ino, your arrival is perfectly timed. You and Sakura are meant to be good sisters, and I truly hope that neither of you harbors any discord because of me. Promise me, reconcile with Sakura, just like the bento you both made for me back then. I will gladly eat whatever you prepare in the future. As Sasuke spoke, he frequently cast glances at the two beautiful figures before him. This was not an exhibition of indecent behavior. Rather, it was a subtle declaration of his intentions to both Sakura and Ino. As Sasuke suggested, if the two could mend their relationship, he would accept both of them, just as he would relish the different flavors of their bento. However, if they could not come to terms, Chapter 70, Father-in-law, dare we make a 3-year pact? Sakura felt the warmth of Sasuke's hand, and gazing at his and Ino's expectant expressions caused her heart to race. Was it true that she loathed Ino? When did that sentiment begin? Perhaps it started when Sasuke appeared. Did she truly despise Ino? Honestly, no. She feared that if Sasuke developed feelings for Ino, he would forget her. After all, Ino was no less beautiful and hailed from the esteemed Yamanaka clan, whereas she was merely a girl from an ordinary family. Yet, Sasuke's words hinted that he would not abandon either Ino or her, provided that she mended her relationship with Ino and they both married him in the future. Compared to Sakura, Ino had fewer emotional burdens. In fact, initially, her rivalry with Sakura over Sasuke was a reaction to Sakura's sudden hostility towards her. It was only later that Ino found herself genuinely falling for Sasuke, placing her in a dilemma that kept her away from both Sakura and Sasuke for some time. What she did not anticipate was that she would inadvertently stumble into their embrace today. Taking a deep breath, Ino resolved to act decisively. Noticing Sakura anxiously fidgeting with her fingers, Ino understood that the opportunity for a perfect resolution had arrived. Sakura, Ino seized Sakura's delicate hand, revealing a smile that was both familiar and strange. Since you are hesitating, it indicates that you have already made a decision in your heart. Why deceive yourself with that? Ino stepped forward and embraced Sakura, catching her off guard. Sakura, you once said we would be together for a lifetime. Now that Sasuke doesn't mind having both of us, wouldn't that be even better? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's lips twitched in surprise, realizing, I never expected this exquisite lady from the Yamanaka clan to be a lesbian. Indeed, my arrival has altered many fates. While he thought this, he could clearly see the affection in Ino's beautiful eyes. Could it be that Ino is bisexual? No way. Sasuke shook off the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. With a swift glance, he embraced both Ino and Sakura, who were still contemplating their feelings, and said, Thank you, Ino, Sakura. Please forgive my selfishness. I cannot abandon either of you. From the moment I encountered both of you, the art of romantic expression lies in restraint, interwoven with an enigmatic essence that leaves one pondering. In this regard, Sasuke, despite his otherworldly background, managed to passably achieve the mark. Observing the three of them huddled together, the youth present felt their spirits lifted by the gentle breeze carrying whispers of heartbreak, an echo of sorrow reverberating through the entrance of the Ichiraku ramen shop. What on earth is going on with that girl Ino? Yamashiro Sanda looked on, his mind a muddle as he tried to comprehend Ino's behavior towards Sasuke, silently questioning whether he had inadvertently provoked a family crisis. Just as he pondered, he heard Yushiro Kaichi's voice beside him. Humph, so, you are Sasuke? I've heard of you, the so-called #1 genius of Konoha, enjoying your moment in the spotlight. As Ino's father, Yamashiro Kaichi, should have felt joy in his daughter's affection for someone as accomplished as Sasuke. However, what he found unacceptable was the audacity of this young man to entertain the notion of juggling two relationships. Who did he think he was, a feudal lord of the Land of Fire? A penniless scion from a fallen clan daring to bring disgrace upon the Yamashiro family. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became, witnessing his precious daughter embraced by another charming girl. He could no longer restrain himself. He bellowed at Sasuke, "Let go of my daughter." Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, wondering who this was. Yet, he quickly processed the situation and replied with a grin, "Is that so? Father-in-law, this exquisite woman was one he had to claim. No divine intervention could save her from him. What gives you the right to marry two wives? Do you fancy yourself a noble of the Land of Fire?" In truth, the three were nearing the age of trial marriages in this world. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's displeasure was palpable in his eyes. A feudal lord was akin to a mere entertainer. They hid away in their palaces, indulging in feasts, while the affairs of the Hidden Leaf village were of no concern to them. The chaos among ninjas was beyond their purview. Spare him the lofty ideals of altruism. Selfishness is simply selfishness. Setting aside the entirety of the ninja world, he had never even concerned himself with the Land of Fire. What high-minded aspirations could he possibly discuss? He was wholly dedicated to upholding justice, desiring to unify the ninja world and put an end to a century of chaos. What was wrong with marrying those he cherished, who also cherished him? Was he not worthy of more than a feudal lord? Mutual affection is a bond that none can sever. Though he thought thus, Sasuke's wings were not yet fully formed, so he refrained from being overly direct. Instead, he smiled and said, "Father-in-law, are you implying that only feudal lords are worthy of marrying anyone in this world? While I am only fit to wed one, of course." Yamashiro Kaichi hesitated before nodding that in truth, he believed that even a feudal lord was unworthy of his daughter, but being a loyal servant of the Hidden Leaf. He could not voice such disparaging remarks about a noble stature in front of others. Sasuke nodded contemplatively. "I understand your concern, father-in-law. You fear that my strength may not be sufficient to ensure Ino's happiness in the future. At least you comprehend." At this moment, Sakura and Ino, one on each side, tightly grasped Sasuke's arms, their faces etched with worry. Sasuke smiled gently, patting their delicate hands before turning his gaze back to Yamashiro Kaichi. Then, "Father-in-law, may I propose a wager?" Yamashiro Kaichi's brow furrowed in anger. "A wager on what?" "Wait, do not call me father-in-law. I am not your father-in-law yet." Sasuke, brimming with confidence, replied calmly, "Let us wager for 3 years. If I can rise from being the #1 genius of Konoha to the foremost ninja in the entire world within that time, then you must grant me your daughter, Ino. I ask you. Do you dare to take this bet?" Upon hearing the term daughter, Ino felt her cheeks flush, instinctively leaning against Sasuke's left arm. Chapter 71. Perhaps I should play matchmaker for Naruto. Yamashiro Kaichi, observing his beloved daughter leaning on Sasuke's shoulder after only a few words, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Sighing internally, he wiped away the tenderness and affection from his expression, reverting to his prior cold demeanor, laughing heartily. "The #1 ninja in the world? In 3 years? Don't be absurd. Even if you had 30 years, 300 years, you might not achieve that. Ino, look closely at the man you have fallen for. I thought him to be a promising junior, but it appears he is nothing more than a complete lunatic. Ino, you must see this clearly. Following the Sasuke, you will find no happiness." Yamashiro Kaichi's words were not without merit. They echoed the sentiments of nearly everyone present, who regarded Sasuke's audacious claims as the ravings of a madman. Unifying the ninja world? In the last few centuries, there have been many prodigies beyond just Sasuke. Let us not forget the legendary first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and his brother, Senju Tobirama, even the third and fourth Hokages. Or the infamous Orochimaru who defected from Konoha a few years ago. None of them paled in comparison to Sasuke. How dare he assert that he would be invincible in 3 years among such illustrious figures? Was this not madness? Sasuke, however, paid no heed to the disdainful glares of Yamashiro Kaichi and the onlookers who regarded him as a fool. Truth is often held by the few, even without the system and the yang release bestowed upon him by the Sage of Six Paths. Could Sasuke merely lay idle in a world rife with chaos? If he did so, he would find himself lost in the turmoil of the Fourth Great Ninja War without even understanding how he met his demise. As the saying goes, laughing heartily as I leave the village, we are not the sort to wallow in despair. Sasuke was certain that, with the right opportunities, he would ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Those who mocked him today were merely expressing their own limitations and fears of his potential success. Turning to Sakura and Ino, he asked with a smile, "Though others may deem me mad, I only care for your opinions. Do you share their belief that I cannot achieve this?" Sakura and Ino exchanged glances, momentarily startled, before they both nodded resolutely, responding, "We believe in you, even if you do not succeed in the future. We will not regret standing by your side." Seeing the unwavering determination in their eyes, Sasuke felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Just then, Naruto pushed through the crowd, his expression one of discontent as he exclaimed, "Hey, Sasuke, are you forgetting your friends? I was the first to say I believe in you, and you didn't even ask me." With a pout, he turned his face away. Sasuke chuckled, patting Naruto on the shoulder, and replied, "I was inquiring if my future wives believe in me. Are you, a grown man, planning to join Sakura and Ino as they marry me? Go on. Don't make me the butt of your joke." Naruto, sensing the mood, retreated into the crowd to avoid embarrassment. This scene elicited hearty laughter from Sasuke, who mused, "This lad speaks of brotherhood, yet when Hinata clings to him, he might not even remember his poor suffering friend." Yamashiro Kaichi, seeing that his daughter was resolute in her decision, felt he had no other option but to scoff at Sasuke and say disdainfully, "Fine, I accept your wager, but mark my words. If, in 3 years, you fail to become the top ninja in the world, you must distance yourself from my daughter. My daughter cannot be with a delusional fool." Although his words were harsh, Sasuke achieved his objective. As for the 3 years, he paid little mind. Given his potential, could he not become the second most formidable ninja under Kagaya in that time? What could the Imashiro clan do to oppose his union with Ino? Nonsense. If it came to that, who would be courting whom? This was no tale of a cuckolded husband. In the wake of the lively conclusion, Ino followed her father, Yamashita Kaichi, as the crowd gradually dispersed. As for the father and son, Yamashita Sanda and Sanda, after collecting ramen money from every passerby, they hastily fled the scene. Sasuke, however, did not adhere to his previous wager that they should apologize again. For Ino's presence had altered the dynamics. After all, they might become one family in the future, rendering unnecessary any tension in their relationship. Indeed, the mercy of sparing someone should only be extended to one's own. For Sasuke was not a saint. Sasuke and Sakura strolled ahead, hand in hand, exuding sweetness, while Naruto and Konohamaru trailed behind at that moment. Young Konohamaru, having witnessed the day's fantastical events, could not suppress his thoughts and remarked to Naruto, "Boss, look at big brother Sasuke. Then look at you. There's simply no comparison." "What did you say, you little rascal?" Naruto exclaimed, caught off guard by his subordinate's unexpected jibe. "Hey, that's not my words. It's what big brother Sasuke said. The more powerful a man is, the more handsome he becomes, and the more attractive he is to girls." As he spoke, Konohamaru could not help but recall the moment when Ino and Sakura nestled together in Sasuke's embrace. In that instant, Konohamaru thought his older brother was simply dazzling. Children shouldn't be preoccupied with such matters. Focus on your training. Do you understand? Naruto admonished, giving Konohamaru a light kick on the backside. Ouch. Right. Konohamaru rubbed his small posterior, though he nodded in agreement while hardly absorbing Naruto's words. Although Sasuke led the way with Sakura, Naruto's exchange with Konohamaru caused him to furrow his brow, pondering, could it be that Hinata harbors a secret affection for Naruto? That doesn't seem right. Everyone is nearing adulthood. Surely Naruto and Hinata have crossed paths by now. Could my appearance, accompanied by this system, have inadvertently altered the course of fate? If so, has my presence doomed Naruto to a life of solitude? I must devise a way to connect this foolish lad with someone. Otherwise, his future disciples may never come to be. Chapter 72. He wants me to help him eliminate the third Hokage sitting in front of Ichiraku Ramen. Sasuke reveled in the glory of his dual lotus moment, which not only incited envy and jealousy among every male witness, but also became a tale of legend that transcended the borders of Konoha, reaching even distant lands. Naturally, Sasuke learned of these developments through the chatter of Konohamaru and Naruto. Thus, burdened by the weight of this incident, coupled with the imminent Chunin exams, he retreated once more into deep seclusion. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the land of the cages, Orochimaru reclined on a hospital bed, addressing Kabuto. "Are we truly going to collaborate with that old fox, Danzo?" Kabuto, clad in a casual ninja outfit and sporting stylishly slicked hair, gazed back through his black-framed glasses. "I share your sentiment that Danzo is a self-serving old fox," Orochimaru began, clearing his throat. "However, one cannot deny that he is a man of substantial capabilities, far surpassing the indecisive relic that is Saritobi Hiruzen. In other words, while Danzo seeks to exploit us, we too desire the resources of Konoha that lie behind him. That it is merely an exchange of equal value." Orochimaru's tone was calm, devoid of any hint of guilt. Yet, abruptly, he was engulfed in a fit of coughing, a clear indication that his health had deteriorated since defecting from Konoha. "I have learned from you," Kabuto observed thoughtfully, swiftly moving to adjust a pillow behind Orochimaru for his comfort. After this, Kabuto seemed to recall something and inquired, "Oh, by the way, the body we've prepared for you has been readied. When shall we proceed with the operation?" Reflecting on the moment Orochimaru had rescued him, Kabuto's initial gratitude had transformed. Now, united by their shared thirst for immortality, his feelings had become complex. perhaps a blend of admiration and fatherly respect. Ah, no rush. Would you like to see what I have here? Despite his apparent frailty, Orochimaru produced a scroll from beside his bed, his face alight with a smile. A scroll? What kind of scroll is it? Kabuto asked, puzzled, as he had never seen Orochimaru play coy before. Why not open it and find out? Orochimaru coaxed, eager to surprise his devoted pupil. Without hesitation, Kabuto unrolled the scroll, only to be met with an electrifying revelation. Sealing technique. Impure world reincarnation. Is it truly the impure world reincarnation? His excitement was palpable, erasing any trace of the calm demeanor he usually maintained in his research. Curious about who provided us with this coveted scroll, are you? Orochimaru inquired, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Who could it be? Kabuto mused, adjusting his glasses as he regained composure. According to the records, the impure world reincarnation technique was developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. I surmise that you received it from Danzo during his previous visit. His voice exuded confidence as he made this deduction. Indeed, well-reasoned, Orochimaru remarked, pleased with his dedicated student. He had not taken Kabuto under his wing lightly. He intended to pass on the legacy of his research to this resilient young man. After a moment's pause, Orochimaru continued, now that you have discerned its origins, why do you think Danzo would go to such lengths? Why would he do so? Kabuto pondered deeply, taking several minutes before tentatively responding. Could it be that Danzo himself cannot fully understand the impure world reincarnation technique and seeks your assistance for a mutually beneficial arrangement? Even as he spoke, Kabuto seemed skeptical. After all, Danzo was notoriously cunning, and acts of goodwill were not his forte. Orochimaru chuckled. It is no surprise you cannot fathom this. Even I, who met Danzo face to face, had not anticipated his intentions. Kabuto pondered, does Danzo truly wish for us to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen during this Chunin exam? What? Has Danzo lost his mind? With our limited forces hidden in the land of the cages, how could we possibly infiltrate Konoha and eliminate him? We would likely be annihilated before even breaching the village gates. Kabuto's eyes widened in disbelief. But Danzo assures me that his Umbu will remain uninvolved, Orochimaru replied. Teacher, is it possible that Danzo has secretly colluded with Sarutobi Hiruzen, laying a trap for us? Kabuto's reasoning was not without merit. Indeed, anyone would think similarly. Yet, Orochimaru simply smiled. You do not grasp the nature of the relationship between the third Hokage and Danzo. If you were aware that Danzo once attempted to assassinate the third, you would not have posed such a question. What? Teacher, the students do not understand it. If that is indeed the case, then why is Danzo still alive? Has the third Hokage not taken action against him all these years? To be honest, Kabuto is somewhat skeptical about what Orochimaru has stated. He believes the rumors are more likely. You do not comprehend. When power grows, it inevitably transforms, with yin and yang complementing each other, allowing Konoha to maintain a semblance of peace amid the chaotic ninja world. Kabuto has grasped the essence of Orochimaru's words that he understands that despite Konoha's public advocacy for peace, it still relies on ruthless individuals like Danzo to covertly gather resources for the village. After all, Konoha stands as the strongest force among the 5 great nations, and the resources and environment for training are not simply gifts from the wind. Chapter 73. Understanding heaven is easy. Defying heaven is a challenge. Summon Gotenmaru and the others. The teacher suggesting that the 4 hidden ones participate in this Chunin exam. Orochimaru merely nodded lightly, and Kabuto discerned his intent. Orochimaru then shook his head and said, my current physical condition is concerning. Thus, before they partake in the Chunin exam, I need to gather them for some special preparations in the Sand Village. Special preparations? Although Kabuto found Orochimaru's vague statement puzzling, he did not press for further details and turned to leave the small room in the basement. However, at that moment, Orochimaru suddenly called out to Kabuto, asking, Kabuto, have you heard of someone named Sasuke recently? He seems to be from Konoha as well. Upon hearing this name, Kabuto's eyes involuntarily twitched. Has the teacher recently taken an interest in this individual? Oh, is there anything unusual about it? Seeing his teacher seemingly intrigued by Sasuke, Kabuto continued. Sasuke has recently become quite the sensation in Konoha. After returning from the Land of Waves, he has been boasting about defeating Zabuza alongside Kakashi. Subsequently, he has triumphed over a skilled genin and the Nara clan's top prodigy. Recently, I heard he even publicly flirted with the young lady of the Yamanaka clan. But that's not the most outrageous part. Can you guess what is? It seems Kabuto's words piqued Orochimaru's interest as he unexpectedly chuckled, his expression now one of eager anticipation. How intriguing. What is it? He actually wagered in public with the current head of the Yamanaka clan, claiming that if he, Sasuke, achieves the title of the strongest ninja in the world within 3 years, the head of the Yamanaka clan must marry him, his only precious daughter. What a defiant man. The more Kabuto spoke, the more animated he became. Even gesturing with his hands, Daichi was unclear whether he envied Sasuke or was mocking his arrogance. However, to Kabuto's surprise, Orochimaru merely chuckled and said, "This Sasuke is certainly not as simple as you perceive. Do not underestimate him." Is the teacher interested in this Sasuke's physique? Kabuto's inquiry was not unfounded, as he had received news a month prior that Sasuke claimed to be Konoha's current top prodigy. Orochimaru nodded and remarked, "Rather than his physique, I am more intrigued by his Sharingan. After all, Itachi's younger brother cannot be that inferior, can he?" As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Orochimaru's vertical pupils, clearly indicating his genuine interest. After Kabuto left, Orochimaru slowly extended his hand and retrieved a letter from beside the bed, softly muttering, "Hyuga Niji, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamu, Rock Lee." That old fox Danzo. It appears he intends to use these young talents to restrain Hiruzen's trump cards. Orochimaru smiled with a hint of deeper meaning, though the smile was rather unsettling, even chilling upon his sickly visage. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, who was in seclusion, someone far away in the land of cages was already coveting him. Yet, this did not seem to be an immediate concern for Sasuke, for just as one wave settles, another rises. The net he had intentionally cast now beckoned fish to swim in. And why would this particular fish cause Sasuke distress? Because today, Niji returned from a mission with Guy. "Niji, you've returned. Why did you not think to bring me a little gift? I distinctly remember sneaking some money into your pocket before you left. Did you not notice?" Upon returning to Team 3, Niji had barely settled down to catch his breath when the prideful little heiress, Tintin, clung to him. He initially wished to ignore her, but when Tintin mentioned the red envelope he had secretly given her before departing, he nearly choked on the soothing tea he was about to sip. After a few harsh coughs, Niji finally regained his composure, clearing his throat to mask his earlier embarrassment. Please do not do that again." Tintin blinked her large eyes, resting her chin on her hands, pouting in confusion. "Niji, you seem unhappy. Is it because I gave you too little?" With that, a hint of guilt crossed Tintin's face. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Niji coughed lightly again. That is not it. You simply gave too much." He feared that Tintin would bring up this incident in the future. After all, one must learn to protect oneself when receiving favors from others. That's good." Upon hearing Niji's response, Tintin instantly understood. It was not that Niji had a bad experience during his trip, but rather he was shy. But in an instant, Tintin's expression changed to one of distress. Her lips pouting, tears glistening in her large eyes as she tugged at Niji's sleeve. "Niji, during your absence, someone is trying to steal your title of top prodigy." Initially, she thought that with her charming demeanor and the weight of Niji's title, Niji would surely be enraged and inquire who dared to be so bold, thereby allowing her to smoothly reveal Sasuke's name as revenge for Sasuke's earlier teasing in front of Shikamaru. However, when Niji heard Tintin's words, he merely waved his hand, responding calmly, "It doesn't matter. It's just a title. Whoever wants it can take it." As he spoke, a fleeting moment of melancholy flashed in Niji's eyes. Though he quickly concealed it, the title of top prodigy, Niji truly did not care. Others might perceive him as a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, living in glory, but who knows that as a branch member, he would forever be like a caged bird, never to see the light of day. Perhaps this is fate. However, Tintin was now in a frenzy. She lightly pounded Niji's dejected face with her tiny fists, playfully scolding, "I don't care. That Sasuke bullied me. I have helped you so much before, and this time, you must help me teach that Sasuke a lesson." Seeing Niji unwilling to take action, Tintin directly laid her cards on the table. Look, I knew this money wasn't received in vain. The key is that Guy-sensei advised me not to overthink things. Gosh, now look what has happened. He hides away while I am left to play the role of this little ancestor's enforcer. Why is my life as Niji so miserable? Niji sighed inwardly, lamenting his predicament with his teacher. Yet on the surface, he could only nod in agreement with Tintin's relentless persuasion. After all, for his teacher guy, there was no such thing as a peaceful and easy existence. It was merely the burden of a struggling student like him, paying off debts and sacrificing in the process. Chapter 74. The first round of the Chunin exam. Time flies, and the day of the Chunin exam has arrived. However, today is not a moment for grand displays of skill. Instead, it is merely a relatively formal written examination. This moment, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto are walking together towards the examination venue. Suddenly, Sasuke turned to Sakura and asked, "Sakura, do you have any understanding of the general topics for this written exam?" Sakura nodded thoughtfully. "Well, it's likely to cover knowledge related to survival skills for ninjas, right? Previously, I inquired with some senior female students from the last cohort, and their responses were quite consistent." Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief. With the assurance from the exemplary student Sakura, he felt an immediate sense of comfort. However, when he turned his gaze towards Naruto, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to ask, "Naruto, you wouldn't happen to be completely unprepared, would you?" Observing Naruto, who was looking down and avoiding eye contact, Sasuke felt an inexplicable pang in his heart that he recalled that in the original series, it had been mentioned that if one person failed, the remaining two would also face elimination. It's fine that I believe I won TB that unlucky to ITS just survival in the wild. After all that we from the land of ways have survived before. Haven Tiwi, Naruto shrugged, responding with a cheeky grin. With a sigh of resignation, Sasuke could only pray for Naruto's luck to be slightly better. If all else failed, he would consider whether he could use the system to assist Naruto. Suddenly, a voice laced with disdain and provocation pierced the air, causing Sasuke and the others to halt their steps towards the examination venue. "Oh, you have a problem?" Sasuke looked up to see a bespectacled middle-aged ninja regarding him with a smirk that was neither friendly nor hostile. "Can't you three see that I'm standing here?" The middle-aged ninja leaned on one leg, speaking in a mocking tone. This examination venue overrun with delinquents." Sasuke cursed inwardly, pondering that he had never encountered this individual before. Could this person be a troublemaker, always confronting others? Though anger surged within him, Sasuke recognized the man's attire as that of an invigilator, compelling him to suppress his irritation and respond calmly, yet curiously. "We are here to participate in the examination." As he spoke, Sasuke presented his examination permit. Now that I know you're here for the exam, why didn't you arrive earlier? You just had to arrive right on time." After taking Sasuke's permit, the middle-aged ninja couldn't resist throwing a snide remark at him. "Are you a troublemaker? I can come and go as I please. Did I provoke you?" Sasuke tightened his fists, mentally berating the bespectacled man. So you're the Sasuke, are you? Very well. You better behave during this examination, or else." As he spoke, the man shoved Sasuke's permit back against his chest, and it dawned on Sasuke that this was indeed someone deliberately seeking trouble. Likely due to the earlier incident outside Ichiraku Ramen. Just as Sasuke was about to step forward to find his seat, he suddenly noticed Hinata staring intently in his direction. "That if my presence alters fate, will the current princess still harbor a secret crush on Naruto?" An unexpected thought crossed Sasuke's mind. With a swift glance, he stealthily retreated to Naruto's side, and, seizing the moment when Naruto was distracted, he stomped down hard on Naruto's toe. As Naruto was watching the middle-aged ninja continue to berate Sasuke, he pondered whether he should come to Sasuke's defense, given that he had honed his skills in disputes during his years at the Ninja Academy. But just as he hesitated, a sharp, excruciating pain surged through his foot, as if he were being scalded by boiling water. Having never experienced such a horrific pain before, tears welled up in his eyes. And with an explosive cry, he couldn't hold back any longer. "Wah! Sasuke, what are you doing?" "Ouch!" he exclaimed, wiping away the tears forming in his eyes. "If it weren't for these past few weeks of interaction, I might have instinctively thought you were just a troublemaker." Sasuke touched his nose, ignoring Naruto's lamentations, instead fixating on Hinata's expression in the distance. "What on earth? Did I just see Hinata throw me a flirtatious glance?" Sasuke watched as Hinata smiled at him before shyly lowering her head, her bashful demeanor leaving him utterly stunned. What is happening? Did Naruto not save Hinata in this world when they were young? Sasuke scratched his chin, pondering, "It seems I should find an opportunity to play matchmaker for Naruto and Hinata in the future. Otherwise, if my presence leads to Naruto becoming single, that would be a grave misfortune." Sasuke, Have you secretly improved your strength again? That kick was so powerful that I might as well lose a limb. Naruto limped over, feigning annoyance. That was a mistake, a mistake. Sasuke chuckled awkwardly, though internally he sighed. Silly boy, I'm merely worrying about your future marriage. Just bear with it for now. What the heck is this 14-character policy proposed by the third Hokage to the ninja world? Sasuke gasped, feeling his teeth rattle as he stared at the vaguely familiar yet strange characters on the test paper, a wave of confusion washing over him. For a long moment, he ignored the first question. But as he continued reading, he found that nearly all the questions pertained to some policy or concept, leaving him scratching his head in frustration. That it seems I can only activate my Sharingan. Sasuke recalled that this examination in the original series was one where everyone would showcase their unique skills. Instantly, a crimson hue enveloped his eyes, but just as he prepared to observe his surroundings, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. Teacher, do you need something? Sasuke feigned confusion, gazing at the invigilator with an innocent expression. The invigilator, however, smirked with a hint of disdain. Kid, don't try any tricks. I'm keeping a close watch on you during this examination. How could that be? Please, go ahead. Sasuke maintained a facade of charm and grace, all the while wishing to tear apart the individual who was constantly targeting him. Yet, despite his thoughts, the examination continued unabated. System, stop pretending to be dead. Come to my aid. The familiar voice of the artificial intelligence echoed in his mind. ZDZY, here I am. How may I assist you, my lord? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he quickly inquired in his mind, what is the 14-character policy proposed by the third Hokage regarding ninjas? ZDZY, I don't know. What kind of useless system is this, not even knowing such a simple question? What good are you? Chapter 75, I'll deal with you. Not even Jesus can save you. Complaining was futile, but the relentless examination had to persist. Without passing the written test, he couldn't participate in the second stage of the ninjutsu assessment. If Sasuke failed this exam, it would almost equate to entering a vicious cycle. What to do? Helplessness brought forth an infinite rage. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming hatred towards the individual standing next to him. You better wait. Just see if I make it through this exam without dealing with you. Do you think I, Sasuke, am easy to bully? Resolutely, Sasuke dropped his pen, defiantly raising his head to meet the smug gaze of the man before him. Just then, a familiar sultry voice reached his ears. Sasuke, soon I will use my heart to exchange souls with you. Don't worry. I have a way to help you answer all these questions. Though it was merely a few words, they caused Sasuke's eyes to widen in astonishment. Whoa, it's my second wife. That's her voice. Sasuke had not anticipated that. In this moment of adversity, Ino would sincerely use the mind transfer jutsu to assist him. Upon hearing her words, he ceased to hesitate, promptly closing his eyes, refusing to meet the gaze of the proctoring ninja before him. Before long, as his consciousness began to drift, when Sasuke reopened his eyes, he was met with a pair of delicate, snow-white hands and a neatly written examination paper placed before him. Could it be? Had he truly entered Ino's body? Licking his lips, Sasuke felt an inexplicable surge of impulse rise within his soul, compelling him to pursue relentlessly. He found himself involuntarily bowing his head. Alas, what are you thinking, Sasuke? Your second wife is helping you with the exam. How could you entertain such sordid thoughts? He reprimanded that audacious notion within his soul. And after approximately 10 minutes, a dizzying sensation overtook him. When Sasuke suddenly reopened his eyes once more, he was confronted by that exceedingly annoying proctoring ninja again. Nosebleed? At these words, Sasuke instinctively wiped his nose. And to his surprise, he indeed had a nosebleed. His resolve was clearly wavering. He mused inwardly, his gaze involuntarily drifting past the proctoring ninja to the graceful figure to his left, just as Sasuke was still immersed in that lingering, profound sensation. The proctoring ninja leaned closer to his ear, speaking with a tone of disdain. Sasuke, let you be arrogant. This is the price of your hubris. Let me tell you, I relish seeing you unable to stand me, yet powerless to do anything about it. Unable to take you down? Sasuke cast a subtle glance at the proctoring ninja, a sly smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The affairs of the world are always fraught with uncertainty. As the once passive Sasuke, in this moment, had already condemned this boisterous individual before him to a death sentence. The examination soon concluded, with Sasuke being the first to submit his paper before rushing out of the examination hall. Until Naruto and Sakura, believing that Sasuke had not finished and was in distress, followed suit, only for Sasuke to approach them and inquire, "Naruto, you wouldn't happen to know nothing either, would you?" To his surprise, Naruto shook his head and turned to Sakura beside him, saying, "I was sitting close to Sakura, so she passed me the answers to this point." Naruto paused, his gaze revealing a hint of sympathy as he looked at Sasuke, urging, "Sasuke, don't lose heart that I heard there's a chance for a retake around this time next year, and we'll be here to support you again." Sasuke regarded the pitying expressions on Naruto and Sakura's faces, as though they were gazing at a terminally ill patient, and his lips quirked into a smirk. Just then, Ino approached from a distance, prompting Sasuke to stride forward and pull her over, smiling at Naruto and Sakura, declaring, "You needn't worry. Ino has already used the mind transfer jutsu to help me out." "What? Naruto?" "Sakura." Sasuke chuckled, not feeling the need to elaborate further, instead directing his gaze towards Shikamaru and a robust-looking chubby boy approaching them. "Ino, who is this?" Sasuke feigned curiosity towards Ino, well aware that the chubby boy was Choji, a member of the Ino-Shikacho trio, yet he adhered to the necessary formalities. He is. Ino had yet to finish her sentence when Choji eagerly stepped forward, grabbing Sasuke's hand and exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you were so cool that day." "Brother-in-law?" Sasuke's lips curled upwards as he noticed Naruto and the others abruptly turning their attention towards him upon Choji's utterance. A wave of inexplicable mortification washed over him. However, upon recalling the stirring sensation during the body swap with Ino in the examination hall, he felt a small surge of pride. He mused, "This title of brother-in-law feels quite pleasing. Choji certainly knows how to speak." Sasuke patted Choji on the shoulder, smiling as he nodded. "Yes, not bad, young man. You have a bright future ahead. I can't let my little brother-in-law go home empty-handed on our first meeting. How about this? I'll treat you all to a barbecue today. How does that sound?" At the mention of barbecue, Choji's eyes lit up, unable to suppress a gulp, nodding eagerly like a small puppy, excitedly exclaiming, "Great, great. Shikamaru loves barbecue." Upon hearing this, Shikamaru instinctively recoiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Hanging out with you means 3 days of starvation, and there have been times you didn't even leave me the scraps. You gluttonous fool, how dare you mention me?" However, while Shikamaru thought this, he refrained from voicing it, for in the Ino-Shikacho trio, Ino and Shikamaru often treated Choji like a younger brother. Sasuke, upon hearing this, nodded, feeling even happier. Choji's love for barbecue was remarkably consistent with what he had seen in the anime of his previous life. Of course, Sasuke was being unusually amiable this time, largely due to Choji's thoughtful demeanor in addressing him as brother-in-law right from the start. This kid was certainly someone to get along with. Suddenly, just as Sasuke was about to take a step, he seemed to recall something and turned to Ino, asking, "Ino, do you know who that proctoring ninja who made things difficult for us today is?" Ino pondered briefly before responding. "It seems to be a teacher from the ninja school, named, what was it again? I've forgotten." If even a talented ninja from the Yamanaka clan like Ino could forget such a figure, how significant could they be? A dangerous smile crept on his Sasuke's lips as he thought, "You little brat, letting you run wild. Today, I will settle the score with you. Even Jesus can't save you. Just you wait." Chapter 76. All my people, what do you have to compete with me? In a nearby alley not far from the ninja school, Meichuan counted a stack of cash in his hands, a smug smile curling at his lips. "Heh, who would have thought that proctoring an exam would lead to such fortune? It seems I, Meichuan, am quite lucky lately." Just as Meichuan nodded and was about to step towards the school, suddenly, everything before him plunged into darkness. However, it was merely for an instant, as he soon realized he was being enveloped by a burlap sack. He offered no resistance, instead chuckling from within the sack, "Hey guys, stop messing around. I'll treat everyone to drinks tonight. All right?" His tone was playful, clearly believing he was the target of a prank by friends, but just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a booming voice came from outside the burlap sack. 8 gates released. 4th gate. Rest gate. Open. What is happening? Wait. Why does that voice feel both strange and familiar? Yet before Meichuan could comprehend the situation, he felt an inexplicable sensation of weightlessness, followed by an excruciating pain shooting from his backside. After obtaining the information Ino had effortlessly gathered, Sasuke was the first to lead everyone to find Meichuan, the one who had been persistently trying to make him look foolish during the examination. He had no intention of proving anything, but merely wanted Naruto, Sakura, and the others who had witnessed his earlier embarrassment in the examination hall to see that what he had lost then, he would reclaim in a manner distinctly his own. 8 gates released. With his arms crossed over his chest, Sasuke unleashed a thunderous roar as blue energy enveloped him, and in an instant, his figure shot away from his previous spot. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, Meichuan, who had been sent soaring into the air by Sasuke's kick, appeared suspended mid-air, as if imprisoned by the shadowy figure of Sasuke, utterly unable to move, with no sign of descending. At this moment, although Sasuke had merely unlocked the 4th gate, each of his punches and kicks unleashed an overwhelming momentum reminiscent of the might with which Kai had once propelled the evening elephant. Could it be that this was indeed the 8 gates of Duanjia? Was the rumor truly substantiated? In astonishment, Ino covered her delicate mouth with her alabaster hand, having spent recent days avoiding the implications of Sasuke's relationship with Sakura. She had been skeptical of the reports claiming Sasuke had utilized the 8 gates during his battle with Lee. What was this? He hadn't even unleashed his true killing move yet, Shikamaru, with a teasing remark, unconsciously rubbed his backside, recalling the last devastating blow from Sasuke, the Konoha Great Whirlwind, sending a chill down his spine. Why say so much? The brother-in-law is simply impressive. As he spoke, Choji stuffed a generous mouthful of chips into his mouth. Naruto, Sakura. Though merely half a minute had passed outside, within the suffocating confines of the burlap sack, Meichuan felt as though he were enduring an eternity. He could no longer bear it. To be precise, it was his posterior that could not withstand the onslaught. If he were to be kicked any further, he might as well bid farewell to his rear end. Finally, Meichuan set aside his arrogance and tremulously pleaded from within the sack. Big brother, I beg you spare me. I can't hold on any longer. Despite Sasuke's form shifting in midair at an astonishing speed, he heard Meichuan's cries. That should suffice. You insult me with 300 words, and I shall deliver 300 kicks in return. That seems fair. With that thought, Sasuke straightened his body and executed a kick directly aimed at Meichuan's suspended backside, simultaneously exclaiming, Iku, boom. The sheer force of the kick propelled the sack against a nearby wall with a deafening crash. The wall collapsed, burying Meichuan, who had just moments ago been sprawled on the ground, beneath a pile of bricks. Let us go. Time for some barbecue. With vengeance served, Sasuke dusted off his hands, feeling immensely satisfied. Choji, swallowing nervously, glanced at Sasuke and asked timidly, Brother-in-law, you haven't killed him, have you? Sasuke chuckled at Choji's naive expression, replying, He's a Chunin from the Ninja Academy. He's not as fragile as you think. Let's go. What a joke. A dignified Chunin could not be felled by just a few strikes. Did they think Sasuke was some simpleton? Just as Sasuke and the others prepared to leave the scene, a sudden shout erupted from the pile of bricks nearby. Don't go. Sasuke, did you think I wouldn't recognize your voice? As the words fell, Ino, Naruto, Sakura, and the others turned their gazes in unison toward Sasuke. Sister, brother-in-law, it's over. He has recognized you. The expressions of everyone grew grim, but it was the straightforward Choji who spoke first. Sasuke chuckled lightly, patting Choji on the shoulder, and replied nonchalantly, No worries, just watch your brother-in-law. With that, Sasuke strode confidently toward the mound of dirt from which the voice had emerged, before he could reach it. A loud bang sounded. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the dirt pile, startling everyone. Yet before they could process what was happening, Meichuan emerged from the mound, covered in dust. Heh, are you cosplaying as a survivor? Perhaps, Sasuke scoffed, approaching without concern for Meichuan's disheveled appearance. You, Sasuke, you are maliciously assaulting a public servant of Konoha. You're finished, I tell you. Meichuan panted, glaring defiantly. Sasuke merely smiled. Choosing not to respond verbally, he walked up to Meichuan, picked up the fallen ninja pouch beside him, and extracted a thick stack of bills, coldly inquiring, Can you tell me who sent you? As he spoke, Sasuke waved the money in front of Meichuan. However, this method of intimidation appeared to have no effect on him. Suddenly, Meichuan shouted towards Ino and the others, Help! Help! This man is trying to rob me. You must help. Perhaps accustomed to bullying others, Meichuan commanded assistance even in his plea, prompting Sasuke to scoff. Who do you think you are? ordering a rescue. Save your breath. Everyone here is on my side. What do you have to fight me with? Raising his right leg, Sasuke stepped onto a protruding brick. Looking down disdainfully at Meichuan. Chapter 77. Think carefully. This is your last chance, you. Meichuan's gaze flicked past Sasuke as he furtively glanced at the indifferent crowd that a surge of inexplicable fear welled up within him. Despite being a Chunin, he was merely a slacker from the ninja academy that in a real fight. He wasn't necessarily stronger than some of the genin present. Yet now, he found himself in an inescapable predicament. He could not flee. The extreme fear transformed into jealous rage. After a moment of silence, Meichuan suddenly raised his head, threatening Sasuke. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare, strike me. Otherwise, don't expect to have an easy time in the future. He paused, then looked at Ino and the others, declaring, And you? If you stand by and do nothing, you're complicit. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, who had retained a hint of a smile, suddenly darkened his expression, threateningly saying, So, you intend to refuse cooperation and then bite back? The words were nearly spat through clenched teeth, and fortunately, Sasuke faced away from Sakura and Naruto, or they would surely have been alarmed by his demeanor. Yet Meichuan seemed oblivious to Sasuke's menacing expression, casting a casual glance at him before turning away, saying nonchalantly, What you say now is pointless, but perhaps if you kneel and apologize, compensating me for my losses, I might consider sparing you and your companions. Watching Meichuan's arrogant demeanor, Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief, not a kind laugh, but a sinister grin typical of a villain. It seems you are determined to disregard the face you are being given. Aren't you? The words bore little weight, yet they struck deeply at Meichuan's pride. Upon hearing Sasuke's remark, he spun around without a moment's thought. What the hell did you say? However, before he could finish, a flash of crimson light gleamed in Sasuke's eyes, and an overwhelming wave of weakness washed over him, before he could utter a sound of astonishment at the bizarre turn of events. His consciousness was engulfed in darkness. Sister, we need to help brother-in-law. Look, his eyes are turning red from anger, whether out of concern for his barbecue feast or genuine worry for the troublesome brother-in-law. Choji urgently turned to Ino. Meanwhile, Ino and Shikamaru's faces paled simultaneously as they witnessed Sasuke awaken his Sharingan. If I'm not mistaken, Sasuke has actually awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, Shikamaru exclaimed, recalling the Konoha Great Whirlwind from that day and feeling a rush of gratitude. After all, Sasuke had not revealed his three-tomo Sharingan to him. Otherwise, Shikamaru might have suffered greatly without realizing it. Truly, the prodigious scion of the illustrious Uchiha clan possessed extraordinary talent, in the depths of her frown. Ino's exquisite gaze flickered with a hint of astonishment at that moment. She was not evaluating Sasuke through the lens of a future wife, but rather as a young lady from a mountain clan. It seemed that both Shikamaru and Ino had undergone a significant change in attitude, while CHG, merely overhearing their conversation, could only grasp fragments of it. After taking a hearty bite of chips, he innocently inquired, Hey, sis, is your husband's family really impressive? Ino nodded slightly, but quickly shook her head, saying, That is merely a thing of the past. Regardless, it is his character that I am drawn to, not his lineage. Oh, CHG scratched his head, though he didn't quite comprehend the meaning behind Ino's words. Nevertheless, he concluded that his sister's husband, Sasuke, must indeed be extraordinary. Within the realm of consciousness, Meichuan stirred once more, only to find himself engulfed in a sea of crimson. He shook his groggy head, puzzled by this bizarre turn of events. Hadn't he been in a narrow alley adjacent to the ninja school? Suddenly, a dull thud reached his ears, reminiscent of flesh being pierced. He slowly turned his gaze towards his right arm, only to discover a kunai ominously embedded within it. The pain seemed to delay its onset. Upon seeing the weapon, an excruciating jolt surged through his body, nearly causing him to faint. After a prolonged struggle to catch his breath, a familiar mocking voice drifted into his ears. Hey, Meichuan, what has happened to you? I must say, your cries are rather melodious. Before coming to the ninja school, were you a songstress? As Meichuan's consciousness returned to clarity, he realized he had been inexplicably bound to a cross. And, in this surreal place, Sasuke's figure reappeared before him, evoking an inexpressible dread. Nevertheless, he pondered attempting to negotiate, for yielding now would mean foregoing the money he had cleverly acquired. Thus, he feigned calmness and snorted. If you're capable, Sasuke, go ahead and kill me. I'm curious to see what good fortune awaits you afterwards. Before he could finish his sentence, Sasuke merely waved his hand and softly uttered, "Annoying." In an instant, Meichuan felt a sharp shuriken embed itself in his left shoulder. In this uncanny realm, it seemed that sight preceded pain by several seconds. After a moment of stunned silence, Meichuan's anguished screams echoed once more. Eventually, as the eerie blood-red world fell silent again, Sasuke nonchalantly tapped his ears and strolled over to the now perspiring and dejected Meichuan, smiling as he asked, "Is it exhilarating?" Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, Meichuan jumped, quickly raising his head and nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, stammering, "I was wrong, Sasuke. I was wrong." Hearing this, Sasuke chuckled and patted Meichuan's shoulder, saying, "No longer impressive, And no?" Meichuan gasped, his expression a mix of panic and despair. Sasuke nodded and inquired, "Speak. Who sent you here?" After uttering this, he noticed a flicker of hesitation on Meichuan's face, prompting him to add, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, "I don't have time to play games with you. Think carefully. This is your last chance." Chapter 78. This child should have the bearing of a Hokage. Meichuan gazed at the young man before him, who wore a smile, yet instilled fear in his heart. This was no mere prodigy of Konoha. He was the very embodiment of its darkest demon. In that moment, his greed was finally quelled by the instinct to survive, and he stammered, It's a girl named Tiantian who sent me to trouble you. Sasuke. She seems to be in class 3. I don't know if you've heard of her." Upon hearing this, Sasuke frowned and regarded Meichuan with disdain, his tone laced with danger. "Do I appear old to you?" Ah. As soon as the words left his lips, cold sweat broke out on Meichuan's forehead. Fearing that in this desolate place, Sasuke might take offense and dispose of him, he awkwardly added the honorific big brother. Just as Meichuan was engulfed in trepidation, Sasuke smiled and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Just call me young master. I am not so particular." Meichuan's lips quirked, and he quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, young master Sasuke." Seemingly satisfied with Meichuan's adaptability, Sasuke continued, "You're already a Seichnin of Konoha, yet you still serve at the ninja school. Why do you willingly allow that foolish girl, Tiantian, to manipulate you?" Upon hearing this, Meichuan's expression became somewhat sheepish. However, under Sasuke's piercing gaze, which seemed to convey impatience, he bit his lip and stammered, "It's just that. She offers too much, Sasuke. Damn it, Tintin, if you have money, just give it to me. I would gladly strip and let you whip me a few times. It would cut out the middleman." Clearing his throat, Sasuke stepped closer, affectionately ruffling Meichuan's hair, and said, "Haha, very good. You are quite perceptive." As these words fell, Meichuan watched as the blood-red scenery in his vision began to swirl, and the overwhelming sense of drowsiness washed over him once more, dragging his consciousness into the abyss. "Sis, brother-in-law, are we just going to leave Meichuan like that?" CHG, observing Sasuke as he fixated on Meichuan, was perplexed when he saw Sasuke smile while approaching, counting a stack of money. "That guy? You need not worry about him. I've already forgiven him." As he spoke, Sasuke took a few chips from CHG's bag and began munching contentedly. "Sasuke, is everything truly all right?" Ino approached, concern etched on her face. Yet, Sasuke offered no response. Instead, he embraced both Sakura and Ino, pulling them close as he declared, "Let us go. Time for a barbecue gathering." Just as Sasuke and his companions were about to round the corner of the alley, Meichuan's voice rang out behind them. "Hey, young master, you don't need to leave me half of the stolen money." "Why does that sound so awkward?" Sasuke smirked, but he quickly turned away, waving his hand at Meichuan. "Take it and place a bet. I assure you, I will be the first to emerge from the spiritual realm in the second round of the Nin exams that you'll earn far more than slaving away for that foolish girl." Tiantian. As his voice faded, Sasuke and his companions slowly vanished around the bend. Meichuan gazed at the substantial amount of cash that remained, though half had been taken by Sasuke, and an inexplicable sense of admiration welled up within him. After a lengthy contemplation, he sighed as he looked towards the corner where Sasuke had disappeared, murmuring, "Alas, this child is destined for the Hokage. His future achievements will undoubtedly be boundless. I must find more opportunities to associate with him and perhaps find a chance to make him owe me a favor. If this child soars to greatness in the future, I shall surely ride his coattails." Upon contemplating this, Meichuan displayed a cunning grin that suggested his scheme had succeeded. "Sasuke, with one arm draped around a companion, strutted through the bustling streets of Konoha like a debauched scion of privilege. A multitude of gazes, sharp as arrows, converged upon him, yet he appeared blissfully oblivious, engrossed in his own amusement. Suddenly, as if to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, he turned to Naruto and Sakura and said, "Naruto, Sakura, earlier I noticed Ino and the others exhibiting surprise upon witnessing me besting Meichuan. However, I did not observe any similar reaction from you two. I am quite curious. Why is that? Was I not handsome enough at that moment?" Emphasizing the latter phrase, Sasuke could not help but acknowledge the presence of his future wives. Sakura, feeling bashful, lowered her gaze. Observing her demeanor, Sasuke shifted his attention to Naruto, who sighed and retorted disdainfully, "Are you still trying to torment us?" Sasuke responded with confusion. Naruto continued, "During our mission in the Land of Waves, you mercilessly tormented both Sakura and me countless times. Surely you must recall?" As he spoke, Naruto clenched his fists, his teeth gritted. Sasuke remained silent, in the office of the Kazekage in the Sand Village. A sense of urgency permeated the atmosphere. "Kankasama, I have urgent matters to report," Maki announced, having barely tapped on the door before rushing inside, clearly agitated. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, who stood by the floor-to-ceiling window gazing out at the landscape of Sunagakure, turned slowly and replied calmly, "Maki, we've known each other since childhood. When alone, there is no need for formalities. Just call me Raza." He smiled, yet the trace of worry etched upon his brow did not escape Maki's notice. After a brief pause, Maki, furrowing his brow, spoke with concern. "Raza, earlier I thought I spotted Gaara in a desolate area outside the village." Upon hearing Gaara's name, a look of guilt washed over Raza's face. His wife had passed, and he felt the cruel necessity of sealing Shikaku within his youngest son. As a father, this was undeniably harsh. Yet, for the village, what alternative did Raza have? With a sigh, he lamented, "He has persistently avoided me. The last time I saw him was 6 months ago. Alas, Gaara, what has become of you?" He had hoped Gaara would remain as he always had. After all, his youngest son had, to some extent, been under Shikaku's protection. However, Maki's grave expression interrupted his thoughts. "When I saw him, he was kneeling on the ground, appearing to be in great pain. Raza, is it possible that Gaara, please, take me there?" Maki's words were abruptly cut off by Raza's startled exclamation. Chapter 69. The player on the chessboard outside Sunagakure, amidst swirling sands and dust. Raza hurriedly accompanied Maki, a sense of urgency swelling within him as he felt an unseen eye guiding him towards the indicated location. Even before reaching Maki's pointed spot, he caught sight of his youngest son, Gaara, kneeling, his hands clutching his crimson hair, trembling violently, clearly in agony. Could it be that Shikaku's seal was weakening again? Witnessing this scene, Raza's paternal instincts surged uncontrollably. Without a second thought, he dashed towards Gaara's figure. "Hang in there, Gaara. I will reinforce the seal with my magnet release." As he placed a hand on Gaara's shoulder, the moment was shattered when Gaara unexpectedly wielded a bone sword and lunged at Raza's face with fierce intent. "You!" In the flurry of emotions, Raza nearly succumbed to the surprise attack from this impostor posing as his son. However, as the fourth Kazekage, he was no ordinary foe. Just as the bone sword was about to pierce his visage, a golden sand barrier erupted around him, deflecting the blade just in time. With a thunderous roar, a massive hand crafted from gold sand surged from beneath Raza's feet, lifting him high above the ground and creating distance between him and the counterfeit Gaara. "Who are you?" Raza's gaze was cold and composed, yet his hands began to swirl with 2 orbs of golden sand, preparing for whatever may come. Gaara first removed his mask, revealing a young man with 2 red birthmarks on his forehead, long white hair, and a detached demeanor. He was none other than Kimimaro, one of Orochimaru's elite subordinates. Maki, observing the scene, donned a peculiar smile as he peeled away his disguise to reveal a dashing young man with glasses, Kabuto, another of Orochimaru's trusted agents. Raza narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" Although he sensed that these individuals posed no immediate threat, he needed to ascertain their identities to protect Sunagakure from potential peril. However, before Raza could finish his inquiry, a peculiar whirlpool of sand appeared nearby, from which slithered venomous snakes, their tongues flickering ominously. Before Raza could comprehend this unsettling spectacle, the snakes converged, morphing into a tall figure, a man with long black hair. A chiseled face and cold, piercing eyes reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Orochimaru, the rogue ninja from Konoha. Raza's eyes narrowed as he quickly spun the golden sand orbs in his palms, demanding, "Who are you? What is your purpose in ambushing me?" His instincts told him that this group likely harbored ulterior motives concerning Sunagakure rather than targeting him personally. Orochimaru chuckled menacingly. "Those on the brink of death need not concern themselves with my identity." His voice was raspy, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet Raza, unfazed, scrutinized Orochimaru intently and suddenly exclaimed, "I recognize you. You are that genius rogue ninja from Konoha. Orochimaru, huh?" Orochimaru laughed, his gaze upward. "I cannot believe that after all these years of silence, the fourth Kazekage still remembers me. How fortunate I am. Yet, alas, even if you have discerned my identity, you must die today." Raza was uncertain of Orochimaru's intentions, suspecting he was merely stalling for time. However, being a seasoned leader, he was undeterred. Instead, he pressed on. "Was it the Akatsuki that sent you to assassinate me? What do they hope to achieve by eliminating me? Can you divulge that before I meet my end?" Confronted with a barrage of questions hurled by Rasha, Orochimaru merely waved his hand dismissively and jested, "It seems you have lingered too long in the Sunagakure. For how else could you be oblivious to the fact that I have long since withdrawn from the Akatsuki?" Orochimaru's assertion was not without merit. In recent years, Sunagakure had been beset by both internal strife and external threats. The repercussions of the Third Great Ninja War had left indelible marks upon the village. And truth be told, the Sunagakure of today was a mere shadow of its former self, with the only notable ninjas being himself and Maki. Furrowing his brow, Rasha pressed on, "Since you have exited the Akatsuki, and we bear no animosity towards one another, why not end this here?" After a brief pause, he added, "If you are merely being paid by someone, I would be willing to offer double the price. What say you?" Rasha's primary objective was to ascertain who might be backing Orochimaru. He did not genuinely expect Orochimaru to accept such enticing terms. Nevertheless, if Orochimaru were to acquiesce, he would not hesitate to part with some funds. For the Sunagakure, having been severely diminished post-war, could ill afford to provoke such a formidable adversary without cause. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru calmly shook his head, replying, "Rasha, spare yourself the futile effort, since you are on the brink of death. Allow me to enlighten you. Sometimes, victory and defeat do not merely reside within the confines of a chessboard. Rather, the true battlefield lies beyond its edges, where the strategist can truly exercise their prowess. In my eyes, you are unworthy of the title of Hokage of Sunagakure, for you are but one of the many pieces on the board, mere pawns to my design." On one hand, Rasha realized he could glean no further information from Orochimaru. On the other, he felt deeply insulted by such words. Abruptly, Rasha cast aside any pretense of politeness, scoffing coldly, "Humph, do you truly believe that a mere handful of renegade ninjas can bring about my demise?" Chapter 80, Fourth Kazekage versus the Sound Ninja Quartet. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head, addressing Rasha. "It seems that all I have said thus far has been in vain. However, it matters little, for you are soon to journey to another world. Perhaps this chaotic yet opportunity-laden shinobi realm is simply not suited for you." With that, Orochimaru waved his right hand lightly and commanded, "Attack." In an instant, four peculiar figures materialized around Rasha. These four, youthful in appearance, 3 males and 1 female, were adorned with an array of bizarre seals. One even transforming into a 2-headed monstrosity, exuding an air of uncanny strangeness. They were the Sound Ninja Quartet, comprised of Kidomaru, Jirobu, Doyu, and Zaku, who were among the essential aids Orochimaru intended to summon from the depths of the Land of Rain. 4 Red Sun Formation. Before Rasha could make a move, the quartet swiftly formed intricate hand signs as their seals flowed through their hands. A long, violet rectangular barrier hummed into existence beneath their combined efforts. "You intend to ensnare me within a formation?" Rasha raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips as the fourth Kazekage. He held no undue apprehension towards these youthful Sound Ninjas, although they possessed a commendable aura among their peers. They were still merely that, peers. Suddenly, Rasha snorted disdainfully, flicking his right hand, causing a cluster of sand gold to whirl forth. It spun midair, transforming into a multitude of tiny golden grains, each no larger than a thumb. Yet astonishingly numerous, creating a scene reminiscent of a shimmering curtain of sand. As the sand hung suspended in the air, Rasha swiftly altered his hand signs, muttering, "Sands of rain." With a whoosh, the previously hovering sand curtain surged forth, hurtling towards one of the barriers, encircling him with tremendous force and momentum. Yet, this breathtaking display lasted but a moment, as the barrier of the four red sun formation deflected the attack back towards Rasha, who found himself in the center of the formation. Upon witnessing this, Rasha was momentarily taken aback. However, as one of formidable strength, he quickly regained his composure with a swift movement of his left hand. Another cluster of sand gold took flight from his palm, spiraling through the air to form a robust barrier, encasing him securely. Just as Rasha nestled within his summoned sand barrier, a barrage of sand rain erupted like a meteor shower, striking against the impenetrable shield. Yet, as the sand rain made contact, it vanished into the barrier without a sound, as if it had never existed. In an instant, calm returned to the scene, as if nothing had transpired. Gradually, the sand barrier dissipated, revealing Rasha once more at the heart of the four red sun formation. Dusting off the grains of sand from his attire, he chuckled, "Humph, you think to use my own sand gold magnetism against me?" In response, Orochimaru wore a derisive smile, retorting, "This is of your own making. Moreover, I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Look, I have yet to strike, and you are already on the verge of collapse." Rasha's laughter turned cold. "Is that so? Then by all means, reveal any hidden cards you possess. I am eager to see the true capabilities of Konoha's once renowned genius when he unleashes his full power." As he spoke, the sand gold around Rasha began to stir, swirling around him as if imbued with sentience. At this moment, Kimimuru, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Altering his hand signs, he intoned, "Secret technique. Dance of the early fern." With a thunderous boom, sharp spikes formed from the ground beneath Kimimura's feet, extending towards Rasha in a relentless advance. "Humph, a bloodline limit, is it? Do you think I am the only one with such abilities?" Rasha scoffed, in an unhurried manner. He raised his right hand, and with a gleeful exclamation, declared, "Magnetic explosive funeral." Gripping his fingers tightly, a towering cascade of sand erupted before him, crashing like a tsunami, silent yet forceful. With another resounding explosion, their bloodline abilities intertwined, unleashing a tempest of sand gold that soared skyward. Such prodigious skill at such a young age should have drawn admiration. Yet, Kimimuru's opponent was none other than the current fourth Kazekage, Rasha. In the wake of this brief confrontation, it was ultimately Kimura who found himself at a disadvantage. Bound by the connection of the Shikatsu Ketsuri and the bloodline limit, Kimura was swiftly met with the backlash of the Shikatsu Ketsuri, causing him to stagger backwards several steps, accompanied by a sudden spurt of blood. After a considerable time, Kimura, gritting his teeth and forcefully suppressing his injuries, was about to rise once more to engage Rasha in battle when he was halted by Orochimaru's hand. "My lord, I can still..." Cough, cough. Kimura glanced sideways, his expression one of confusion as he looked at Orochimaru, ready to argue. Yet at that moment, another burst of blood erupted forth. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively and then turned toward Rasha in the distance, smiling as he spoke. "What you have done is sufficient. Rest well. As for this troublesome fellow, I have my own methods to send him to the depths of hell." "Humph," Rasha scoffed upon hearing Orochimaru's words, his face betraying disdain as he retorted, "Orochimaru, have you exhausted all your tricks? Isn't it time for us to settle this once and for all?" However, Orochimaru shook his head once more, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "No, this time I shall refrain from engaging you directly. It is they who will contend with you." Chapter 81. The Fourth Kazekage versus the Reincarnated Three Shadows. With a sinister smile, Orochimaru extended his right thumb, biting it lightly before performing a series of hand seals, culminating in a forceful strike upon the yellow sands beneath him. Simultaneously, he began to chant an intricate and obscure incantation aloud. "Kaki Waisei, D10 Sai." With a clap of his hands before his chest, three ancient coffins, reeking of earth, gradually rose from the sandy surface. Eerie and enigmatic, Rasha furrowed his brows tightly. He was perplexed by Orochimaru's intentions, yet found himself unable to disengage. He could only choose to defeat all those before him in hopes of breaking through the four red suns formation. Just then, there was a resounding crash. The lids of the 3 coffins were forcefully kicked open from within. Before Rasha could comprehend the bizarre sight before him, he was struck with astonishment. This was the first, second, and fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. A chill ran down Rasha's spine as he beheld the long-deceased former Hokage standing before him. How could this be? Had they not perished long ago? The first Hokage, Hashirama, slowly opened his eyes, instinctively sensing a familiar presence behind him. As he turned to discern the situation, he caught a glimpse of his brother Tobirama, equally taken aback, standing beside him. Tobirama. How did you end up here? And do you know where this place is? Tobirama, seemingly just summoned from the coffin, felt as if he had just awakened from a lengthy dream. Shaking his head, he was about to speak when he suddenly caught sight of